On that day, I caught sight of a woman in red on the boat, beckoning to me. From that moment on, I began a slow descent into becoming a walking corpse. Chapter 1. The Woman by the River. My name is Shi Qiansheng. After failing the college entrance examination, I returned to my village to apprentice under a seasoned fisherman. Our village is a fishing community, surrounded by water on three sides, thriving for generations along the river known as Chongdan. One day, my master experienced a bountiful catch in the bends of Chongdan River, returning with a boat laden with plump fish, a sight that filled his heart with immense joy. As we navigated our fishing boat out of the bend, we suddenly spotted a woman in red on the riverbank, beckoning to us. Her face was indistinct, but her flowing garments accentuated her graceful figure. The Chongdan River is extensive, and the bend we were in is a junction, serving as a transportation hub for nearby villages. It is common for individuals to await passing fishing boats here, hoping for a ride, with some boats charging a small fare. However, my master is known for his generous spirit. He rarely charges those seeking passage. He often says that performing acts of kindness garners divine favor, ensuring our future bounties. Understanding my master's benevolent nature, I was about to steer the boat towards the woman when he unexpectedly pushed me aside. Taking the helm himself and accelerating away, I was taken aback for several moments and inquired, "Master, why do we not attend to that woman in red?" My master did not respond immediately. After we had traveled a considerable distance, he withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, taking a deep drag. "Why, master said, Qiansheng, you have been with me for nearly half a year. Now that I have imparted to you the techniques of fishing, yet there are matters I have neglected to mention." After taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he paused, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "In the future, should you encounter a woman clad in red, do not engage with her, for she may very well not be human. Not human." I was taken aback, a chill running down my spine. If she is not human, could she possibly be a ghost? Cold sweat instantly broke out on my back as I observed my master puffing away, aware that he was not jesting. Tremulously, I inquired, "Master, what then should we do?" He glanced at the sky, now shrouded in ominous clouds, predicting that within an hour, darkness would envelop us entirely. "Fear not if one conducts oneself with a clear conscience. There is no reason to dread the supernatural. Steer the boat boldly forward. If we depart this waterway before nightfall, we should remain unharmed." I nodded, my heart racing with trepidation, carefully taking the helm from my master and navigating cautiously. Then, I watched as my master retrieved a bundle of fire paper from the cabin, dividing it into 3 piles at the bow of the boat to set ablaze, after which he bowed deeply 3 times toward the front. Upon completing this ritual, he instructed me, "This is an offering to the heavens, the earth, and the river deity. One must approach such matters with a sincere heart. Should you encounter similar situations in the future, remember to convey your prayers to them and seek their protection." Seeing my master so resolute instilled a newfound courage within me. Strangely enough, after sailing for a mere 10 minutes, the enigmatic woman in red vanished from sight. Initially, I believed this matter would simply fade away, but to my astonishment, mere minutes after the vessel set sail, I caught sight of a stone tablet at the intersection ahead, boldly inscribed with 3 prominent characters, "Turning Point." How could this be? A wave of fear washed over me, my mind buzzing with disbelief that we had departed from the turning point, navigating directly along the river. How could we inexplicably return to this very place? Did this imply that, not far ahead, the woman in red was also waiting for us? I struggled to suppress the frantic beating of my heart and turned to my master, only to find him drenched in sweat. "Master, it seems we have returned," I stammered, my voice faltering as I was only 18 and overwhelmed by fear. My master wiped the sweat from his brow and placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Fear not, for I am here to protect you." He then retrieved 2 candles from the cabin, lighting them at either end of the boat, followed by a respectful placement of 3 incense sticks in a small incense holder. The incense burned swiftly, almost instantaneously extinguishing, with 2 of the sticks breaking mid-burn. It is said, "One fears the shortness of incense too short, and one long is deemed an ominous sign." Upon witnessing this, my master's expression shifted dramatically, leaving him as still as a statue for a time before he retreated into the cabin. Fixated on the fish within, with a heavy sigh, he murmured, "Alas, may we avert disaster through misfortune." Without hesitation, the master opened the cabin and released all the fish he had caught. That I watched, my heart heavy, for they could fetch several thousand yuan. Yet, I understood that his actions were born of necessity. After freeing all the fish, the master instructed me to continue steering the boat. He then returned to the bow, reverently lit 3 incense sticks, and bowed deeply several times before saying, "Every grievance has its source, and every debt its debtor. I am but a humble fisherman. I implore this revered lady not to mistake my identity. Should I have taken what does not belong to me, I have returned it in full. That I beseech you, grant me clemency and allow me a path to survival." My master muttered incantations at the bow for a considerable time while I maintained my course. After a while, he approached me, his face etched with fatigue. "Master, will the lady in red spare us?" I asked. His lips parted as if to speak, yet no words emerged. After a moment of silence, he instructed, "Do not ask too many questions, remove your clothing." He then proceeded to disrobe himself. Though perplexed, I followed suit, compelled by his example. Upon taking my clothes, my master produced 2 small paper figures from seemingly nowhere, affixed one to each of our garments, and placed them atop the ship's helm. He then turned to me, saying, "Soon, we shall disembark and swim to the shore. We will take the narrow path through the cypress grove to return home. You must closely follow me. Regardless of what you hear or see, do not stop. Above all, remember this. Regardless of who calls your name, do not respond." It was the first time I had encountered my master speaking to me with such gravity. Coupled with the eerie events of the evening, I dared not disobey, even for a moment. Once my master had issued his command, he was the first to plunge into the river, and I followed suit without hesitation. The frigid water enveloped my entire being instantly, numbing me to the point of almost cramping. I gritted my teeth and stayed close to my master. Most of the villagers possessed decent swimming skills, and within 3 or 4 minutes, we had reached the riverbank. Throughout this time, my master remained silent, and I kept my lips sealed. Occasionally, gusts of cold wind swept past, raising goosebumps upon my skin. Having departed from the river, we began traversing the narrow path through the evergreen forest. The branches on either side loomed like specters, dancing menacingly, and now and then I caught sight of a wildcat darting swiftly by, startling me to the brink of retreat. However, I firmly recalled my master's admonition to press on without pause. I lost track of time until, quite suddenly, I spotted a patch of light ahead. That it was our village. My master let out a heavy sigh, and I could distinctly sense the relief washing over him as he leaned against a sturdy tree, turning to look at me. "Qiansheng, we are safe now. We are almost home." I too exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. "Let us proceed into the village," my master urged as he guided me forward. I could already hear the sounds of television emanating from the homes of our neighbors. The master escorted me to my doorstep and said, "Do not speak of tonight's events to anyone, not even to your parents. Tomorrow, we must return to retrieve the boat together." Upon hearing this, a wave of anxiety washed over me, and I quickly nodded in understanding. I entered the house, where my family lay asleep, and refrained from greeting my parents. After a night filled with turmoil, my body felt utterly exhausted, and I collapsed onto my bed, drifting into a deep slumber. In my drowsy state, the events of the evening replayed in my mind, particularly the words my master had imparted. Suddenly, a thought struck me. When we first entered the village, the master had called my name. He had warned me not to respond if anyone called out to me. Had I erred in my actions? Yet as I pondered this, I reminded myself that both my master and I had safely returned home, and thus, it seemed that no harm would befall us. Before I knew it, I had succumbed once more to sleep. Chapter 2. The grievous news. I had thought that everything was well, but to my dismay, calamity struck the very next day. To be precise, I was still lost in a haze of slumber when I was abruptly awakened by the deafening sound of firecrackers. In the countryside, such a raucous display is reserved for festive occasions or to mourn the passing of an elder. Today, however, was neither a holiday nor an auspicious day. Could it be that someone in the village had died? "Qiansheng, Qiansheng, wake up quickly. Your master has passed away." and the authorities have come to question you. My mother's anxious voice pierced through my groggy mind. What? My brain felt like it had exploded, and I sprang up from my bed in disbelief. My master is dead? That cannot be true. Oh, you foolish child. Do you think I would deceive you? He drowned in the river last night. My mother hurriedly searched for my clothes, urging me to hasten to the scene. My master's body lay at the riverbank at the village entrance, draped with a long white cloth. The outline beneath the fabric appeared bloated, as though his body had been submerged for an extended period. The old village chief, upon seeing my arrival, pulled me aside and said, "Qiansheng, your master has departed. You must go and bid him farewell to escort him on his final journey. It is a long-standing custom in our village for the bereaved to see the deceased one last time, a gesture of remembrance and reluctance to let go. Typically, this duty falls upon the immediate family of the departed. However, my master, being a solitary figure without a spouse or children, left me, his sole disciple, to don the mourning attire and fulfill this solemn obligation. I nodded and suddenly knelt before my master, an indescribable sorrow swelling within me. Just last night, everything seemed well. How could he have departed so abruptly today? The old village chief gestured to the others, signaling them to turn away, indicating that the relatives should accompany the deceased on their final journey, while others were to respectfully withdraw. I lifted the white cloth that covered my master's head, revealing his swollen face, his eyes tightly closed, deeply sunken into their sockets. I dutifully prostrated myself 3 times, then replaced the cloth over him. But at that moment, to my astonishment, I saw my master's eyes suddenly open wide. A jolt of fear coursed through me, as if struck by lightning, leaving my entire body trembling. His eyes were enormous, fixed intently upon something behind me, as if he had something to convey. Overwhelmed by terror, I stumbled backward several steps. The old village chief, hearing the commotion, turned to inquire what was amiss. I stammered that I had just seen my master open his eyes. Instantly, the chief's face turned pale with fright as he turned to look, only to assert that he saw nothing. I glanced back, and my master remained peacefully with his eyes closed. Could it be that I was merely imagining things? Old Huang, rest assured, Qiansheng is a dutiful child. He will take care of everything for you. The village chief spoke to my master before finally covering him once more. He called my parents over and said, "Old Huang has no heirs, only Qiansheng as his sole disciple. You shall take charge of his final arrangements." My father nodded, stating that the mourning hall was nearly prepared, and once the authorities completed their inquiries, we could carry my master's body to the hall. Before long, a police officer approached me, a woman with a ponytail, possessing delicate features that radiated a sense of valor. "Greetings, I am Lin Yutong from the Beichuan County Public Security Bureau. Our investigation indicates that your mentor succumbed to drowning due to a leg cramp in a bend of the Chongdan River, with the estimated time of death around 3:30 a.m. Villagers have reported that you were with him throughout the day yesterday. Could you please share the last time you parted ways and recount the events of the entire day?" I was utterly bewildered. My mentor had perished at the bend. The time of death was at 3:30 a.m. How could that be? I distinctly remembered disembarking with him before nightfall. During summer, dusk descends later, and I estimated it was around 8 p.m. Moreover, I had witnessed him escorting me to the shore and, after passing through the large forest, seeing me home. Could it be that he turned back to the bend after I entered the house? "Excuse me, are you listening to me?" Officer Lin Yutong gently tapped my shoulder. Noticing my daze, I snapped back to reality, awkwardly apologizing and preparing to voice my thoughts when I suddenly recalled my mentor's admonition from the previous night. "Do not speak of what transpired last night to anyone." The memory of his piercing gaze also lingered in my mind, as if he were silently warning me. After careful contemplation, I realized that even without his counsel, I could not divulge the events of that night. If I were to tell them that we encountered the ghost and read yesterday, they would likely dismiss my words as mere nonsense, and it might even incite panic among the crowd. I swallowed hard and fabricated story. Last night, my master and I spent the entire day fishing, and since we caught very little, he instructed me to return home, which was around 10 o'clock. Lin Yutong did not press further. She merely took notes and, upon completion, stated that it was all right. My master's body was carried into the spirit platform, and his sudden death left us woefully unprepared for the funeral, lacking even a coffin. My parents were occupied throughout the afternoon. According to tradition, I was to keep vigil for my master that evening, so my father advised me to return home and rest. Upon arriving home alone, an unsettling fear gripped me. I felt that my master's demise was intricately linked to the woman in red we had encountered the previous day. If she had indeed caused his death, would I be the next target? To my surprise, as I pushed open the door, I found Lin Yutong, the policewoman who had inquired about me that morning, sitting in my yard. Beside her was a tall, handsome male officer, his demeanor exuding an air of icy arrogance. They regarded me as if I were a suspect. An unease washed over me, prompting me to ask, "What brings you to my home?" Without providing an explanation, Lin Yutong bluntly accused me, stating, "You are responsible for your master's death." Such a grave accusation weighed heavily upon me, leaving me utterly incredulous. With a hint of anger, I exclaimed, "Can the police so casually slander others? Why would I harm my master?" At that moment, the male officer beside Lin Yutong abruptly stood up, pointing at me with indignation. "You little brat, with your pathetic lies, how could you possibly deceive Yutong? Speak the truth, or you will regret it." After threatening me, this officer turned to Lin Yutong with a sycophantic demeanor and suggested, "Yutong, this kid is far too dishonest. Should we teach him a lesson?" Lin Yutong shot him a sharp glare and reprimanded, "Xiao He, when will you learn to temper your impulsive nature? Leave now. You have no business here." The officer, referred to as Xiao He, said nothing further. He merely shot me a disgruntled look before obediently exiting the room. Strangely, my initial anger began to fade, and I felt a flicker of fondness for Lin Yutong. Once Xiao He departed, Lin Yutong turned to me and said, "Now that it's just the two of us, reveal what you withheld this morning." I hesitated. She seemed capable of discerning my earlier deceit, suggesting her experience as a police officer was considerable. Nevertheless, I maintained my stance, insisting I did not lie. I did not harm my master. Just as I finished speaking, the door was flung open by Xiao He, who shouted at me, "Kid, don't push your luck." He then addressed Lin Yutong, "Yutong, let's go. This time you must heed my advice. You cannot involve yourself in this matter. Just let this foolish kid face the consequences." Lin Yutong abruptly rose from her seat, casting an angry glare at Xiao He. "Did I invite you in?" she demanded. Xiao He's complexion paled dramatically, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, as he repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Yutong. I was wrong to speak out of turn. I will leave at once." Initially, I felt a surge of anger at Xiao He's unexpected intrusion, but my heart skipped a beat when I heard him say that I was better off dead. Lin Yutong sighed softly and retrieved a copper mirror from her pocket, placing it in my hand. "Your name is Shi Qiansheng, correct? I won't press you for more details, but I must caution you. The darkness clouding your brow suggests you may have attracted some unsavory entities. This copper mirror can serve as a shield against misfortune. When you come to terms with this, seek me out." With that, Lin Yutong straightened her posture and departed. I was left in a daze, pondering the unsettling notion that such words could emanate from a police officer. Chapter 3. Vigil. The words of Lin Yutong left me both astonished and fearful. I glanced at the copper mirror in my hand, wondering if this girl was perhaps a concealed master of profound wisdom. A flicker of doubt stirred within me. However, when faced with the choice between my master and Lin Yutong, I ultimately chose my master, opting to remain silent. At 7 o'clock in the evening, I made my way to my master's home to lend a hand. The villagers were remarkably sincere. Although my parents were preoccupied with the arrangements for my master's funeral, the entire community came together to assist. Upon my arrival, the preparations were already extensive, with offerings of incense paper, floral wreaths, and paper effigies neatly arranged, even down to my master's burial attire, which had been donned. Shortly thereafter, my father and several uncles returned with the coffin. A few men approached, respectfully bowing to my master before gently placing him into the coffin. The old village chief directed the proceedings from the front of the mourning hall. Just then, a sudden noise startled me. A stone, roughly the size of a palm, struck the coffin with a resounding thud. "Kill this monster! Quickly kill this monster!" came a frantic cries from outside my master's courtyard. It was Heir Xiaozi. "Who let this fool come here?" My father, infuriated, seized a hoe and rushed out. Heir Xiaozi lived up to his name. He was the village madman, perpetually behaving erratically and speaking in a nonsensical manner. If he was not fed, he would relentlessly cling to you, yet a couple of strikes would send him fleeing. My father struck him twice with a hoe, scolding him vehemently, "You madman, get out of here." There's nothing to eat, go. Ha ha ha, so many dead, so many dead. The foolish one chuckled heartily, getting up from the ground. And while running, he licked the dirt from the corners of his mouth. Alas! Fortunately, the stone he threw did not hit old Huang. Otherwise, it would have been a great disrespect to the deceased. The old village chief sighed. After placing the master in the coffin, everyone remarked that they had matters to attend to, and they began to disperse. It was evident that this foolish one had stirred a sense of desolation among the crowd. In the master's courtyard, just a handful of us remained, dwindling to 3 from my family. Child, do not be afraid. Your father and mother are right here with you, my mother said, gently caressing the back of my head. Likely fearing that the commotion caused by the foolish one would make me reluctant to keep vigil for the master. I smiled and replied, Mother, it's all right. I'm not afraid. In our village, there are customs surrounding the vigil. A lamp must be lit in front of the coffin. After a person passes away, they must cross the Niha Bridge, which is shrouded in darkness. If it is pitch black, the deceased may not find their way. Hence a lamp is placed beneath the coffin to illuminate the path. This lamp, known as the bridge lamp, must never be extinguished and must be watched over by those keeping vigil. To keep us from dozing off, my parents reminisced about my childhood. After chatting for a while, I suddenly felt drowsy and yawned. My mother noticed and, with a hint of concern, said, If you're tired, go take a nap. I will keep watch for you. Upon hearing this, my father immediately opposed, stating, You cannot sleep. As this is a vigil, one must be sincerely attentive. To think of sleeping so early in the proceedings would surely displease your master. My mother, ever protective, interjected, Our son did not retire until 2 o'clock last night and has been busy all day. Even a body of iron cannot withstand such strain. I found myself perplexed. Had I truly gone to bed at 2? This seemed incorrect, for I distinctly recalled arriving home around 10. I hastily inquired, Mother, did I really go to bed at 2 last night? She responded with irritation, Indeed, you did. You returned without so much as a word, entered your room, and fell asleep. I called you for ages, and you offered no reply. It was I who covered you with a blanket. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on my back, and the drowsiness that had enveloped me dissipated in an instant. I cast a glance at my master's coffin, pondering the events of the previous night. In the later hours, my parents had each succumbed to slumber against a pillar. To be honest, I too longed for a deep sleep, awakening to a new day. Yet, sleep eluded me. The summer night should have been refreshingly pleasant, yet an inexplicable chill enveloped me. A few tendrils of night breeze drifted in, causing the oil lamp by my master's coffin to flicker precariously, nearly extinguishing. I hurriedly approached, shielding the lamp from the breeze with my body, and added more oil to its reservoir. Just as I was about to return, a sudden voice pierced the stillness. The sound, akin to someone scratching at the wooden board with their nails, drew my attention. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that it emanated from my master's coffin. This revelation sent a wave of terror coursing through me. I held my breath, instinctively raising the oil lamp in my hand to peer into the coffin, half expecting to encounter some insect or mischievous creature. However, as soon as I lifted the lamp, the coffin lid slid open abruptly, much like a drawer, revealing a significant portion of its interior. To my horror, my master's hand emerged from within, seizing my own with an urgent grip. Qiansheng, step aside. Do not obstruct me. Pull me out, for I am starving. The voice that resonated from the coffin was eerie and low, reminiscent of my master weeping. I was so frightened that I nearly lost control of my bladder. This was undoubtedly a resurrection. A scream escaped my lips, and my chest felt ablaze, while my head spun wildly. My child, what is the matter? I jolted awake, my eyes flying open to find my parents gazing at me with palpable concern. As I lay atop a bench before my master's memorial, it had merely been a dream. Child, did you have a nightmare? My mother, on the verge of tears, inquired anxiously. Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead with my sleeve, I took several deep breaths before responding. I dreamed of my master. He said he was hungry. Upon hearing this, my mother immediately rolled up her sleeves to her elbows and, addressing my master's coffin, exclaimed with disdain, Huang Ringgui, oh Huang Ringgui, my Qiansheng has been your disciple for such a long time. Now that you have departed, he still guards your spirit as if you were his own father. You heartless wretch, even in death you terrify the child. Is this how a master ought to behave? My father hastily rushed over and covered my mother's mouth, exclaiming, Ah, you should refrain from such words. How can you speak like this in front of the morning hall? I took a moment to compose myself. The lingering heat in my chest still palpable. As I reached into my clothing pocket, I discovered the copper mirror that Lin Yutong had gifted me. Upon inspection, I found it had cracked, with several deep fissures marring its surface. I stared vacantly at the mirror, pondering if it was indeed my fault that my master had met his demise and whether he had come to exact vengeance upon me. If it hadn't been for this mirror shielding me, I might have perished in my dreams, haunted by my master. Son, come back with me. Do not continue to guard this heartless master, my mother insisted, her temper flaring. She grasped my hand, intent on leaving. My father glanced at the clock, noting it was already 5:30, and the dawn was breaking with rosy hues in the sky. He did not impede my mother, simply stating, "You two should return home and prepare some breakfast. I will come back shortly." I chose not to mention the copper mirror to my parents, fearing it would frighten them. In the kitchen, I assisted my mother. In our rural home, we still cooked with firewood rather than gas stoves, and it took nearly an hour to prepare the morning meal. As soon as breakfast was ready, I noticed my father entering the room. My mother provided him with a basin of warm water and casually remarked, "Dear, wash your face and prepare for breakfast." While attending to his grooming, my father cast several glances in my direction, his expression rather grim, as though he had been startled. My mother quickly sensed that something was amiss and inquired about his distress. My father wiped his face and slowly began to speak. "I need to tell you something. When I was leaving just now, I discovered that the lid of Lao Huang's coffin had developed a crack." "What? Isn't that coffin newly purchased? How could it possibly be cracked?" my mother exclaimed in astonishment. My father then turned to secure the door once more, stating, "That is not the most alarming part. The crucial detail is that when I attempted to close the crack in the coffin, I noticed fresh, crimson stains around the edge of the fissure." Chapter 4. Hunger. How could there be bloodstains? Did you accidentally bump into something while handling the bodies? My mother cautiously inquired as she served breakfast on the table. My father shook his head and glanced at me twice before responding, "No." As I was preparing to return home, I recalled that my master's backyard kept a few hens. I intended to scatter some grains for them, but guess what happened? My father suddenly lowered his voice, revealing an incredulous expression. "What is it?" my mother asked. All those hens were lying dead on the ground, and, damn it, each chicken had 2 puncture wounds on its neck, as if something had viciously bitten them. All the blood had been drained. "What?" my mother gasped, dropping her chopsticks to the floor. What on earth could have done such a thing? How brutal. My father took a few bites of rice, fell into silence for a moment, and then said, "This morning, Qianqing mentioned he had a nightmare where his master said he was hungry. I believe something is amiss with his master's corpse. In any case, we must not attend the wake tonight." Upon hearing this, my mother visibly trembled. It was tantamount to suggesting that my master's spirit had risen from the dead and had killed all the chickens in the yard. If that is truly the case, what should we do? We can't just ignore this malevolent presence, my mother said, her hands tightly clenched. How could I possibly know? This is my first encounter with such an uncanny situation. I shall seek out the old village chief shortly. His extensive experience may provide us with some insight. However, if we do that, won't the entire village be made aware? The revelation that my master's corpse has the ability to drain blood would surely alter their perception of Qianqing. Even now, my mother continues to worry for me. What would you, a mere housewife, understand? My father snapped at her. Our breakfast was consumed in silence, a palpable unease enveloping the three of us. By the time the sun had reached its zenith, my father had changed into a different outfit and made his way to the old village chief's residence. I returned to my room, my mind a blank canvas, pondering the inexplicable events following my master's death. Suddenly, a name flashed into my thoughts, Lin Yutong. I retrieved the cracked bronze mirror. Perhaps only Lin Yutong could assist me now. During lunch, seizing the moment when my mother was absent, I slipped out and headed directly to the village office's guest house. Most of the 5 or 6 police officers who had arrived yesterday had departed, leaving only Lin Yutong and Xiao He. Upon seeing me, Xiao He smirked mockingly. Well, look who decided to seek us out. Were you scared silly last night, huh? Ha ha ha. To be honest, I was tempted to confront Xiao He and give him a good thrashing. Although I had not disclosed the truth to them yesterday, which was my fault, his gleeful demeanor seemed to revel in my misfortune as if he wished for my early demise. At this moment, Lin Yutong also emerged. dressed in form-fitting casual attire that accentuated her alluring curves. However, my mind was too preoccupied to appreciate her figure. Otherwise, I would have undoubtedly been captivated like a lovesick fool. "You've arrived. Please come in. How was your night?" Lin Yutong spoke gently, her previous irritation dissipating significantly in an instant. I stepped inside and took a seat opposite her, placing the fractured copper mirror on the table. "I apologize. It was my fault yesterday for not trusting you," I admitted. Lin Yutong responded with a soft smile, saying, "Maintaining caution toward a stranger is not a wrongdoing. From a police officer's perspective, you acted quite rightly." I couldn't help but admire this girl. Her simple words not only spare my dignity, but also carve an image of a cultured and understanding beauty in my mind. I smiled awkwardly, deciding to be straightforward without beating around the bush. I recounted the encounter my master and I had at the turn, as well as the unsettling events at the morning hall last night. As I spoke, Lin Yutong's frown deepened, and she fell silent, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. Meanwhile, the youngie beside her diligently poured tea and fanned her, truly attentive and caring. After a long pause, Lin Yutong asked, "Qiansheng, could you please repeat what your master instructed you before you parted ways?" I hesitated for a moment before responding. "First, the events of tonight must remain confidential. Second, we shall retrieve the boat tomorrow." Lin Yutong nodded after listening, acknowledging that since her master had insisted on bringing the boat back, it must harbor some peculiarities. "Let us first search for that vessel at the bend." Upon hearing this, I quickly interjected, "Why not first attend to my master's corpse? What if he rises and begins to bite and drain blood? That would spell great trouble for the village." No sooner had I spoken than I sensed the atmosphere shift. Little he immediately retorted fiercely, "You insolent brat. Why do you ramble so? Have you ever seen a corpse that rises to bite in broad daylight? Just follow what Yutong instructs, do you understand?" Lin Yutong shot him a fierce glare before clarifying to me. Even if a corpse were to become a zombie, it would only emerge after midnight, and we are still far from that hour. Let us proceed to the bend. Zombie? Lin Yutong's words seemed to imply that my master had transformed into a zombie after death. But what exactly is a zombie? Is it akin to the creatures depicted in films? I posed a few questions to Lin Yutong along the way, but regrettably, this girl merely smiled and urged me not to pry further. The three of us followed the winding path along the Chongdan River for an hour until we arrived at the bend. The river in this vicinity was quite broad and the current tumultuous, yet from a distance my master's fishing boat lay anchored steadily at the riverbank, seemingly awaiting our arrival to explore its mysteries. Gazing at the familiar vessel, my heart swirled with mixed emotions. All these sudden changes felt like a dream, yet were so palpably real. "Stop dawdling, let us go." Little he nudged me, and I realized that Lin Yutong had already leaped onto the boat. I promptly followed suit, jumping aboard. "First, go to the helm and search for your garments." Lin Yutong resembled a seasoned general, issuing commands the moment she stepped aboard. I led them to the helm, where my light gray long robe lay undisturbed. Lin Yutong swiftly seized my robe, and from within it slipped a small white paper figure. Her fingers moved with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, I saw her pinching the paper figure between two fingers. She scrutinized it closely before suddenly turning her head, her eyes filled with astonishment as they fixed upon me. That gaze sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to ask anxiously, "What is it?" After a brief pause, Lin Yutong regained her smile and inquired, "Qiansheng, what kind of person do you believe your master to be?" I replied that my master was an exceptionally good man, always offering free passage to passing travelers. However, Lin Yutong shook her head and let out a cold laugh, saying, "You may have been deceived, Qiansheng. One can know a person's face, but not their heart." With that, she placed the paper figure into my hand, revealing that the back was inscribed with my birth date and time, the letters strikingly crimson, exuding a faint scent of blood. "What is this paper figure?" I asked, bewildered. "I was mistaken," she confessed. "I initially believed your master utilized a protective paper doll to safeguard you that night. Yet today, I have come to realize that the paper figure your master crafted is not a guardian spirit meant to save you, but rather a death summons intended for you to take his place." With a thunderous sound, I felt as though I had plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. My master intended to cause my demise. How could this be? Lin Yutong continued, expressing her bewilderment. "Based on the circumstances of that night, it should have been you who perished. Why, then, did your master meet his end while you survived?" At that moment, I comprehended why she had earlier gazed at me with such astonishment. She was merely assessing whether I was indeed alive. My mind was in utter disarray. Her words had completely shattered the noble and selfless image I had held of my master. Yet, I could not reconcile the caring figure of my master, who had always shown concern for me, with the malevolent image of a master who would sacrifice his disciple to save his own life. Observing my turmoil, Lin Yutong felt a twinge of sympathy and reassured me. Qiansheng, please remain calm. All of this is merely my conjecture. She proceeded to elucidate that a solitary death-dealing paper figure was ineffectual. Only when accompanied by a corresponding soul-guiding paper figure could it threaten my life, essentially summoning a spirit to hasten my demise. Thus, it was imperative to ascertain whether a soul-guiding paper figure was concealed within my master's garments to determine if he truly intended to harm me. However, we had searched this place numerous times, yet my master's clothing had vanished without a trace. Chapter 5. Laughter. Upon the broad expanse of the river, gentle ripples occasionally danced, distorting the reflections of the verdant trees lining the banks, much like the turmoil within my own heart. Xiaohe, please search along the railing once more, Lin Yutong insisted, unwavering in her quest for my master's garment. She believed that the missing attire might hold the key to understanding the sudden demise of my master, and she was resolute in her pursuit. Xiaohe acquiesced, despite having searched multiple times already, displaying no signs of complaint as he ventured forth once again. It seemed that Lin Yutong's words were akin to an irrefutable decree for him. Their relationship perplexed me. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside, causing the entire boat to sway perilously. Lin Yutong and I rushed out, only to find Xiaohe sprawled on the bow of the boat. As he picked himself up, he appeared to grasp at something from beneath his feet, glaring at me in indignation. You little rascal, we toiled to rescue you, and yet you dare to ensnare me. Bewildered, I wondered what Xiaohe meant by this accusation. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that he was clutching several fine fishing lines, transparent and delicate, nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. It was evident that he had tripped over these strands. I waved my hand in protest, clarifying I did not set any fishing lines. I have been with Yutong all this time. Lin Yutong nodded slightly, acknowledging that Qiansheng had been with me all along. Was it possible that you, in a moment of carelessness, tripped over the fishing line at your feet? This was implausible. Xiaohe vehemently disagreed, continuing, I've been here 3 times. There was no fishing line on the previous occasions. How could it suddenly appear this time, especially neatly secured at the bends of the boat? It must have been that little rascal Shi Qiansheng who, in my absence, cunningly placed the fishing line here to set me up. Damn it, Xiaohe truly had the audacity to insult me. And now he was calling Shi Qiansheng a little rascal too, which ignited my anger. I retorted sharply, a mad dog shouldn't bite indiscriminately. I said it wasn't me, and it isn't me. If not you, then who? A ghost? Xiaohe blurted out. However, as soon as he uttered those words, an eerie silence enveloped the 3 of us. Only the 3 of us were on the boat. Could it truly be the work of a ghost? Xiaohe and Lin Yutong simultaneously cast their gazes around. I lifted my head to glance at the blazing sun overhead and thought it improbable. What ghost would dare to be so brazen under the sun? As I pondered this, Xiaohe suddenly turned and shoved me, exclaiming with anger, You bastard, you're definitely the one who set this up? His unexpected shove nearly sent me tumbling into the river. But fortunately, Lin Yutong reacted swiftly and grasped my arm. Once I steadied myself, I protested, I wasn't laughing. Why are you, a mad dog, biting indiscriminately again? Just as I finished speaking, a series of familiar giggles erupted around us. Little he fell silent, his face flushing with realization that he had wronged me. He turned his head, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Who dares to laugh? Show yourself. The 3 of us stood back to back, our bodies tensed. The laughter grew louder, followed by a cacophony of bird calls emanating from the thicket, and suddenly a flurry of sparrows took flight. They're coming, Lin Yutong warned, and in an instant, she drew a sleek black pistol from her waist, her demeanor turning vigilant. I'll put an end to you wicked scoundrels. From the woods, a handful of stones, each the size of a palm, hurtled towards us with unrelenting ferocity. As I focused my gaze, I recognized the source. It was our village's fool, which explained the oddly familiar laughter. But wait, he was clad in a blue jacket, my master's jacket, which he had removed that very night. Overwhelmed with excitement, I stammered. He asked where are my master's clothes. Lin Yutong's eyes narrowed with urgency. Shall he go catch him? Almost instantaneously, as Lin Yutong finished speaking, Shao He leaped from the boat, clearing a distance of at least 3 meters, leaving me utterly astonished. I'll help too, I exclaimed, instinctively preparing to rush out, only to be yanked back by Lin Yutong. Qiansheng, you need not follow. Shao He can manage alone. Stay here, as we have matters to attend to, she whispered urgently. I inquired. Master's attire has already yielded some clues. Is there anything else we should attend to aboard the vessel? Lin Yutong chuckled softly. Have you forgotten the fishing line that tripped Zhao earlier? Upon hearing this, a shiver coursed through me. Indeed, Zhao leaped an impressive 3 meters without any prior run-up, indicating his remarkable agility. How could a mere few strands of fishing line so effortlessly ensnare him? Qiansheng, you are quite astute to have discerned the issue at once. Zhao often acts impulsively, without a moment's thought, Lin Yutong remarked, regarding me with admiration before letting out a sigh. Being praised, particularly by such a stunning beauty, was inevitably intoxicating. So, these few strands of fishing line. I began, but Lin Yutong suddenly gestured for silence. A jolt of alarm shot through me, and every hair on my body stood on end as I thought, could it be that there truly is a ghost at play? Lin Yutong cleared her throat twice and exclaimed loudly to those around us, let us pursue him. We must not allow that fool to escape. She then began to jog in place energetically, and, after a moment, produced 2 talismans from her pocket, affixing one to each of our shoulders. Once this was accomplished, she pulled me to hide behind a large crate. I was utterly bewildered, pondering her intentions as a massive question mark floated in my mind, gazing at her with confusion. Yet, Lin Yutong merely smiled faintly and whispered 3 words in my ear. We're deceiving ghosts. Hee. At that moment, although fear gripped me, the words "you're deceiving ghosts" uttered by her provoked a chuckle within me. It was a phrase I often used during playful banter with friends. Little did I expect to encounter someone truly deceiving ghosts today. Subsequently, Lin Yutong fell silent as we crouched behind the box, closely observing our surroundings. Strangely, the once brilliant sunlit day abruptly darkened, and a fierce wind howled, causing the trees on either side to sway perilously. Suddenly, I felt the fishing boat sink slightly, followed by a tremendous roar, the sound of the diesel engine starting. My heart raced. The boat had begun to move on its own, as waves cascaded across the river. I glanced at the empty cockpit. Had I not witnessed so many bizarre events in recent days, I would surely have fainted from fright. The fishing boat sped forward, heading straight into the depths of Guizi Bay. At the innermost part of the bay lies a place known as Luanyao Beach, reputed to be perpetually shrouded in mist, surrounded by towering cliffs. Thus, if the boat ventured here, it would be perilously easy to lose direction and collide with the rocks, leading to disaster. None of the fishermen along the Chongdan River dared to cross Guizi Bay. A sense of unease washed over me. If we allowed the boat to carry us into Luanyao Beach, it would be tantamount to courting death. I gently nudged Lin Yutong and whispered to her that we must not go to Luanyao Beach. However, Lin Yutong shook her head and informed me. We are getting closer to the truth. After all, one cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. This girl was unexpectedly composed, her serene face betraying not a hint of agitation, as if everything were well within her control. I gritted my teeth, reflecting that if a young lady was unafraid, what right did I, a grown man, have to be timid? If death were to come, so be it. The fishing boat swiftly navigated past the bend and into the uncharted territory of Luanyao Beach. The surrounding temperature plummeted instantly, and a blanket of mist enveloped the area, rendering everything before me a hazy expanse. Even Lin Yutong's figure was reduced to a mere silhouette. Suddenly, I heard a series of splashes, reminiscent of fish stirring in the water. I turned my head to investigate the source of the sound, and was met with the sight of an enormous, bizarre fish floating on the surface. I barely managed to glance at it before fear gripped me, nearly causing me to cry out. The creature measured nearly 3 to 4 meters in length, akin to a hefty pig weighing several hundred pounds. What was most unsettling was its face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human, with long, menacing tusks protruding from either side of its gills. The earlier splashing sounds had merely been the result of its dorsal fin swaying gently. In an instant, the creature curved its body, its head swinging in my direction, locking eyes with me. At that moment, Lin Yutong pressed my head down forcefully and whispered in a fragile tone, "Do not look at it. You will be discovered." Silenced by her grip, I dare not speak, waiting until the water sounds faded before cautiously raising my head. What, indeed, was that monstrous entity? I inquired with curiosity. Although it resembled a fish, I could no longer equate it with one. Lin Yutong frowned. This should be a corpse monster. Certain animals, if they consume human flesh from a young age, particularly that of those who have met untimely ends, can transform into such creatures. Corpse monsters are the collective term for these beings. My legs weakened at the revelation that the strange fish had been nourished by human flesh. It was utterly unsettling. Yet, I had never encountered such a colossal fish corpse monster. Its formidable size suggested it had been deliberately raised by someone. Before I could fully process my astonishment, Lin Yutong added another remark, sending a jolt of trepidation through me. I cursed inwardly, wondering who could be so morally depraved as to breed such a monstrosity. How many lives must have been lost? The fishing boat continued its advance toward Falling Bird Beach, and through a hazy white mist, I beheld a massive round stone pillar emerging ahead. Perhaps due to the relentless erosion from the surrounding mist, the stone pillar appeared rusted and worn in many places. Yet, atop the pillar, there was an exquisite pattern of lotus flowers etched into the surface. What intrigued me most was that the lotus flowers remained pristine, with every stroke intricately adorned with golden edges, as if they had been forged from gold itself. Chapter 6 Encounter with the Woman in Red. I had intended to inquire Lin Yutong about the peculiar stone pillars, but I found her lost in contemplation before one of them. Thus, I refrained from interrupting her thoughts and continued to observe my surroundings. As the vessel sailed, I noticed a similar stone pillar emerging almost every minute. Upon counting the seventh, the fishing boat abruptly came to a halt. Once the boat ceased its movement, a series of footsteps echoed within, thudding as if in a rush. Before long, I could distinctly perceive the vessel rising, suggesting that an unseen multitude was hastily disembarking. I wiped the sweat from my brow, recalling Lin Yutong's words about deceiving ghosts. It dawned upon me that it was not merely one spirit being tricked, but an entire boatload of them. My heart sank, and then I heard a tremendous bubbling sound. I glanced around, witnessing the river's surface roiling as if boiling water, with mud and silt swirling upward. Suddenly, a monstrous roar erupted like a bomb detonating on the water surface. I beheld an enormous corpse-like fish creature, its mouth clamped around a massive, pitch-black chain, leaping from the depths. The chain was as thick as my thigh, while the gigantic fish displayed its razor-sharp fangs, incessantly gnawing at the iron link. Each bite resonated with a thunderous clash of metal, reverberating in my ears and sending my heart racing. A series of furious roars echoed, reverberating across the river's surface with explosive sounds. Soon, several monstrous fish of similar size leapt from beneath the stone pillars, their gaping maws gnashing at the iron chains. Witnessing the spectacle, my heart threatened to leap from my throat. Simultaneously, a mournful wailing filled the air, although I could not discern the apparition surrounding us. The splashes on the river's surface suggested they had plunged into the water to assist the fish in their struggle against the massive chain. Qiansheng, Qiansheng. Suddenly, Lin Yutong called out to me from behind, seemingly emerging from a reverie. I pointed towards the chaos enveloping us, struggling to articulate my thoughts. After much hesitation, I managed to utter, "Yutong, what are they doing?" However, the confidence that had adorned Lin Yutong's face moments ago vanished, replaced by a look of frustration and regret. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Just as I was about to inquire further, she spoke. I underestimated the situation. I didn't realize there was a Seven Lotus Town evil here. This is beyond my capability to handle. We must leave at once. Seeing her panic-stricken expression, I dare not press for more details and followed her cautiously towards the stern of the boat. Typically, fishing vessels are equipped with a small escape dinghy, capable of accommodating only one or two individuals. We swiftly boarded this tiny craft, preparing to make our escape. Just as I reached for the oars to paddle, Lin Yutong halted me, signaling with her hands that we should allow the dinghy to drift away from the perilous area of the riverbank. The torment during this period was indescribable. Behind me, a cacophony of ghastly wails echoed incessantly, evoking a visceral fear that they would pounce upon me at any moment, tearing me to shreds. Yet, The wooden vessel I was aboard glided forward at a painfully slow pace. Lin Yutong had not uttered a single word to me, her expression unremarkable. However, her lips moved incessantly, as if she were whispering some sacred incantation, producing a series of deep, resonant mantras. Unexpectedly, after approximately 5 minutes, Lin Yutong's pupils constricted sharply, and gripping my shoulder, she exclaimed, "This is dire. The talisman I placed on your shoulder has deteriorated." Alarmed, I quickly glanced down, only to discover that the talisman had completely disintegrated into a mushy pulp. The high concentration of mist surrounding us must have caused this. What will happen if the talisman is damaged? I inquired anxiously. Calamity approaches. Lin Yutong replied succinctly, her voice grave. Without hesitation, she raised the paddle in her hand and began to vigorously propel the boat through the water, the wooden vessel surging forward with remarkable speed. Row faster. They will soon sense our presence, and if they catch up to us, it will be our demise. However, the Seven Lotus Town barrier prohibits any malevolent spirit from entering or exiting. Once we escape the fallen bird shoal, we shall be safe. I swallowed hard, also exerting all my strength to paddle, yearning to flee this cursed place. The mournful wails behind me surged like the wind, drawing nearer with each passing moment, sending a shiver down my spine, as if they were already upon me. A cool breeze swept through, causing my entire body to tremble. My vision gradually blurred, and I felt lightheaded, as if I might collapse into the river at any moment. Do not let the specter cloud your judgment, Qiansheng. Hold steadfast to your will, and the ghost shall have no power over you. With Lin Yutong's admonition, I felt a surge of clarity. The mournful sounds around me diminished significantly. Taking several deep breaths, my surroundings became vividly clear, and I stammered, "Was I truly ensnared by a ghost just now?" Lin Yutong nodded and replied, "Ghosts are not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is when humans allow fear to dominate them. Once fear takes root, it becomes a vulnerability for the spirits. Do you understand?" I nodded emphatically, striving to disregard the unsettling noises behind me, fully concentrating on vigorously paddling through the water. However, after only a few minutes of perseverance, I beheld something that instilled an unavoidable dread within me. Before me stood a woman in a red dress upon the water surface, as if she were gliding atop the waves. Her figure was striking, yet her features remained obscured, but I recognized her all too well. She waved at me with the same haunting familiarity, her red garments billowing elegantly. It was indeed the same red-clad woman I had encountered with my master at Gizi Bay that fateful night. My mind became a tumult of confusion, and a sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through my scalp, rendering me numb. "Yutong, I see the ghostly woman in red," I uttered in a trembling voice. Before I could await Lin Yutong's response, I heard a sharp gasp. It was as if she had been struck by some colossal force. Suddenly, she leaned back and fell into my arms with a thud, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. I hastily supported her, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth as I desperately called out to her. "Lin Yutong, what is wrong? Please wake up. Do not frighten me." Lin Yutong struggled to open her eyes, gazing at me for a brief moment before tremblingly placing the gun from her waist into my hands. With a weak voice, she said, "Qiansheng, I have managed to repel that red-clad female ghost, but I have not emerged unscathed. I am utterly drained. Whether we can escape this desolate bird's shore depends solely on you. If it proves impossible, then cast me into the river and save yourself." With that, Lin Yutong lost consciousness. As I looked at Lin Yutong, who had collapsed in my arms, I found myself at a loss. Throughout this journey, I had felt secure knowing she was behind me. Her presence was like a talisman of safety. But now, in her weakened state, could I truly escape the peril of the desolate bird's shore? The mournful cries around us had ceased, likely due to Lin Yutong's efforts to eliminate the threat. But before I could gather my thoughts, a series of piercing roars erupted behind me. I turned to see several enormous corpse fish monsters hurtling toward my rickety little boat like arrows. Escape? What chance did I have? Even with every ounce of strength I could muster, evading these monstrous fish was an impossible feat. I glanced once more at Lin Yutong in my arms. Though I was no hero, abandoning a friend for the sake of self-preservation was a notion I could not entertain. Clutching the gun tightly, I let out a fierce roar. "Come on!" With a resounding crash, a monstrous fish corpse surged towards me from less than 10 meters away. Even shrouded in the thick fog, I could distinctly see its curved, sharp teeth glistening menacingly. Under the weight of impending doom, My muscles tensed, and the word calm echoed relentlessly in my mind. I understood that in this moment, I could not succumb to the panic of my past, nor allow myself to feel helpless. I had to rely solely on my own strength, for otherwise, death would be my only fate. Perhaps driven by the instinct for survival, I gripped my handgun tightly, and as the grotesque fish leapt from the water, I fired a shot in a sudden burst of resolve. Sparks erupted before my eyes, followed by a deafening boom that left my ears ringing. Suddenly, the pristine surface of the river was marred by a deep crimson stain, resembling ink spreading through water. It seemed my shot had struck true, though I could not ascertain if it had slain the creature. Nevertheless, the thunderous sound of the gunfire appeared to momentarily paralyze the other fish corpses that had been thrashing about, rendering the once tumultuous waters eerily tranquil. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, I grasped the oar and fervently paddled the wooden boat away from the imminent threat. Before I could catch my breath, a series of ominous sounds echoed from beneath the surface, sending a chill down my spine. I cursed my misfortune and peered into the depths, where a shadow flickered past. I readied my weapon, prepared to deliver a bullet should the creature dare to breach the water again. To my surprise, however, the monstrous fish did not rush forward. Instead, it circled ominously beneath my fragile vessel. Soon, I noticed another shadow approaching, 3, 4, 5 figures. Before long, 5 ghastly fish monsters were circling around me. They moved in near-perfect unison, slowly closing the distance, and I couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Had these monstrous fish truly evolved? To my horror, they appeared to understand the tactics of encirclement. I found myself ensnared in a desperate struggle for survival. In a moment of panic, I aimed my gun at one of the fish monsters gliding just beneath the water's surface, firing a shot that sent a high spray of water into the air. Yet, the creature beneath moved with astonishing speed, darting away before I could make contact. Despite my frantic attempts to fend off these beasts with my pistol, their cunning became evident as one of them silently maneuvered beneath me while I was preoccupied with the others. Suddenly, a deafening bang reverberated through the air. The boat trembled violently, and in an instant, it leapt upward, sending me and the unconscious Lin Yutong tumbling like beans in a sieve, nearly casting us overboard. I clutched Lin Yutong with one arm while desperately grasping the boat's edge with the other, fighting to stabilize our precarious vessel. Fortunately, my master had made modifications to the boat, reinforcing the base with iron plates. Otherwise, the sheer force of the monstrous fish would have shattered it into splinters. As the wooden boat crashed back into the water, its stern was irreparably damaged, with torrents of river water flooding in, rendering the vessel incapable of further navigation. Though I had narrowly escaped disaster by clinging to the boat, I knew that this pack of ghastly fish monsters would not afford me a second chance. After a series of ferocious roars, a noxious and putrid stench swept towards me like a hurricane from behind. Instantly, a chill ran down my spine, and I leapt to the right, hoisting Lin Yutong onto my back. With a thunderous crash, I beheld a gaping maw descending upon me from the right, the air resonating with a deafening sound of jaws clashing, reminiscent of a truck rumbling past. I was paralyzed with terror, my body drenched in cold sweat. Had I hesitated for even half a second, Lin Yutong and I would have been severed by this monstrous creature. Plummeting into the water, we found ourselves utterly devoid of any foothold. After firing 2 shots in a frenzied manner, I exhausted my ammunition. It was over. Despair enveloped me. Chapter 7. The mad Xiao He despair enveloped me as I gazed into the water's surface, where the monstrous fish seemed to sense my loss of weaponry. They emerged, revealing their grotesque, grinning visages, and swam towards us with deliberate slowness. I was at my wit's end. If only I had saved a bullet for myself. The thought of being torn apart by the swarm of fish sent chills down my spine. I glanced back at Lin Yutong, and with a resigned smile, I remarked, "To die alongside such a stunning beauty as you, perhaps it is the universe's way of showing me kindness. Kindness, my foot. If you wish to die, do it alone. Don't drag Yutong into this. I curse you." Suddenly, a coarse, boisterous voice echoed from afar. Though the words were harsh, I felt an unexpected joy. It was Xiao He. He had arrived. Through the thick mist that blanketed the water, a fishing boat that resembled a yacht leapt forth, its roaring engine resonating across the desolate bird-drop beach. Xiao He piloted the speedboat, executing a graceful drift that brought him right in front of me. "Get on quickly," If a single hair is harmed on Yutong, I swear I will tear you apart. He then cast a glance at the surrounding fish monsters and erupted in laughter. Where on earth did these creatures come from? Ha ha! Initially perplexed by his mirth, I was soon left in shock by his ensuing actions. Still laughing maniacally, Xiaohe drew a gleaming military knife from the boat and leapt into the water, charging towards the fish monsters. I hastily shouted, "Xiaohe, have you lost your mind? Come back, it's dangerous." There were 5 ferocious corpse fish monsters. Not even a single person could withstand them, let alone a mighty elephant, which would be torn to shreds in an instant. To my utter disbelief, Xiaohe leaped onto one of the fish monsters with the agility of a hunting cheetah, thrusting his knife deep into the creature's back. Sparks erupted from the fish scales along its spine, and then, with a powerful sideways pull of his long knife, a crimson jet of blood gushed forth. Just as I was about to commend Xiaohe for his fierce tactics, his subsequent actions nearly made me retch. With a maniacal grin, he bent down and plunged his face into the gaping wound of the bleeding fish monster, an expression of ravenous excitement illuminating his features. As he began to gulp down the blood, I was instantly paralyzed, my mind blank, as if doused with a bucket of icy water from head to toe. The fish monster beneath Xiao, he let out a heart-wrenching roar, thrashing violently in the water. Yet Xiao clung to it like an octopus, his throat working incessantly as he continued to drink. In less than 5 minutes, the creature, as robust as a plump pig, had deflated like a punctured balloon, reduced to a mere bag of bones, floating lifelessly on the vast river surface. Xiao he wiped the corners of his mouth, his eyes a vivid scarlet, and surveyed the surroundings. The other monstrous fish, sensing imminent danger, turned tail and fled in terror. A tumultuous sensation surged within my stomach as I gazed at Xiaohe, his mouth stained crimson. Unable to contain myself any longer, I leaned over the ship's railing and retched violently. What manner of creature was Xiaohe? He seemed less a person and more a monstrous aberration. How could he possess such cowardice? Perhaps it would be better if he simply ceased to exist. Despite my distress, Xiaohe continued to hurl repugnant remarks in my direction. He returned from the water's surface, approached Lin Yutong, and scrutinized her intently before suddenly casting 2 fierce glares in my direction. "Yutong has suffered greatly for your sake." It was the first time I had encountered such penetrating eyes, which jolted me as if struck by electricity, causing my body to involuntarily twitch. Ahem. At that moment, Lin Yutong stirred, coughing lightly as she opened her eyes to regard Xiaohe and then me. "Xiaohe, did you manage to catch that fool?" I was taken aback that her first words upon awakening were focused on the investigation. It struck me that, in her mind, the death of my master seemed to hold greater significance than her own life. The fierce demeanor Xiao he had previously displayed vanished without a trace, replaced by an awkward expression as he replied, "I'm sorry, Yutong, I wasn't able to catch him." Lin Yutong looked at Xiaohe in astonishment, a hint of anger in her voice as she exclaimed, "With your skills, how could you possibly have failed to apprehend him? What happened?" Xiaohe lowered his head in shame once more, expressing remorse. "It is my fault. Yutong, please do not be upset. I wouldn't want to distress your health. I will return and discuss this matter with you in due course. In any case, this village is far more intricate than we had initially perceived." Lin Yutong coughed lightly twice, then closed her eyes and fell into silence for a moment before softly stating, "Indeed, the 100 ghost sacrifice and the 7 Lotus Town evil." "What? The 7 Lotus Town evil? How could such a malevolent force exist here?" Xiaohe's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Earlier, he displayed no fear in the face of the fish monsters, treating them as easily as one might crush an ant. Yet upon hearing of the 7 Lotus Town evil, I distinctly observed a tremor pass through him. What exactly is this 7 Lotus Town evil? Given the urgency of the situation earlier, I had refrained from inquiring further. Now that we were out of danger, curiosity piqued, I could not help but ask, "What is it?" "Huh, it is something that can render you, you little rascal, to a state worse than death." Xiaohe glared coldly at me. "Xiaohe, could you please speak more respectfully?" "Do not frighten him," Lin Yutong interjected on my behalf. She then turned to me and reassured, "Qiansheng, do not be afraid. The 7 Lotus Town evil is used to combat certain malevolent entities. You are human, not a malevolent spirit, so there is nothing to fear." With that, Lin Yutong ceased her explanation. I chose not to press further, having grown accustomed to her evasive responses. She had never provided me with a direct answer. Meanwhile, Xiao He disdainfully shook his head and made his way to the bow of the boat, adjusting its position. And with a single push, it glided away. After a considerable interval, I observed Xiao He expressing his discontent, saying, "Yuding, we should not have come here. Nor should we involve ourselves in this matter." Lin Yuding raised an eyebrow, gazing intently in the direction of Falling Bird Beach, and sighed. "It is too late to disregard this now." I had previously heard Xiao He utter this sentiment once, back in my courtyard, when he insisted we should not meddle in this affair. However, Lin Yuding promptly scolded him and sent him away. Yet at this moment, their conversation seemed to indicate that the situation was evolving into a more dire predicament. Once, they could have remained aloof and departed safely, but now they appeared ensnared, compelled to engage in this matter. Upon returning, you must immediately incinerate your master's remains. Otherwise, the village will descend into chaos, Lin Yuding gently remarked, patting my shoulder. I nodded earnestly. Having risked her life to save me, I held not a shred of doubt towards her. Our expedition to Falling Bird Beach had been fraught with tension, yet ultimately devoid of calamity. By the time we returned to the village, it was already past 8 in the evening. In haste, I made my way to my master's residence, intending to cremate his body to avert any future misfortunes. However, upon my arrival, I found the morning hall eerily vacant, the coffin containing my master's body nowhere to be found. Chapter 8. The quarrelly expanse of morning hall was now bereft of all but a few long benches that had once held coffins, and the floor was strewn with white paper money. As I pondered this desolation, I suddenly spotted my mother hurrying towards me from outside. "Oh dear, where have you run off to? I've been searching for you for ages. You nearly gave me a heart attack." She grasped my hand firmly and began to lead me outside. In a rush, I inquired, "Mother, where has my master's coffin gone?" She gestured towards the back mountain of the village. "Your father went to consult the old village chief this morning. They deliberated all morning and decided to lay your master to rest. A few men from a village have carried your master's coffin to the burial site on the back mountain, and now we await your offering of the spirit tablet." I couldn't help but reflect on the situation, wishing that the old village chief had chosen cremation instead, which would have spared us the labor. However, upon further contemplation, I realized the impossibility of that choice. The villagers held a deep reverence for returning to the earth, believing in a proper burial to honor the deceased. Cremation was associated with obliteration, reserved for the punishment of the wicked. My master was a kind-hearted man, and thus the old village chief would certainly not opt for cremation. Burying him was indeed the most respectful course of action he could conceive. Yet, Lin Yutong had warned me that my master might transform into a corpse puppet, a matter not to be taken lightly. She had insisted that his body must be burned. Otherwise, the village would descend into chaos. This matter is of utmost importance. I must consult with Lin Yutong. Suddenly, I released my mother's hand and said, "Mother, we must see my master off with due solemnity. I accidentally stumbled and fell into a puddle today, and my clothes are completely soiled. I need to return home to change." My mother gasped in alarm, examining me closely with her hands before exclaiming, "Is your body unharmed? How could you be so careless?" Observing her concern for me filled my heart with warmth. I reassured her, "It's nothing, just a small puddle." Then, my mother smacked her forehead and exclaimed, "Now that you mention it, I've completely forgotten the important matter at hand. When we see your master off, you must wear mourning attire. Hurry, I prepared your mourning clothes and placed them in our yard." She grasped my hand and began to lead me home. I gently pulled away and said, "Mother, I can run quickly. I will change at home. You should go to father and inform him. I will be there shortly." After a moment's hesitation, she consented, saying, "Very well, I shall find your father. I truly must assist him. That one lady from the old village head's family is exceedingly unreasonable." After bidding my mother farewell, I hurriedly made my way to Lin Yutong's place to relay the situation. Upon hearing my account, Xiao He slammed the table and declared his intention to reclaim my master's body. Lin Yutong, irritated, chastised him before stating, "I was initially seeking an excuse to incinerate your master's remains, but there is no longer any need for that." Upon hearing those words, I realized that this girl had already formed a plan. As expected, she soon proposed that we should not concern ourselves with anything for the time being and let nature take its course. After the villagers laid my master to rest, under the cover of darkness, we would discreetly excavate my master's coffin and find a secluded spot to clandestinely cremate his remains. This approach would allow us to avoid conflict with the villagers while seamlessly disposing of my master's body, an endeavor that would serve two purposes. After conferring with Lin Yutong, I hurried home to don my school uniform before making my way to the back mountain. The back mountain of the village, often referred to as the Grave Hill, was a place where the land was scarce, as our village was surrounded by water on three sides. Consequently, when someone in the village passed away, they were uniformly interred in the back mountain. As I approached the back mountain, I spotted 8 robust men standing outside a small grove at the entrance. These must be the 8 strong men tasked with carrying the coffin. The coffin designated for my master also lay on the ground, though it was cushioned by a thick layer of funeral paper beneath it. However, as I drew nearer, I overheard a heated argument. The voices were quite loud. Upon closer inspection, I saw that it was the old village chief's daughter, Sister Wong, embroiled in the dispute. Speaking of Sister Wong, the villagers harbored a great deal of resentment towards her. She possessed a fiery temperament, with a sharp, angular face reminiscent of a monkey, and she was audacious enough to utter any slanderous remark or engage in any nefarious act. Rumors even circulated that she had stolen another woman's husband. In stark contrast, the old village chief was a cultured and genteel intellectual. Although his hair had turned gray, he still retained a handsome and refined appearance, suggesting that he must have been quite the dashing young man in his youth. Many lament that the old village chief must have committed some grave sin in a past life to bequeath such a fierce and unattractive daughter. As I pushed through the crowd, I caught sight of Sister Wong in a heated argument with my father, while my mother stood by attempting to mediate. Sister Wong positioned herself defiantly in front of my father, her sleeves rolled up to her elbows, one hand pointing at my master's coffin and the other resting on her hip. With an unrestrained demeanor, she declared, "Who buries someone merely a day after their death?" Moreover, the circumstances surrounding old Huang's demise are shrouded in mystery. "I absolutely will not allow my husband to preside over your funeral." My father, filled with anxiety, responded helplessly, "Sister Wong, please show some understanding. We are simply trying to keep things straightforward. Yet, no matter how simple the funeral may be, we still require someone knowledgeable to oversee it. We are illiterate and know nothing. We must rely on the old village chief. The village's officiant, akin to the present-day host, had been fulfilling this role for generations, as the old village chief inherited this duty from his forebears, presiding over both joyous and sorrowful occasions. My father's pleas bore little fruit, as Sister Wong remained resolute. The old village chief, already exasperated, clutched his chest in frustration and muttered, "You should return home. This matter does not concern you. What would a woman like you understand?" Sister Wong turned sharply, exclaiming, "Father, heed my advice. My eyelids have been twitching all day, which is inauspicious. Tomorrow, regardless of who passes away, I shall not impede you. Go wherever you please, but today is not the day." The old village chief, suddenly infuriated, stamped his foot and exclaimed, "What are you saying? Are you cursing our village with death? How could I have given birth to such a tongue-tied daughter?" Sister Wong covered her mouth and replied, all right, Father, please do not be angry. It is my lack of eloquence, is it not? Come back with me quickly. Besides, if I am uncultured, is it not you who raised me this way?" With that, she attempted to pull the old chief away. My father, agitated, rushed over and said, "Sister Wong, you cannot act this way. We must respect the deceased. Step aside. Lying in that coffin is either a person or a ghost. To be frank, I heard everything you said to the old man when you visited my home today." Sister Wong continued relentlessly. My father's expression changed. He had not anticipated that Sister Wong was aware of the incident involving my master and the chicken. At that moment, Sister Wong spotted me and pointed, declaring, "Look, this little disaster has arrived. He went out with his master, and he is the only one who survived. I suspect he is responsible for his master's death. Let me tell everyone his master." A sharp slap echoed through the desolate night sky as the old village chief raised his trembling left hand and mercilessly struck his daughter. "We are all from the same village. Your words lack any sense of propriety. Go back at once." Sister Wong, holding her left cheek in shock, gazed at her father with disbelief, and finally, in fury, declared, "Father, I was only looking out for your best interests. How could you strike me? Very well. When you pass away, do not expect me to mourn for you. You have committed a grave sin indeed." The elderly village chief, his eyes nearly bulging with rage, was quickly approached by the surrounding villagers who urged him to calm down. After a considerable time, the village chief finally subdued his anger and beckoned to everyone. 8 sturdy men lifted the coffin and set forth on the journey. Mind the golden bricks beneath your feet. Be wary of the golden branches overhead that may fall. The village chief shouted commands as I followed, holding the spirit tablet, making my way towards the burial ground. Chapter 9. Opening the hall despite the commotion caused by Sister Wong. The subsequent proceedings unfolded smoothly, leading us to the designated burial site without a single misstep along the way. Under the old village chief's guidance, I took a handful of earth and gently placed it upon the coffin, marking the completion of the final soil offering. Following this, the assembled crowd began to wield their shovels, covering the master's casket with earth, signifying the near conclusion of the old chief's duties. He settled onto a nearby stone, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance, his weathered visage etched with lines of experience and time. Perhaps it was Sister Wong's earlier words that struck a chord within this elder. At that moment, the old village chief appeared to age significantly before my eyes. A sense of melancholy washed over me as I observed him. Such an elderly figure, having been told by his own daughter that there would be no mourning for him, is a burden too heavy for anyone to bear. I approached him, intending to offer some words of comfort, but hesitated, recognizing my position as a younger individual. After a moment's reflection, I ventured, "Grandpa Wong, I am truly sorry for the trouble this has caused you. I am immensely grateful for your assistance to my family." The old chief turned to me, his expression serene, and a gentle smile revealed his aged, yellowed teeth. "Oh, it's nothing. We are all from the same village. We must support one another," he replied. He then scrutinized me for a moment longer before exclaiming, "Ah, Qiansheng, I just realized today how much you've grown. It seems I'm truly getting old. 18 years have flown by in the blink of an eye." I too joined the old village chief in laughter, saying in my heart, "Grandpa Wong will always be the best village chief for us, never aging throughout his lifetime." "Ha, you little rascal. When did you learn to amuse us old fellows?" The old chief chuckled softly twice, but soon his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. It was as if he were talking to himself, reflecting, to live a full life is truly no easy feat after toiling tirelessly for an entire lifetime. One must ponder the purpose of it all. In truth, you all are mistaken. The essence of life is merely to seek a good death. Old Huang, I envy you. Your departure was so decisive. Though you have no children of your own, you possess a disciple more dutiful than a biological son. What a blessing. The old chief continued to speak in a rambling manner, while I stood there, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he gently grasped my hand and asked, "Child, do you think I'll have a good end?" His question came unexpectedly, causing a chill to run down my spine. How could anyone inquire about their own fate in such a manner? I was momentarily speechless, stammering, "Grandpa Wong, how can you say such things? You will surely live for hundreds of years." This was intended as a blessing, a common phrase uttered when my parents and I wish longevity for the elders. However, as soon as the words left my lips, I noticed the old chief tremble slightly, and his countenance grew somewhat anxious. How can one live for hundreds of years? Is there truly anyone in this world who can? Unless he... The old village chief incessantly murmured, leaving me bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. A sense of unease crept over me. Had I uttered something amiss? With a hint of anxiety, I inquired, "Grandfather Wong, are you all right? What troubles you?" The old chief shook his head and waved his hand dismissively, assuring me that all was well, attributing his ramblings to the whims of old age and suggesting I not take them to heart. At that moment, the grave of my master had been filled, and my father distributed red envelopes to the laborers who had assisted. With that, they gathered their belongings and departed, each reluctant to linger at the grave site. The old village chief bid us farewell as we made our way home, during which my parents engaged in casual conversation. My father lamented the hardships endured by the old chief throughout his life. My mother echoed his sentiments, expressing that the chief was a pitiable man. Perplexed by their discussion, I asked for clarification, prompting my father to recount the tale of the old village chief. It turned out that he once had a son named Wang Renyong, who tragically drowned at the tender age of 10. Unable to bear the weight of such sorrow, his wife succumbed to depression a few years later, and passed away. Thus, he was left with a daughter of questionable character. Upon hearing this, I felt a profound sense of sympathy. It was no wonder that the old chief always appeared so melancholic. His past was steeped in heartache. As we exchanged pleasantries, we arrived home, and I soon feigned fatigue, retreating to my room to sleep. Around 11 o'clock, I heard a series of squeaky sounds outside my room. I turned over and got out of bed. It was Xiao He. After dressing quietly, I tiptoed out the door. My parents, exhausted from the day, were already snoring in their room, allowing me to leave without concern. I wrapped my clothes around me and jumped out of the window. Xiao He was in my yard, shouldering 2 shovels, his figure elongated under the hazy moonlight. He tossed a shovel to me and said, "Hurry, take us there. We must act swiftly. Once it's past midnight, things will become complicated." I was taken aback. Was Lin Yutong also here? Indeed, Lin Yutong stood outside my yard, draped in a long-sleeved coat, exuding an air of cold beauty under the dim moonlight. "Yutong, why are you here? Are you feeling all right?" I approached to greet her. "What does my well-being have to do with you?" "Just lead the way," Xiao He interjected, blocking my path and challenging me provocatively. I was at a loss for words. Xiao He seemed excessively hostile towards me. Nevertheless, considering the importance of the task at hand, I decided to lead them. After a 10-minute walk along a narrow path, we soon arrived at my master's gravesite. "This is the spot," I indicated. "What are we waiting for?" "Start digging," Xiao He exclaimed, swinging the shovel to begin. "Wait a moment." Lin Yutong abruptly halted Xiao He. She retrieved a compass from her pocket and circled the area. Then, she extracted 4 small yellow, triangular flags from her bag and planted them around my master's grave. I inquired about the purpose of this act. Lin Yutong explained that disturbing graves and exhuming bodies is a deed that harms one's moral integrity and can easily incur the wrath of the deities, potentially leading to divine retribution. The 4 flags are known as the 4 Directions Spirit Flags. They serve to communicate to the deities that our actions are intended for the safety of the village and not a disrespect to the deceased. After her explanation, I observed Lin Yutong sitting cross-legged on the ground, her hands positioned in an unusual manner as she chanted softly. To my astonishment, after a brief moment of incantation, a whirlwind suddenly materialized, and the tips of the 4 flags began to sway toward my master's grave. "It is decided. We may commence the excavation," Lin Yutong stated as she retracted the flags. Xiao He responded with an okay gesture and resumed digging into my master's grave with a shovel. I had witnessed Xiao He's strength before. Within 10 minutes, a newly formed mound was leveled to the ground. My master's grand coffin was now prominently before me. Let us open the coffin. Once deceased, one should descend to the underworld properly. If you refuse to depart the path meant for you, do not blame me for your utter obliteration," Xiao He exclaimed, prying open the lid of my master's coffin with a swift motion of his shovel. As the anticipation of soon meeting my master surged within me, my heart began to race fervently. However, to my astonishment, the figure lying within the coffin was not my master at all, but rather a stark, white skeleton. "What on earth is happening? Where is your master's body?" Lin Yutong exclaimed in panic. Chapter 10. The Bones and the Blood, What has transpired? "Where is your master's body?" Lin Yutong exclaimed in panic. A wave of dizziness washed over me as I realized that the figure lying within the coffin was not my master. Whose skeletal remains could this be? There is something amiss. Beneath these bones lies a copious amount of blood, Xiao He interjected. Startled by his words, I directed the beam of my flashlight towards the coffin, revealing the bones floating atop a pool of crimson liquid. In an instant, the air was thick with the nauseating scent of fresh blood. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the skeletal remains resembled that of a child, with hollow eye sockets from which the vivid red liquid continuously oozed. A chilling wind swept through the area, while the shadows of the trees danced ominously like spectral claws. The mountain cats and wild dogs within the depths of the forest howled as if startled, their cries eerily reminiscent of someone weeping softly, instilling a profound sense of dread. This is dire. Bloodshed from the bones heralds the rebirth of malevolent spirits. Xiao He, quickly cover it, Lin Yutong shouted in alarm. Xiao He reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly grasping the coffin lid and placing it over the casket. Lin Yutong, equally quick, leapt onto the coffin just as the lid was set down, sinking her teeth into her middle finger. Subsequently, Lin Yutong began to trace intricate patterns upon the coffin lid. I observed as a strange symbol began to take form upon its surface. As she completed the final stroke, the howling winds gradually subsided, and the cacophony of anguished cries slowly faded into silence. However, Lin Yutong resembled a straw caught in a tempest, her body swaying before she collapsed to the side. Yutong! Yutong! Both Xiao He and I exclaimed in unison. Xiao He, quicker than I, caught her and hoisted her onto his shoulder. Hurry! We have been ensnared. Just moments ago, I implored the deities to vanquish the malevolent spirits, only to inadvertently unleash the specter of bones drenched in blood. This is tantamount to summoning the wicked, deceiving the divine, and we shall surely face divine retribution. Lin Yutong feebly murmured from her perch on his shoulder. Xiao He acknowledged her words and dashed down the mountain with Lin Yutong on his back, while I exerted every ounce of strength to barely keep pace. However, after I had run a short distance, a blinding flash of white light illuminated the sky and earth, followed by a thunderous clap that reverberated in my ears. Boom! A serpent-like bolt of lightning coiled and twisted above me. In an instant, I felt a jolt of electricity coursing through my entire being. The ground beneath me trembled violently. Instinctively, I turned to look behind. There, at my master's grave, a bolt of lightning had struck, sending sparks flying as the coffin shattered into splinters that scattered across the mountainside, instilling a chill within me. Was this the wrath of the deities? I stared in astonishment, feeling the residual current still pulsating through my body. Stop staring and run. Do you wish to meet your demise? Xiao He shouted from a distance, snapping me back to reality. With a sense of urgency, I stiffly resumed my steps, following him as we continued our frantic escape. After running for a while, the absence of thunder signified safety, and the three of us exchanged cautious breaths. Your master's burial was arranged by your father and the old village chief. Wasn't he it? Lin Yutong inquired. I nodded in affirmation. Let's first seek out the old village chief and inquire if he is aware of the coffin and body being swapped, Lin Yutong proposed. As we made our way toward the old village chief's residence, a cacophony of gongs and drums erupted from within the village, creating a lively uproar. From a distance, we could hear someone striking a gong, shouting urgently, "Oh no, a death has occurred. The old village chief has been murdered." What? A shockwave reverberated through my mind. How could the old village chief, seemingly in good health, suddenly be dead? Lin Yutong's expression darkened considerably. The mysterious death of my master had yet to be unraveled, and now the old village chief's demise added to our miseries. Let us investigate. This situation is exceedingly bizarre. Lin Yutong slid off Xiao He's back. Yutong, I can go alone. You're already quite weak, Xiao He urged gently. Lin Yutong shook her head firmly, stating no. I must be present at the scene of the incident. Through our time spent together, I had come to recognize Lin Yutong as a decisive and swift individual. Once she set her mind to something, it was nearly impossible to dissuade her. Xiao He seemed to understand, letting out a sigh before nodding in agreement and leading the way ahead. Upon our arrival at the old village chief's home, we found it surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The wailing of Sister Wang echoed above the crowd, filling the air with sorrow. Father, why do you refuse to heed my words and insist on officiating the funeral? Look at the predicament you find yourself in now. As I navigated through the crowd and entered the main room of the old village chief's home, the sight of his lifeless body nearly induced a wave of nausea. The old chief met a gruesome fate, slumped in a wrought-tan chair, yet his limbs lay scattered throughout the room, and his head had been severed and placed upon a beam above, his vacant eyes fixed intently upon the outside world. Sister Wang clutched the chief's severed legs, weeping uncontrollably. Please, step aside. The police are conducting an investigation. Unrelated individuals, kindly exit the premises, Lin Yutong announced as she reaffixed her police badge around her neck, with Xiao He assisting her in cordoning off the area with yellow tape. I must commend her composure, with a camera in hand. She methodically captured images of the dismembered body, and once the scene was processed, she took it upon herself to piece the old chief's remains back together. Many villagers, unable to endure the horrific sight, retreated in haste, and I too found myself emerging from the throng. At that moment, Sister Wang pointed an accusing finger at me, her shrill voice piercing through the air. Ah, it's him. Yes, the one who murdered my father. Officers, you must apprehend him. Seize this murderer. Stunned by her accusation, I hastily protested. It wasn't me. I did not commit murder. Do not point fingers indiscriminately. It was you. I saw it with my own eyes. Along with your deceased master. The two of you acted together. Sister Wang's hair was in disarray, and, as she spoke, I could sense a hint of madness in her demeanor. Lin Yutong cast me a knowing glance, and in a swift motion, Xiao He lunged forward, apprehending me. In a hushed tone, he urged, "Kid, cooperate. We must calm this lady down." Realizing the gravity of the situation, I ceased my struggle and allowed Xiao He to pin me to the ground. Lin Yutong approached Sister Wang and inquired, "Sister, the suspect has been subdued. Could you recount the events as they unfolded?" Upon seeing me restrained, Sister Wang clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming repeatedly, "Well done, well done." After Lin Yutong pressed her for details a couple of times, Sister Wang began to recollect the incident. It was around 11 o'clock when she was nestled in bed, drifting into slumber when suddenly the cacophony of barking dogs outside disturbed her peace, prompting her to rise and resolve the matter with her unruly pet. However, upon reaching the doghouse, she was taken aback to find a figure on the ground, gnawing on her dog. She was nearly paralyzed with fear. It was the first time in her life she had witnessed such a bizarre act. But when the individual turned to face her, she was again struck with terror, nearly on the brink of collapse. To her astonishment, she recognized the person as my master. At that moment, my master let out a loud cry and lunged at her. Just as the old village head, alerted by the commotion, pushed Sister Wang aside. Subsequently, my master seized the old village head and dashed into his home, where soon after, the air was filled with chilling screams. By the time Sister Wang arrived at the hall, she was met with a scene of utter devastation. Lin Yutong diligently took notes and inquired, "Elder sister, the information you provided does not mention Shi Qiansheng. How can you be so certain that he is the culprit?" Chapter 11. My parents are missing. Sister Wang's despondent gaze turned sharply towards me once more. She stated, "Through the window, I saw two figures attacking my father. One was his master, and who else could the other be? What absurdity is this? Sister, are you unwell?" The small figure pinning me to the ground, Xiao He, seemed to find this remark amusing. To be honest, I felt a surge of gratitude. After all this time, Xiao He finally spoke a kind word on my behalf. "No, I am not ill," I asserted. That figure resembled a youth of 17 or 18, about the same height as Shi Qiansheng. It was undoubtedly him. Sister Wang remained resolute in her accusation against me. Yet I had been with Lin Yutong and the others all night, possessing ample alibi. Lin Yutong, however, maintained a serious demeanor, diligently recording Sister Wang's seemingly nonsensical claims word for word. She then inquired, "Sister, aside from this, what evidence do you possess to prove that Shi Qiansheng was responsible for the old village chief's death?" At that moment, Sister Wang's eyes flickered with trepidation, as if haunted by a terrifying vision. She tightly covered her face with her hands and choked out, "I heard my father calling out Shi Qiansheng with great urgency. He must have been the one who caused my father's demise." Lin Yutong waved her hand, and Xiao He, still restraining me, led me outside. Lin Yutong then comforted Sister Wang for some time before arranging for a few individuals to escort her away. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yutong emerged briskly, casting a stern look at Xiao He, who subsequently released me. "Yutong, what have you discovered?" Xiao He was the first to speak. "Forget about that for now. Qiansheng, quickly take us to find your parents." "We must hurry," Lin Yutong said, almost commanding. I was momentarily taken aback, but then my mind exploded with realization, and I immediately dashed toward my home. "What is going on? Aren't we here to investigate? Why are we heading to this kid's house?" Xiao He asked, puzzled. Lin Yutong sighed, keeping pace with me, and said, "Xiao He, you really lack common sense. You should learn from Qiansheng whenever you have the chance." Xiao He, clearly displeased, lowered his head with a face full of confusion and finally turned to me, asking, "Kid, what is the reason for all this?" I was nearly frantic, too anxious to pay attention to Xiao He. Lin Yutong's earlier words had jolted my memory. It was my father and the old village chief who had decided to bury my master immediately. However, when we opened the coffin, we discovered that it did not contain my master, but rather the remains of a malevolent spirit, which nearly led to our demise by heavenly wrath. Fortunately, Lin Yutong noticed the danger in time, allowing us to escape that calamity. Yet, as we were about to return to the village, the murderer cruelly struck first, taking the life of the old village chief. It was evident that the old chief's death was intricately linked to the body that had been swapped in the coffin. Now that the old village chief lay dead in his home, the only remaining person who knew the truth was my father, and it was highly likely that the murderer would target him just as brutally as he had the old chief. At this moment, I felt an overwhelming dryness in my throat, and a seething rage surged above me, igniting within me an impulse to kill. Should anyone dare to harm my parents, I would not hesitate to rend them apart with my own teeth. In a frantic rush, I dashed back home, where the hanging lantern outside flickered with a dim yellow light, swaying precariously. The entrance door to the hall stood ajar, gaping open. My heart sank, plunging into a chilling abyss. Oh, dear parents, please do not let any harm befall you. With trembling hands, I gently pushed the door open, revealing a scene of utter devastation. Tables and chairs lay strewn about, battered and broken, and even the walls bore several jagged cracks, as if ravaged by some immense claw. I scanned the room, yet my parents were nowhere to be found, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. I called out desperately, "Dad, Mom, where are you?" Then, little he, amidst a pile of broken furniture, uncovered a message scrawled in small letters. I rushed over and cleared away the debris, revealing a line written in vivid red blood upon the floor. "Qiansheng, flee quickly, leave the village at once, and never return." The handwriting was unmistakably my father's. My parents were undoubtedly in grave danger. Who could have harmed them? Was it my master? Was it you? I clutched my head with both hands, glaring fiercely at my surroundings, my mind a blank slate save for one singular thought. I must avenge my parents. I felt as though I had lost control entirely. My teeth chattering incessantly, my throat parched and dry, consumed by a desire to tear apart everything before me. "Qiansheng, what has happened to you? Calm down. Who says your parents are dead? We have searched high and low for them. There is no trace of their remains." "They are merely missing," Lin Yutong exclaimed, gripping my hands tightly and raising her voice near my ear. "They are not dead. They are simply lost." Upon hearing this news, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged through me, and I was filled with tears. My parents might still be alive, just unaccounted for. I turned my head somewhat numbly, my vision gradually sharpening, and I saw Lin Yutong gently patting my cheek, continuously urging, "Wake up, Qiansheng, please wake up." I was fully awakened at last, and Lin Yutong ceased her actions. Xiao He stood behind me, holding a rope about the thickness of a thumb, poised to restrain me. What had just occurred? I gazed at them in confusion. "What happened? You damned fool. You were thrashing about like a madman. I never imagined you could exhibit such strength when in a frenzy." "I could barely hold you down," Xiao He exclaimed, discarding the rope and rubbing his wrist. Lin Yutong regarded me with a look of bewilderment and finally spoke. "Qiansheng, you were truly terrifying just now. Is it really possible for a person to unleash several times their usual strength when they lose their sanity? I confess, I too am a loss. I cannot recall what transpired moments ago. However, can we momentarily set aside this matter? I yearn to know the whereabouts of my parents." Lin Yutong gently patted my shoulder, urging me to regain my composure. She admitted that her thoughts were equally chaotic, as every clue she had previously deduced had crumbled to dust. In the span of a single night, the old village chief met an untimely demise in his home. My parents vanished under mysterious circumstances, and the enigma surrounding my master-esque transformation into a corpse puppet remains unsolved. What was his motive for slaying the village chief? Who, indeed, orchestrates these events from the shadows? What truths are they attempting to conceal? And what is their purpose in unsettling this tranquil fishing village? Lin Yutong continued to pose questions, sketching lines in the dirt, seemingly wrestling with her thoughts. Both Xiao He and I maintained a respectful silence, hesitant to interrupt her contemplation. After nearly half an hour, Lin Yutong raised her right hand, massaging her temples, and exhaled deeply, as if she had arrived at a momentous decision. "Let us petition the underworld, summon the spirit, and allow the deceased to speak." Chapter 12. Summoning spirits? No, I absolutely forbid you to perform summoning. You have already offended the deities, and now you wish to summon spirits? Have you lost your mind? Moreover, in your current state, you are courting death. As Lin Yutong uttered the words summoning spirits, Xiao He sprang to his feet with a swift motion, addressing Lin Yutong with an unequivocal tone of rejection. Having spent considerable time together, it was the first instance I had witnessed Xiao He speak to Lin Yutong in such a manner. Did this summoning truly demand an exorbitant price? Yet, we were devoid of any leads. Without the summoning, we were utterly bereft of options. Have you forgotten the purpose of our visit here? Lin Yutong countered, rising to her feet, leaving Xiao He speechless. Their exchange hinted at an underlying peculiarity. Could it be that their presence in our village was not solely to investigate my master's demise, but rather for some ulterior motive? Sensing my confusion, Lin Yutong approached me and explained, Qiansheng, I sincerely apologize. There are indeed matters we have concealed from you, but it is out of necessity. Some truths cannot be divulged. I implore you to continue placing your trust in me. Everything I do is for the greater good and for our own sake. I replied, your reluctance to share is surely grounded in your own reasons. I believe in you. Lin Yutong had rescued me on several occasions and had consistently aided our village, even at the cost of offending the deities. At that moment, my concern for the whereabouts of my parents and the possibility of my master being the true culprit weighed heavily on my mind. Thus, I directly inquired, what will happen if we proceed with the summoning? If it comes to it, teach me, and I shall execute it for you. I am willing to do anything, as long as I can locate my parents. Upon my inquiry, both Xiao He and Lin Yutong fell into silence for quite some time. Eventually, Xiao He cleared his throat and said, I believe it's fair. We have assisted this young man in numerous endeavors, and it is time for him to contribute in return. No, invoking the underworld and summoning spirits is a method that disrupts the balance between the realms. A moment's carelessness could invoke divine retribution, leading to irreversible calamity. Before I could voice my agreement or dissent, Lin Yutong decisively rejected the notion on my behalf. I stepped forward and declared, I am unafraid. If lightning cannot strike us down, why should I fear divine punishment? Yutong, allow me to proceed. I felt an urgent need to act swiftly. Each passing second felt like torment, with the harrowing image of the village chief's tragic demise lingering in my mind. I dreaded the thought that my parents might meet a similar fate. After much insistence on my part, Lin Yutong ultimately acquiesced, stating she would return to prepare some items, and that we would venture to Qinggang Forest around 4 in the morning. The forest itself was dense with foliage, nestled against a green mountain and encircled by the Longdan River. This location, with its cool shadows and waters, became suffused with dark energy past midnight, which would not dissipate until the sun rose. Thus, it was an ideal place for summoning spirits. Under Lin Yutong's guidance, I soaked in a bath infused with willow leaves for 2 hours prior. She explained that a man's yang energy was overly strong. Summoning spirits was essentially a communion with the yin, necessitating the use of willow leaf water to temper my own yang energy. Upon reaching the grove of poplar trees, she produced a small glass vial containing a golden yellow liquid, which she gently applied around my eyelids. She claimed it was a brew of 3 pure waters steeped with crow's eyes, a concoction that would enable me to perceive spirits. Subsequently, she lit a crimson lantern adorned with peculiar runes, declaring it the soul-calling lantern, which would guide the summoned spirits to my presence when the time came. With everything in place, I cradled the lantern beneath a willow tree, while Lin Yutong and Xiao He stood by my sides, invoking the underworld deities on my behalf. The Bagua turned between yin and yang, and the 5 elements established the order of the universe. The 3 talents of heaven and earth locked the path to the yang, and the 3 pure ones assisted me in opening the gate to the underworld. With a flick of her wrist, Lin Yutong ignited a yellow talisman with no visible flame. Instantly, a haunting sound enveloped the air, sending chills down my spine. Yuan Shi and Zhen, proclaiming to all spirits, Yuadu Zhengguan, deities of the underworld, I beseech you to manifest. Another yellow talisman blazed to life, and, as the last flicker of flame extinguished, a radiant arc of light flashed across the horizon, sending ripples through the fabric of space, which parted like an invisible door to the void. In that fleeting moment, a child clad in attire reminiscent of ancient court garb emerged, holding a lantern, a comically tall pointed hat perched on their head, and a tongue that seemed nearly to graze the ground. They approached me step by step. I humbly invite the spirit to possess. I chanted, echoing Lin Yutong's teachings. Suddenly, this child-sized spirit swiftly vanished into my body like a gust of wind. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I were bearing the weight of a mountain, and even taking a breath became an excruciating endeavor. Hurry, call the souls. Young, he reminded me from beside. Drawing a deep breath, I bellowed. Where's the solitary soul, Shi Tingyue? Come forth before me at once. At that moment, my voice transformed into a deep, resonant timbre, and I sensed that it was not I who was speaking, but rather the spirit within me articulating my words. Shi Tingyue is my father's name, and I called out repeatedly, my sonorous voice echoing throughout the Qinggang forest, yet my father's figure remained elusive. A surge of joy flooded my heart, for this indicated that my father was alive. Lin Yutong shot me a glance, urging me to hasten and summon the soul of the old village chief. Nodding in acknowledgement, I once again called out loudly, where's the solitary soul Wang Zhongping? Come forth before me at once. After merely 3 calls, I heard the rustling of leaves on either side, and soon, a faint glow, akin to fireflies, drifted towards me from the distance. A jolt of surprise coursed through me. I had summoned the spirit of the old village chief. Raising the red lantern in my hand, I called out once more, where's the solitary soul Wang Zhongping? Come forth before me swiftly. In order to avoid disturbing the wandering spirit of the old village chief, Lin Yutong and Young, he discreetly positioned themselves behind me. Wang Zhongping is here, the old village chief responded in a wooden, puppet-like manner. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within me, I inquired once more, wandering soul King Zhongping, I serendipitously encountered you in this place, only to discover your tragic demise within your abode. Your remains incomplete. Pray tell, who has wrought this suffering upon you? I shall dutifully report to Yama and seek justice on your behalf. Suddenly, the elderly village chief began to tremble, stammering, It is. Wu. Just as I anticipated that he was about to reveal the perpetrator's name, he unexpectedly broke down in tears, which exacerbated my urgency. I pressed further. Who has harmed you? Speak swiftly, for you must not defy my command. The old village chief collapsed to his knees, wailing in anguish, It is I. Suddenly, I felt something strike me, followed by a swift whooshing sound near my ear. A stone, roughly the size of a palm, struck my red lantern with unerring precision. The flame within extinguished instantly. Ha! I'm going to exorcise the spirits. A whimsical voice echoed, filled with mirth. I paused, recognizing that foolish voice once again. In quick succession, a flock of birds erupted from the thicket, their cacophonous cries filling the air, accompanied by the resounding thuds of massive footsteps approaching from a distance. Something is coming, Lin Yutong warned. Chapter 13. The monster, the foolish one, upon striking me, danced with glee, his laughter echoing in the air, which ignited a fury within me that felt as though I might explode. Every time a crucial moment arises, this fool appears to wreak havoc. What infuriates me further is the way he waggles his backside in front of us, as if deliberately provoking our ire. This imbecile did not appear by chance. I must capture him, for he undoubtedly possesses knowledge of significance. Lin Yutong dashed out from behind the tree, and without hesitation, Xiao Yi followed, cursing as he pursued. Today, I shall certainly catch you, you fool. You think you can escape? Stand still, you little rascal. Qiansheng. Once the guiding lamp is extinguished, the old village chief's spirit will drift aimlessly. You must chase after him. We shall split up to clarify this matter. Upon hearing this, I immediately scanned my surroundings. The old village chief's spirit floated like a feather in the wind, already drifting several meters away from me in an instant. Grandfather Wang, do not leave. Please come back. I cried out desperately. I endeavored to take a step forward, but with the spirit of the underworld within me, I felt as heavy as a mountain, truly unable to move an inch. I spoke to myself. Yuan Shiranjun, proclaimed to all spirits. Yudu Jingguan, spirits of the underworld, I beseech you to assist me. A profound voice slowly emanated from within me. 30 years of Yin longevity. Lin Yutong had previously mentioned that while summoning the spirits of the underworld is relatively easy, requesting their assistance is far more challenging, as they may claim your Yin longevity as payment for their service. However, the specific amount they would take hinges upon the temperament of the elder spirit. It is said that the King of Hell possesses a ledger of life and death, which not only records one's lifespan, but also one's shadow life. Initially, every individual's shadow life is identical. However, one's actions in the mortal realm profoundly affected. Once the shadow life reaches 0, One is deemed irredeemably wicked, destined to descend into the abyss of hell, eternally barred from rebirth. This aligns with Lin Yutong's assertion that if an accident occurs during the summoning of souls, and the underworld reclaims all of one's shadow life, it results in utter ruin. Upon hearing 30 years, I was nearly incensed, as Lin Yutong remarked that typically, it amounts to merely 5 years of shadow life. I inquired, why so much? The grim underworld entity retorted, summoning costs 5 years of shadow life. To pursue the soul you seek is perilous, thus necessitating an additional 25 years. This was nothing short of extortion. As the specter of the old village chief appeared exceedingly frail, how could it be deemed perilous? Watching the old chief's spirit drift further away, I steeled myself and boldly declared, "Very well, I implore you, esteemed underworld entity, swiftly retrieve Wang Zhongping's soul." No sooner had I uttered these words than I felt an inexplicable lightness, akin to the grace of a martial arts hero, propelling me 3 zhong forward. In the blink of an eye, I found myself firmly positioned before the old village chief. "Wang Zhongping, swiftly respond to my summons. Who has harmed you? Should you dare to conceal the truth, I shall ensure your spirit is shattered," the malevolent underworld entity commanded from within. The old chief halted abruptly, then suddenly emitted a loud cry, pointing behind me and stumbling backward in alarm. Meanwhile, an eerie laughter suddenly echoed in my ears. Instantly, a chill coursed through my body, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. With a swift motion, a sharp claw raked across my back, propelling me forward. Reflexively, I glanced back, only to witness the specter within me being forcefully extracted by some unseen force. Such audacity to ambush me. "I shall ensure your soul is scattered to the winds." The specter roared in fury. Raising my gaze to discern the source of the voice, I beheld a creature of human semblance, indistinguishable in size from myself. Its face remained obscured, yet I could see its eyes gleaming with a menacing crimson light. Its claws, sharp as those of an eagle, gripped the specter within me with an iron grasp. A shiver ran down my spine. Could this be the very figure that had slain the old village chief, as Sister Wang had described? The specter struggled, yet found itself unable to escape the creature's grasp. "You seek death," it bellowed, extending its tongue, which unfurled like fine silk, wrapping around the creature with tenacity. I had anticipated that the specter would devour this beast whole, but to my astonishment, it unleashed a thunderous roar. Its maw was grotesquely large, capable of swallowing a football hole. With a sickening crunch, reminiscent of bones being shattered, the creature bit off the specter's head in a single swift motion. I did not hear the specter's anguished cries. All I witnessed was its long tongue, now limp, sliding helplessly from the creature's grasp. I swallowed hard, grappling with the sheer terror of the creature before me, which had audaciously devoured the spirit. Suddenly, after consuming the spirit, the beast opened its blood-red eyes and fixed a fierce gaze upon me. The intensity of that stare was utterly terrifying. In that moment, I felt as if my very soul had been ensnared, leaving my mind in a haze, rendering me oblivious to the instinct to flee. "Qiansheng, Qiansheng, run!" The old village chief's urgent shout pierced through my stupor, sending a chilling wave coursing through my body. Instantly, clarity returned, and I bolted, my legs propelling me forward in a desperate escape. Yet, the creature pursued me like a gust of wind, its eerie laughter echoing menacingly behind. As I felt the ominous presence closing in, the village chief suddenly lunged at the monster. Panic surged within me. If the spirit had already been vanquished by this beast, did the village chief truly believe he could succeed where others had failed? "Qiansheng, do not concern yourself with me, nor seek vengeance on my behalf. It was I who caused the demise of your master, old Huang. This is but karmic retribution. You must flee, leave the village, and abandon the female officer. Never return." I felt as if I were turning to stone. My master had perished at the hands of the village chief. Why? And why did he urge me to abandon Lin Yutong and the others? Were they not good souls? 2 anguished cries echoed in the air, and I realized the village chief's spirit had also been consumed. Though he claimed responsibility for my master's death, he sacrificed himself for my escape, and tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Under the relentless will to survive, my mind has become remarkably clear. No matter the circumstances, I must escape. I must find my parents and uncover the hidden truths behind this ordeal. My legs have grown weak from running, and beads of sweat cascade down my forehead. while the chilling laughter of the monster behind me echoes persistently, as if toying with its prey before consumption. Gritting my teeth, I press onward, step by step. Suddenly, a thunderous crash resounds as another humanoid creature plummets from a towering ancient pine. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the red-eyed monster pursuing me. Save for one distinguishing feature, its eyes are a vivid green. I am utterly bewildered, trapped with no escape. Is this the end for me today? The green-eyed creature fixes its gaze upon me for but a moment before lunging in my direction. I instinctively close my eyes and extend my hands to shield myself, fully aware that I may be facing my demise. However, to my astonishment, the green-eyed monster does not harm me. Instead, it seizes me and places me upon its back, turning swiftly to flee. It is saving me. With wide eyes, I gaze at its profile when I know all too well it is my master. Tears once again stream down my cheeks. I always believed my master would never bring me harm. He has come to rescue me. Chapter 14. Master. I lay upon my master's back, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloping my spirit, and before long, I succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet, this sleep was fraught with torment. I felt my body alternating between oppressive chills and scorching heat, at times as if a multitude of insects were gnawing at me, and at others as though blades were piercing my flesh. Helpless, I could do naught but silently endure the agony. Time became an enigma, until a distinct sound broke through the haze. A single droplet fell upon my forehead. A refreshing sensation began to spread from the crown of my head throughout my entire being, prompting a contented sigh to escape my lips as I opened my eyes. Before me lay an impenetrable darkness, illuminated only by a faint glimmer of light, revealing that I was nestled upon a long stone within cavern. I attempted to rise, but as I moved, searing pain coursed through my body like 1,000 needles, forcing a cry of anguish from my lips. "Do not move," came a rigid voice from the shadows, mechanical in its tone, resonating with a singular pitch. Upon closer reflection, I realized the voice belonged to my master. "Master?" I called out into the darkness. A flicker of light emerged, and I beheld my master approaching. A kerosene lamp held aloft. His attire was tattered and worn, the sleeves riddled with numerous tears, as though clawed by some beast. In the dim, yellow glow, I could discern the parched skin beneath his sleeves, reminiscent of charred coal. From a nose down, his face was tightly bound in white bandages, revealing only a pair of emerald green eyes and a tangle of disheveled hair. Could this truly be my master? A flicker of fear surged within me. My master placed an oil lamp beside my head, and then, with a swift motion, he retrieved a small bucket filled with water from beneath. With a splashing sound, he drenched my back entirely. Instantly, my back erupted with a cacophony akin to the vigorous boiling of water. Yet, strangely, I felt no pain whatsoever. Rather, a peculiar sense of comfort enveloped me. I recalled the moment when that monstrous creature had fiercely clawed at my back, staining my clothing with blood. Could it be that my master had employed some miraculous method to heal me? "Master, is it truly you?" I inquired, my voice laced with uncertainty. My master slowly lowered himself to sit, the movement reminiscent of a wooden puppet being forced into position. "Ah, I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Child, feel free to ask whatever you wish," he sighed, uttering a phrase that eluded my comprehension. "Master, how did the old village chief meet his demise? Sister Wang claims that you were responsible for his death, while the chief himself accused you of being the cause of his own downfall. What is the truth behind this?" My master's head swayed gently from side to side as he replied, "The one who harmed me is not he. He merely sought to bear the burden for another. I rushed to his home solely to save him, but alas, the adversary was too formidable, and he was ultimately slain." A wave of relief washed over me. Indeed, my master was not a villain. He had merely attempted to rescue someone, which clarified the chaotic scene at the old village chief's residence, as though a fierce struggle had transpired there. But why would the old village chief suffer for another? I inquired, for whom does he suffer? "The old village chief is my friend." He was reluctant to speak, and naturally, I would not divulge anything either. Moreover, that individual is exceptionally powerful, and I too have fallen victim to him. A pang of sorrow struck my heart. My master, the old village chief, perished because of this man, and my parents have also gone missing due to him. This man must be Wang Rinyong, I cautiously posited, though my demeanor and tone betrayed an air of confidence. No sooner had the words left my lips than I noticed my master's eyes flicker with surprise as he gazed at me. "Child, How did you come to know this? Indeed, it was he. On the day I returned from the cemetery in the back mountain, my parents had spoken of this man. He was the deceased son of the old village chief, the source of his lifelong agony. Initially, I had never doubted him. But only a close relative could compel the old village chief to remain silent, even in the face of death. Furthermore, the skeletal remains within the coffin, along with the youthful figure described by Sister Wong, and the malevolent creature with crimson eyes that had pursued me moments ago, all serve to substantiate that the perpetrator is most likely him. My master's astonishment swiftly faded, replaced by an expression of profound gravity. Child, it would be wise for you to forget this matter post-haste, and you must also erase this person's memory from your mind. Do not entertain thoughts of vengeance, he admonished, his tone laden with severity akin to a veiled threat. I swallowed hard and nodded in acquiescence. Yet, within my heart, I vehemently disagreed. I could not allow this murderer to roam free. Though I may lack the strength to confront him directly, I could seek assistance from Lin Yutong. My intuition tells me that Xiao He and Lin Yutong are backed by a formidable force. They must be able to assist me. Master, regarding the malevolent spirits of Qilian Town at Luanyao Beach, as well as the two foolish ones, that is enough. Who permitted you to know so much? We have endeavored to keep you out of this, yet you persistently step deeper into it. Do you not feel guilty towards our fallen comrades? Before I could finish my words, Master abruptly interrupted me, his tone severe as he chastised me harshly. It was evident how furious he was, given the difficulty he usually had in speaking. I fell silent. Since he was unwilling to elaborate, further inquiries would be futile. I hurriedly said, Master, I apologize. Please, calm your anger. I shall refrain from asking more. He glared at me for a moment before responding, Child, you are still too naive. Those two policemen are of unknown origin. It is uncertain whether they are friend or foe. I advise you to maintain a safe distance from them. I nodded, though my heart disagreed. Despite Xiao He's rough demeanor, they have consistently aided me, and Lin Yutong has even sustained injuries on my behalf. My master stood once more, holding the oil lamp, peering intently at my back before declaring, That should suffice. I looked at him in confusion, wanting to inquire what he meant by suffice. However, I watched as he began to unwind the bandages that were tightly wrapped around his face. As the layers unraveled, I caught sight of two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his lips. The fangs, sharp as silver hooks, glimmered under the refracted light, casting a faint crimson hue as if they were on the verge of dripping blood. As astonishment washed over me, my master, with a swift motion, forcibly snapped the two elongated fangs from his mouth. I gazed in horror, utterly perplexed by my master's intentions. He paused momentarily, as though struck by immense pain, and after coughing twice, spoke. Qiansheng, perhaps one day you will despise me, or perhaps you will come to be grateful for my actions. Yet, everything I do is out of necessity. The path ahead will be fraught with hardship, but regardless of the challenges you face, you must always remember, the cycle of heaven's law is unyielding. Never commit acts that harm the heavens or humanity, for if you do, you shall find no peace in eternity. As he spoke, he lunged toward me, seizing one of the fangs with one hand while raising his fist with the other, driving those two fangs into my back as if nailing them in place. Chapter 15. Return to the village. A sharp pain pierced through my back, and I let out a cry of anguish, followed by a chilling numbness that enveloped my scalp. The sudden turn of events left me utterly astonished. When two sharp fangs sank deeply into my back, I felt an overwhelming surge within me, as if every drop of blood in my body were on the verge of exploding. Master, I feel unwell. Cold sweat streamed down my forehead, and my fists clenched tightly, producing a sound of strain as I desperately managed to utter those words. My master paid me no heed. Instead, he pressed me firmly against the stone slab with one hand while extending the other. To my astonishment, a square copper seal adorned with a dragon's head appeared in his palm. Child, do not blame me, he uttered gravely, before forcefully pressing the copper seal onto my back. The moment the seal made contact with my body, I felt as though I had plunged into an abyss devoid of light. My previously fiery body was instantly chilled to the bone. As I continued to descend into this dark void, I caught glimpses of golden threads floating past me, one after another. First seal, sever the heavens, my master bellowed, his voice resonating like a mighty bell, echoing through the surrounding rock walls with a thunderous vibration. as if he were proclaiming to the heavens themselves. In that instant, one of the golden threads before me snapped with a resounding crack. Second seal, sever the spirit's wisdom. Again, a loud crack resonated as yet another golden thread broke before my eyes. Third seal, sever the essence. Fourth seal, sever the strength. Fifth seal, sever the core. Sixth seal, sever the spirit. Seventh seal, sever the valor. The master called out 7 times, each utterance resonating in the air, while the golden threads before my eyes shattered one by one. In an instant, darkness enveloped me. My consciousness began to wane, and amidst the haze, I faintly heard the master's melancholic sigh, saying, "Qin Sheng, I must depart, and you should leave the village soon. Use the fishing boat that I typically employ. If you encounter anyone beckoning to you, allow them aboard." The master took 2 steps before pausing, adding as if in warning, "Above all, do not consume human blood, or you shall lose control of yourself." A wave of exhaustion washed over me once more, and I succumbed to sleep again, this time profoundly and peacefully, drifting into a beautiful dream. In my dream, I was accepted into university, becoming the most esteemed talent in the institution, and I had a breathtakingly beautiful girlfriend. She was exquisite, enchanting to the point of breathlessness. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by a chorus of chirping birds. My eyes flew open, and bright light flooded in. Dawn had arrived. With a swift motion, I turned over and sprang up from the stone slab, only to realize I was bare-chested. I hastily reached behind, but felt no trace of obstruction. The 2 sharp teeth the master had embedded in my back seemed to have left no mark whatsoever. On the stone platform lay a neatly folded garment, a parting gift from the master. The cave was devoid of any other presence, and I understood that the master had truly departed, yet I pondered where he had gone. I shook my head, choosing to momentarily disregard these matters. My father had left a message for me to depart, the old village chief had urged me to leave, and even my master had insisted I vacate the village. Even a fool could discern that remaining here would lead to no good end. However, just before my departure, I still wished to see Lin Yutong and Xiao He. Firstly, I yearned to learn whether they had made any progress in capturing the second fool last night. Secondly, I wished to inform them of the identity of the murderer. It would be most fortuitous if they were willing to assist me. Dressed appropriately, I made my way toward the cave's entrance, but after only a few steps, something suddenly obstructed my path. Looking down, I discovered a lifeless hen. 2 puncture wounds marred its neck, and its blood had long since been drained, rendering its stiff body as unyielding as stone. A pang of sorrow struck me. I suspected my master was responsible for this, having transformed into a corpse puppet, perhaps relying on blood for sustenance. I pressed on, yet after only a short distance, I was confronted by a grim sight. The remains of various animals scattered about, domestic fowl, birds, and even wild boars, piled together like a small mound, all their blood completely exsanguinated. A wave of nausea washed over me. My master had consumed an alarming quantity of blood. However, as my gaze flickered, I noticed a small brown wooden bucket beside the stone where I had lain, already stained a vivid crimson. My mind went blank for a moment, recalling that last night, my master had used this very bucket to douse my back. Could it be that what he had poured was not water, but rather an entire bucket of blood? Nervously, I inhaled the scent of my own body, a pungent odor of blood overwhelming my senses. Instantly, I collapsed to the ground and retched violently. At that moment, I comprehended why my master had implored me not to harbor resentment towards him and had advised against consuming human blood. He had likely transformed me into a monster. The very thought of being a monster sent a chilling scream from my lips, and I dashed out into the open, running until I stumbled upon a small pond. With a leap, I plunged into its depths. I fervently scrubbed my body, striving to cleanse myself of the sanguine stench that clung to me. I was determined not to be a monster, but a human. After splashing about in the water, I noticed a persimmon tree on the bank, adorned with several plump, yellow fruits. I recalled a film I had once seen, where the protagonist, having turned into a ghoul, suffered greatly whenever he consumed human food. Licking my lips, I climbed ashore and plucked a large persimmon, cradling it near my mouth. Strangely, I felt as though this was no mere fruit, but rather a hand grenade. Biting into it would surely result in a painful explosion. If I were to perish, so be it. Holding my breath, I took a decisive bite. In an instant, my pupils dilated as I was met with an exquisite sweetness, rich and fragrant. There was no pain at all, Laughter erupted from my lips. For at least in the realm of sustenance, I was still normal. Anyone passing by would surely think me either a fool or a madman, alternating between wails of despair and bursts of laughter. Perhaps it was genuine hunger that compelled me, for I devoured several persimmons in quick succession. As I feasted, I suddenly caught sight of a blaze in the direction of the village. A calamity had befallen the village. In an instant, I discarded the persimmons, my thoughts consumed by Lin Yutong and Xiao He, as well as the villagers. It was broad daylight, so I harbored no fears of the monstrous entity from last night emerging to wreak havoc. Regardless, I felt compelled to return and glimpse the situation. I rushed back to the village, only to find it alive with the sound of firecrackers, an atmosphere of jubilance enveloping the air. Groups of villagers hurried past me, each carrying bundles of firewood, all racing towards the source of the flames. Confusion enveloped me. Rather than witnessing a catastrophe, it appeared that the villagers were celebrating an event of significance. I seized the arm of a villager and inquired about the commotion. With a broad grin, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! The perpetrator has been captured. This accursed monster has disrupted our village's peace, but at last, we have apprehended him. We have constructed a pyre, and the officials have declared that he must be utterly incinerated to ensure our safety." Could it be that Xiao He and Lin Yutong had apprehended Wang Renyong? My heart raced with exhilaration. Without further ado, I joined the throng of villagers, hastening towards the flickering glow ahead. Chapter 16 Deceived, I followed the villagers, running swiftly towards the river deity temple in the village. The temple is situated at a considerable elevation, nestled against the base of the rear mountain, making the ascent rather arduous, as one must navigate the stone steps that have been painstakingly constructed. The temple itself is quite modest, merely a small flat-roofed building housing a statue of the river deity, resembling an elderly sage. However, outside the temple lies a vast, level expanse, paved entirely with blue stone slabs, where the villagers set up a circle of banquets to celebrate during the annual temple fair. Yet today, the villagers have dug a large square pit here, from which flames leapt skyward, the searing heat waves washing over me and reddening my face. As I surveyed the scene, I did not spot Xiao He or Lin Yutong. Instead, I saw villagers bustling about, each diligently adding firewood to the pit. After burning for another half-hour, the pit was filled with glowing coals, and, at such a temperature, it seemed that not even a human could withstand it. Indeed, even a piece of iron would likely melt into molten metal in an instant. Just then, someone shouted, "They're here. The officials have arrived." I turned my gaze along with the crowd and beheld four robust men carrying someone who was nearly bound up like a rice dumpling, approaching our direction, with none other than Xiao He leading the group. The bound individual was swathed tightly in yellow talismanic cloth, rendering their identity unclear. "Xiao He!" I called out to him twice, but he merely glanced in my direction before turning his head away once more. Subsequently, Xiao He approached the bound individual and with a swift motion tore free one of his hands. Rather than describing it as a hand, it was more akin to an oversized blackened claw. Instantly, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, causing many to retreat 2 or 3 steps, thereby significantly expanding the perimeter of onlookers. It was evident that fear gripped the hearts of the people, prompting a flurry of whispered speculations. What manner of creature is this? Surely it cannot be a zombie. Indeed, just look at that black claw. The chickens and ducks that went missing from my home these past few days must have been devoured by him. How tragic for the old village chief. Such a good man, to have met his demise at the hands of this beast. We must burn it to ashes. The mere mention of the old village chief ignited a collective fury among the crowd, who chanted in unison, "Burn it! Burn it!" Xiao He raised his hands to signal for silence, then proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I understand your feelings. We too have been deceived by this monster for far too long, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. Yet, fortunately, heaven has bestowed upon us the opportunity to capture this murderer." As Xiao He spoke with righteous indignation, I found myself perplexed, pondering who he was referring to. Could it be Wang Renyong? Xiao He continued, "Huang Ringue, a creature of unspeakable evil, has transformed into a corpse puppet after death, first slaying the old village chief and then the entire Shiqianxing family with his cruel methods, an act that defies the natural order. Today, I shall reduce him to ashes with fierce flames to bring solace to the souls of the departed." Cheers erupted, and a wave of fervent applause filled the air. "Huang Ringue? That was the name of my master. Xiao He also claimed that my master had killed my family. But look at me. Am I not living well? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding here. I must go to save my master. I pushed my way through the crowd and confronted Xiao He, saying, Xiao He, you are mistaken. It was not my master who killed the old village chief. Instantly, everyone turned to look at me with curiosity, as if I could hear their murmurs questioning my identity and why I referred to this monster as my master. Xiao He furrowed his brow, patting my shoulder with a smirk, and said, Brother, what are you talking about? Huang Ringue is your master? I pushed Xiao He away and exclaimed, Xiao He, are you out of your mind? I am Shi Qiansheng. By the way, where's Lin Yutong? Why haven't I seen her? I have something to tell her. The real culprit is not my master, but Wang Rinyong. As soon as my words fell, the crowd collectively recoiled several steps, their eyes reflecting confusion and terror as they gazed at me anxiously. My heavens, did I just hear correctly? This person claims to be the recently deceased Shi family lad. Indeed, I heard him say he is Shi Qiansheng. Is this what the elders refer to as a soul returning? Listening to the discussions around me, I too felt a wave of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Has everyone suddenly forgotten who I am overnight? In my urgency, I clapped my hands, ready to declare loudly that I am indeed Shi Qiansheng, when suddenly I realized that my tongue seemed to have stiffened, rendering me unable to utter a single word. I trembled violently and instinctively looked up, only to find Xiao He wearing a strange smile, fixated upon me. His hand slowly released its grip from my shoulder, revealing a small white paper figure resting against it. Ha, you little rascal. I thought you were dead. I searched for you 3 days and nights, wondering why you were so elusive. Turns out you've simply changed your guise. I almost didn't recognize you. I was taken aback by his words. Had I truly slumbered in the cave for 3 days and had my appearance altered? I can't believe you even know about Wang Rinyong. Now I must ensure you do not escape. Xiao He whispered ominously in my ear. It felt as if a thunderbolt had struck. Xiao He mentioned Wang Rinyong, revealing he was already aware of this individual. Had Xiao He and Lin Yutong been deceiving me all along? My mind threatened to unravel once more. No, this cannot be true. Even if Xiao He harbored intentions to harm me, I could not fathom Lin Yutong betraying me. She had rescued me on multiple occasions. On that fateful day at Luoyang, she even urged me to cast her into the water to secure my own chance at survival. Xiao He discreetly formed a peculiar gesture with his right hand, and suddenly, my body moved against my will. I spread my arms wide and lunged toward my master, who was bound tightly like a zongzi, akin to a leopard pouncing on its prey. Xiao He immediately shouted, Everyone, be cautious. He is not Shi Qiansheng. Shi Qiansheng has long perished. He is merely a puppet crafted by Huang Ringue, seeking to rescue Huang Ringue's corpse. Quickly, stop him. Push Huang Ringue into the fire pit. At Xiao He's command, the nearby villagers brandished a pole and struck me back. Simultaneously, 2 or 3 men forcefully shoved my master into the inferno. Master, I cried out silently, helplessly watching as he was consumed by the raging flames. Since you were so concerned about your master, why not descend and accompany him? A chilling voice from behind me startled me. At that moment, Xiao He raised a foot and propelled me into the fiery abyss. The raging flames, akin to the scythe of death, relentlessly clawed at my throat. In that fleeting instant, I sensed every cell in my body wailing in anguish at the brink of demise. Burn him, the villagers continued to chant, venting their pent-up fury. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The previously clear sky transformed dramatically, dark clouds rolling in like wild stallions, swiftly engulfing the heavens. Following this was a blinding flash of lightning, crackling across the horizon before ultimately striking the pinnacle of the river god temple. With a resounding explosion, I heard something detonate. Ah, run! Voices cried out amidst the chaos. Some shrieking in terror, the crowd a cacophony of disarrayed footsteps echoing in my ears. Abruptly, I realized I could move. I struggled to rise from the inferno, desperately searching for my master's body, pulling him from the smoldering ashes. The vast river god temple lay in ruins, the villagers vanished, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Collapsed earthen walls, shattered tiles, and even the stone statue of the river deity lay in ruins. Coughing, I hoisted my master's body and crawled out from the fiery pit. He was utterly charred, the flesh of his thighs smoldering, the stark white bone laid bare, the sizzle of burning fat audible. Tears welled to my eyes as I tore away the yellow cloth, startled to find not my master, but the village elder. I offered a wry smile, berating my naivete, realizing he had deliberately deceived me with this corpse, a ruse I had blindly accepted. I struck myself soundly, recalling my master's admonition that I was far too gullible. Thunder cracked overhead, and torrential rain began to fall. I caught rainwater in a broken bowl, and in its reflection, I beheld my altered visage, understanding why the villagers had not acknowledged me. Astonishingly, despite the intense heat I had felt at the pyre, the rain revealed only a red mark on my skin, devoid of any real damage. I laughed inexplicably, perhaps because I was no longer entirely human, or I would have been disfigured beyond recognition. This transformation must have been my master's doing. The deluge continued unabated as I dug a grave and buried the elder, bowing deeply in solemn respect. The thunder rumbled ominously. A cacophony erupted from a distance, and, as I turned my gaze, I beheld the Chongdan River, a raging beast, with waves surging higher than the last, demolishing the riverbanks and wreaking havoc upon the village's crops. Even the distant oak forest was not spared, swiftly succumbing to the deluge. Alas, given the current momentum, it seemed the village would soon face disaster. What could the villagers possibly do? I hastened back, only to find the village deserted. The murky water rising to my knees, devoid of any human presence. Where had everyone gone? I searched house by house, but it appeared as though this vast village contained only me. The floodwaters grew increasingly tumultuous, and I could no longer afford to linger. I needed to escape. I scanned my surroundings, hoping to find a raft or something akin to it. Just then, a familiar fishing boat glided into view from the outskirts of the village. As if imbued with life, halting 2 meters away from me. A jolt of recognition coursed through me. My master had once instructed me to take his fishing boat to flee the village. I marveled at the foresight of my master. Was he truly just a fisherman? How had he anticipated everything and prepared so meticulously? Without hesitation, I swam over, executing a swift maneuver to leap aboard the vessel. Inside, I discovered ample machine oil. I started the diesel engine, which roared to life instantly. Gripping the helm, I steered the boat away from the village. As I navigated forward, passing the bend of the river, a sudden flash of red caught my eye. A figure on a protruding rock waved fervently at me. I lifted my gaze and observed a woman clad in red, holding an oiled paper umbrella. She was adorned in flowing crimson silk, fervently beckoning me. A cold sweat instantly broke out on my back as I realized I had once again encountered this mysterious figure in red. Chapter 17 Encounter with the Woman in Red. The first time I laid eyes on her, my master passed away the very next day. The second encounter nearly led to my demise alongside Lin Yutong, as we faced the jaws of the monstrous fish at Bird's Beach. She was adorned in the same striking crimson satin, and even her gesture of beckoning was identical. I swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming in my palms. My intuition screaming that encountering this woman would herald misfortune. I was about to feign ignorance and turn away, but suddenly a memory on my master surfaced. He had once instructed me to board his fishing boat to leave the village, advising that if someone waved at me, I should allow her aboard. I pondered this in my mind. Fortune or calamity, if it is destined, it cannot be avoided. These fleeting days had steeled my nerves. I had endured everything from the mournful cries of ghosts to the terror of animated corpses, and even the presence of the underworld had possessed my body. Perhaps it all began with the sighting of this woman in red. Her appearance had heralded the loss of my village, the disappearance of my parents, and the passing of my master and the old village chief. A surge of inexplicable anger and courage welled within me. Resolutely, I turned the boat and made my way directly towards her. The fishing boat positioned itself before her, and she gracefully lifted her oiled paper umbrella with her right hand, a visage of haunting beauty materializing before my eyes. This woman was exquisite beyond measure. In that fleeting moment, I found myself at a loss for words to describe her allure. Every movement she made was mesmerizing and enchanting. "Thank you." She merely uttered 2 words to me before folding her oiled paper umbrella and gracefully stepping onto my fishing boat. For a moment, I was taken aback, rendered speechless. This woman had so boldly boarded my vessel as if it were only natural for her to do so, as though I had come expressly to fetch her. I steadied my thoughts, striving to remain unaffected by her exquisite beauty, and inquired, "Are you human or specter? What connection do you have with the occurrences in the village?" "Human or specter?" She suddenly let out a soft laugh. In truth, such distinctions are inconsequential. I am merely your passenger. Presently, we are surrounded by tumultuous waters. Wherever your boat sails, I shall follow. Her words seemed to bear little relevance to my query, and I found myself struggling to comprehend her meaning. With a furrowed brow, I pressed, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Her eyes glimmered slightly, their watery depths reflecting a cerulean ripple that seemed to stir my very soul. Then, in a gentle tone, she replied, "You appear quite enraged. It seems your anger stems not from my presence aboard, but from a deeper pain within your heart." Pain within my heart? I placed a hand upon my chest, and visions of my master, the old village chief, my parents, Xiaohe, and Lin Yutong flickered through my mind one by one. In that instant, I felt utterly powerless. My master and the village chief had perished before my eyes, and I could do naught but flee from their murderer. My parents were also lost to me, their whereabouts still unknown, leaving me to grapple with the bitter truth that I had not been a good son. Moreover, Xiaohe, you have deceived me profoundly. I feel utterly foolish, having been manipulated and applauded without my awareness. And you, Lin Yutong, suddenly, her image flashed through my mind, and my heart ached sharply, as if something had carved a void within it. The woman in red lowered her oil paper umbrella, her face adorned with a tender smile, drifting towards me like a delicate piece of paper. A fragrant aura enveloped me, akin to a surging tide, rushing into my nostrils and cascading throughout my being. In that fleeting moment, I felt my very bones soften. Remarkably, the woman in red gently embraced me, her body so supple, akin to a silken ribbon, enveloping me entirely. She softly murmured, "I sense your heart is burdened with pain. I can assist you. Do you wish for my help?" Her voice possessed an enchanting allure, and I found myself devoid of resistance, muttering in a daze, "Yes, please help me escape this anguish." Her gentle laughter resonated. "What a good child you are. I shall assist you now." No sooner had she spoken than the woman in red cradled my face, and all I could see were her enticing crimson lips descending towards mine. Suddenly, my eyes snapped open, blood-red veins marred my pupils, and I struggled to breathe, feeling as if I had been drained of life. I perceived a shadowy version of myself gradually detaching from my body. Alas, this woman in red is siphoning my soul. She has been ensnaring me all along. At that moment, the woman in red suddenly cast me aside, her gaze imbued with a complex intensity. She exclaimed loudly, "Why do you lack a soul? How can you exist in flesh and blood without one? This is impossible." Her eyes brimmed with fury and confusion, while the waters on either side of the ship surged, waves crashing relentlessly against the vessel, threatening to capsize it. I struggled to steady myself, realizing that this woman was not to be trifled with. I had narrowly escaped her grasp moments before. But why did she claim that I lacked a soul? A person without a soul is, by all accounts, dead. I refused to believe it. The woman in red appeared increasingly unwilling to accept this. As her words lingered in the air, she vanished before me with an ethereal swiftness. With a gentle flick of her right hand, a fierce wind rushed towards me, and I felt an invisible hand delve into my being, forcefully tugging at me. In that instant, my body became utterly immobile, and I could only observe a shadowy version of myself being drawn from my form. Just as my ethereal self was about to be extracted, a sudden chill coursed through my back, as two frigid tendrils of energy burst forth from within me. To my astonishment, two ghostly chains shot out from my back, ensnaring the woman in red with a swift whoosh. How could this be? How do you possess the Een ancestor's ghostly fangs? Her countenance shifted dramatically, and she gasped in disbelief. Soon, I witnessed the chains pulling her towards me with an unrelenting force. No, I refuse to be imprisoned any longer. I do not wish to endure a life devoid of sunlight, no. Yet, as her final word fell, she swiftly surged into my being, and all that I perceived vanished into oblivion. However, it was not long before I felt an overwhelming weight upon my body, as if I were bearing the burden of an immense mountain, suffocating my breath. Terror engulfed me, and cold sweat drenched my forehead. I had unwittingly absorbed this woman in red. My back felt akin to a wooden chest, and I could distinctly hear the rhythmic thumping within. "You little brat, release me at once, or I shall ensure your utter destruction." A furious voice emanated from within me. I straightened my posture and forced myself to walk a few steps. I let out a disdainful snort. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more venomous her nature. Fortunately, my master had bestowed upon me 2 sharp fangs. Otherwise, I would have met my demise at your hands. Who is your master? How did he transform you into this? Speak. The woman in red demanded fiercely from within my body. Why should I divulge anything to a vengeful spirit intent on my destruction? I retorted. Suddenly, she fell silent, contemplating for a moment before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. It appears you two are a wretched soul, cast aside by this world. We are the same kind. We ought not to torment one another. Release me, for without me, your existence is equally at stake. I let out a cold laugh and remarked, I am not like you. Furthermore, you are currently trapped within me. How can you possibly trouble me now? Be honest. Is the state of my village somehow linked to you? I am not jesting. This place is exceedingly perilous, and without my assistance, you cannot escape. She spoke in a grave tone, and it seemed she was not joking. I surveyed my surroundings, which were almost entirely engulfed by raging floodwaters. The river swelled rapidly, with rocks tumbling into the water all around us, and, at some point, a thick fog had descended upon the surface, rendering direction unrecognizable. Let us collaborate. I will guide you out, and you will release me, she proposed, seemingly perceptive of my unease, speaking with an air of calmness. I shook my head. Who could ascertain whether she was deceiving me? Besides, I had no idea how to release her. Ignoring her, I continued navigating the fishing boat, relying on my instincts to drift along the river surface. Suddenly, I spotted a small black dot moving within the thick fog ahead, resembling a human figure. As I steered the boat closer, to my astonishment, it was the village's simpleton. He was sprawled on what appeared to be a piece of dark wood, laughing heartily, completely oblivious to the fact that he was playing in the water amidst a flash flood. I halted the boat in front of him and called out, Simpleton, stop playing in the water and come aboard. I have plenty of delicious food on my boat. I wish to save his life, despite his foolishness. He was one of our own, after all. Moreover, I find myself enshrouded in a multitude of uncertainties regarding him. Each time he appears before me, he seems to exude an air of eccentricity. Yet, I am perpetually convinced that his presence is intentional. The fool raises his head to gaze at me, drooling and silent, merely chuckling in a whimsical manner. Suddenly, the voice of the woman in red within me resounds. Run, you foolish boy. He is not human. I am momentarily taken aback. Could it truly be that this imbecile is not human? Instinctively, I scrutinize him, and his grin abruptly freezes, morphing into a visage that evokes sheer terror. A roar erupts from beneath the water, and the surface begins to churn violently, reminiscent of a tempest. My modest fishing vessel, akin to a solitary leaf amidst a storm, is mercilessly tossed about. In an instant, a whirlpool manifests, expanding rapidly, cleaving the river's surface asunder, revealing before me an immense abyss. Another tremendous roar reverberates, shaking my very core, and, as I lean over the edge of the boat to peer down, a wave of fear nearly compels me to soil myself. This is no mere whirlpool. It is an enormous, grotesque fish monster, lurking beneath the surface, its cavernous mouth agape, poised to engulf my fishing vessel. Each of its teeth resembles a robust stone pillar, and its gaping maw is vast enough to encompass an entire basketball court. The fishing boat, once navigating parallel to the water, plummets vertically in an instant. I am bereft of any strength to resist, helplessly succumbing to the depths of this monstrous belly. Chapter 18. The Buddha statue and the scale of coldness. It was cold, piercingly cold, akin to traversing an ancient glacier. I clasped my arms tightly around myself. Despite the fragrant blossoms and lush green grass surrounding me, vibrant with life, an unfathomable chill seeped deep into my bones. I found myself utterly bewildered, consumed by the monstrous corpse fish, oblivious to the elongated walls of its stomach or the nauseating gastric fluids, only to be transported to this peculiar place. Strangely enough, there was only a path forward. With each step I took, the route I had traversed vanished into an unfathomable abyss. This meant that my only option was to forge ahead, with no possibility of retreat. Fear gripped my heart, compelling me to call out for the woman in red within me several times, yet she seemed to have vanished entirely. The road ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, yet I was compelled to continue. It was indeed a tormenting experience. As I walked, the path before me suddenly broadened, and in an instant, I beheld a multitude of people, as if they had converged from all directions. Tall and slender, short and stout, each individual bore a mask. The expressions on these masks were strikingly lifelike, allowing me to discern at a glance whether they were smiling, weeping, or filled with sorrow. I touched my face. It was smooth and bare, as if I were the only one without a mask. The surrounding crowd remained silent, even when two individuals collided. They acted as if nothing had occurred, merging seamlessly into a long procession that continued onward. Unbeknownst to me, I found myself ensconced within a lengthy queue. Casting a glance behind, I was met with a sea of heads, an endless expanse. Where was this place? Was it hell? Had I perished? Regrettably, no one acknowledged my presence. Even when I shouted, there was no spark of curiosity from those around me. They seemed oblivious to my existence, fixated solely on advancing forward. After what felt like an eternity, the scene ahead transformed abruptly. Before me lay an elongated staircase, enveloped in darkness, flanked by lanterns that emitted an eerie red glow. Suspended in midair, as I approached the base of this protracted staircase, I observed that the individuals surrounding me were trembling, their fear palpable at the thought of ascending. I raised my gaze, and at the pinnacle of a narrow stairway stood a structure reminiscent of a balance scale. At its center was a solemn Buddha statue, its palms turned upwards and arms extended, resembling the two trays of a scale. Both hands hovered in the air, and I could hear the gentle sound of flowing water. Upon closer inspection, I noticed two rivers coursing beneath the statue's palms. What was the purpose of this? I was utterly perplexed, yet compelled to follow the throng and step onto the staircase. Positioned at the rear of the crowd, I observed the unfolding events. A corpulent man adorned with a gleaming golden chain around his neck approached. He was dressed lavishly, akin to a wealthy magnate. Subsequently, he removed his mask and placed it upon the left palm of the statue, trembling as he staggered toward the other hand. As I gazed in astonishment, it became evident that the weights at both ends were alarmingly unbalanced. To my utter disbelief, the corpulent figure atop the scale caused the delicate mask to descend, while he himself was propelled skyward, ultimately cast into the river on the left. The instant the rotund man plunged into the water, several grotesque, fish-like corpses erupted from the depths, ravenously devouring him in an instant. A chill coursed through me as I witnessed this macabre spectacle. It was utterly surreal. Soon after, another individual ascended the scale. He removed his mask, revealing a refined elderly gentleman, clad in simple yet elegant attire, exuding an air of dignity and wisdom. In stark contrast to his mask, the scale tipped in his favor, and as his body descended, he plummeted into the river below. I focused intently on him, and to my astonishment, he fell without so much as a ripple, floating upon the surface like a feather, gradually drifting downstream. It dawned on me that each individual was to compare their weight against that of their mask. Should the mask be heavier, they would be cast into the leftward river, meeting a gruesome fate at the jaws of the monstrous fish. Conversely, if one outweighed their mask, they would not sink but rather float away. I observed several others, but all were consumed by the ravenous fish, with very few managing to float away unscathed. Then it was my turn, and I was struck by a profound sense of dread. I possessed no mask. What was I to do? Just as I pondered this predicament, a voice suddenly emerged from behind me. You foolishly suggested that I should directly approach the right-hand palm of the statue. Upon hearing this, a sudden clarity dawned upon me. Indeed, how had I not realized that my lack of a mask allowed me to choose any river to plunge into? Without the slightest hesitation, I made my way toward the palm of the statue on the right. The statue, resembling a mindless mechanism, maintained its balance for but a fleeting moment before tilting toward my standing position. With a splash, I plunged into the river, akin to falling onto a soft bed of cotton, and as I had anticipated, I began to drift along the current. In a hurried manner, I inquired, "Sister in the red attire, were you the one speaking to me just now?" Lacking knowledge of her name, I could only refer to her as Sister. A cold huff resonated within me. "Humph, foolish boy, I just aided you. You must assist me in return." "Assist you?" I was taken aback, pondering how I could possibly help her. No sooner had I uttered these words than a cacophony erupted from the water surface and from beneath. A swarm of dark entities surged forth. "Foolish boy, I meant right now. You cannot abandon me here." The urgency in the voice of the sister in red became palpable. My nerves tensed instantly, and in mere moments, the black entities surfaced, revealing themselves to be clumps of women's hair. With a swift motion, they ensnare my limbs, pulling with relentless force. From beneath the water, I could hear furious voices exclaiming, "Why? Why can she escape? This is unfair, utterly unjust." The strands of hair tugged at me with relentless force, yet the surface of the water resembled an unyielding sheet of iron, impervious to any attempt to draw me beneath its depths. However, what tormented me was the entanglement of my body within these tresses. The immense pulling sensation made me feel as though I were on the verge of being torn apart into countless fragments. In an instant, I found myself utterly breathless, every inch of me engulfed in excruciating anguish, and I believed I was surely rolling my eyes back in despair. My vision gradually blurred, and the sounds of the surrounding water intensified, as if a struggle were unfolding nearby, accompanied by screams of agony, shouts of anger, and whispers of lamentation. "Shiqian Sheng, muster your spirit. You cannot succumb to death. If you perish, I shall follow suit." In the haze, I faintly perceived the woman in red howling incessantly in my ear, yet my head felt unbearably heavy, urging me to surrender to slumber. It seemed I truly drifted off, only to find myself once more within that dream, a dream in which I had gained admission to university, where I still possessed a girlfriend of unparalleled beauty. Hand in hand, we strolled through a campus that resembled a poetic reverie, so sweet, so serene. This dream felt interminable, stretching on and on. Chapter 19. Beichuan City. Wake up. You must wake up. A frantic voice pierced through my consciousness, compelling me to force my eyes open. A blinding beam of light, sharp as a sword, invaded my vision through a narrow slit. Ah, it hurts, so glaringly bright. A wave of agony surged through my eyes, and I suddenly became fearful of the light, hastily shielding my face with my hands. What has happened? There isn't even a sun today. Could I have been rendered senseless by the water? Are you all right? I heard a multitude of voices murmuring around me. Rubbing my eyes to adjust to the brightness, I gradually opened them once more. Surrounding me was a throng of onlookers, all holding umbrellas, their curious gazes fixed upon me. A light rain began to fall from the sky, and I found myself lying by the bank of a river. This was no rural stream. It was a river that cut through the heart of the city, flanked by towering skyscrapers. The incessant hum of automobiles whizzed past, while rows of neon lights flickered vibrantly, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. Is this a city? I was utterly bewildered. How did I end up here? Hadn't I just been ensnared by my own hair? What on earth is going on? As I attempted to recall the events, a sharp, needle-like pain pierced through my head, forcing me to cease my thoughts. "Hey, the police are here. Everyone, step aside," someone suddenly shouted. The crowd of onlookers swiftly parted, creating a wide passageway. I looked up to see a man in a police uniform striding toward me with urgency. The individual appeared remarkably youthful, exuding a robust masculinity, with a steady gait and a notably imposing physique, suggesting a history of physical training. However, what struck me as peculiar was the dark, swirling mist hovering above his head, resembling a thin fog. Who reported this incident, and what was the matter with him? The young officer inquired while conducting a physical examination on me. "It was I who reported the incident," I replied. "I was merely passing by when I suddenly spotted a shadow emerging from the river. I initially thought it was a corpse, only to discover it was a living person. It truly startled me." The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in a white tank top, his complexion pale, clearly having been quite frightened by the encounter. The young officer turned to me with a serious expression, asking, "What is your name, and how did you end up in the river?" My head still felt somewhat dazed. I rubbed my temples and responded, "My name is Shi Qiansheng. Beyond that, I am unaware of anything. I distinctly remember not being here." As soon as I finished speaking, the crowd around us began to murmur among themselves. What is he saying? Could he be mentally unstable? I suspect he was possessed by a water ghost. He kept clutching his neck, which startled me greatly. Upon awakening, he rambled incoherently, even claiming to fear the light. How bizarre. The young officer furrowed his brow, scrutinizing me for a moment before issuing a command. "All right, I will take this individual back to the precinct. Everyone else, please disperse." With that, he assisted me to my feet, his right arm firmly supporting me as we made our way to the police car, clearly harboring a significant degree of caution towards me. I found myself seated in the passenger's seat, perplexed by the fact that he had secured my hands with a pair of handcuffs. After a moment of bewilderment, I inquired about his intentions, but he remained silent, his focus unwavering on the road ahead. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the police badge emblazoned on his chest. His name was Zhou Yang, an officer from the Jiangbei District Police Department in Beichuan. The name Beichuan suddenly resonated within me, evoking a sense of familiarity, as if I had encountered it somewhere before. We arrived at the police station, and he escorted me to a dimly lit interrogation room. He positioned himself across from me, directing a blinding beam of light towards my face. The harsh illumination assaulted my senses, compelling me to shield my eyes in an instinctive reaction. It took a considerable amount of time before I could acclimate to the intensity of the light. "Suspect Shi Qiansheng," he stated. "We suspect your involvement in the recent cases of corpses being disposed of in the Changchuan River in Jiangbei District. Please, tell me truthfully, what were you doing in the Changchuan River?" I was utterly bewildered. How had I become a suspect? As I had already asserted, I had no knowledge of why I would find myself in the river he mentioned. Shaking my head, I replied, "Officer Zhou, you are mistaken. I have no knowledge of any corpse disposal cases." Zhou Yang's expression darkened, and he scoffed. "I advise you to be forthcoming. The evidence we have indicates that the suspect's physique, appearance, and even clothing closely resemble yours. Moreover, the perpetrator has consistently vanished near the Changchuan River, and today you inexplicably emerge from the river. Do you not owe me an explanation?" I am utterly speechless. I truly know nothing, which renders me incapable of providing an explanation. All I can do is wave my hand and admit my ignorance. Zhou Yang's expression changed dramatically. He appeared completely incensed. With a forceful slap on the table, he declared, "Fine, you have some nerve. Let's rephrase this. Since you are unaware of why you are at Changchuan River today, can you tell me what you were doing yesterday at noon and in the evening? Were there any eyewitnesses?" I could only manage a helpless smile, unsure of how to respond. I shook my head and said I didn't know. In a fit of anger, Zhou Yang abruptly drew a weapon from his waist and slammed it onto the table before me, exclaiming in a menacing tone, "You insolent brat, do you recognize this? Do you believe I won't end you right now?" At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and two young officers accompanied a police chief who bore an authoritative demeanor. Zhou Yang's expression shifted instantly. He stood at attention, executing a precise military salute, and addressed, "Captain Shun." Captain Shun shot Zhou Yang a disapproving glare and reprimanded him. "This is not like your usual self. During an interrogation, you must refrain from using derogatory language or resorting to violence against suspects. Look at how you present yourself." Zhou Yang, filled with regret, replied, "I apologize, Captain Shun. I acted impulsively." Captain Shun waved his hand dismissively, stating, "No need for apologies to me. Go offer an apology to Shi Qiansheng. It has been determined that he is not a suspect. He is a student from Beichuan University who accidentally fell into the water at No. 3 Bridge today. It was merely an unfortunate incident, and his classmates are waiting for him outside." Both Zhou Yang and I were taken aback. Zhou Yang awkwardly cleared his throat and, with a sheepish smile, addressed me. "I apologize. It was my mistake. I hope you can forgive me." A tumult of emotions surged within me. Am I a student at Beichuan University? Noticing my silence, Captain Shin assumed I was upset and spoke on Zhou Yang's behalf. "This student has a connection to a deceased individual, which is why he reacted so intensely. Considering we are all here to serve the people, I kindly ask for your understanding." I replied that it was nothing. Officer Zhou is a commendable policeman. Trembling, I exited the interrogation room, accompanied by a group of officers, to meet my so-called university classmate. How should I address him? I didn't even know what he looked like or his name. My mind was awash with confusion about what was unfolding. In the hall sat a man clad in a short, beige shirt. He looked up abruptly, his gaze fixing on me, then stood up in a rush, his face alight with overwhelming excitement, and dashed towards me, throwing his arms around my shoulders. "Dashi Z, you're alive. You scared me to death." I was momentarily stunned. His face seemed so familiar, and upon closer reflection, I realized it was none other than my high school buddy, Qin Dong. Chapter 20. As if separated by time, Qin Dong appeared taller, sporting a small mustache, having shed the youthful innocence of his earlier days. now exuding a sense of maturity and steadiness. A sudden wave of joy washed over me, akin to an unexpected reunion with an old friend. I exclaimed, Qin Dong. It has been such a long time. Qin Dong's eyes narrowed sharply, regarding me with a look of bewilderment, akin to that of gazing upon a strange creature. He reached out to touch my forehead and remarked, Dashitsi, are you feeling unwell? Weren't we together this morning? Momentarily frozen, I perceived the astonished expressions of those around us and quickly responded with a chuckle. Dongwa. I was merely jesting. Dongwa is Qin Dong's nickname, and my words seemed to ease the tension among the crowd. The formalities had been completed, and I once more extended my apologies. You're free to leave the police station now, said Zhou Yang as he approached me. With a smile, I replied, It's quite all right, Officer Zhou, you are too kind. As I reached the entrance of the police station, I glanced back and noticed a dark aura still swirling above Zhou Yang's head, yet others seemed oblivious to its presence. After a moment's contemplation, I retraced my steps and cautioned him, Officer Zhou, I see a dark cloud above you. It would be wise to exercise caution in the coming days. Having delivered my warning, I departed with Qin Dong, who rode an electric scooter, transporting me back to Beichuan University. Shi Qiansheng, enrolled in the School of Medicine at Beichuan University since September 2008, is now a fourth-year clinical medicine student, with merely one semester remaining until graduation. As I gazed at my student ID in my pocket, I felt as if I were on a roller coaster, lost in a whirlwind of confusion. In 2008, I indeed applied to Beichuan University alongside Qin Dong. But that year, I fell short of the admission score by a staggering 30 points. Subsequently, Qin Dong was accepted into the university, while I, disheartened, returned to my village. Yet now, I find myself unexpectedly a senior at Beichuan University, gazing at the drizzling sky, as if this entire experience belongs to a different era. But wait, why didn't I reapply after not being accepted? Why didn't I study for another year and take the exam again? What is the name of my village? My head begins to throb again. I press my forehead vigorously, as if a tight cord is constricting my mind. Dashitsi, what's wrong with you? Qin Dong, noticing my grim expression, approached with concern. I took a deep breath and asked, Do you remember the name of my hometown village? You still have a hometown? Qin Dong replied, astonished. Aren't you raised in an orphanage? What? I stared at him in shock, my eyes vacant. Qin Dong waved his hand in front of me cautiously and said, Dashitsi, you haven't hit your head in the river, have you? Let me see. After saying this, he cradled my head in his hands, examining it closely and pressing on certain spots, inquiring if I felt any pain. After his diagnosis, he concluded, Your head is perfectly fine. Fortunately, all is well. Do you recall that moment when we strolled upon the bridge? Only for you to suddenly seem as if you had been shoved, plummeting into the rushing river with a swiftness that rendered you lost to sight? I dashed along the riverbank, consumed by the dread that you had perished. Qin Dong spoke with great distress, his expressions full of remorse as he recounted the events. He articulated a multitude of thoughts, yet I scarcely absorbed them, my mind preoccupied with my current predicament. I dare not dwell on it. Only a haze of fragmented memories lingered, as if I were ensnared in a dream. Could it be that this was merely a figment of my imagination? I glanced around and found a brick in a corner. Without hesitation, I grasped it and struck it against my arm. The resounding thud brought forth a piercing pain, a jolt that electrified my senses, prompting a cry of agony to escape my lips. This was no dream. The authenticity of the pain was undeniable. Qin Dong, alarmed, seized my arm with great concern, exclaiming, Oh dear, my friend, do not harm yourself. I believe you're merely experiencing transient amnesia. Perhaps in a few days, the memories will return. As he spoke, his phone rang, and abruptly, he smacked his thigh and urged me towards a nearby academic building. Oh, how could I forget? There's an academic report tonight. Come along. In a daze, I followed Qin Dong into a classroom, where many youthful faces lined the hallway, presumably my classmates. Inside, 3 professors sat with solemnity, and students entered in an orderly manner to present their medical experiment reports one by one. Next, Shi Qiansheng, the teacher in the classroom, called my name. I was taken aback. It was my turn so soon. Was this a cruel joke? I had never attended university, and I was utterly clueless about medical experiment reports. I hurriedly glanced at Qin Dong, but he pushed me forward, casually saying, My medical genius, it's your turn. Go on in. The one in the middle is our homeroom teacher, Mr. Wong. I stumbled a couple of steps, nearly colliding with the lectern, as the three teachers below fixed their unusual gazes upon me. I forced a smile, unsure of what to say, but my mind raced rapidly. I bowed deeply to the three teachers almost instinctively and uttered, "Hello, teachers." "Hello, Mr. Wong." Instantly, the expressions of the three teachers softened, and especially Mr. Wong. Our homeroom teacher expressed genuine concern, saying, "Shi Qiansheng, be careful. You didn't bump into anything, did you?" I replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Wong. I'm fine." Mr. Wong nodded and said, "That's good. Please begin your academic report on the experiment." At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and I stood at the podium, feeling like a fool, staring blankly at the three teachers. What should I say? How should I begin? The atmosphere fell into silence, and I was ensnared by three intense gazes, utterly bewildered. "Please start. There are classmates waiting behind," one of the teachers urged. The torment was palpable, and I was too anxious to utter a word. As I contemplated whether to feign fainting, a teacher to my left suddenly remarked, "We all know about Shi Qiansheng. His several medical papers have caused quite a stir domestically. I believe we can overlook this simple medical experiment report." Teacher Wong nodded appreciatively and proudly stated, "Indeed, he is the most talented student I have encountered in my decades of teaching. Remarkable." The teacher to my right immediately shifted her attitude, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. It is indeed Teacher Wong's discerning eye that has recognized such an accomplished prodigy." Ultimately, the homeroom teacher slammed the desk and, with a smile directed at me, said, "Shi Qiansheng, since both teachers have spoken so highly of you, it seems you have no further business here. Be sure to guide your classmates well. Consider this course passed." I was stunned, nearly dropping my eyes in disbelief. "Is this really allowed?" I nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, thumping my chest to assure them I would fulfill my duties, and then swiftly exited the classroom. Once outside, I aimed to find Qin Dong, hoping he would introduce me to my classmates. Since fate had allowed me to exist in this capacity, I had no choice but to accept it. Unfortunately, upon my exit, I discovered that Qin Dong had gone downstairs alone. Chapter 21. My girlfriend downstairs. A considerable crowd had gathered, predominantly composed of men, some brandishing signs and others vociferously cheering, as if a celebrity had arrived. After searching for a while, I finally located Qin Dong, who was fervently trying to push his way deeper into the throng. It took considerable effort for me to pull him back. I inquired who they were all watching. With palpable excitement, Qin Dong exclaimed, "Qiu Shihong is here." I asked him who Qiu Shihong was. He shot me a disdainful glance and retorted, "A stunning beauty." I was at a loss for words and, dragging him along, said, "It's just a woman. Is it really that significant? Haven't you had your fill of beautiful women on television? It's getting late. We should head back." I felt a wave of fatigue wash over me, as I desperately yearned for sleep and wanted Qin Dong to escort me back to the dormitory. Qin Dong wriggled free from my grasp and exclaimed, "Oh, you don't even know who Qiu Shihong is? No wonder you're still single." He continued animatedly, "She is the super beauty from the Chemical Engineering College, the most prominent figure at Beichuan University, a nationally renowned campus belle. She's never visited our medical school. How can I not seize this opportunity to behold her beauty? The more beautiful a woman is, the more venomous she tends to be, regardless of Qiu Shihong's allure." I insisted, "Let us go back. I'm too tired." A wave of drowsiness suddenly enveloped me, making me feel as though I could collapse at any moment. I spoke this sentiment aloud, and instantly, I sensed dozens of predatory gazes fixated upon me. Who dares to insult my goddess? I thought. This fellow was asking for trouble. I truly wanted to kick him a couple of times. I can no longer endure. I feel as though I am on the verge of losing control. My body feels as if it has been sedated, my bones yielding to a pleasant languor. I glanced around, contemplating that it might be best to return to the classroom for a brief respite. Thus, I swiftly turned to leave, but suddenly a voice called out from behind me. "Shi Qiansheng, where are you running off to? Come home with me." The voice was melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of a lark fluttering near my ear. Simultaneously, I caught wind of a cacophony of chatter. The autumn goddess is calling him home. What is their relationship? Surely they are not a couple. I resolutely refused to accept such a notion. It was too painful to contemplate. I numbly turned to look, only to see a woman, impeccably dressed, striding towards me. Her fair skin, exquisite features, and raven locks cascading behind her exuded an ethereal grace. She approached with such swiftness that before I could properly behold her, she enveloped me in her embrace. Instantly, an intoxicating fragrance enveloped me, and I felt dizzy, as if I had succumbed to a potent elixir collapsing against her bosom. In the distance, I vaguely perceived a chorus of anguish howls, reminiscent of men lamenting the shattering of their hearts. From afar, I could still hear a particularly familiar voice. "Sure, Qiansheng, for heaven's sake." Qin Dong bellowed in anger, and I lamented inwardly, fearing that our friendship might be irrevocably severed. The night was still and silent. A chill wind swept through, causing my body to shudder involuntarily. As Qiu Shihong cast a fleeting glance in my direction, she gently pressed the buttons twice, causing the car window to seal shut entirely. "Qiansheng, you nearly frightened me to death. I just received a call informing me that you had fallen into the river. I tried reaching you dozens of times, yet you did not answer. Why didn't you let me know you were all right?" Gradually, warmth enveloped me, and I gazed around in bewilderment, realizing I was seated in a luxurious car, with Qiu Shihong at the wheel. She seemed to harbor a hint of resentment, blaming me for not returning her calls. I felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially as such a stunning beauty scolded me, making it appear as though our relationship was quite intimate. Contemplating her emotional state, I pondered whether revealing my unfamiliarity with her might provoke an impulsive reaction, leading her to mistakenly slam the brakes and inadvertently accelerate, resulting in a catastrophic outcome. After a brief moment of introspection, I replied, "I apologize. My phone was lost." "I knew it. Why couldn't you simply use someone else's phone to reassure me?" she retorted, still expressing her discontent. With a swift motion, she tossed a white box my way. Upon receiving it and inspecting the contents, I discovered a brand new Apple phone, an indulgent display of wealth. In that instant, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for my life. Attending a prestigious university with a stunning girlfriend who possessed considerable means, casually tossing Apple phones as if they were mere rotten eggs. Furthermore, her genuine concern and thoughtfulness towards me filled me with contentment. I was truly satisfied with this life. As memories of the past flickered in my mind, a dull ache began to throb in my head again. I decided against delving into those recollections. For now, I was content with my current circumstances. Half an hour later, Kixahong's car came to a halt in front of a detached villa, a two-story building that appeared immaculate. She assisted me up to the second floor and opened the door to a room that was spacious and grand, adorned with crystal-like chandeliers, a vibrant red carpet, and bedding embroidered with crimson motifs. I was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though I had stepped from the countryside into a five-star hotel, overwhelmed by a sudden sense of inferiority. Why did I feel this way? Could it be that I truly was a country bumpkin? The mere thought of the countryside sent a pang of discomfort through my head. "Qiansheng, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? You should lie down for a while." Kixahong gently placed me on the bed, carefully tucked me in, and then descended the stairs, the sounds of her activity echoing from the kitchen. A few minutes later, she returned with a steaming bowl of tea. "Here, drink this. It will make you feel better," she said confidently. I initially expected the tea to be scalding, but when I took the cup, it felt surprisingly cool, the liquid a deep crimson reminiscent of coffee. I took a cautious sip, only to be enchanted by its delightful sweetness, unable to restrain myself from savoring it, experiencing pure bliss. After finishing, I licked my lips, still longing for more. Instantly, I felt a resurgence of vitality, the previous weakness dissipating. "You must have been exhausted today. Please take some time to rest," she urged kindly. On an autumn evening, home, with her tender and affectionate smile, cradled my face and gently bestowed a kiss upon my forehead. At that moment, an overwhelming impulse surged within me, as I anticipated the unfolding of something indescribable. Yet, she merely carried my cup and departed. As the door clicked shut, the lights within the room extinguished simultaneously. The room was filled with a muffled sound, likely the air conditioning working diligently, and the temperature around me plummeted. However, I felt no chill. Instead, a profound sense of comfort enveloped me. Drowsiness washed over me once more, and with heavy eyelids, I leaned to one side and collapsed onto the bed. That night was enveloped in silence. The following day, I was roused from slumber by a cacophony of ringing. "Hello, is this Shi Qiansheng? Please come to school. The police are looking for you." The call ended abruptly. I glanced at my phone. It was a call from Qin Dong. His tone was flat and unfamiliar, and it struck me how, from yesterday to today, we had seemingly transformed from inseparable brothers to mere strangers. I let out a long sigh, lamenting, women, trouble indeed springs from them. Chapter 22. The peculiarities of Zhou Yang having donned my attire, I descended from the bed. Whereupon I noticed a small note resting upon the bedside table. It read, "Qiansheng, I have a busy day ahead and have left early. Please take care of yourself, and I shall see you in the evening. Yours affectionately, Hong Er." This note, penned by Qiu Shihong, indicated that she had departed early in the morning. Perhaps it was for the best. Had she been at home, I would have been at a loss regarding how to interact with her. Adjacent to the note lay several photo frames, one of which contained a picture of Qiu Shihong and me, radiating affection. The backdrop featured a vast ocean, with seagulls soaring beneath a cerulean sky, while a gentle breeze tousled her hair as she leaned gracefully against my shoulder. A truly beautiful moment. Yet, despite the image's charm, I found myself devoid of any recollection of that day. With a rueful smile, I set the frame down and made my way towards Beichuan University. As I approached the campus, I was unexpectedly confronted by the police officer Zhou Yang from the previous day, who seemed somewhat haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, indicating a restless night. Just as I intended to greet him, he abruptly pulled me into his vehicle. A man of urgency, indeed. Stealing a glance at his head, I noted that the ominous aura surrounding him was even more pronounced than the day before. Taking my seat in the passenger side, I inquired about the matter at hand. Zhou Yang rolled up the window, as if reluctant for others to overhear our conversation. He then implored, "Master, you must save me." Taken aback, I pondered how I had come to be referred to as a master. "Please, do not address me in such a manner," I replied. "I am merely a student." Zhou Yang shook his head solemnly and remarked, "Master Shi is being too humble. I reviewed the city's surveillance footage. After you fell from the bridge yesterday, you remained submerged for at least 10 minutes before resurfacing. Had you not possessed extraordinary abilities, you would have surely drowned. Moreover, just before departing yesterday, Master Shi mentioned that I was enveloped in dark energy. Initially, I thought it was merely a jest at my expense, but last night, I encountered something truly bizarre." Zhou Yang exclaimed, his voice rising in surprise. I cleared my throat and replied, "Please just call me by my name." Referring to me as Master feels rather awkward. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement and continued, "After you left the police station yesterday, I received a call about another homicide. The victim was similarly discovered near the Changchuan River, and tragically it was a child. This marks the third case of a body being disposed of in the river within a month in Changchuan City." At this point, Zhou Yang clenched his fists in anger and struck the steering wheel, exclaiming, "How despicable! They cannot even spare a child." I sighed and encouraged him to proceed. We were occupied until the early hours of the morning before returning home. As I drifted into a hazy slumber, I was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of footsteps in the hallway, followed by a persistent knocking at my door. Zhou Yang trembled slightly as he recounted this. The knocking continued, for resounding knocks each time. I could hardly bear it. Who would disturb someone's peace at such an hour? Fueled by irritation, I grabbed my handcuffs and rushed out, intending to apprehend the individual and throw them into the station. However, upon opening the door, you won't believe what happened next. Zhou Yang paused momentarily, turned his head, and fixed his gaze upon me, sending a shiver down my spine. I inquired what was the matter. He tapped his forehead twice and said, "I saw a dozen wildcats gathered before my door, each with gleaming green eyes staring at me, resembling a multitude of lifeless gazes." Upon hearing this, a chill ran down my back. How could such a bizarre occurrence transpire? Zhou Yang continued, "As a police officer, I possess a courage that far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Although startled, I dismissed the sight of the wildcats and simply closed the door, intending to return to sleep. Yet, just as I took a step away, a knock echoed from outside. Initially, I thought I had misheard. How could a cat knock? But this time, I heard it distinctly. There was certainly someone at the door. Zhou Yang's voice trembled, as if he were reliving this terrifying ordeal. He recounted, "I was quite flustered, Do not mock me. I dare not open the door. I gently peered through the peephole, only to be met with a large, vivid red eyeball, pale and bloodshot, as if it were pressing against the door, straining to see me. Moreover, I heard the voice of a child, asking, "Have you captured the one who killed me?" Zhou Yang clutched his head, murmuring to himself. I was so frightened I nearly fainted. I remember when I saw that child yesterday. I told his lifeless body, "Do not worry. I will ensure the murderer is brought to justice." Why did he come seeking me in the night? I gently patted him on the shoulder and consoled him. At least this boy has not harmed you, so do not worry too much. Zhou Yang forced a smile and replied, "Shiqiansheng, I know you must possess great wisdom. What should I do? If I do not capture the perpetrator, will he not seek me as a scapegoat?" A bitter laugh escaped my lips at the thought. How would I know? I am not a ghost-catching master from a film, nor can I draw talismans to ward off misfortune for you. Just as I was about to express my inability to assist him, he suddenly continued, "This heinous murder case has already caused a nationwide sensation, and leaders at all levels are under immense pressure. Therefore, a new decree was issued this morning. Anyone who can provide clues will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan, and those who assist in solving the case will be granted 1 million yuan. My heart trembled at once. I had checked this morning and found that I had not a single cent to my name, although I had an inexplicably wealthy girlfriend. I could not rely on her for support. After all, a man must uphold his dignity. Moreover, there was no emotional bond between us, and an elusive woman's figure lingered in my mind. I could see the dark aura hovering above Zhou Yang's head. Perhaps at the crime scene, I might discern additional details. If I could casually point out a couple of clues, wouldn't that bring me 100,000 yuan? This venture seemed quite profitable. Suddenly, I noticed the car had started moving. I hurriedly asked, "Zhou Yang, what are you doing?" Zhou Yang promptly replied, "You have been silent, and I know you must be contemplating a solution. I will drive you there. Take your time to think, and I shall not disturb you." I parked my car outside a funeral home, where Zhou Yang informed me that the body of a young boy lay within, while the remaining evidence was secured at the police station. Together, we entered the establishment, the air conditioning set to a chilling degree that sent a shiver down my spine. He led me to the entrance of a room, gesturing for me to proceed inside. Yet he halted just outside the door. I inquired, "Aren't you coming in?" Zhou Yang offered an awkward smile, admitting, "To be honest, I feel somewhat frightened right now. Please go in and tell the little boy not to come looking for me tonight. I assure you, I will catch the perpetrator." It dawned on me that he had brought me to the mortuary for this very purpose, leaving me momentarily speechless. Since I was already there, I steeled myself and stepped inside. Upon entering, I was greeted by a pale, misty atmosphere, the cold air swirling around me, which sent goosebumps cascading down my arms. Following Zhou Yang's instructions, I located the boy's body in the middle of the third row. As I unzipped the body bag, I was struck by the bloated state of the child, with mud and debris oozing from his nostrils, a clear indication that he had been submerged in water for an extended period. However, after scrutinizing the body for some time, I could discern nothing unusual. Eventually, I spoke softly to him, "Little brother, the police officer outside asks you not to disturb him tonight. He will do his utmost to find your assailant." Having said that, I turned to leave, having found no leads. As I reached for the door, it resisted my gentle pull, remaining steadfastly shut. Chapter 23. Encountering danger, what transpired? As I exerted force to pull the door once more, it felt as though it had been firmly barred, resisting all my efforts. A sense of dread washed over me. Could it be that the police had orchestrated this? Just as I was about to make another attempt, an unexpected pressure constricted around my neck, as though ensnared by some unseen force, and an overwhelming sensation of asphyxiation engulfed me. Someone was gripping me tightly from behind. Panic surged within me, and I struggled with all my might to break free, yet the assailant's strength was insurmountable, leaving me no room to retaliate as I was dragged backward. "Help me!" I managed to utter these two words through labored breaths, feeling the brink of unconsciousness approach when suddenly, with a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. "Shiqiansheng, what happened to you?" I saw Zhou Yang rushing toward me in haste. At that moment, the constriction around my neck loosened, and the tremendous force dissipated instantly. I collapsed to the floor, gasping for air, and weakly remarked, "Zhou Yang, your timing couldn't have been more perfect." Zhou Yang helped me to my feet and inquired about the events that had transpired. I countered, "Did you lock the door?" "I couldn't open it all." Zhou Yang shook his head and replied, "No. After you went in, I suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom, so I went to lie down there. Upon returning, I heard a series of clattering noises, and when I pushed the door open, I found you on the ground, clutching your neck tightly. I was momentarily stunned. Had I been the one choking myself? Was there truly no one behind me?" Zhou Yang's face turned pale, and he stammered, Is it possible? I wouldn't lie to you, but could there be a ghost here?" I stood up with trepidation, taking a careful glance around, and was immediately startled. I found myself once again before the lifeless body of the young boy, the zipper of his body bag inexplicably unfastened, with one arm hanging limply and a gash torn into it. A fleeting exchange of glances with Zhou Yang revealed a flicker of terror in both our eyes. Zhou Yang pointed at the boy's body and inquired, "Did you do this?" I shook my head, and Zhou Yang's complexion paled further. I vividly recalled that I had zipped the bag closed before my departure and had not touched his arm. The peculiar circumstances hinted at a deeper meaning. That dangling arm was undoubtedly attempting to convey something to us. I marveled at my own composure in this unsettling moment. My gaze fixated on the arm. I posed a question. If the skin is broken after death, does it bleed? Certainly, the boy had not been dead for more than 24 hours. The blood would not have coagulated so swiftly. Zhou Yang began to respond, but abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he stared intently at the arm. This seems off. How is it that not a single drop of blood has flowed from the boy's arm?" I gently pressed the arm, and the boy's once plump form suddenly deflated, resembling a punctured balloon, instantly desiccating. Zhou Yang fell silent for a moment before swiftly retrieving his phone. "This is a significant discovery. I must inform team leader Chun immediately. The blood has vanished from the corpse." He frantically pressed the button repeatedly, expressing his anxiety with the words, "What is happening? Why is there no signal?" I swiftly pulled out my phone, only to discover that my brand new Apple device was also devoid of service. A chilling breeze seemed to rise from the ground beneath my feet, sending a shiver coursing through my body as if I had been struck by electricity. Something was amiss here. We needed to leave quickly. I grasped Zhou Yang's arm, intending to lead him toward the exit, but suddenly I realized the door had inexplicably closed once more. Zhou Yang swallowed hard, incredulous. "I certainly didn't close the door just now." In an instant, a piercing scream escaped Zhou Yang's lips, and I watched in horror as he was abruptly lifted off the ground. He clutched his neck with both hands, as if ensnared by a rope, being forcefully pulled upward. "Zhou Yang," I shouted, looking up to see a faceless woman on the ceiling, her long hair cascading down several meters, tightly entwining around Zhou Yang's throat. She appeared to be affixed to the ceiling, devoid of any visible means of support. Then, her head tilted slightly, and I saw several strands of hair suddenly shoot towards me. I instinctively dodged to the left, but my arm collided with an iron railing, sending a sharp pain radiating through it. I glanced down to find a significant gash on my arm, blood oozing profusely. Before I could even register the pain, the woman's hair, akin to agile serpents, lunged toward me with tremendous force, ensnaring my neck in several clumps. In an instant, I found myself lifted at least a meter off the ground. Instinctively, I reached out to grasp the air, my bloodied hands brushing against the strands of hair, which emitted wisps of eerie smoke. Suddenly, my neck relaxed, and I fell with a loud thud from above. Ah! The specter on the ceiling let out a series of haunting wails, terrified of my blood. A surge of joy filled my heart as I turned to glance at Zhou Yang, who had already rolled his eyes back in a daze. With a swift motion, I flung my arm, sending a cascade of blood droplets sweeping across the hair on Zhou Yang's neck. Two more anguished cries followed, and Zhou Yang collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. Coughing weakly, he managed a couple of feeble hacks. Although my blood was effective against the ghost, it seemed Zhou Yang was not so fortunate. He oscillated between laughter and tears, likely entranced by the spirit. Without hesitation, I grasped him and dashed towards the exit. This time, the door swung open effortlessly, but a chilling gust swept in from behind, signaling the ghost's pursuit. We had to escape the mortuary swiftly. Once outside, safety would be assured. I recalled someone mentioning that spirits cannot linger beneath the sun, and as long as one harbors no fear, they hold no power over you. Supporting him, I pressed on, nearing the grand exit when suddenly, with a resounding bang, the iron door slammed shut. Outside stood an elderly man in a tank top, donning a round straw hat and puffing on a traditional cigarette. I hurriedly exclaimed, "Sir, please don't close the door. We need to get out." The old man furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Oh dear, when did you two go in? I've locked the door, and the key is with the person taking over my shift. I can't open it now. Let us proceed this way. Continue walking to the right, and then take a left turn. There you will find a small door, which I shall open for you." I immediately replied, "Thank you, kind sir, but please do hurry." I swiftly followed the old man's directions, and upon turning left, I indeed spotted a small iron gate, its surface marred by rust, suggesting it had seldom been opened. With a resounding clang, the iron gate swung open, revealing a bright expanse beyond. I was immensely grateful to this elder. My heart soared with joy, and I gathered all my strength to dash forward. As I approached the doorframe, I propelled myself with a powerful leap, akin to a spring. "Hey, be careful!" Suddenly, Zhou Yang shouted from behind. I looked down and was horrified to see a massive propeller beneath me. Should I fall, I would surely be reduced to a mere pulp. Zhou Yang, with his background in law enforcement, reacted with remarkable swiftness. He placed one hand on the doorframe and wrapped the other around my waist, yanking me back from the brink of disaster. What close call! I nearly found myself without a grave. Sitting on the ground, I gasped for breath, realizing that this was not a back door at all, but rather a dead end. The old man at the door had intended to lead me astray. I had been utterly deceived. Chapter 24. The Ghost's Oath. I leaned against the wall, my back drenched in sweat. The earlier moments had been exceedingly perilous. I was fortunate that Zhou Yang had embraced me just in time. I glanced at him. He appeared to have regained his composure, his gaze no longer vacant, and his demeanor seemed entirely natural. "Thank you, Zhou Yang. You seem to be all right now," I remarked. Zhou Yang surveyed himself, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, and replied, "I remember being choked, and then everything went blank. Suddenly, I awoke as if from a dream, only to see you recklessly leaping towards that propeller, prompting me to grab hold of you." I furrowed my brow. Zhou Yang had seemingly recovered in this place, and the female ghost had not pursued us. Could it be that the specter dared not enter here? What had transpired with me moments ago? Zhou Yang inquired, a hint of frustration in his tone. Observing his bewilderment, I surmised that he could not perceive the faceless female ghost on the ceiling. So I simplistically stated, "You were enchanted by the ghost." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's expression shifted, his anxiety palpable. "Is there truly a ghost? Can you subdue her?" he asked. I chuckled lightly, amused that he regarded me as some kind of ghost hunter. Nonetheless, his words sparked a realization within me. My blood had the power to counter the ghost. While I may not be a ghostbuster, I could certainly engage her in a fierce struggle. Moreover, given that the specter seemed hesitant to approach this location, I could safely leave Zhou Yang here without concern. Turning to Zhou Yang, I instructed, "Stay here and do not move. I shall confront the ghost." He nodded in agreement, insisting that if anything arose, he would be ready to assist, perhaps even proving to be of help. I took a deep breath, bolstering my courage, and gritted my teeth against the pain as I squeezed out a few drops of blood from the wound I had just inflicted upon myself. The elongated corridor was imbued with a chilling atmosphere, rendered dim by the closed door. Occasionally, I could hear faint, mournful sounds echoing through the air. With my arms crossed, I walked slowly, striving to appear composed and untroubled. Suddenly, a white shadow flitted above me, prompting me to halt my steps and let out a sardonic laugh. "Come forth. I can see you. Stop your petty tricks. You cannot frighten me." Yet inwardly, I was quite anxious, for it was my first encounter with a female ghost. Nevertheless, I recalled the saying that while humans fear ghosts to a certain extent, ghosts fear humans even more. So I resolved not to display any cowardice from the outset. Before long, I felt an intense chill creeping up behind me. I turned to see the faceless female ghost standing rigidly in my wake, her long hair floating before me like a menacing specter. "Why did you kill my son? Why did you harm him?" she demanded, her voice trembling with agitation and fury. I was taken aback. I did not even know who her son was, so how could I be labeled a murderer? I hastily replied, "Surely there is some misunderstanding. I did not kill your son. No, it was you. It was you." The faceless specter shrieked, her disheveled hair launching towards me like arrows. I instinctively reached out to shield myself, and the moment her hair brushed against my blood, she let out a piercing scream, her hair seemingly ablaze, emitting wisps of acrid smoke. Seizing the opportunity, I advanced once more, causing her to cower against the wall, yet she continued to roar at me in fury, as if she longed to devour me whole. Recognizing the need to temper my approach, I decided to provoke her just enough without pushing her to desperation. I inquired, "Was the little boy in the room just now your son?" The vengeful specter paused momentarily, her furious demeanor softening into a low, mournful murmur akin to quiet sobbing. I pressed on, "Why do you accuse me of killing your son? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" The faceless woman turned her gaze towards me. Though her expression was obscured, I could sense the intense hatred she directed at me. "It is your fault. It is you," she exclaimed, and with that, she lunged at me once again. I was truly exasperated. Why could this spirit not engage in rational discourse? So obstinate was she in her grief. With a swift motion of my right arm, my bloodied hand made contact with her, and she was thrown back as if struck by an immense force, tumbling to the ground. I was taken aback by the potency of my blood against her. I intended to utter an apology, but she swiftly fled, retreating to the room where the body lay. I hurried after her, and as I entered the room, I beheld the faceless specter weeping beside the small boy. As I gazed upon the poignant scene of the mother and child, an overwhelming sorrow enveloped my heart, and the terms father and mother suddenly flashed through my mind. Almost instinctively, I pounded my chest and declared, "I have come here to investigate the cause of your son's demise. Please, you must believe me. I did not slay your child. I assure you, I will unearth the perpetrator who has brought harm to both you and your son." The faceless woman lifted her gaze and regarded me for a considerable moment before responding, "You may earn my trust, but only if you swear a ghostly oath using your birth details before my spirit." A ghostly oath? I was momentarily taken aback, having never encountered such a term before. I inquired about its meaning. She reached towards her chest and summoned a vibrant azure orb, which appeared to be woven from water, cascading delicate strands that connected to her being. "This is my spirit. You must use your name, along with your date of birth, to pledge a blood oath to my spirit. Should you deceive me, I swear, even in death, I shall haunt you through the ages, ensuring you never find peace. Conversely, if you speak the truth and fulfill my wishes, I shall accompany you in every lifetime, serving you as a devoted servant." I furrow my brow, recognizing the gravity of such a ghostly oath. Ultimately, I nodded and replied, "Very well." I approached her spectral figure, extending my right hand, and once more, I squeezed out a few drops of crimson blood, declaring, "I, Shi Qiansheng, born in 1993. Before I could utter my vow, a sudden tempest swept through the room, and I was startled by a cacophony of frantic bird calls. Caw, caw, caw. This sound was deep and hoarse. Upon closer inspection, I was astounded to realize it was the call of crows. At that moment, the door banged open, and a vast swarm of black crows rushed in, darkening the air above me as they squawked chaotically. I hastily raised my hands to shoo them away, only to discover that they seemed entirely indifferent to me, instead launching a fierce assault on the faceless specter. The faceless ghost appeared terrified by the onslaught of crows, cowering in fear. In a moment of resolve, I shed my clothing and dashed forward to drive them away. Although I succeeded in dispersing the crows, I noticed a gaping wound had formed her chest, her body collapsing to the ground, increasingly becoming ethereal. She turned her head towards me, rasping, "You deceived me. You lack the courage to swear the ghostly oath. I despise you. He will avenge me." With those final words, she vanished completely. I stood there, staring blankly at the ground, my entire being rendered immobile, my mind a void. Chapter 25. Someone to assist us, the faceless woman, until her final moment, remained unconvinced of my intentions, her resentful words echoing in my ears like a haunting curse. However, she did mention a certain he, leading me to surmise that the faceless woman had likely been deceived or manipulated by this individual. If I could ascertain his identity, perhaps the mystery surrounding this case would be unraveled. Furthermore, the sudden arrival of that flock of crows seemed orchestrated by him, aimed at thwarting my attempt to make a ghostly vow. As I pondered these thoughts, Zhou Yang dashed in from outside, inquiring if I was unharmed. I fixed him with a piercing gaze, recalling that it was he who had brought me to this mortuary. The presence of the faceless woman appeared almost premeditated, as if she had been waiting for my arrival. Could it be that Zhou Yang had deliberately set this trap? Zhou Yang, under my scrutinizing stare, momentarily stiffened, his hand instinctively resting on the weapon at his waist as he nervously stammered, "Why are you looking at me like that? You aren't possessed by a ghost, are you?" In a moment of reflection, I realized that Zhou Yang had indeed saved me earlier. If he truly intended to harm me, he would not have come to my aid. I managed a smile and replied, "No, the female ghost has vanished. What brings you here? I thought I told you to stay put." Zhou Yang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable. Oh, by the way, I received a phone call earlier urging me to leave quickly. They mentioned that the doors of the mortuary had already opened, which is why I rushed here and found you seemingly lost in thought." Taken aback by his words, I pondered the implications of someone contacting Zhou Yang. Could it be that someone was clandestinely aiding me? "You must quickly trace this number," I urged. "The caller undoubtedly possesses valuable information." Zhou Yang let out a resigned and bitter laugh, shaking his head as he spoke. "This matter is quite peculiar." The individual spoke through a voice changer, leaving me uncertain of their gender. Upon hanging up, my first instinct was to check their phone number, yet my mobile displayed no signal and bore no call history. A chill ran down my spine. If the call was made by a living person, could it be that this mortuary harbors more than one spirit? The more I pondered, the more unsettling the situation became. In this vast mortuary, apart from the sinister doorman I had encountered, I had not seen another soul. It felt as though this place had been meticulously prepared for us, luring us into its trap. We must leave at once. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss here. We must locate that doorman, who should be a living person. I distinctly recall that he cast a shadow when I observed him, which is why I trusted him implicitly. Zhou Yang, naturally believing me, followed suit as we hurried outside. The brilliant light and refreshing air instilled within me a profound sense of safety and relief. I exhaled deeply, grateful to have emerged alive. Glancing down at my arm, I realized I could perceive spirits. My blood could harm them, and I noticed a dark aura hovering above Zhou Yang's head. It dawned on me that I harbored an abundance of secrets, rendering myself a colossal enigma. I had already notified Captain Chun, who assured me he would arrive shortly. I gazed at the ominous edifice of the mortuary, pondering the hidden perils it might conceal, and the peculiar propeller into which I almost plunged seemed to hint at an underlying machine shop. I suggested to Team Leader Chun that he refrain from entering recklessly, instead dispatching someone to monitor the premises and investigate the whereabouts of the mortuary staff, particularly the old gatekeeper. At that moment, my phone chimed, revealing a call from Qingdong. "Oh my goodness, where have you run off to?" "Skipping class with the homeroom teacher. How audacious of you." I was momentarily taken aback. "Did I have class today?" I replied, "Please inform the homeroom teacher that I have an urgent matter to attend to today, and I sincerely apologize. Regardless of the situation, you must return. The homeroom teacher is looking for you," Qingdong insisted over the line. Zhou Yang, who was close by, overheard the conversation and approached me. "You should return to school and properly tend to your wounds. Don't worry about things on that end. I will inform them on behalf of the police, and they will not trouble you." "I am truly grateful for your help today," I replied. "There is no need for such formality. You saved me as well. Please keep me informed of any leads." The tragic fate of the faceless ghost and the child deeply moved me. My heart felt as though it had been pierced when she collapsed beside the lifeless boy. They should have been at home, reveling in the joys of motherhood and childhood. Yet they were cruelly met with such a fate. Although the ghostly oath was not fulfilled, I remained steadfast in my promise to realize it, as it is a vow I made to a mother. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I returned to school, only to be met with a disdainful gaze from Qingdong. I awkwardly chuckled and inquired, "Why do you look at me like that, old classmate?" Qingdong, clutching his chest and sighing heavily, lamented, "It's not you I despise. It's my own self. I have perused countless romantic novels, memorized an array of love poems, and studied numerous girls of varying temperaments. Although you may possess better looks than I pride myself on being far superior in the art of wooing. Yet, I have come to realize that ultimately, it is indeed one's appearance that prevails." I rubbed my nose and replied cheerfully, "Qingdong, I have always believed you to be more handsome than I. His expression suddenly transformed into one of profound resentment. Are you deliberately insulting me? You've even won over Qiu Shihong, and yet you claim to be less attractive? How could such a delicate flower be interested in you? Ha! After exchanging playful banter for a while, Qin Dong finally quieted down. Eventually, we shifted our conversation to serious matters. The homeroom teacher had summoned me to his office at 4 o'clock. I asked Qin Dong what the teacher wanted, but he remained tight-lipped, advising me to fend for myself. If there is anything I currently dread, it is not the supernatural, but my homeroom teacher. I am particularly fearful of being roped into some academic endeavor, for my mind is utterly blank. Glancing at the clock, I realized it was nearly 4. After bidding farewell to Qin Dong, I headed straight for the office building. However, upon entering the building, I unexpectedly encountered the second person I least wished to see, Qiu Shihong. She was clad in a student uniform. Her long hair tied up in a ponytail, and the white t-shirt was adorned with a charming knot. Her lower half was complemented by a short gray striped skirt, revealing her elegantly long legs, which were utterly enchanting. Qian Sheng, what brings you here? Are you looking for me? But I am rather busy at the moment. A rosy glow graced the beautiful face of Qiu Shihong. I managed an awkward smile, surprised by the coincidence. In truth, I had come here on account of my homeroom teacher's request. Suddenly, Qiu Shihong grasped my hand and inquired, "What happened to your hand? Where did you get hurt?" Her profound concern for me stirred a wave of emotion within, particularly as her beauty shone through. In that fleeting moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. "It's merely a minor abrasion," I replied. "I must first attend to my homeroom teacher. We shall converse later." I feared that if I lingered any longer, I would find it impossible to resist the urge to embrace her, for her allure was simply too potent. As I entered my homeroom teacher's office, I found the space quite spacious, occupied solely by him. "Teacher Wang, I have arrived," I said softly. Teacher Wang put down his pen, lifted his gaze, and after a moment's pause, spoke with a frown, "Sure, Qiansheng, what has come over you lately? Have you become arrogant after publishing a few commendable papers?" I was taken aback by his sudden ire, for I was merely absent from class today for justifiable reasons. Typically, I would not mind skipping a class or two, but his frustration over my absence from yesterday's lab report, which was critical to my credits in graduation, was wholly unexpected. A sudden buzz echoed in my mind. I attended yesterday's experimental report, did I not? Ultimately, it was you, Professor Wang, who personally confirmed that I had passed this course. Chapter 26. In love, I stifled the excitement swelling within me and tentatively remarked, "Teacher Wang, did I not attend yesterday?" Instantly, Teacher Wang, infuriated, hurled his pen aside and retorted, "Do you take me for a fool, or do you believe I have grown senile?" I inhaled sharply, realizing that Teacher Wang's demeanor did not suggest deception. Thus, my inexplicable success in the experimental academic report yesterday was merely an illusion. Yet, was it I who had succumbed to hallucination, or had Teacher Wang and the others lost their memories? I could no longer perceive the individuals and events around me through the lens of contemporary scientific understanding, for the bizarre occurrences surrounding me had become excessively numerous. "Sure, Qiansheng, I have summoned you today to grant you another opportunity." Teacher Wang's face darkened, clearly still agitated. He seized a document from the table and handed it to me. "You have conducted this experiment, so recount the process and conclusions to me based on this." I glanced down and saw clinical trial of the quantitative detection reagent kit for neuron-specific enolase, NSE. I resolved to feign fainting as I closed my eyes. Preparing to collapse, a sudden flash illuminated my mind. A torrent of text and symbols surged forth, and in an instant, I comprehended the essence of NSE. My eyes flew open, and I could not restrain myself from exclaiming, "Enolase is a crucial enzyme involved in glycolysis." I spoke uninterrupted for half an hour, and, as I did, Teacher Wang's expression softened increasingly, culminating in a series of nods as he smiled and remarked, "Well done. Your narration was both rigorous and flawless. I hope you will approach your studies with greater seriousness in the future." I assured myself that I would never behave in such a manner again. As I exited the teacher's office, I gently touched my back only to discover it drenched in perspiration. It was utterly astonishing. In that fleeting moment, I felt as though I had acquired a memory that was not my own. Descending the stairs, my legs trembled, and I pinched my thigh hard, the pain confirming that I was not dreaming. Qinsheng, wait for me. A delicate fragrance enveloped me as Kixahong caught up to me. Why are you ignoring me? I've been calling you for ages. My face flushed with embarrassment as I admitted that I had been too engrossed in my thoughts to hear her. I then inquired why she lingered there. Kixahong shot me an exasperated glance, her expression darkening before she guided me to the innermost office of the corridor. As we passed by the door, I noticed the title of Student Council President emblazoned upon it. I couldn't help but marvel at how extraordinarily accomplished Kixahong was, serving as the president of the Student Council. What am I doing here? I merely awaited your emergence, she retorted, her tone imbued with a hint of melancholy. My heart melted at her words. I apologize. I simply lack the ability to articulate myself well. She retrieved some gauze and a bottle of ointment from the drawer, tenderly applying it to my wounds and meticulously bandaging them. Suddenly, I noticed her eyes glistening with unshed tears, and panic surged within me. What's wrong? Did I upset you? To my dismay, my inquiry elicited 2 streams of tears cascading down her cheeks. She remarked, You usually call me Honger. Why have you changed so much lately? Do you perhaps dislike me now? I felt as if I'd been turned to stone, utterly at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, I finally uttered, Hunger. Qiu Shihong embodied the quintessential woman in the hearts of all men, radiant, gentle, capable, affluent, and considerate towards her beloved. Faced with such a woman, I found myself unable to refuse her. Upon hearing me address her in this manner, Qiu Shihong wrinkled her nose and softly inquired, Have you decided whether you dislike me? I shook my head vigorously and quickly replied, How could I ever dare to dislike you? You are the finest woman in the world. This was perhaps the first time I had ever complimented a girl, and Qiu Shihong instantly burst into laughter, teasing that I was quite the smooth talker. I spent the entire afternoon in her company, captivated by every nuance of her expression. In that moment, I truly felt an affection for this girl. Later that evening, she expressed a desire to go shopping, and I accompanied her. As she linked her arm with mine while strolling down the street, I sensed an overwhelming predatory energy surrounding us. Although I was there to accompany her, she predominantly indulged in purchasing items for me: suits, shoes, watches, essentially everything a man might need, and all from prestigious brands. When she used her credit card, there was no hint of hesitation, leaving me feeling embarrassed throughout the evening. I could only protest that the things were too expensive and suggest we forego them, only to watch her unhesitatingly purchase them for me. I followed closely behind Qiu Shihong, burdened with a multitude of items, while she tirelessly assisted me in selecting them. At that moment, a couple strolled by, each holding a red string, which they cherished and caressed with laughter and conversation. Finding myself idle, I eavesdropped on their exchange. The man, cradling the woman's red string, exclaimed, I waited in line for 2 hours to finally obtain this. Do you like it, my dear? The woman's eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, How thoughtful of you. Intrigued, I approached them to offer a greeting and engaged in light conversation. They informed me of a nearby temple dedicated to the god of marriage, revealing that the red strings were known as love strings, obtained in front of the temple, promising to bless couples with enduring affection, reputed for its efficacy. After expressing my gratitude, I handed my belongings to Qiu Shihong and said, Please wait for me here. I have a stomachache. I hurriedly dashed out of the mall, racing toward the temple the couple had mentioned. Today, Qiu Shihong had been exceptionally kind to me, and I felt a deep sense of appreciation. However, as a man, I believed I should reciprocate in some manner. I resolved to surprise her. While I might not offer a financial surprise, I could certainly strive to convey my heartfelt intentions. The area buzzed with activity, teeming with people, and the air was thick with incense, indicating that there was more than one temple nearby. Upon inquiring further, I discovered that this was the Changhuang Temple in Beichuan City, the very temple the couple had referred to as the god of marriage temple. I took a deep breath, realizing the urgency of the situation. However, the entrance to the Changhuang Temple was utterly congested, and if I were to queue, I feared my hopes would wither away. Thus, I sought refuge beneath a robust tree outside the temple, its sturdy branches extending into the sacred grounds. I resolved to take a daring leap for the sake of my love, climbing the tree like a nimble monkey. Just as I was about to leap into the temple, a sudden thunderclap erupted from the heavens, causing my eardrums to reverberate painfully. A dazzling bolt of lightning struck nearby, coursing through my body, rendering my vision a blur and my limbs numb, leading me to tumble from the tree. With a resounding thud, I distinctly heard the sharp sound of my head meeting the ground, and soon thereafter, a heavy fog enveloped my mind. A crowd gathered around me, and nearby security rushed to the scene, creating a cacophony of concern. When I finally regained consciousness, I found myself reclining in the passenger seat of a vehicle, with Qiu Shihong expertly gripping the steering wheel, a scene that felt oddly familiar. "Qiansheng, you're awake. You truly frightened me. Why have you been so restless these past few days?" I wished to assure her that I was fine, merely experiencing a slight itch in my leg. Lifting my pant leg, I noticed numerous light brown spots adorning my calf. These spots seemed eerily familiar, recalling my visit to the morgue earlier that day. I remembered Zhou Yang mentioning that these were known as livor mortis. Chapter 27. Someone is pursuing us. To my astonishment, I discovered a corpse-like bruise had appeared on my leg. My heart raced as I stared at it with wide eyes, questioning whether I had been struck dead by lightning moments prior. I was on the verge of a breakdown. "Qiansheng, why are you sweating so profusely? Wipe your brow. Perhaps I've set the car's air conditioning too high," said Kixahong, offering me 2 tissues. Trembling, I accepted them and dabbed at my forehead. Her observation made me acutely aware of the heat, prompting me to reach for the car window button. With a swift motion, the window slid open, allowing a fierce gust of wind to invade the vehicle, causing my skin to ripple like waves. I hastily pressed the button to close it again. The speed was surely akin to that on a highway. I glanced outside, and what I saw were towering buildings and pedestrians strolling along the street, accompanied by a stream of cars that appeared to be receding from view. The incessant honking of vehicles filled the air. This was not a highway at all. Kixahong was driving recklessly, overtaking cars at breakneck speed. A quick look at the speedometer revealed we were soaring towards 150 kilometers per hour. I exclaimed, "Why are you driving so fast? This is exceedingly dangerous." Kixahong remained silent, her expression grave, as she continued to press the accelerator. Seated in the passenger seat, I felt dizzy, my stomach churning violently, nearly on the brink of upheaval. The car darted through the congested streets like a streak of crimson lightning, executing a few elegant drifts before veering onto a less traveled road. The vehicle's speed rapidly diminished, allowing me to exhale a sigh of relief as I inquired, "What was that all about? Why were you driving so fast?" Qiu Shihong cast a glance in my direction, her lips pursed in mild frustration as she retorted, "A few unsavory characters were tailing me back there." I was taken aback. Were today's ruffians so audacious as to chase after a woman in broad daylight? Such a notion seemed utterly absurd. Skeptically, I asked, "Is that true? You must have shaken them off by now." Qiu Shihong nodded, expressing her gratitude for her prior experience with racing abroad, adding, "Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament tonight." Before me stood this seemingly perfect woman, harboring an extraordinary skill. She was a race car driver. I found myself utterly speechless. I had always perceived her as a gentle soul, unaware of her fierce side. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens pierced the air, and ahead, a series of barricades emerged, sharp spikes littering the roadway, threatening to puncture our tires if we dared to proceed. Moments later, 2 police cars appeared, effectively trapping us in the center of the road. From one of the vehicles emerged a short police officer clad in traffic control uniform, brandishing a megaphone. He bellowed, "Individuals inside, please exit the vehicle immediately with your hands on your heads and submit to inspection." A stirring sensation coursed through my heart as I recalled the moment when Qiu Shihong's vehicle was recklessly speeding. I anticipated that the traffic police would soon confront us. Yet I was taken aback by their swiftness. This time, however, Qiu Shihong did not engage in any reckless driving. Instead, she dutifully brought the car to a halt. Grasping the back of my hand firmly, she reassured me, "Qiansheng, remain in the car. I will speak with them. Everything will be fine." With that, she exited the vehicle, her demeanor exuding confidence as she seemingly disregarded the presence of the officers. I wondered if she might be the offspring of a prominent official from Beichuan City. Peering out the window, I observed Qiu Shihong engaged in a heated discussion with a short-statured officer. After exchanging words for a moment, several other officers suddenly advanced and forcefully restrained her. In that instant, I witnessed her turn towards me, her voice rising in urgency. "Qinshan, come help me. They're not real police." Upon hearing this, a surge of fury ignited within me. How dare they lay hands on my girlfriend? In that moment, I felt an overwhelming rush of adrenaline. All thoughts of corpses, the little boy, and a mortuary attendant vanished from my mind, leaving only concern for Qiu Shihong's safety. Without hesitation, I dashed towards them, lifting my leg to deliver a forceful kick to the nearest officer's backside. The officer soared through the air like a frog, landing several meters away as he tumbled to the ground. The sheer power of my strike astonished me. When had I acquired such strength? I observed the surrounding individuals gazing at me in sheer horror, yet the short police officer remained remarkably composed. With a stern expression, he coldly declared, "You possess an audacious spirit, daring to resist us. You are courting death." No sooner had he uttered these words than he suddenly lunged forward, delivering a punch aimed directly at my forehead. I felt as though a tempest had swept through, accompanied by the thunderous sound of air being displaced. The blow was executed with such swiftness that I could only cross my arms in defense. With a resounding thud, his fist struck me like a cannonball, forcing me to stagger back several paces, as if my very bones were about to shatter. This man possessed immense strength, evoking a sense of terror within me. "Qiansheng," Qiu Shihong called out to me, her face etched with anxiety. In that fleeting moment, the fire of determination ignited within me once more. With a primal roar, I surged forward with an unexpected vigor, colliding directly with the short officer. He cried out in pain, stumbling back 3 steps before regaining his footing, his expression one of disbelief as he uttered, "How is this possible?" Having landed a successful blow, I prepared to launch another attack when suddenly, a prickling sensation coursed through my back, akin to being pricked by fine needles. My vision darkened, and I lost consciousness. I was unaware of how long I had been in slumber, but upon awakening, I found myself resting on a grand bed. By my side sat Qiu Shihong, who appeared to be sleeping upon me. To my astonishment, Zhou Yang was also present beside me. "Ah, he has awakened," Zhou Yang exclaimed immediately. As Qiu Shihong raised her head with excitement, she grasped my hand and exclaimed, "Qiansheng, you have finally awakened." In the midst of her words, tears began to stream down her face. Zhou Yang, feeling a bit awkward, suggested he would prepare something to eat before hurriedly retreating downstairs. I gently patted Qiu Shihong's head and reassured her, "It's all right. I am fine now. Why are you so prone to tears? If you cry too much, it won't be a pleasant sight." After comforting her for a while, she composed herself and informed me that I had been in a stupor for 3 days. Curious about what had transpired after I lost consciousness that night, I inquired further. She recounted that I had been ambushed by a group of ruffians and had fallen victim to their tranquilizing darts. Fortunately, Zhou Yang was on duty in the area and managed to scare off the imposter police with a couple of gunshots. I strained to recall the events, remembering that I had gone to the Yu Lao temple to seek a red thread, only to be struck down by a bolt of lightning. Subsequently, Qiu Shihong had driven me away, and I noticed the presence of livor mortis on my legs. Upon hearing the term livor mortis, I hastily threw back the covers to inspect my legs, which appeared smooth and devoid of any spots. Qiu Shihong poured me a glass of water and explained, "You were allergic for some reason that night. Your legs were covered in rashes. I only discovered this after I took you to the hospital." I understood now. A wave of relief washed over me, and I chuckled. "So it was an allergy? You gave me quite a scare. I thought I'd been struck dead by lightning." "You're laughing? Do you know how terrified I was? I nearly fainted," she retorted with a serious expression. "It's truly bizarre. How could it thunder so late at night? You must promise me to stay away from those temples in the future." Chapter 28, The Peculiar Mister. Qin Qiu Shihong stayed with me for merely an hour before taking her leave. She appeared to be perpetually occupied. Zhou Yang prepared a nourishing chicken soup and sought at a couple of side dishes, ostensibly to celebrate my safe awakening. As we dined, our conversation flowed naturally. "I never imagined you had such a beautiful girlfriend. I must admit I underestimated you," he remarked with a hint of surprise. I shot him a disapproving glance, urging him to refrain from such trivialities. "During my 3 days of slumber, did you uncover any leads regarding that funeral home? I inquired, as I had refrained from broaching the subject, with Xiao Shihong present. Zhou Yang's brow furrowed deeply, the tension palpable, before he took a sip of liquor and responded. This matter is rather peculiar. We managed to locate the staff of the funeral home, but it appears they have all encountered misfortune. What? My heart raced at the revelation. What exactly transpired? Zhou Yang continued. The staff at the funeral home is not numerous. The first we managed to investigate was a mortician named Master Huang. According to his family, he returned home that night and isolated himself in his room. Initially, his family did not pay much attention, but later, when they called for him during dinner, they discovered him staring into the mirror, grinning vacantly, having adorned his own face with the makeup of a corpse. A chill ran down my spine at his words. Could it be that Master Huang had fallen victim to some malevolent influence? What about the others? I pressed. Zhou Yang sighed softly. The situation for others was even more dire. That cremation master had returned home and set his own arm ablaze on the gas stove. And then there was that mortician, who buried himself alive. Zhou Yang suddenly choked on his words, as if recalling an exceedingly cruel image that rendered him speechless. I placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and suggested we focus on something else. How is the situation with the doorman? I inquired. Zhou Yang took a deep swig of his drink, noting the peculiar circumstance surrounding the doorman. While others faced calamity, he appeared unscathed. I remained silent, intently listening as he continued. The doorman's surname was Qin. Mr. Qin had worked at the funeral home for over a decade, truly a seasoned employee. It was said that he once served as a caretaker for the deceased, but as he aged, he transitioned to watching the entrance. Mr. Qin resided in a quaint two-story brick house on the outskirts of Beichuan City. Each morning at 6, he would set out, remaining at the funeral home until noon, after which he would push a tricycle to collect scrap, only returning home at 10 in the evening. Even in recent days, Mr. Qin maintained this routine. We had even dispatched 2 officers disguised as scrap merchants to converse with him, ultimately discovering that he was quite loquacious and his mind remained sharp, showing no signs of dementia or dullness. I interjected, asking Zhou Yang, did Mr. Qin not notice the absence of his colleagues at the funeral home? Zhou Yang's expression shifted, and he lowered his voice, saying, Old Master Qin appears most peculiar at this moment. He arrived at the funeral home this morning, unlocked the door, and went straight to the security room, almost completely motionless. At noon, he would close the door and leave the key in the security room's cabinet. In this light, Old Master Qin seemed like a puppet under someone else's control. However, there has always been a belief that the crowing of the golden rooster heralds the retreat of evil spirits. If Old Master Qin is indeed under the influence of some malevolent entity, then this spirit must possess unimaginable power. I inquired, have you visited Old Master Qin's home? Zhou Yang shook his head. We merely confirmed the exact location of his residence. We encountered such a bizarre situation for the first time, and as you advised us not to act recklessly, we refrained from taking any action. Furthermore, do you know, the first time I followed Old Master Qin was that night when I saw you being attacked by those imposter policemen. I was taken aback. Are you implying that Old Master Qin deliberately led you to rescue us? Zhou Yang offered a wry smile. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence, but it is a coincidence that strains credulity. If Zhou Yang's suspicions hold true, then this matter becomes exceedingly perplexing. Old Master Qin attempted to harm me at the funeral home, only to later bring Zhou Yang to save me. This defies all logical explanation. I resolutely slammed my hand on the table and declared, let us cease our conjectures. Instead of pondering in vain, we should venture directly to Old Master Qin's home and investigate. My intuition suggests that Old Man Qin is inextricably linked to the recent corpse dumping case in Beichuan City, and it seems that the enigma surrounding me is also connected to him. Zhou Yang abruptly rose to his feet, expressing, I have been awaiting your words for quite some time. These past few nights, I have dreamed of that young boy, who cries each night asking me if the murderer has been found. I awaken each time, engulfed in guilt. However, Zhou Yang added, but you have just recovered. I hope your health is not compromised. I stood up, stretched my limbs, and made no gesture, assuring him I am completely fine. Zhou Yang smiled knowingly, giving me a thumbs up, remarking, a master is indeed a master. Your recovery is enviable. That afternoon, Zhou Yang and I ventured to Old Man Qin's residence. located in Shijiaba of the western district of Beichuan City. This area still boasts a considerable amount of farmland, and it is said that several major real estate developers once fought fiercely over this prime land, ultimately leading to mutual destruction and leaving no victor. Thus, it was abandoned. Consequently, present-day Shijiaba resembles a rural town from a decade ago, with very few inhabitants, most of the houses standing vacant. Upon confirming that Old Man Sheen had gone to collect scrap, we stealthily infiltrated his home. As we stepped inside, a cacophony of barking erupted, and turning around, we noticed a large yellow dog tethered in the yard. This dog was a local breed, fierce and aggressive, ready to bite anyone except its owner, particularly glaring at us with eyes that seemed to harbor a desire to pounce and maul us instantly. The barking of the dog was exceedingly loud, prompting Zhou Yang to have someone purchase a few meat buns to throw to it, which finally quelled its noise. This traditional brick house featured a grand entrance not adorned with modern rolling shutters, but rather with a pair of imposing wooden doors typical of rural settings. Images of door gods were affixed to these doors, exuding an aura of majesty and grandeur. With a slender piece of steel wire, Zhou Yang skillfully unlocked the door, a talent that genuinely impressed me. Inside, fragrant incense wafted through the air, and upon closer inspection, I noticed a portrait of a Taoist priest hanging on the wall, his piercing eyes gazing intently ahead, full of life. Before the portrait lay offerings and an incense burner, within which 3 sticks of incense were inserted, emanating the delightful aroma I had noticed earlier. We divided our tasks. As the house contained numerous rooms, my focus was on the second floor while he attended to the first. Several doors on the second floor were locked, yet unexpectedly, I stumbled upon Uncle Sheen's bedroom. It was quite simple, furnished only with a bed and a wardrobe, lacking even a proper table. Upon opening the wardrobe, I found it utterly empty, and with a frown, I prepared to leave, having found nothing of interest. Suddenly, however, I heard a faint noise, seemingly emanating from within the wardrobe. Chapter 29. The blood of the extreme sun, a shiver coursed through my entire being. I had just opened this cabinet, and it was empty. How could it suddenly emit a sound? Could there be a concealed door within? The faint tinkling echoed softly, yet it resonated within me as if a drum were fiercely striking my soul. Fear swiftly spread from the depths of my heart. What could be producing such a noise? Summoning my courage, I cautiously extended my hand. As I grasped the handle of the cabinet once more, an icy chill enveloped me, as though I were clutching a block of ice. In the blink of an eye, how could the atmosphere shift so drastically? Hesitation gripped me. Should I open it or not? Just then, I felt a sudden gust of wind rush towards me from behind. With a swift lunge to the right, I cast a glance over my shoulder and saw a sharp kitchen knife slicing past my shoulder. That was close. Had I hesitated for even a second, I would have been cleaved in two. Upon closer inspection, a cold sweat drenched me as I realized that the assailant wielding the knife was none other than Zhou Yang. I shouted in alarm, "Zhou Yang, have you lost your mind? Are you really trying to stab me?" A strange smile crept across Zhou Yang's face, his throat emitting an eerie sound as froth bubbled from his lips. His eyes, with pupils inverted, resembled those of a serpent, fixated upon me. This was dire. He must have fallen victim to something sinister. After a tense moment, Zhou Yang tore forward, brandishing the knife once more. I rolled onto the ground, evading him and darting towards the exit. As I fled, an eerie chuckle erupted from behind me. The voice of Zhou Yang was sharp and high-pitched, laced with excitement. I intended to lure him outside, for confronting Zhou Yang alone would be formidable without inflicting harm upon him. He was my friend, and I hesitated to act recklessly against him. However, his subordinates were lurking nearby, and I hoped to draw him out so that we could collectively subdue him. To my dismay, as I hurried down the staircase, I suddenly felt my foot ensnared by something. My balance faltered, and I tumbled down the stairs like a ball, crashing onto the first floor. The cacophony of impacts reverberated through the air, and by the time I landed on the unforgiving floor, stars danced before my eyes, and blood streamed from my nose. But Zhou Yang was relentless. Brandishing a kitchen knife, he charged towards me with a derisive laugh. Gritting my teeth, I struggled to rise. Yet after merely 2 steps, I felt as if I had been pulled back, crashing to the ground once more. Turning my head, I glanced at the wall behind me, where a portrait of an ethereal Taoist priest now seemed to glare at me with a sidelong gaze. I recalled that upon entering, the painting had been facing straight ahead, but now its expression had morphed into something sinister. I had underestimated the peril lurking within old Master Qin's abode, far more treacherous than I had anticipated. Just as I was taken aback by this revelation, Zhou Yang loomed above me. Raising the eye, cried out in despair, as there seemed to be no chance of escape. Just as I believed my demise was imminent, someone suddenly splashed a bucket of water onto Zhou Yang. Instantly, Zhou Yang's movement ceased and the knife slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. I rolled to the left just in time, and the knife landed precisely where I had been lying moments before. Before I could rise, I saw Zhou Yang's legs buckle, and he collapsed towards me. Simultaneously, a foul stench invaded my nostrils, revealing that the liquid splashed earlier was not water, but urine. "Come with me," came a deep, raspy voice. At the doorway stood a small, elderly man, clad in a white coat, his face adorned in theatrical makeup. I swiftly hoisted Zhou Yang and dashed outside. The old man moved with remarkable speed, securing the door with a few swift motions. However, after only a few steps, I heard loud thuds emanating from the door, as if something was forcefully attempting to break through. "What a formidable and sinister sorcery," the old man remarked involuntarily. The large yellow dog in the yard barked ferociously, tugging at its iron chain as if it might snap at any moment. The meat buns Zhou Yang had thrown earlier had transformed into mere doe skins, as the dog only desired the meat within. "Wait!" Just as I was about to escape the yard, the old man suddenly grasped my shoulder. He then produced a slender twig from his pocket. Though delicate, it appeared remarkably resilient. The old man rushed towards the yellow dog, swinging the twig with vigor and striking the beast with fervor. The ferocious dog, just moments ago, now fled like a mouse, offering no resistance and howling in despair. In a swift motion, the old man brought down his knife, severing the head of the large yellow dog. What sent chills down my spine was the sight of the dog's headless body standing rigidly, dark, foul-smelling blood spraying from its neck. A truly horrifying spectacle. "Let us go," the old man urged, and after dispatching the dog, he dragged us along at a hurried pace. We ran for nearly half an hour until we finally paused at the sight of a small river. Exhausted, we collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "You certainly possess remarkable courage," he remarked. "With no experience whatsoever, you dared to enter his home, clearly indifferent to your own safety." The old man appeared to be in far better shape than I, as he showed no signs of fatigue, his face unflushed and breathing steady. I raised my hand in a gesture of gratitude and said, "Thank you, sir, for saving our lives." We initially believed that Mr. Qin was merely a pawn of some malevolent spirit, not realizing how sinister his home truly was. The old man scoffed, dismissing our naivety, and instructed us to call him Mr. Huang. I paused, struck by the realization that he bore the surname Huang and had a painted face. Could he possibly be the deranged Master Huang from the funeral parlor? When I inquired if he was indeed Master Huang, he nodded and pointed to Zhou Yang, saying, "Let us not linger on pleasantries. You must save your friend. Delay any longer, and he may soon find himself before the King of Hell." Immediately, I asked how he could save him. Old Huang inquired whether I was a virgin, to which I nodded. He then instructed me to pierce the tip of my middle finger and, following his gestures, inscribed a peculiar rune upon Zhou Yang's forehead. The blood from a virgin's fingertip possesses an extraordinarily potent yang energy, sufficient to suppress the malevolent entity within your friend, Huang imparted. He continued with his teachings, advising me to pinch his philtrum and forcefully press his mouth to expel the malevolence residing within him. Heeding Huang's guidance, I pressed my fingers against Zhou Yang's throat for an extended period, until he retched and expelled a mass of filth. Upon closer inspection, I was horrified to see a creature resembling a soft-bodied worm writhing within. The stench nearly made me retch as well, but to my surprise, old Huang swiftly seized the creature and confined it within a small vial, a triumphant grin adorning his face as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, what a fining serpent. This old man has struck gold." Zhou Yang coughed weakly and uttered, "Where am I?" Huang paused momentarily, then, upon touching the blood on his forehead, widened his eyes in astonishment and gazed at me intently. "What on earth are you, child? Your blood carries the essence of the sun, does it not?" Confusion enveloped me as I queried, "What is wrong with my blood?" Huang elucidated, had it been the blood of an ordinary person. Your friend would have taken at least a week to regain consciousness after being saved. However, with your blood, he awakens in an instant. There is but one explanation. Your blood is imbued with the formidable energy of pure yang. I glanced at my fingertip, realizing why the faceless female ghost had once feared my blood. It was indeed for this reason. Chapter 30. In a frantic escape just moments ago, Huang Bo splashed urine on Zhou Yang, wielded a willow branch to drive away the dog, and even instructed me on drawing talismans to aid Zhou Yang. This elder must possess considerable knowledge of exorcism techniques. His abrupt appearance in Grandpa Qin's room suggests he has been observing us all along. I bowed respectfully to Huang Bo and inquired, Huang Bo, who exactly is this Grandpa Qin, and what discoveries have you made here? Huang Bo carefully tucked away the small vial and casually replied, What is this? Trying to pry information from me? You two are still so young. I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. How could this be considered meddling? As a police officer, it is my duty to apprehend the culprit. If I were to falter in the face of danger, what kind of officer would I be? Zhou Yang suddenly rose, speaking with righteous fervor. Huang Bo leaned back slightly, his face once more etched with astonishment. I initially thought Huang Bo was taken aback by Zhou Yang's impassioned speech. To my surprise, he exclaimed, My heavens, you can actually stand up. He then pointed at me and remarked, You, young man, are quite the treasure. Although Huang Bo engaged in light-hearted banter with us, he refrained from mentioning anything about the mortuary or Grandpa Qin, as if deliberately avoiding the subject. This only served to confirm that he was undoubtedly aware of many truths, yet unwilling to divulge them. Attempting to ingratiate myself with him seemed futile, so I decided to be direct. Huang Bo, what would it take for you to assist us? Huang Bo let out a cold, eerie laugh and replied, You've just recovered a life, and yet you're so eager to rush headlong into danger. Listen closely. I will give you but one piece of advice. This matter is beyond your jurisdiction, yet there are those who will take charge of it. Having spoken, Huang Bo briskly departed, ignoring my calls in pursuit of his attention. Zhou Yang, frustrated, stamped his foot and remarked, He possesses the capability to assist us, yet he chooses to distance himself out of fear of responsibility. It is precisely individuals like him that contribute to the proliferation of criminals in society. I could only helplessly counsel, Zhou Yang, please remain calm. Huang Bo has saved us before. Perhaps he has his own burdens to bear. We exchanged glances, each perceiving a sense of confusion in the other's eyes. Having already stirred the proverbial hornet's nest, it seemed that our lead on Grandpa Qin was now at risk of being severed. As we contemplated our next steps, Huang Bo suddenly rushed towards us in haste. I was momentarily taken aback and exclaimed, Huang Bo, have you changed your mind and decided to assist us? However, as he drew nearer, I noticed the grave expression on his face, tinged with a hint of panic. He curtly said, We must flee immediately. I did not anticipate that wretched thing would return so swiftly. It must have discovered me. I have been thoroughly undone by you two little brats. The very mention of flee indicated that he was in deep trouble, and that wretched thing he referred to could only be Grandpa Qin. As I ran, I inquired, Is Grandpa Qin back? It could be him, or it might not be, he replied enigmatically. What sort of statement was that? Huang Bo's words left me perplexed. Was Grandpa Qin not truly Grandpa Qin? Huang Bo discerned my confusion and, with a cold smirk, addressed Zhou Yang. Little officer, your people have been monitoring him all along. You should grasp my meaning. Zhou Yang nodded and replied directly, My subordinates informed me that today, Old Master Qin has been scavenging in the city center. Since we entered the house, merely 30 minutes have elapsed. Even if Old Master Qin had noticed us from the outset, it would take him no less than 2 hours to return home from the city center at his fastest pace. I comprehended that Old Master Qin's speed of travel transcended modern notions and could not be measured by ordinary human standards. You all can swim, right? Huang Bo inquired. Zhou Yang confidently affirmed, stating that every police officer undergoes swimming training. I hesitated for a moment, as I was unsure of my own swimming abilities. Noticing my silence, Huang Bo remarked, You can't swim? Zhou Yang interjected, He should be able to. Despite being a university student, he is indeed quite skilled. He once swam for half an hour beneath the Changchuan River without perishing. Zhou Yang unreservedly exalted my prowess. I felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. as my reputation was somewhat exaggerated. Very well, then let us take to the water, Huang Bo declared, and with that, he grasped us by the arms and leaped into the river with a splash. The sound of rushing water filled my ears, and as I plunged into the depths, I initially feared I might sink. However, in an instant, my limbs moved with an instinctive grace, as if swimming were an innate ability. Following Huang Bo for a while, I was suddenly struck by an eerie gust of wind from shore, echoing like the approach of a colossal beast. Yet, I could discern no figures in sight. Huang Bo abruptly pulled us underwater, signaling for silence with a gesture. We quickly covered our mouths, holding our breath in the depths. Beneath the surface, the willow branches on the bank swayed violently, leading me to believe that the malevolent entity Huang Bo had mentioned was lurking nearby. As time passed, our situation grew increasingly precarious. Our limits for holding breath were nearing their end. I noticed Huang Bo removing his coat, then, with a pained expression, producing a small white paper figure, affixing it to his garment. Strangely, despite being mere paper, the little figure resembled plastic, remaining entirely unscathed on the water-ice surface. Huang Bo wrapped the paper figure in his coat and released it forward. To our astonishment, he began to chant softly, and the coat glided away like a swift fish beneath the water. Simultaneously, the ominous wind and the sound of footsteps on the shore pursued that very coat. We three emerged from the water in a rush, exhaling deeply. A single breath would suffice. We had to continue swimming while holding our breath. The substitute boy I had summoned could only delay for a short while. We needed to vacate this area before he became aware of us. With a composed demeanor, Huang Bo spoke, and without hesitation, we each took a deep breath and submerged once more. For some reason, the term substitute boy that Huang Bo had just mentioned struck a familiar chord within me, as though I had encountered this phrase before. Throughout this journey, Huang Bo intermittently cast paper figures into the water, burned incense along the shore, and even insisted that we disrobe to relieve ourselves. Unbeknownst to us, we had been floundering in the water for nearly 3 hours before finally emerging onto dry land. At last, we had escaped his clutches. Fortunately, we had previously dispatched his dog, or else we would surely have been summoned to meet the king of hell. Truly, it felt as though I had suffered a double loss. Huang Bo, upon reaching the shore, expressed his profound frustration. I approached him and first offered a heartfelt expression of gratitude, then solemnly inquired, Huang Bo, are we not now aligned in our struggles? Surely, you must assist us in this matter. Huang Bo, wary of Master Qin and undoubtedly well acquainted with his nature, had feigned madness to safeguard himself, thus evading the fate that befell others. However, now that Master Qin had discovered Huang Bo's deceit, he would surely take action, leaving Huang Bo with no avenue for escape. The most prudent course of action was evidently to unite against their common adversary. Huang Bo jabbed a finger in my forehead, indignantly exclaiming, "Good deeds truly go unrewarded. You two have led me to ruin. I cannot return home tonight. I shall accompany you." Without hesitation, Zhou Yang suggested, "Let us go to my house. I am more familiar with this area, and it is closest to my home." Zhou Yang resided in an old apartment complex devoid of elevators, necessitating our ascent via the stairs to the 5th floor. Upon entering the dwelling, Huang Bo immediately poured himself a glass of water, quenching his thirst with great eagerness and finally exhaling a sigh of relief. I found it rather peculiar, so I inquired about his situation. With a warm smile, Mr. Huang pointed to his belly and said, "He claims to be thirsty and wishes for a drink of water." Chapter 31. The ghostly burial. The sight of old Huang with a beaming smile instantly caused my heart to race. My gaze shifted towards his abdomen, which appeared distended, resembling that of a pregnant individual. After taking a few more sips of water, his belly returned to its original form. This spectacle left me utterly astonished, while Zhou Yang beside me instinctively placed his hand on the gun at his waist. Old Huang let out a hearty laugh, waving his hands reassuringly. "There's no need to be anxious. He is quite docile. Thanks to him, we managed to evade the clutches of the old ghost." Upon hearing this, both Zhou Yang and I let out a sigh of relief. It turned out he was our savior. I quickly inquired, "Old Huang, who exactly is he?" Old Huang patted his stomach, and suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the room. To my astonishment, a small, rotund figure rolled out from within him, resembling a bouncing ball. Clad in black garments adorned with numerous red symbols, the little fellow rolled around before darting to old Huang's side, clutching his leg and swaying unsteadily. At first glance, this chubby little creature appeared rather endearing, which diminished my wariness significantly. "What is this?" I asked, pointing at the plump child, seeking clarification from old Huang. Old Huang's eyes seemed to flicker momentarily as he regarded me with the wisdom of an aged scholar. "You can actually see him? You possess extreme young blood and the innate ghostly eyes. This is truly remarkable." I stood there, momentarily dazed, realizing I had ghostly eyes. Yet I had been completely unaware of it. "Were ghostly eyes?" I inquired. Huang Boyi let out a surprised exclamation and remarked, "You possess the ghost, I yet remain unaware of its significance. Surely you jest." After uttering this, his smile abruptly faltered as he fixed his gaze upon my eyes for an extended moment before continuing. "However, something seems amiss. Typically, the pupils of a person with the ghost I possess a hint of green, often referred to as the yin. It is said that the yin can connect with the underworld, thus allowing the ghost I to perceive that which is invisible to ordinary mortals. Yet your eyes appear no different from those of the common folk. How peculiar indeed. What are you all talking about? What fat boy? What ghost eye? I see nothing," Zhou Yang exclaimed, ceaselessly scanning his surroundings. Huang Boyi rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a small spray bottle, administering a couple of spritzes towards Zhou Yang's eyes. Caught off guard, Zhou Yang wiped his eyes and, with irritation, inquired, "What are you doing?" However, when he reopened his eyes, he shuddered and pointed at the fat boy, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" Huang Boyi chuckled softly, cradling the fat boy and leisurely explaining, "This is my little ghost. He has yet to awaken his intellect, so please refrain from speaking too loudly, lest you frighten him." Having witnessed the care of chickens, ducks, and pets, I found it astonishing to encounter someone who raises a little ghost. Truly, it validates the old adage, the world is vast and full of wonders. Observing our astonishment, Huang Boyi began to elucidate the situation to us slowly. This phenomenon is referred to as ghostly burial, a profound art of the mystical realm. The essence of a ghost lies in its solitude, hence the notion of wandering souls. This arcane practice allows one to transform into a refuge for spirits, sustaining them, while the ghost must pay a corresponding price, serving you diligently and selflessly. Does this not, however, strip a ghost of its freedom? Zhou Yang interjected. With a disdainful chuckle, Huang Bo remarked, "Freedom? Your heart may be noble, young officer, yet your idealism is misguided. If all ghosts were to roam freely, chaos would ensue in the mortal realm. One must remember that the transition from human to ghost is often fraught with resentment. Furthermore, the risks associated with the art of ghostly burial are immense. You have likely heard tales of masters who, in their folly, met tragic ends at the hands of their own pets. Should the spirit within harbor ulterior motives and grow powerful, it may turn against its master, even usurping their corporeal form." Huang Bo's words suddenly reminded me of Old Man Qin, whom Huang Bo consistently referred to as that ghostly being. Moreover, Zhou Yang's recent surveillance revealed that Old Man Qin oscillated between the semblance of a puppet and that of a normal man. I inquired, "Is Old Man Qin in this state due to ghostly burial?" Huang Bo nodded silently. "You are quite astute, Shi Xiaozai. Old Qin has indeed been harmed by the spirit within him. He is, in truth, a pitiable soul." Huang Bo was evidently well acquainted with Old Man Qin, and now, with his mention, Zhou Yang and I were eager to uncover all that we could about him. The technique of ghostly burial was, in fact, taught to him by me. Huang Bo sighed as he gazed out the window. "What?" Zhou Yang and I simultaneously exclaimed, "What is this situation? Could it be that Grandpa Qin is the disciple of Master Huang?" Master Huang gestured for us to calm down and said, "I became acquainted with old Qin at the funeral home. By a twist of fate, we grew to be the closest of friends. He formerly worked in the morgue and inevitably attracted a ghost or two. Subsequently, I taught him a few techniques for self-protection. To my surprise, old Qin possessed an innate talent in this regard, learning much from me. Naturally, he mastered the art of ghostly burial. But what I never anticipated was that he would later harbor a malevolent spirit that even I fear." "What manner of malevolent spirit?" Youyang inquired. a vengeful ghost well-versed in occult practices and adept at sorcery, Master Huang replied gravely. Reflecting on Zhou Yang's recent ordeal, I asked, is the Yin snake worm within Zhou Yang a variant of such sorcery? Master Huang nodded, saying the Yin snake worm is exceedingly formidable. It can manipulate the human mind and drain one's vitality. However, Old Qin's household harbors more than one malevolent entity. The moment you set foot in his home, the large yellow dog in the yard alerted his sinister creatures to your presence. The image of that yellow dog, seemingly lifeless yet standing, remains etched in my memory, along with the unsettling sounds from the cabinet in Grandpa Qin's room and the 2 occasions I felt something tugging at my foot, sending chills down my spine. I never imagined that Grandpa Qin could be such a sinister individual. Regardless of whether he is the perpetrator behind the boy's demise, I cannot allow him to go unchecked. Zhou Yang slammed his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Huang Bo shook his head. The recent string of corpse dumping incidents in Beichuan City is not his doing. However, what I do know is that the faceless female ghost pursuing you on the day you visited the funeral home was indeed orchestrated by him. The faceless ghost is the mother of the little boy. Old Qin has set this trap for us. This case is undoubtedly linked to him, I analyzed. Oh, so it is the mother of the little boy. Old Qin harbors quite a few secrets, Huang Bo remarked, astonished. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from Zhou Yang's door, prompting all 3 of us to glance towards it. A wave of alarm surged through me. Could it be Old Qin pursuing us? Just then, an elderly, hoarse voice called out, Zhou Yang, are you back? I prepared some beef stew for you. You work hard every day. You need to nourish your body well. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang replied, it's Grandma's son from next door. He then made his way to the door. As Zhou Yang opened the door, I beheld an elderly woman, her face marked by age, standing at the threshold. Her hair was nearly entirely white, and she held a steaming bowl of meat soup. Zhou Yang gratefully accepted it, expressing his thanks profusely. Suddenly, I noticed that Huang Bo, that old rascal, had hidden beneath the bed. Chapter 32. Division of Labor. Once the elderly woman departed, Huang Bo emerged from beneath the bed. I assisted him in taking a seat and promptly inquired about what had transpired moments ago. With a furrowed brow, Huang Bo dusted off his clothes and replied. When the knocking commenced, the plump little rascal claimed to feel quite cold. I suspected something sinister lurked outside, prompting me to hide beneath the bed. However, after watching for quite some time, I discerned nothing. It appears I may have been mistaken. I silently chastised the old fox for his swift retreat, pondering how he failed to alert us. Had it been Uncle Qin at the door, it would have meant certain doom for Zhou Yang and me, while the old fox would remain safely hidden away. Zhou Yang placed a fragrant bowl of beef soup on the table, his expression suddenly transforming into one of profound melancholy. He shared with us, Grandma's son is the wife of my mentor, who was also the captain of my former police squad. He taught me the essence of bravery in the line of duty. Regrettably, he passed away not long ago. Upon hearing this, I offered words of solace. Your mentor must have been an extraordinary police officer. Zhou Yang's posture straightened abruptly, affirming, indeed, but he was the first to be slain. A shiver ran through me. It was no wonder Zhou Yang had shown such intense indignation concerning this body disposal case. The deceased included his former captain and mentor. Subsequently, Zhou Yang meticulously analyzed the case for us, revealing that 3 individuals had lost their lives in a series of murders: a police officer, a real estate magnate, and a young boy. I find myself in a state of perplexity. These 3 individuals seem utterly unrelated, so why would the perpetrator choose to eliminate them? Curiously, the faceless specter I encountered at the funeral home is conspicuously absent from this equation. I inquired of Zhou Yang whether the young boy's mother had uncovered any information. Zhou Yang shook his head, indicating that he had reported this matter to Captain Chen 2 days prior, yet regrettably, there had been no developments. We also scoured the vicinity for her remains, but to no avail. It appeared that Zhou Yang was making little headway, so I shifted my gaze toward Huang Bo. An unsettling feeling nagged at me. I sensed that Huang Bo harbored numerous secrets he had yet to divulge. Initially, he had urged us to refrain from involvement, suggesting he possessed knowledge of the entire situation. Later, he asserted that Old Man Qin was not the murderer, only to subsequently reveal that there were many mysteries surrounding Old Man Qin that he himself did not comprehend. Moreover, it was curious that someone like Huang Bo, with his profound esoteric skills, would take on the role of a mortician at a funeral home. Noticing my unwavering gaze upon him, Huang Bo inquired about my scrutiny. After a moment contemplation, I resolved that regardless of what Huang Bo sought to conceal, we were currently under the same roof, confronting Old Man Qin. We must first apprehend him before delving into subsequent inquiries. With a wry smile, I remarked, Huang Bo, we have already stirred Old Man Qin today. Do you think he might attempt to flee? Flee? Huang Bo chuckled, bemused. Do you truly believe those few dim-witted officers could capture him? I promptly retorted, but you're still here, Huang Bo. My intention in saying this was to gauge whether Huang Bo was genuinely inclined to assist me. Huang Bo turned his head with a dismissive air and said, Do not flatter me. Your trivial schemes are quite transparent to this old man. Initially, I had no intention of assisting you, for aiding you would be akin to courting death. However, the situation has changed. What do you mean by that? I inquired, sensing a glimmer of hope. Huang Bo pointed at me and remarked, Now that I have such a valuable ally in you, I feel confident about confronting that ghostly entity. Joy surged within me, and I was about to ask him what to do next when, unfortunately, Qiu Shihong suddenly called me. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was quite late. No wonder she was reaching out. Qinsheng, why are you not at home tonight? Where have you gone? And when will you return? Qiu Shihong's voice brimmed with concern. After a moment's thought, I replied, A classmate is celebrating a birthday, so I want to be back tonight. I had already attracted the attention of old Master Qin, and I wished to avoid bringing danger to her. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before she said, Well then, take care of yourself. I was taken aback. I had expected her to express more discontent, yet she refrained from further complaints. After ending the call, Zhou Yang chuckled beside me and asked, Planning to stay here tonight? I nodded and emphasized the importance of focusing on the matter at hand. I turned back to Huang Bo and continued, How should I assist you in dealing with old Master Qin? Huang Bo requested paper and pen from Zhou Yang and proceeded to list an array of items. Yellow paper, black dog blood, red thread, copper mirrors, and other paraphernalia for exorcising spirits. Moreover, there were certain items that appeared quite peculiar, such as bulletproof vests, grenades, firearms, and electric batons. The aforementioned items were undoubtedly employed by Master Huang for exorcism and rituals. However, I cast a perplexed glance at him regarding the purpose of the latter items. Master Huang, donning an air of mystery, replied, In due time, you shall understand. By the way, there is one more crucial item, the peach wood from the city god temple. Both Zhou Yang and I affirmed our willingness to assist. Master Huang then stated that he would procure yellow paper and the likes of red and black blood, while Zhou Yang would apply to the police for equipment, and I would seek out the peach wood at the temple. That night, I enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Zhou Yang arose and opened the window. Faintly, I heard a cacophony of flapping wings outside. Suddenly, Zhou Yang exclaimed, My heavens, why are there so many crows? Upon hearing the word crows, my mind immediately conjured images of the flock I had encountered at the funeral home. I sprang from my bed and gazed out the window. Indeed, a few crows were soaring in the distance, but their numbers were scant, likely not the same group I had previously observed. Nevertheless, crows are harbingers of misfortune, and Master Huang had advised us to exercise caution. As I descended the stairs, an overpowering stench suddenly assaulted my senses, so pungent that I nearly retched. Upon closer inspection, I discovered a decaying centipede nestled in the corner of the corridor, its myriad of antennae presenting an utterly repugnant sight. The centipede was a deep hue, its carapace almost ebony, yet was riddled with bites, its entire form scattered in fragments upon the ground. This is a black iron centipede, Huang Bo exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Yang and I exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring about the black iron centipede. Huang Bo elucidated that it was an exceedingly potent venomous creature, likely dispatched by old Qin. However, its demise in this location was perplexing. Huang Bo surveyed the surroundings and suddenly espied several dark feathers upon the earth, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. The heavens are conspiring against old Qin. Observing the feathers, I surmised that the murder of the centipede was attributable to the flock of crows from that morning. Let us expedite our mission and ensure the eradication of old Qin the malevolent entity. Today, Huang Bo declared with fervor. Without delay, the three of us promptly departed in divergent directions. I secured a ride, heading directly to the city god temple. Seated in the vehicle, I was suddenly reminded of my previous misfortune of being struck by lightning, lamenting inwardly, I hope I am not similarly plagued by ill luck this time. Chapter 33. The arrival of the Peachwood. When I arrived at the city god temple, it had yet to open its doors. This was hardly surprising, as few people visited in the morning. It was during the evening that the place truly came alive. Towering ancient trees flanked the entrance, their robust roots twisting like dark dragons deeply entwined in the earth, while their stout trunks stood tall like vigilant sentinels, guarding each side. Recalling the time I was struck by lightning while climbing a tree, I felt a surge of trepidation at the sight of these ancient giants and ultimately resolved to enter through the back door. The city god temple was vast, and after traversing 2 streets, I finally located the rear entrance. From a distance, I noticed a group of 7 or 8 individuals loitering near the entrance, likely there to seek blessings. However, as I drew closer, I was taken aback. Though I did not recognize the others, the leader was all too familiar. He was none other than the ruffian who had pursued me and kicked Sahong last time. The short fellow seemed to recognize me as well. Our eyes locked, igniting a palpable tension in the air. With a disdainful snort, he swaggered towards me, his steps exuding confidence, and slowly uttered, "You choose to stray from the path to heaven and seek the gates of hell. You have come here of your own volition." I felt a surge of anger at his arrogance. The account from our last encounter still lingered, and here he was posturing before me. "You certainly possess an abundance of confidence. It appears the lesson I imparted previously was insufficient. Perhaps I should take it upon myself to better educate you and your peers." That night, when I clashed with the short one, it became evident that he was no match for me, and his lackeys were little more than a mere distraction. I cautiously glanced behind me, only to find an empty expanse, devoid of any threat of ambush, which instantly bolstered my confidence. I beckoned the short individual with a gesture, inviting him to settle both new grievances and old scores. He stepped forward, moving with the swiftness of the wind, and launched a punch directly at my face. Clenching my right fist, I chose to retaliate rather than retreat, meeting his blow head-on. The impact resonated with a loud thud, and I immediately felt a numbing sensation coursing through my entire arm. I staggered back several paces, utterly astonished. How had this short fellow's strength increased so dramatically in just a few days? Such a mere insect dares to act defiantly before me, a being of divine virtue. The short man let out a cold chuckle and pointed a finger at me, prompting his companions to charge towards me without hesitation. At that moment, I still felt my arm rendered powerless. Resolutely, I turned and fled. This sudden surge in the short man's strength compelled me to prioritize my retreat. Today, I had not come to engage in combat. My true objective was to locate the Peachwood within the temple. However, the group, led by the short individual, pursued relentlessly. In my desperate flight, I failed to notice what lay ahead, and suddenly, around the corner, I collided with a group of individuals. I was unable to halt my momentum and crashed directly into them. "Ouch! Can't you watch where you're going?" came a sharp voice from beneath me. Yet it held an oddly familiar ring. Upon closer inspection, I was taken aback. Was that not my classmate Qin Dong? The 5 or 6 individuals accompanying him seemed familiar as well. Upon further reflection, they appeared to be my classmates. "Big Stone, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at home, cuddling with your beloved Qiu Shihong?" I hastily scrambled to my feet, apologizing profusely. "My brother, I truly beg your pardon." In that fleeting moment, the group of shorter individuals had already caught up, still posturing arrogantly as they proclaimed, "With no path to escape, the spirits shall scatter, Shi Qiansheng. You cannot flee." Qin Dong glanced at them and remarked, "Brother, these individuals do not appear amiable. What trouble have you stirred with them?" I spat on the ground and rubbed my wrist, dismissing them as a band of ruffians who had previously bullied Qiu Shihong. Qin Dong promptly twisted his neck and bellowed at them. "How dare you bully my brother in broad daylight, and even dare to harass his woman? Which side do you belong to? Do you know who I am?" Observing Qin Dong's fearless demeanor, I couldn't help but wonder if he was also involved in this underworld. The short individual remained unperturbed, coldly stating those unrelated should confidently depart. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. You are quite audacious, Qin Dong retorted, vigorously shaking his right hand before suddenly shouting, "Prepare yourself." I watched as he hurled an object towards them, followed by a resounding bang and a shower of soda foam cascading through the air. "What are you staring at? Run," he urged. "Do you truly believe I am some gang leader?" Gripping my hand, Qin Dong dashed away, while our other classmates had long vanished from sight. It turned out that his earlier hand motions were not merely to stretch, but to agitate a soda bottle. Remarkably, this feigned maneuver had indeed intimidated the group of shorter individuals, granting us precious moments to escape. Qin Dong led me through several turns until we found refuge in a narrow alleyway, where we leaned against a large stone, panting heavily. I remarked, "You truly are something. A true brother." Qin Dong chuckled and replied, "A favor deserves a favor. Remember when I was bullied by seniors back in school? You helped me just the same." I pondered for a moment, yet could not recall the incident. Noticing my puzzled expression, Qin Dong playfully nudged my shoulder, saying, "Come on, don't tell me you've forgotten. That was the foundation of our deep-seated friendship." Embarrassed, I managed to smile and said, "Of course I remember. How could I possibly forget? By the way, what brings you here?" Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Dong explained, "It's Sunday, and a blockbuster is screening recently. We had planned to watch it with a few girls, but then you had to show up and spoil everything." Nearby, footsteps echoed intermittently, a relentless reminder of our pursuers. Glancing at Qin Dong, I asked, "Old friend, could you do me a favor? I promise to treat you to a sumptuous meal. Just let it out." Qin Dong retorted without hesitation. I continued, "Could you visit the city god temple and fetch some peach wood for me? I'll draw them away." Qin Dong looked at me with a peculiar expression. "Peach wood? What do you intend to do with that? Are you planning to conjure spirits?" Unsure how to explain, I simply stated, "It's a request I must fulfill today." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Dong frowned and said, "All right, I'll give it a try. I do recall there are quite a few peach trees in that area. Why don't you wait for me on the second floor of the mall across the street?" I remarked that he was indeed a good brother, and then I dashed out, hurling a torrent of insults at the short fellow before making my escape. By this time, the street was bustling with people, and being in the commercial center made it easy to slip away unnoticed. Seeing that the group had not pursued me, I headed straight to the second floor, where I waited for over an hour. Eventually, Qin Dong approached me, wielding a wooden stick as thick as my wrist. "Thank you, brother. You have truly been a great help," I expressed. Qin Dong chuckled. "Let us not dwell on trivialities. Remember our promise of a grand feast. Rest assured, I will not forget. However, I cannot today. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell." I hurriedly took the peach wood and departed, with Qin Dong's playful curses trailing behind me. To my surprise, as soon as I exited the shopping center, I spotted the short man's group. I quickly turned on my heel, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to the location agreed upon with Huang Bo. Chapter 34. Fierce battle. Upon my arrival at the eastern bridgehead of Shijiaba, I found Huang Bo and Zhou Yang already present, diligently organizing their belongings. Zhou Yang informed me that the police had been closely monitoring Elder Qin's residence. Despite the commotion we caused yesterday, Elder Qin remained unperturbed, continuing his routine of going to work this morning. "Is he not a bit too composed?" I remarked. "Humph. To him, we are akin to a swarm of ants. He sees no reason to abandon his nest because of such insignificant creatures." Huang Bo's words instantly tightened my nerves. If this were the case, were we not merely marching towards our demise? However, excessive blind confidence in oneself often precedes failure. Noticing the unease in our hearts, Huang Bo suddenly shifted his tone, as if administering a calming balm. "Huang Bo, please refrain from dampening our spirits," I implored. Yet he merely smiled, silently splitting the piece of peach what I had brought back into a sword. This impending confrontation with old Qin would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. "You must heed my commands without deviation. To act independently would lead to certain death," he warned, his expression stern and unyielding, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive weight. Zhou Yang and I nodded in submission to his orders. The evening breeze carried the drifting willow fluff, and the setting sun cast a vivid scarlet hue across the horizon, reminiscent of blood. We lay in ambush within the confines of an abandoned house, overlooking a dilapidated road that was, nonetheless, the inevitable path for the venerable Mr. Qin on his way home. The dim glow of the streetlights had quietly awakened, while the distant creaking of a tricycle echoed, its sound reverberating through the air. Through a narrow gap in a window, the stout and unpretentious figure of Mr. Qin gradually came into view. He was approaching. Zhou Yang whispered softly, yet even this hushed utterance sent my heart racing with fervor. The tricycle, laden heavily with what seemed to be mere scrap metal, appeared to strain under Mr. Qin's watchful gaze, presenting him as nothing more than an elderly villager. Huang Bo lay motionless on the ground, eerily quiet as though petrified. In that fleeting moment, he resembled a predatory leopard, entirely concealed in his stillness, awaiting the perfect opportunity to deliver a decisive strike to his unsuspecting prey. Cough, cough, cough. Mr. Qin was now mere steps away from us, his weathered coughs punctuating the air. He spat onto the roadside, then patted his stooped back with weary hands. I could distinctly see beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, each drop a testament to his toil. Suddenly, Huang Bo sprang to his feet, his movements swift as lightning, and hurled 3 grenades toward Mr. Qin. Then, he seized us and dashed towards the exit. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions crashed upon us like thunder, leaving my eardrums ringing in their wake. I was utterly astonished. This was my first encounter witnessing the use of grenades in such an unexpected context. I initially anticipated that Huang Bo would dash out, brandishing a peachwood sword and reciting an incantation to engage in a magical duel with old Qin. To my astonishment, he merely hurled the bomb. The 3 of us remained silent, and after a few minutes, Huang Bo cautiously peeked out to observe the aftermath of the explosion. Before us lay a gaping crater in the road, and old Qin was in a state of utter devastation. Both of his arms had been violently severed, half of his face charred beyond recognition, and his torso was buried in the earth. The tricycle had been reduced to a blazing inferno. Zhou Yang pointed at the pool of blood, his body trembling slightly, as he exclaimed, "This resembles a living person. Huang Bo, we haven't just killed an innocent soul. Have we?" Huang Bo replied, "Do not be deceived by appearances. I have merely dismantled his corporeal form. The true confrontation has only just begun. No, this is indeed a living person. We have committed murder." Zhou Yang suddenly cried out, and without hesitation, he sprinted towards old Qin. "Quick, bring him back. This fool has fallen for the trap," Huang Bo shouted urgently. Upon hearing this, I took off in pursuit, but Zhou Yang was too swift. Reaching old Qin in just a few strides, he frantically began to dig the dirt off old Qin's body, shouting, "Someone, save him, call an ambulance." Just then, I noticed old Qin's head twitch, and his scorched visage suddenly contorted into a sinister grin. My heart sank as old Qin's head abruptly broke free from the earth, his mouth gaping wide as he lunged toward Zhou Yang. In a 5-star town, amidst the radiant light of the mysterious, Huang Bo recited incantations. With the grace of a flying swallow, he delivered a swift kick that severed the head of old Master Qin, followed by another strike that rendered Zhou Yang unconscious. The lad lacked composure and could not accompany us any longer. Thus, we decided to leave him behind. We hastened to pursue old Qin's head, for should he find a new vessel, it would pose considerable trouble for us. I nodded and placed Zhou Yang beneath a grand tree, then followed Huang Bo in pursuit. We chased until we reached old Qin's residence. Upon the arrival of old Master Qin's head in the courtyard, it came to a halt, cackling with glee. "Ha! I never anticipated that my black iron centipede would fail to eliminate you. Indeed, you possess remarkable skills." Huang Bo, wielding a peachwood sword, remained composed and replied, "Though your black iron centipede is immensely powerful, it has been vanquished by the heavenly decree. The heavens have deemed your end. Surrender now. Ha! I have united with the corpse god and am no longer subject to the cycles of the heavenly order. What can the heavens do to me? It is you who dare to intrude upon my domain, courting your demise." Suddenly, old Qin's head opened its mouth and unleashed a spray of blood, a crimson arrow shooting toward us. Huang Bo, startled, swiftly pushed me aside and shouted, "Hold your breath. His blood carries blood mosquitoes." I instinctively retreated several paces, covering my mouth and nose, and focused my gaze on the bloodstain, where tiny mosquito-like creatures emerged. "Where are they?" Huang Bo inquired urgently. A sudden shock coursed through me. Could it be that Huang Bo was oblivious to the swarm of tiny insects? I pointed ahead, exclaiming there. Huang Bo raised his hand and scattered a handful of ash into the air, which immediately ignited the cluster of insects upon contact. This was ash from a pot that had been burned for decades, specifically crafted to eradicate blood-sucking mosquitoes. The old man Qin emitted a series of grinding sounds, seemingly filled with rage. He then opened his mouth once more, producing a peculiar, soft wailing noise. He was calling out for the four-eyed lizard, urging us to remain vigilant of our surroundings. Huang Bo's words echoed in my ears. I dared not let my guard down, my gaze fixated on the periphery. Suddenly, I felt the earth beneath my feet give way, and out of the soil sprang a lizard the size of my palm, astonishingly adorned with 4 eyes and entirely snow-white. My nerves tensed, and I leapt aside just in time. Almost simultaneously, the lizard shot towards me like a bolt from a crossbow. With a resounding thud, it collided with a tree behind me, leaving a gaping hole in its trunk. A wave of terror washed over me. Had I not evaded its charge, it would surely have pierced through my chest. No wonder it bore the name bull lizard. Its strength was akin to that of a rhinoceros. I quickly scrambled to my feet, intent on warning Huang Bo that the lizard was to my right, when suddenly a hand clasped around my throat. I looked up, my heart racing as I beheld another old man Qin standing before me, identical to the one who had just been blown apart, right down to his attire. Hey, we meet again. It is indeed you, Shi Qiansheng. His voice no longer bore the weight of age, but resonated with the vigor of youth. This is no longer Grandpa Qin, and he is even acquainted with me. Chapter 35. The Peachwood breaks. A wave of suffocating intensity surged over me, rendering me breathless. Quickly, use your tongue to spray blood at him, came the urgent voice of Huang Bo in my ears. Resolutely, I steeled myself against the pain and bit down on my tongue, unleashing a spray of blood toward the Elder Qin before me. Elder Qin let out a wretched scream as I witnessed smoke emanating from his visage, his skin beginning to decay in excruciating increments. A sudden shock coursed through me. My blood, upon making contact with his face, acted with the ferocity of sulfuric acid. Half of his countenance was ravaged, and he glared at me with a menacing intensity, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Do you know me? Who are you?" I inquired. Elder Qin paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter. "Since you remember nothing, then you shall perish. You are unworthy of this body. Return it to me." He lunged at me, his mouth agape, revealing elongated fangs aimed at my neck. I swiftly dodged to the right, but at that moment, I stumbled, losing my balance and falling to the ground. I cursed internally, certain that it was that same insidious entity from yesterday that had ensnared my foot. Yet, did I not possess the ghostly eye? How could I fail to perceive it? At that instant, Huang Bo rushed to my aid, though one of his arms was already bleeding, evidently injured by that four-eyed bull lizard. A mere little Taoist dares to obstruct me, utterly deluded. Old Master Qin lunged forward with a claw-like hand, while Old Master Huang advanced rather than retreating. With a swift motion of his right hand, he conjured a yellow talisman, immediately directing it towards Qin's outstretched claw. In that instant, I observed Old Master Qin's hand tremble as if struck by an electric shock, retracting in haste. This allowed me to evade danger, rolling to take refuge behind Old Master Huang. Impossible! How could a mere Taoist possess a yellow court talisman? Who bestowed it upon you? Old Master Qin exclaimed in astonishment. Old Master Huang replied with a calm smile. Who granted it to me is of no concern to you. All you need to know is that today, I shall act in accordance with celestial justice. Such audacity! Even if the true master behind you were to arrive, he would scarcely be able to harm me, let alone you. With a flick of his hand, Old Master Qin summoned a four-eyed bull lizard that charged towards Old Master Huang's head. Watch out, Old Master Huang. The bull lizard is flying towards you. I shouted in alarm. Old Master Huang tilted his head, retaliating with the yellow court talisman in a swift motion. A resounding explosion echoed as the bull lizard detonated midair. My four-eyed bull lizard, Old Master Qin lamented from a distance, his voice filled with anguish. It is merely a beast. Is such sorrow truly warranted? Capture Shi Qiansheng from me, and whatever you desire shall be yours, Old Master Qin coldly declared, his gaze fixated on me. Old Master Huang immediately positioned himself protectively in front of me, demanding, "Who are you? And what do you want with this child? You are unworthy to know. Perish." Old Master Qin's form quivered, and a chilling wind began to swirl around us, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. With a deft flick of the Peachwood sword in his hand, Huang Bo sent several stones hurtling forward. The approaching Qin, with a mocking chuckle, taunted, "You have run out of tricks, haven't you? Resorting to such childish antics?" Yet, Huang Bo continued to wield the Peachwood, striking the stones with precision. Suddenly, I witnessed a remarkable transformation in his right hand as he hurled 3-hand grenades into the fray. This cunning old fox was indeed a master of deceit. After casting the grenades, Huang Bo swiftly grabbed my arm and fled, the air behind us filled with the resounding echoes of explosions. I surmised that Qin was likely incapacitated. "Ah, you dare to play tricks on me, little Taoist." A voice emerged from the thickening smoke, laced with curses. As the haze began to dissipate, I beheld Qin in a state of disarray, nearly torn asunder, with a translucent figure of a young man hovering in the air, roughly my size. A sudden jolt of pain surged through my head as fragmented memories flooded back. I knew I had encountered this individual before, yet his identity eluded me. I may not be able to deal with a corpse puppet, but I have my ways to combat ghosts. At that moment, Huang Bo let out a chilling laugh and began to chant incantations. From within his robe, he produced a crimson net, which spun gracefully in the air, enveloping the spectral figure of the young man and the head of Qin in its grasp. "This is the ghost-catching net soaked in Black Dog's blood." The young man's specter exclaimed in alarm. "Are you frightened?" Huang Bo retorted, "I warned you that the heavens have decreed your demise. Prepare to meet your end." With a swift thrust of his sword, he intoned, "Spirits of the 4 directions, organs of the 5, descend into the nether. The azure dragon and white tiger, the formations intertwine. The vermilion bird and black tortoise, guardians of their forms. Urgently, as per the decree." Huang Bo wielded the Peachwood sword, its azure radiance dazzling, resembling a celestial deity descending to earth. A sigh of relief escaped my lips, for victory seemed assured. Yet in an unexpected turn, the Peachwood sword in Huang Bo's grasp shattered midair. He immediately coughed up blood, hurtling backward, collapsing at my feet. "Huang Bo!" I exclaimed in alarm. Huang Bo, filled with fury, seized my shoulders and exclaimed, "You little rascal, do you wish to bring about my demise? What sort of peach would have you procured for me?" I found myself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. After all, it was Qin Dong who had provided it. A sudden realization struck me. His surname was Qin, just like Master Qin. With a resounding rip, a shadowy figure emerged, radiating crimson light, akin to a blade slicing through the air, effortlessly tearing apart the crimson web. He then leaped forth, laughing heartily. "Ha! Is this what you call the heavens conspiring against me? I believe it is the heavens aiding me instead." From Master Qin's head, another shadowy figure emerged, unmistakably resembling him. The shadowy figure waved his hand, and I heard the metallic clatter of something shattering from the second floor of Master Qin's abode. Subsequently, 2 coffins soared out through the window. With a resounding thud, they landed, their lids flung open to reveal the bodies of Master Qin himself. Ha! The 2 spectral figures, like wisps of smoke, swiftly darted into the 2 bodies. In an instant, the eyes of the 2 elderly gentlemen, known as Qin, widened, emitting a flash of green light. "What are you waiting for? Run, you foolish boy!" Huang Bo exclaimed as he struck my head with force. It was then that I suddenly realized the peril I was in. I swiftly hoisted Huang Bo onto my back and sprinted away. "Do you think you can escape?" A chilling voice echoed behind me. I dare not glance back, for Huang Bo was already gasping for breath on my back, evidently gravely affected by the previous encounter. I dashed towards the bridge where I had come from, only to be dismayed to find that the gang of short, raucous thugs blocking my path. Curse them! These people are relentless, having pursued me from the Changhuang Temple all the way to Shijiaba. I thought in utter disbelief. If you wish to survive, run quickly. There are ghosts in pursuit. Do not obstruct the way. I shouted at them, while the 2 Qin gentlemen were already closing in behind me. The short thug, hands clasped behind his back, stood defiantly in the middle of the road, his expression dark and foreboding, showing no intention of yielding. Had he lost his senses, unable to see the two Qin gentlemen pursuing me? Suddenly, I noticed a sinister smile creeping across the thug's face as a tongue, stretching like 10 meters long, slithered out. The path to the underworld is open. Let the 100 demons take their journey. Chapter 36. The specter of the underworld. The specter of the underworld has come, and a myriad of spirits follows suit. A voice erupted like thunder, resonating powerfully around me, each word emanating a formidable force that surged from the crown of my head down to my feet. In that instant, I felt as if my movements were sealed, as though I were ensnared in a binding spell. The diminutive figure's tongue, long and wide, danced in the air like a silver serpent. To my astonishment, it swiftly darted past my head, twisting and turning before lunging towards the venerable Mr. Qin behind me. To my bewilderment, the target of this creature was not me, but rather Mr. Qin. My curiosity piqued. I wondered how he could possess such an elongated tongue. Could he possibly be some sort of demon? Fool, release me at once. This is an envoy of the underworld, tasked with maintaining the balance between the realms. Old Huang admonished as he tapped my head. I promptly set him down, and we retreated to the side, our eyes fixed on the little figure. This creature was indeed an envoy of the underworld, and suddenly, I felt my legs weaken. If memory served me right, I had spoken rather harshly to him earlier at the city god temple. Yet, it was perplexing why this underworld figure persistently pursued me. Had I committed some grievous offense? Spare me. O envoy, I do not wish to descend into hell. Master He, please save me. I heard Mr. Qin's anguish cry. In an instant, the envoy's tongue coiled around his form, and before I could comprehend the unfolding horror, Mr. Qin's ethereal silhouette was drawn back into the envoy's mouth, swallowed whole. I stood frozen in shock, my scalp prickling. It was a swift and merciless act. Mr. Qin had no opportunity to defend himself against the envoy of the underworld. Although the diminutive figure had dealt with the genuine Mr. Qin, another Mr. Qin remained on the battlefield, confronting the spectral entity without a trace of trepidation. He Kuntai, do you still wish to apprehend me? The small man coldly regarded him. It was revealed that this particular Mr. Qin was named He Kuntai. His surname stirred a vague memory within my mind, causing a sudden, excruciating pain, as if my head were about to explode. Are you all right? Huang Bo inquired softly, noticing my anguished expression. I suppressed the tumultuous memories swirling in my mind and forced out, I'm fine, I can manage. He Kuntai arrogantly declared, a mere specter dares to obstruct me. Those who know their place should vacate. The diminutive figure narrowed his eyes and replied, He Kuntai, you underestimate our spectral kind. Today, you shall witness the consequences of your hubris. As his words fell, his arms spread wide like a great rock taking flight, summoning a tempest that swept through the vicinity. His mouth opened, and his tongue, swift as lightning, darted forth, revealing a bronze talisman entwined upon it. Instantly, He Kuntai's previously haughty demeanor shifted, transforming as if he were a mouse confronted by a cat, and he fled in haste. Yet, the small man's tongue pursued relentlessly, the talisman radiating a brilliant light in an instant, while thunderbolts crackled in the void. With a thunderous roar, the tongue shot forth like a laser, striking true as it connected with the fleeing He Kuntai. With a muffled groan, He Kuntai felt the searing pain as one of his arms was severed by the swift lash of the diminutive figure's tongue. Although He Kuntai had sustained a broken arm, he skillfully evaded the fatal strike aimed at his tongue and managed to distance himself significantly from the short man. He then declared loudly, So you are one of that person's subordinates. I admit defeat today. However, please convey a question to your master. Can he truly tame the waters of the Chongdian River? Ha ha! Upon finishing his words, He Kuntai leaped away, darting off like a monkey. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from my sight, leaving behind a perplexing phrase. What could the waters of the Chongdian River signify? I dared not ponder further, as my mind felt as though it had been cursed. Any attempt to think about it was akin to being pricked by needles. Thank you, Lord Insi, for your assistance. I am immensely grateful, Huang Bo said, kneeling on the ground and bowing his head in thanks. Noticing my indifference, he tugged at his clothing, signaling me to kneel alongside him. However, the short man waved his hand dismissively, his expression grim as he approached me, beckoning me to come closer, seemingly to speak with me privately. Just as I had some inquiries of my own, I immediately walked toward him. He led me to a tranquil riverbank and said, "Listen carefully. The reason I do not accept your kneeling in gratitude is not out of magnanimity. Rather, it is because I do not accept the gratitude of a murderer of the Insi." "What do you mean? A murder to Insi?" I was taken aback. This seemed to be an outrageous jest. The short man, however, remained stoic. "Do you think I jest? A Insi from the Qingang forest of the Changdan River was slain by your hand. The evidence is irrefutable. You cannot escape this. Once again, it is the Changdan River. Yet I find myself utterly ignorant." I inquired, "So, you summoned me here to condemn me to hell?" The diminutive figure shook his head. "No. My superior has instructed me not to harm you. I merely wish to remind you that the universe operates under order and law. It is not a realm where you wicked souls may act with impunity. Though I cannot ascertain the reason for your amnesia, it does not absolve you of the consequences of your actions. Should I encounter you again, I shall still apprehend you." I had once been a sinner, my heart quivering, and I could only reply, "I have learned my lesson." Subsequently, the short figure patted his belly, and with a swift motion of his mouth, he expelled the spirit of old Master Qin. Pointing at him, he declared, "Speak only the truth. If I discover even a hint of concealment during my inquiries in the underworld, your fate shall be the 18 levels of hell." Turning to me, he stated, "I grant you 5 minutes. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Matters of the mortal realm are not my concern. After 5 minutes, I shall escort him to hell." With that, the short figure silently withdrew, settling beneath a distant willow tree, seemingly engaged in a phone call. Old Master Qin trembled uncontrollably, as if chilled to the bone, and lay on the ground, weeping softly. I took a seat beside him and remarked, "That faceless female ghost was slain by you, was she not?" Old Master Qin turned his head to regard me, chuckling dryly. "Indeed, it was I who killed her. Her remains are still concealed within the ceiling of the funeral home, right above that little boy's head." Upon hearing this, I impulsively delivered 2 kicks towards him, yet regrettably, my attempts proved futile as they merely passed through his form. Enraged, I exclaimed, "Are you even human? How could you allow a mother to witness her son's demise?" Mr. Qin, however, chuckled coldly, "I am not human, and this mother and child deserve their fate. It is said that just before death, one speaks with sincerity." Mr. Qin had fallen into the clutches of the underworld, and I sensed no deceit in his words. His expression hinted at a profound animosity towards this mother and child. I remarked, "You need not await my inquiries to divulge your truths." The specter of the underworld stood nearby, and Mr. Qin, without a hint of hesitation, declared, "I was the one who killed this woman, but I did not take the life of that young boy, nor did I slay the other 2 who perished in Beichuan City. Their deaths were just, and they deserved it. The true murderer acted on my behalf, and he is my benefactor. Should you pursue him, I shall have no choice but to retaliate against you." A sudden clarity washed over me. "So, it was you who intentionally led me down a path of despair at the funeral home?" Chapter 37. Memories from 30 years ago, indeed. I was aware that someone would come to investigate this case, so I set a trap in advance, though I never anticipated your unique nature. Grandpa Qin glared at me with gritted teeth. I had come to understand his motive for wanting me dead. I inquired, "What enmity do you hold against those deceased individuals? Why do you wish for their demise? Do you recall the propeller beneath the iron gate of the funeral home?" Grandpa Qin asked me. I replied, "Of course, I remember. I nearly plunged into it and almost lost my life. In truth, it was merely a ventilation shaft, a large fan that had been in operation for 30 years. I found it perplexing. How could a ventilation shaft be located beneath the building? Aren't they usually found on a rooftop?" Grandpa Qin continued, 30 years ago, that place was not a funeral home. It was merely a desolate village. However, beneath it lay a colossal underground machinery factory. His account grew increasingly bizarre. A concealed factory hidden beneath an arid landscape. I immediately questioned, "Is this factory connected to your vendetta?" Grandpa Qin nodded and began to recount the events of 30 years past. He and his wife were once factory workers, temporarily assigned to this facility, which operated under strict confidentiality. At that time, the nation was still under the oppressive thumb of Western powers, and many jobs necessitated a veil of secrecy, which was hardly surprising. Uncle Qin, of course, did not inquire further, His daily routine consisted solely of working on the assembly line before the machine. The nature of the products manufactured in the factory was a mystery to them. They only knew that each day numerous boxes were produced, and their duty was merely to transport them. However, one day, while his wife was moving a box, she accidentally stumbled, causing the box to fall and crack open. At that moment, she was alone in the workshop, as it was noon and everyone else had hurried off for lunch. She, lacking an appetite that day, had decided to tackle the afternoon's work and remain behind. Noticing the absence of others, she curiously peered into the crack of the box. Yet upon doing so, she was so startled that she screamed. When Uncle Chin and his companions rushed in upon hearing her cry, they found the workshop utterly deserted. Anxious Uncle Chin, accompanied by several friends from the factory, searched meticulously both inside and out, but to no avail. With growing urgency, he was prepared to alert the authorities when, at that moment, the factory manager returned, escorting his wife. The manager explained that he had found her unconscious and had taken her directly to the hospital, neglecting to inform Uncle Chin. However, Uncle Chin was aware that the factory had a medical room, which he had visited on several occasions without encountering her. Seeing her return, he chose not to voice his concerns. Later that night, as Uncle Chin held his wife close while they slept, she quietly whispered under the covers, "Old Chin, I must tell you, today I saw a baby smiling at me from within that box." Old man Chin was nearly terrified to the point of losing control. The factory produced thousands of boxes daily. Could it possibly manufacture a baby as well? Initially, he assumed his wife was merely attempting to frighten him, so he dismissed the thought. However, in the deep hours of the night, when the urge to relieve himself awoke him, he discovered his wife absent from their bed. Upon turning on the light, he beheld her seated on the sofa, gently caressing her belly and cheerfully saying, "Child, grow slowly. Your mother misses you." Old man Chin's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he rushed over and grasped her hand, exclaiming, "You wretched woman, what are you doing awake at this hour? Are you trying to scare me to death?" Yet with a fierce glare, his wife seized his shoulder and flung him aside like a discarded ball, causing him to collide with the wall and lose consciousness. When he awoke the following day, he received the devastating news. His wife had hanged herself the previous night, her lifeless body dangling from a beam in the production workshop. Old man Chin was utterly bewildered. A vibrant wife had perished just like that, a reality he found impossible to accept. Reflecting on her words from the night before and her peculiar behavior, he firmly believed that the factory was responsible for her demise. Determined to confront the factory owner for an explanation, he was met with the assertion that his wife had indeed committed suicide. Furthermore, the owner even threatened him against speaking out, while assuring him that the factory would compensate him for his losses. Unable to contain his anger, Old man Chin discreetly reported the incident to the police. They arrived the next day, but to his fury, the authorities also declared it a suicide. The matter ended without resolution. Grandfather Chin was naturally incredulous that his wife had taken her own life. He suspected that the police officer had accepted bribes from the factory owner and had neglected his duty. Determined to seek justice, he resolved to report the matter to a higher police authority. However, that very night, he was abducted by a group led by the manager, who ensnared him in a burlap sack and took him to a dark and dismal prison. In this grim place, he was subjected to relentless brainwashing, intended to erase all memories of his wife and the factory. Initially, Grandfather Chin resisted, but he was met with endless torment. Eventually, he chose to endure humiliation and feigned madness, biding his time until, 20 years later, he was deemed reformed and released. Upon his release, Grandfather Chin had transformed into a weathered old man. Yet the hatred he harbored from those years past remained unresolved. Stealthily, he infiltrated Beichuan City and sought out the area where the factory once stood. To his astonishment, he discovered that, after 2 decades, the site had been converted into a funeral home. In a bid to investigate the factory, he secured a position there. Despite his efforts, he found himself unable to access the underground factory. It was only after befriending an elder named Huang and learning about certain esoteric practices that he realized the factory had been enchanted by a powerful figure, rendering it impenetrable from the outside. With the truth tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach, despair overwhelmed Grandfather Chin. just as he was on the verge of surrender. A corpse was unexpectedly delivered to the funeral home. Following his usual protocol, he prepared to incinerate the body, only to be astounded when, that very night, the corpse rose to its feet. He directly stated, "I am here to assist you." He later became He Kuntai, who resided within the body of Mr. Chin. Although Mr. Chin was aware that He Kuntai was a ghost, he had once sought help and reported to the police, only to be abandoned by them. Consequently, he lost faith in law enforcement and chose to place his unwavering trust in He Kuntai. Furthermore, the three recently deceased individuals were the police officers from that time, along with the manager. As for the child and the faceless female ghost, they were the daughter and grandson of the factory owner who had already passed away. I silently listened to Mr. Chin's past. His case had reached a conclusion here. He was not the murderer, but who, then, was the true culprit? Chapter 38. Temptation. At this moment, the short man approached, once again swallowing Grandpa Chin into his belly. He addressed me, stating, "5 minutes have elapsed. My duty today is to escort him away. As for you, it would be wise to avoid crossing my path." With a dismissive wave of his hand, the remaining 7 or 8 subordinates followed him in departure. However, after a short distance, the short man abruptly halted and turned to me, warning, "You'd best keep your distance from that woman, Chiu Shihong." I watched as he exited, pondering the implications of his words. Why did he advise me to stay away from Chiu Shihong? "Farewell, Lord of the Underworld," Huang Bo intoned, his voice exaggerated. His body bent almost at a perfect 90-degree angle, reflecting an unwavering devotion. I remarked, "All right, Huang Bo, the Lord of the Underworld has long since vanished." Huang Bo hushed me with a gesture, cautioning, "Mind your words, young man. This is the Underworld, sacred and inviolable." After a considerable pause, Huang Bo leaned closer, rubbing his hands together, inquiring, "So what did the Underworld have to say? Did we receive any benefits?" This old fox seemed to believe that the short man from the Underworld would bestow favors upon me, leaving me momentarily speechless. I chose to ignore Huang Bo and approached the still unconscious Zhou Yang. Huang Bo resumed his chatter. "This young officer is truly fortunate, blissfully lost in slumber. While we nearly met our end in Old Chin's courtyard." I replied, "Huang Bo, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Zhou Yang has indeed assisted us considerably." From Zhou Yang's grasp, I retrieved a mobile phone and dialed number, reaching out to Chin Dong. At this moment, I find myself enveloped in anxiety, fearing that no one will answer my call, and a deep dread wells up within me at the thought of someone informing me that Chin Dong has met with misfortune. The Peachwood talisman in Huang Bo's possession was a gift from him. If he has indeed taken drastic measures, then the perpetrator and my old friend are irrevocably intertwined. Should my suspicions prove true, I would be utterly unable to reconcile myself with such a grim reality. "Hello, who is this?" "Speak quickly, I am quite occupied," I said, as the voice on the other end was engulfed in a cacophony. Yet there was no mistaking it. Chin Dong was indeed the speaker. His tone was perfectly normal, and it appeared he was in a cinema. Suppressing my rising excitement, I contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding to hang up and send a probing text message to Chin Dong instead. The situation unfolded smoothly. The 3 individuals had been entirely dealt with. Within a minute, I received a response from Chin Dong. "Indeed, to speak candidly, I am an undercover officer sent by the police. Your activities have been exposed, and you are summoned to the police station within half an hour to surrender, or face the consequences." Upon reading this message, I couldn't help but chuckle. With such a whimsical manner of speaking, Chin Dong must be just fine. I called him back and inquired, "Chin Dong, what are you up to?" He replied, "Dashitsi, if you have something to say, spit it out quickly. I am currently occupied with a major case." I chuckled softly. "Very well, continue with your grand investigation. I shall not disturb you further." After hanging up the phone, I turned to Mr. Huang and, feeling quite apologetic, said, "Mr. Huang, I sincerely regret to inform you that I have discovered an issue with the Peachwood I provided you. It was given to me by a young Taoist priest. Yet upon contacting the office of the City God Temple, I was informed that no such individual exists." I told a white lie, hoping to gauge Mr. Huang's reaction. He pointed emphatically at my forehead, his face drawn tight with displeasure, and exclaimed, "You! How could you delegate such matters to another?" You nearly caused my demise." As he spoke, he coughed a few times, prompting me to rush over and rub his chest and pat his back. However, I was acutely aware that if my piece of peach would had indeed been unblemished, the reason for Mr. Huang's sword technique failing and the wood breaking could very well be due to his own forceful actions. Furthermore, the words of Elder Qin had not mentioned Mr. Huang imparting the esoteric art of ghost burial to him. In short, I could not easily place my trust in Mr. Huang. Suddenly, Mr. Huang made his way toward Elder Qin's courtyard, and I followed, inquiring about his intentions. Mr. Huang frowned and replied, "Today, dealing with Elder Qin has cost me dearly. I think I shall pay his residence a visit. Perhaps I might uncover some valuable items and recoup my losses." I could hardly contain my frustration. I had assumed this fellow was searching for clues at Elder Qin's home. Instead, this cunning old fox was intent on scavenging his treasures. Elder Qin's house was quite vacant, and I accompanied Mr. Huang on a tour of the first floor, but we uncovered nothing of interest. I suddenly recalled the last time I was on the second floor, in the bedroom of Uncle Qin, where I stumbled upon an empty cabinet. I led Uncle Huang to that very room, and the cabinet remained as it was. I remarked, "I opened this cabinet last time, and it was completely bare. However, after I closed it, a sound emanated from within." Uncle Huang cast me a sidelong glance, incredulous. Although he verbally expressed his disbelief, his hand had already reached for the cabinet, and with a gentle tug, he confirmed its emptiness. He closed it once more, and stepping back 3 paces, we fixed our gaze upon it. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated. Thump, thump, thump. My nerves were set on edge, and indeed, the cabinet echoed again. Uncle Huang's eyes narrowed, and he retreated another step. I inquired, "Uncle Huang, you are quite experienced. What do you suppose lies within?" He shook his head, patting his belly, and said, "Little Chubby, come forth and assist your grandfather in discovering what is inside." With a thud, the rotund little spirit tumbled out from Uncle Huang's belly, plopping onto the ground and vigorously rubbing his eyes, as if still caught in the throes of slumber. A wave of disdain washed over me. Uncle Huang, too timid to open the cabinet himself, had summoned the chubby spirit to do so. I cautioned, "Uncle Huang, this little one is still so young. Are you not concerned that there may be some peril within the cabinet that can endanger him?" Uncle Huang, unfazed, replied, "Youngster, you do not comprehend. The chubby spirit is, after all, a ghost. He is unlikely to meet his end, even in the event of an unforeseen mishap. I possess the ability to bring him back." I suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the little chubby spirit, who perished before even taking a breath. Even in death, Yama refused to accept him, and now he had become a mere pawn in the hands of Master Huang, used for his demolition tasks. The little one let out a soft sound, and in just 2 or 3 steps, he sprawled across the cabinet. Master Huang formed a gesture with his hand, resembling a sword, and recited an incantation for the little spirit. Instantly, the spirit's hand became corporeal, grasping the cabinet's handle with ease. In that fleeting moment, both Master Huang and I held our breaths as the little spirit gently tugged, causing the cabinet to part slightly. A chilling gust of wind surged forth from the crack, accompanied by the heavy sound of breathing from within, reminiscent of thunder. The little spirit was immediately blown away, prompting Master Huang to shout a warning to him and leap to catch him. The little one cried out, burrowing into Master Huang's belly, in a state of alarm. Master Huang exclaimed, "This is too eerie. We must flee." The old fellow had already dashed out of the room before turning back to urge me to run. I silently cursed him. He always left me behind to call for my escape. Wasn't this a classic case of 2 individuals encountering a tiger, pondering how to survive? The answer: as long as you run faster than the other, you shall not perish. Observing Master Huang's panic, I hastily abandoned my grievances and pursued him. "Master Huang, what on earth is in that cabinet? Why are you running so swiftly?" I inquired. Master Huang shook his head and replied, "I have no idea what it is. If I knew, I would not be fleeing." Chapter 39. Drowsiness. It has been said that to remain invulnerable, one must possess a comprehensive understanding of all circumstances before undertaking any endeavor. Clearly, Huang Bo exemplifies this principle. When confronted with the unknown, he unhesitatingly turns and flees. never daring to be the first to venture into perilous territory. I trailed behind Huang Bo, contemplating that had he not urged me to run, my curiosity would have compelled me to investigate the contents of the cabinet. We hurried back to the Eastern Bridge, where Huang Bo, panting heavily with his hands on his knees, inquired, "That thing didn't follow us, did it?" I glanced back and saw nothing but emptiness, not even a ghostly shadow. "It should be fine," I replied. Huang Bo then plopped down onto the ground, exhaling a great sigh of relief. Old Qin has already passed on, and as for me, I have done my part in this matter. There is nothing more for me here. It may be best for us to part ways now. A tremor ran through me at his words. Huang Bo was bidding us farewell. This case was far from resolved, and he harbored many secrets yet to be revealed. Moreover, should we encounter someone like Old Qin again, our lack of Huang Bo's presence would surely complicate matters. I hastily interjected, "Please, Huang Bo, we have faced the trials of Old Qin together. We have shared both hardship and triumph. While I wouldn't dare to stop you from leaving, at the very least, leave us a means of contact. Perhaps in the future, we can gather for tea." I scoffed. As soon as I finished speaking, Huang Bo rudely spat at me. "Sure too. I've heard that you were once a naive and timid youth. Yet what I see before me is a cunning little rascal, shrewd and always setting traps for me. You even want me to leave you my contact information. If you come seeking me, it surely cannot be for anything good. Most likely, you'll want me to toil for you without pay." I immediately lifted my head, my gaze fixed intently upon him. "Huang Bo, who told you that? Have you known me for long?" Huang Bo's expression suddenly changed, his eyes darting about, revealing that he had inadvertently let something slip. He quickly backtracked, saying, No. How could I possibly know you? I would rather never encounter you in this lifetime." "Well, that's enough. Farewell." With that, Huang Bo took off, faster than a rabbit. I could hardly keep up, merely catching a glimpse of his gaunt figure gradually vanishing into the night. The sky was dotted with stars, and the night breeze rustled the surrounding foliage, while the sounds of summer insects created a cacophony that heightened my agitation. Thus, it seems that Huang Bo's presence at old Master Qin's home was not merely to keep watch over him, as I had initially thought, but rather because he anticipated our arrival and came to our aid. Was he the one who secretly assisted us at the funeral home? Furthermore, I recall that when he dealt with He Kun Tai, he employed a Huang Ting talisman, which, from their conversation, appeared not to belong to him but was given to him by someone else. In an instant, I was struck by the sensation of an unseen hand manipulating everything behind me. Coughing softly, Zhou Yang leaned against the great tree and finally regained consciousness. "Shiki and Sheng, what has happened to me? Has Grandpa Qin captured me?" Zhou Yang spoke weakly, revealing the severity of his injuries. I helped him to his feet and said, "Let us go. Everything is over now. We can converse as we walk." As we traversed the path, I recounted the events that transpired after he lost consciousness. Upon hearing that the short man was a specter, he nearly fainted once more in shock. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and mentioned that he would arrange for someone to visit the funeral home to identify the corpse of the faceless ghost, and would also dispatch individuals to investigate the factory from 30 years prior. I inquired why he wasn't also pursuing the murderer of the corpse disposal case. Zhou Yang sighed, stating that the trail had gone cold with Grandpa Qin. Yet, based on his years of investigative instinct, he believed that the murderer was likely connected to the suicide incident at the factory 3 decades ago. I nodded, acknowledging that my investigative skills were inferior to his. However, I added, "Please also conduct a thorough inquiry into Huang Bo." Although Zhou Yang regarded me with a hint of suspicion, he ultimately refrained from questioning my motives and simply nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the roadside, he was picked up by someone. I declined his kind offer to escort me home, expressing my desire to walk alone for a while. As I stroll alone along the banks of the Changchuan River, paved with cobblestones, the gently flowing water glistens under the moonlight, resembling delicate silver waves. Illuminated by the vibrant hues of neon lights on either side, it weaves a tapestry of enchanting colors. I've been in Beichuan City for several days now. Yet in this brief span, I have acquired that which men across the globe yearn for, yet I find no joy in it. I feel as though my existence is a mere illusion, so surreal that I scarcely recognize my own authenticity, I am a being devoid of reality. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoes behind me. I turn to look, but find nothing but an empty space, save for a few slender willows swaying gently. Observing the oscillating branches, I let out a self-deprecating chuckle, attributing my paranoia to the multitude of recent encounters that have left me feeling suspicious. I continue my walk, and as I pass beneath a dimly lit street lamp, a fleeting shadow darting before me catches my eye. What was that? I rub my eyes and gaze around in confusion, yet perceive nothing amiss. I dare not dismiss it lightly. What eludes even my keenest perception may either be a trick of the light or a malevolent spirit I cannot confront. Taking a few steps back to the roadside, I wave down a taxi and instruct the driver to take me home. Seated in the back of the cab, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washes over me, as though my very essence has been drained of vitality. This sensation is unbearable. A profound weariness envelopes me, yet sleep remains elusive. In a haze, I eventually notice that the vehicle has halted outside the villa adorned in autumnal hues of crimson. As I alighted from the vehicle, my legs trembled with each step, and an overwhelming desire to collapse and succumb to slumber washed over me. Grasping the nearby railing, I inched my way into the house. The door belonging to Chiu Shihong was secured with a fingerprint lock, a mechanism I deftly navigated to gain entry. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and after calling out twice, I received no response. A flicker of unease crept in my mind. Was it possible that Chiu Shihong was not home? I could no longer endure, my strength waning as I approached the low staircase. I could scarcely lift my foot. Suddenly, my body softened, and I began to tilt backward. In that instant, a delicate fragrance enveloped me, and an ethereal figure caught my fall. A gentle voice whispered in my ear, "Qian Sheng, why have you returned so late?" Then, with a resounding click, the room was illuminated, bright as day. A sense of bewilderment washed over me, and I felt a cold sweat bead on my back. How had the lights turned on when Chiu Shihong had been the only presence in the dark? "Quickly lie down," she urged, supporting me as she guided me to the bed. She then turned and descended the stairs, and I soon heard the clattering of dishes from the kitchen. "Drink this. It will make you feel better." Chiu Shihong held a steaming bowl to my lips. I took a sip, the coolness refreshing, reminiscent of the first time we met when she had offered me a similar concoction. "All is well now. Lie down and rest," she said softly, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead before carefully easing me into a lying position. Before long, she turned with a cup in hand and exited the room. And once again, with a click, the light in my bedroom extinguished. The cool air incessantly flowed in from all around, yet I found it exceedingly comfortable. My eyelids grew heavy, and I gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 40. Prosperous Wealth. On the following morning, I awoke comfortably, free from the clamor of disturbances. It was a natural awakening, refreshing and pleasant. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm rays that enveloped me, greeting the beauty of the dawn. As the door creaked open, I beheld Chiu Shihong, clad in a flowing white silk robe, her silky hair cascading gracefully to one side. In her arms, she cradled a pet that resembled a cat. "You're quite the sloth, Qian Sheng. Only just waking up now. I've already prepared lunch, so hurry and wash up to eat," she said, her voice sweet and melodic, rendering even her reproach charming to the ears. She carefully settled beside my bed, playfully engaging with her pet. To my surprise, I had slept until noon. No wonder I felt so rejuvenated. As I gazed at Chiu Shihong, the words of the short-statured Yin Si flickered in my mind, stirring a hint of unease within me. "Why do you keep staring? Aren't you going to get up?" Chiu Shihong teased me lightly. I chuckled and pointed at the creature in her arms, which bore a striking resemblance to a chubby orange cat, though its tail was long and curled, distinctly unlike that of a feline. "What sort of cat is this? When did you acquire such a pet?" Chiu Shihong suddenly fixed me with a peculiar gaze. "Isn't this the one you brought back? Did I bring it back?" I was utterly bewildered. Chiu Shihong remarked, "Last night, when you returned, it followed you into the house." I was curious to ask what kind of cat it is. I stole a glance at the plump feline, which lay atop Chiu Shihong, lazily blinking its eyes in a state of drowsiness. I gently caressed its head. Its fur was remarkably smooth. When I pinched its cheek, It stubbornly turned its small head away, truly endearing and causing me to feel a pang of affection. "Stop pinching its face. You might hurt it," Chiu Shihong scolded playfully, swatting my hand away and turning her back to me, preventing any further contact. "This little creature is so gentle. Whether or not you brought it back, I shall care for it." It is often said that women possess an innate tenderness towards docile cats, and I was witnessing this phenomenon firsthand. "That sounds reasonable, since you wish to keep it. You ought to give a name," I suggested. After pondering for a moment, Chiu Shihong shook her head, indicating that I should choose. Gazing at the rotund cat, a name suddenly sprang to my mind. Wang Kai. Look at its golden fur and its hefty stature. It certainly embodies a prosperous demeanor. "Let's call it Wang Kai." With a playful punch, Chiu Shihong chided, "Why would you give it such a cliché name?" Despite her dissatisfaction, she cradled the plump cat and declared, "Wang Kai, my little treasure, go and bite this naughty person. He is the one who bestowed upon you that ugly name." With that, she lifted one of Wang Kai's legs, preparing to use it to playfully swat me. I observed Wang Kai shudder twice, followed by a couple of plaintive meows, seemingly filled with trepidation towards me. "Look at you. It is undoubtedly your fault for having inadvertently hurt Wang Kai, which has led to its current aversion." Chiu Shihong gently scooped Wang Kai up once more and urged me to rise for lunch. This meal was imbued with warmth. Chiu Shihong's culinary skills were exceptional, and we resembled an extraordinarily affectionate couple. I extolled the deliciousness of her dishes, and she bashfully served me heaping portions. From time to time, Wang Kai leaped onto the table, attempting to snatch morsels of meat from my bowl, only to be firmly shooed away as I taught it proper feline etiquette. In the afternoon, Chiu Shihong departed, stating that the school was organizing a summer sports event, and, as the president of the student council, her attendance was imperative. I watched her drive away in her red sports car, only returning indoors after she vanished from sight. The peculiar incident of the lights turning on last night, coupled with the 2 drinks she had offered me and the cryptic warnings from the short individual, compelled me to harbor suspicions about Chiu Shihong. Furthermore, despite having shared the same roof for an extended period, her profound affection for me had never culminated in a shared bed. And what perplexed me the most was my utter ignorance of the location of her bedroom. In this expansive villa, it was now just Wang Kai and me, one human and one cat. I waved at it, but it dashed away in an instant, disappearing from sight. It truly seems to detest me. Am I truly that fearsome? Alone, I ascended to the 2nd floor, which housed 4 rooms in total. My own room goes without saying, so I first opened the door to the left. This is a study adorned with a plethora of books, predominantly focusing on organic polymers and chemical experiments. It is no surprise, as Chiu Shihong is a student at the College of Chemical Engineering. Turning to the right, I entered 2 adjacent rooms. One was a storage area, while the other revealed itself as a laboratory, cluttered with numerous test tubes and an array of vividly colored reagents. The 2nd floor yielded no trace of her bedroom, prompting me to descend to the 1st floor, where I swiftly discovered a bedroom. Upon entering, I was greeted by a subtle, fragrant aroma. The room was impeccably tidy, featuring a vanity adorned with an assortment of cosmetics, alongside a picture frame holding a photograph of us at the beach, identical to one displayed in my own room. This must be Chiu Shihong's sanctuary, characterized by its clarity and order, offering a comprehensive view at a glance. If there were to be an oddity, it would be the large mirror resting atop the vanity, reflecting nearly half of my figure. It is widely known that mirrors are seldom found in bedrooms, as they are believed to disrupt the flow of positive energy. I scrutinized this mirror for an extended period, and to my surprise, the reflection revealed a rather handsome visage. Aside from this mirror, Chiu Shihong's bedroom bore no other peculiarities. Just as I was about to take my leave, I suddenly noticed a large chest beneath her bed. This chest was a wooden one, embellished with a pattern of mandarin ducks in flight, though much of its paint had faded, suggesting it had seen better days. The box remained unlocked, and I found myself hesitating whether to open it. However, reflecting on the tender care Autumn Shihong had bestowed upon me during these days, I felt a pang of guilt at the thought of doing so. Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed from the front door, startling me as if I were a thief caught in the act. In a flurry of nerves, I hastily shoved the box inward, then feigned nonchalance as I approached the door. Yet, a troubling thought crossed my mind. Could it be that Autumn Shihong had discovered my secret and returned early? Upon opening the door, I was relieved to find not Autumn Shihong, but a delivery man sporting a cap. "Good day. Are you Mr. Shi Qiansheng?" he inquired. I nodded affirmatively. The delivery man smiled widely, stepping to the left to reveal a large cardboard box behind him. He then handed me a slip of paper, stating, "Greetings, Mr. Shi. This is your parcel. Kindly sign here to acknowledge receipt." I gazed at the box, filled with curiosity about its origin. Who could have sent me such a large package? A glance at the shipping label revealed that it came from Yunwu Mountain in Guangba City, Lingnan Province, a place I had never even heard of. I asked the delivery man if there had been a mistake. He shook his head, asserting that the address was indeed correct and that I had just confirmed my identity as Shi Qiansheng. With no other option, I signed for the package. The courteous delivery man even assisted in carrying the box inside, struggling slightly under its weight, which suggested it was quite heavy. Once everything was settled, I took a knife and carefully sliced open the surface of the cardboard box, only to discover another wooden box nestled within. Chapter 41. The strange infant before me lies a square wooden box, its edges encased in thick iron sheeting, meticulously sealed and well-preserved. A sense of astonishment washes over me. What is happening today? Just earlier, I encountered a wooden box beneath Qiu Shihong's bed, and now another has arrived at my doorstep. What could this possibly mean? I rapped on the box, discovering it seemingly empty, despite the delivery man's insistence that it was quite heavy. My curiosity piqued. I scoured the living room until I found a hammer, intent on prying it open. Yet, just as I took a few steps, an unexpected obstruction caught my foot, akin to being ensnared by creeping vines, and I stumbled to the ground. A wave of alarm surged within me, not merely from the fall, but from the familiarity of this predicament. I had encountered such traps numerous times in Old Man Qin's home, all due to this very reason. With a thud, I found myself sprawled on the floor, and to my astonishment, as I looked up, I beheld Wang Kai leisurely strolling past me, as if conjured from thin air, a peculiar smirk playing at the corner of its mouth, seemingly mocking my misfortune. In a moment of clarity, it dawned on me that the very thing tripping me at Old Man Qin's residence was none other than Wang Kai, which had followed me all the way to my home. Good heavens, it is you, this mischievous creature, still attempting to charm me. A surge of anger welled up within me. Old Man Qin has already departed this world, and now I fear this little imp no longer. After speaking, I swung the hammer towards Wang Kai, but it was remarkably agile, vanishing in an instant as if it had disappeared into thin air. Realizing that this creature possessed the ability to become invisible, I remained vigilant, gripping the hammer tightly while scanning the surroundings. To my surprise, Wang Kai soon reappeared, perched atop a box, tilting its head and gazing intently, seemingly lost in contemplation. What was it up to? To my astonishment, Wang Kai suddenly curled its tail around the box and, with a swift motion, sent it tumbling away. I stood there utterly dumbfounded. Could this truly be a cat? The feat was nothing short of incredible. It effortlessly hurled such a heavy box with just its tail. At that moment, a sound of weeping drifted in from outside. Upon closer inspection, I discerned it was the cry of a child. My heart raced. Could it be that the box Wang Kai flung had struck a child? Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed outside. The box lay in ruins, splintered with numerous cracks. Had it not been for the metal frame, it would have shattered into countless wooden fragments. I scanned the area, but saw no child. Where had that crying come from? Suddenly, the weeping resumed, sending a chill down my spine. I froze, staring at the box on the ground, realizing that the sound emanated from within it. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, trickled down my forehead, evoking memories of the tale recounted by Old Qin about a factory from 3 decades past. His wife had mentioned before her demise that she had glimpsed a broken box containing a laughing infant. The wails abruptly transformed into a savage roar, reminiscent of a furious beast. Suddenly, a white shadow erupted from the box, letting out a chilling shriek before lunging at me with the swiftness of a leopard. My pupils constricted in terror. Upon closer inspection, I realized this entity was indeed a bare-bottomed infant. This child bore an unsettling visage, with an abnormally large head and a diminutive body, entirely alabaster in hue. As it opened its mouth, a row of sharp teeth gleamed ominously before my eyes. I had never encountered such a grotesque infant, and I trembled in fear, momentarily paralyzed, forgetting to flee. Just as it was about to sink its teeth into me, the creature suddenly twisted, as if struck by some unseen force, and fell awkwardly to the left. Upon closer examination, I discovered that it was Wang Kai who had come to my rescue. What was this peculiar turn of events? Wang Kai, who had nearly led me to my demise several times at Old Qin's residence, was now my protector. Furthermore, it was because of our association that Old Qin had been captured by the underworld. Surely, Wang Kai should harbor resentment towards me. The grotesque infant writhed on the ground, howling, a crimson mark evident upon its head, clearly a result of Wang Cai's intervention. Despite its plight, the creature paid no heed to Wang Kai, instead fixing its blood-red eyes upon me. Filled with a palpable sense of malice, Wang Kai leapt once more, lunging at the creature, which nimbly evaded like a monkey, rolling to the ground and charging towards me. I cursed inwardly, realizing it was truly akin to my earlier encounter. Grasping a hammer, I steeled myself and swung it with all my might. Yet, my strike missed its target. Instead, the creature latched onto the hammer, gnawing at its head with ferocity. Fear gripped me, prompting me to discard the hammer, which, in an instant, was left pockmarked by its relentless bites. The creature's biting force was alarmingly monstrous. Had I hesitated for even a moment, I might have lost a hand to its savage jaws. At that moment, I noticed Wang Kai had stealthily circled behind the creature, seizing it by the nape and dashing out of the courtyard into the sunlight. In an instant, I was met with a heart-wrenching wail. The creature began to emit wisps of green smoke under the sun, igniting without flame, and soon it was reduced to a pile of charred earth. I sank to the ground, astonished that the entity spoken of by old Master Qin 30 years prior had manifested here. Just then, my phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Sure, Xiaoji. Have you received a wooden box? If so, do not open it. Burn it immediately," came the urgent voice of Huang Bo. I replied, "Huang Bo, did you receive such a box as well?" "Something like that. I'm busy now, so be cautious and take care." "I must hang up," he said hurriedly, as if he were on the move. I stared blankly at my phone, pondering who might have sent us the package. Could it be He Kuntai, who escaped last night? At that moment, I immediately thought of Zhou Yang. Both Huang Bo and I had received such a box, so he should have too. I hastily dialed Zhou Yang's number, and he informed me that he had not received any package. He then inquired if it was convenient for us to meet. I agreed, and we arranged to convene at a CAF. Half an hour later, we met. Upon seeing me, Zhou Yang let out a deep sigh and said, "The funeral home has been completely sealed off. Team Qin mentioned that a new officer would be dispatched to take over, and surprisingly, our entire police department is prohibited from intervening." I patted his shoulder and replied, "This may be for the best. This case is exceedingly perilous and has surpassed your capabilities." Zhou Yang sighed in resignation, saying, "I am aware. Several times, it has been thanks to you and Huang Bo that I have managed to survive. Yet, each time I close my eyes, I seem to see the little boy asking me if we have captured his murderer." He took a sip of tea, revealing his deep desire to personally apprehend the culprit. At that moment, a girl dressed in a flowing white dress sat down beside me. She had an elegant figure, her skin as fair as jade, and an extraordinary demeanor. With a gentle smile, she addressed us, "Good day, may I join you?" Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and asked, "Miss, do we know each other?" "We do not yet, but we shall soon. My surname is Lin. You may call me Officer Lin." Chapter 42. Officer Lin, Officer Lin? Both Zhou Yang and I were taken aback. The girl before us was exquisitely dressed, and it was quite unexpected for such a beauty to approach us. I initially assumed she might be a saleswoman, as many scams these days often commence with a charming stranger striking up a conversation. To my astonishment, she introduced herself directly as Officer Lin. Zhou Yang fell silent for a moment before abruptly slapping the table and exclaiming, "Could it be that you are?" The young officer immediately shook her head and made a gesture for silence. Zhou Yang swiftly grasped the situation and corrected himself, addressing her as Miss Lin. Observing their exchange, I began to piece together the situation. It appeared that the individual Zhou Yang referred to, who was handling this significant case, was indeed the enchanting young lady before us. This revelation was somewhat surprising and left me with a tinge of concern. Could a beauty of her apparent age truly unravel such a substantial case? Hello, I am Zhou Yang. I am responsible for the recent corpse disposal case and the incident at the funeral home. Have you come to inquire about something? Zhou Yang introduced himself quietly, then candidly brought up the case at hand. Hello, I am Lin Yushuang. You may call me Yushuang, she replied with a gentle smile. I've already heard about both of you on my way here. To have witnessed Mr. Qin's demise in your presence is quite remarkable. She then turned her gaze towards me. You must be sure Qiansheng. You possess a rather distinctive aura. I took a whiff of my clothing and remarked that I bore no scent. Zhou Yang followed suit, inhaling deeply, and concurred that there was indeed no odor. Lin Yushuang interjected, stating, there are certain aromas that you cannot perceive. Only individuals like myself possess the ability to detect them. I found myself puzzled by her words. Lin Yushuang furrowed her delicate brows and shrugged, explaining, it's akin to what you would refer to as ghost hunting exorcists. Oh, and there's something important I haven't shared with you, she added. Zhou Yang and I were momentarily rendered speechless. Have you ever encountered a pure and beautiful maiden who oscillates between identifying herself as Officer Lin and a ghost hunting exorcist? Lin Yushuang seemed entirely unfazed by our bewildered expressions. Continuing, I've already visited the funeral home, where I discovered a female corpse in the morgue ceiling. Regrettably, her head was missing. Her tone was remarkably nonchalant, as if discussing the weather, devoid of any trace of fear. Yet, this was a headless female corpse. And Zhou Yang's face turned ashen. I silently lamented. No wonder I could never discern the ghost's face when I first encountered her. It was because her head was absent. Lin Yushuang continued, I also inspected the underground factory beneath the funeral home, but alas, I could not gain entry. The sole access point has been rigged with a mechanism. Forcing it open would result in catastrophic repercussions. My curiosity piqued, I inquired, what kind of repercussions? Lin Yushuang massaged her temples and parted her lips, as if contemplating how best to articulate the potential consequences. Both Zhou Yang and I remained silent, awaiting her explanation. Ultimately, she gestured with her hand, mimicking a knife across her throat, and lowered her voice to declare, everyone must die. Zhou Yang, however, remained unfazed, responding, for us police, death is hardly an immeasurable loss. Countless predecessors have shed blood and sacrificed their lives in the relentless battle against evil. Zhou Yang's grandiloquent rhetoric resurfaced, delivered with the same fervor. Lin Yushuang, with an endearing smile, interjected, it's not just a few police officers who must die, but the entire populace of Beichuan City. In that instant, I felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over me. I exclaimed, are you joking? Are there missiles buried beneath the factory? Or some devil capable of turning the world upside down? Lin Yushuang gave me a thumbs up and replied, pretty much. What you mentioned is all true. My mind began to spiral, and beads of sweat appeared on Zhou Yang's forehead as the atmosphere grew tense and quiet. I asked, why are you telling us this? Lin Yushuang cradled her face in her hands and said, because I'm rather bored, and I wanted to find two accomplices to help me unlock the mechanical factory door. What? I was so astonished that my jaw nearly dropped. She sought us out merely out of boredom. Is this girl insane? The thought burst into my mind. At that moment, the waiter brought over 2 cups of coffee. With Lin Yushuang's sudden joining, I quickly urged him, another cup, please. Yet, the waiter appeared oblivious to my request and simply turned on his heel and walked away. I found myself in a state of discontent. As the quality of service was lamentably poor, it seemed even the staff chose to disregard the patrons. Just as I was about to rise and summon the waiter, Lin Yushuang unexpectedly pressed me back down, with a gentle yet firm grip of her petite hand upon my shoulder. I was overwhelmed by a sudden force that compelled me to sit. I was astounded by the strength this girl possessed. It was no wonder she had been dispatched to manage this situation. After subduing me, Lin Yushuang abruptly seized the coffee from the table and splashed it across Zhou Yang. Both Zhou Yang and I were left dumbfounded. We had not provoked her, so what could have prompted such an action? Lin Yushuang then declared loudly, you may leave. Our relationship has come to an end, for I now have a new boyfriend. Zhou Yang appeared utterly bewildered, and Lin Yushuang promptly winked at her, giving my arm a gentle twist, and in that instant we understood walls have ears. Zhou Yang's expression morphed into one of profound despair as he pleaded, Yushuang, how could you do this? You promised we would be together forever. Is it simply because he is wealthier than I that you would abandon our 3 years of love? He pointed an accusatory finger at me, leaving me at a loss for words. It seemed today I was destined to play the role of the performer. I erupted into laughter, akin to a brash and arrogant young heir, and disdainfully retorted, You, a mere country bumpkin, think you can compete with me for a woman? Being with you would be like flowers blooming amidst cow dung. Do yourself a favor and keep your distance. Our table erupted in raucous noise, drawing the attention of numerous patrons around us. Lin Yushuang feigned the demeanor of a delicate and superficial woman, tightly clinging to my arm as she addressed Zhou Yang, saying, Oh, you are so bothersome, just leave. I have already been intimate with Brother Shi, do you understand? Her softness pressed against me, causing my face to flush with embarrassment. Suddenly, I heard the whispers of onlookers around us, filled with scornful remarks and derogatory insults. Lin Yushuang then exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Yang, playfully striking my chest with her hand. I thought to myself, could it be that a verbal altercation was insufficient? Must we also engage in a physical confrontation here? Zhou Yang swallowed hard, his expression one of reckless determination. Then, with a loud crash, he smashed a cup onto the floor. With a gaze full of fury, he shouted, You bastard! You have stolen my woman. I will kill you. With that, Zhou Yang lunged at me, and we tumbled to the ground, wreaking havoc on the surrounding tables and chairs. Strangely enough, despite the chaos we had unleashed upon the CAF, not a single waiter or manager emerged to intervene. Chapter 43. The address at Grandma Sun's. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly animated in their discussions. Coupled with the cacophony of Mai and Zhou Yang's frenzied dismantling of objects, I surmised that even if someone were eavesdropping, they would struggle to discern any clarity amidst the clamor. Stop it, stop it! Lin Yushuang approached, feigning an attempt to separate us, yet whispered conspiratorially in our ears, When Zhou Yang makes a dash into the back of the CF, you must pursue him. After delivering her message, she discreetly slipped a small knife into my hand. Without hesitation, Zhou Yang let out an exaggerated scream, exclaiming, Murder! Murder! With that, he bolted toward the interior, prompting me to swiftly follow, shouting, You country bumpkin, if you have the guts, don't run. Let's see if I don't stab you. The patrons, who had previously been eager to indulge in the spectacle, were now struck with terror at the sight of the gleaming blade in my hand, immediately turning on their heels to flee. Lin Yushuang closely followed, deftly shutting the door behind us as the three of us hurried into the CAF's back room. This area was essentially comprised of several staff lounges and a manager's office. Upon entering, we were met with an unusual silence, accompanied by a foul odor that hung heavily in the air. Lin Yushuang gestured for us to remain quiet, closing her eyes and turning her head as if she were a radar scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, her eyes shot open as she pointed towards the manager's office. Stealthily making her way over, Zhou Yang and I did our utmost to hold our breaths as we trailed closely behind, pressing ourselves against the door to listen intently. From within, the faint sound of keyboard clacking could be discerned. Lin Yushuang extended 3 fingers towards us and began to count down. Zhou Yang, with practiced precision, gripped his handgun firmly, his body bent in anticipation of the final moment to burst through the door. 3, 2, 1. Zhou Yang kicked the door open and rolled inside in the blink of an eye. Within the room sat a man, seemingly a manager, attired in a sharp suit. Upon witnessing our sudden intrusion, he startled, his body trembling. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and nervously inquired, Who are you, and what do you want? I hesitated for a moment. He appeared quite ordinary, and Zhou Yang seemed to share my sentiment, causing him to lower his weapon. Yet, in that fleeting instant of relaxation, the manager's expression suddenly shifted, and with a grotesque grimace, he spat a foul, putrid stream of saliva towards us. We were caught off guard, unable to evade as it hurtled toward my face. Just then, a swift gust rushed past me, and upon closer inspection, I realized the cup had soared through the air. impeccably intercepting the vile projectile. How disgusting. You creatures just revel in spitting. Lin Yushuang exclaimed, pinching her nose and glaring at the manager with disdain. The manager recoiled several steps back, visibly intimidated by her presence. With a startled cry, he darted towards the door, attempting to flee. Quick, catch him, Zhou Yang shouted, ready to intercept. However, Lin Yushuang raised a hand to signal us to remain still. Upon closer examination, I noticed a yellow talisman affixed to the doorframe, its presence unknown until that very moment. At the moment the manager collided with the door, it felt as though he had encountered an immense force of rebound, causing him to stagger backward in disarray. Lin Yushuang ambled to his side with an unhurried demeanor, her hands forming a gesture reminiscent of a sword, as she recited an unusual incantation and touched his forehead. To my astonishment, a small creature resembling a worm slid from his nostrils. I can't bear it. I have an aversion to such soft-bodied creatures. Quickly, use the knife I entrusted to you to slay it, Lin Yushuang exclaimed, burying her head against my shoulder. I sensed I had been ensnared in her scheme. When she had handed me the knife earlier, she must have anticipated that I would be the one to dispose of this vile creature. With trepidation, I approached it. The worm writhed feebly upon the ground. It resembled the sinister serpent worm I had encountered at Grandfather Qin's residence, which had previously driven Zhou Yang mad, compelling him to pursue me with a knife in hand. Recalling the malevolent nature of this creature, I raised the sharp blade and, without hesitation, severed it in two, eliciting a spray of foul black ichor that filled the air with an unbearable stench. Yet, in a bewildering turn of events, the severed head of the worm lifted itself and glared at me with an intense hatred before finally collapsing. Startled, I felt as if I had glimpsed a pair of human eyes filled with malice fixated upon me. Just moments ago, I had the distinct impression that I was being observed. I turned to Lin Yushuang, seeking an explanation, only to find her nonchalantly seated in the manager's chair, one leg crossed over the other. She spoke slowly. This is the Yin snake worm. It can control a person's behavior because the worm itself is fashioned from a person's soul. What? Such a sinister method left me utterly astonished. I wondered if that manager would be all right. Zhou Yang was inspecting his body nearby. Lin Yushuang tossed him a black pill, instructing him to take it, assuring that it posed no life-threatening danger, though he would likely be bettered in for several months. She then beckoned me over, saying, "Come quickly and take a look. Your name is all over this." I hurried to her side, and the computer screen displayed a chat window where that manager was conversing with someone who had a ghostly avatar. Strangely, the entire chat log contained my words spoken in this CF, recorded verbatim. "It seems they are after you. You truly are a harbinger of trouble," Lin Yushuang remarked bluntly, and I found myself unable to counter her claim. Reflecting on the wooden box I had received not long ago, and now encountering the situation in the CAF, it was evident that they were intent on making my life difficult. I carefully recalled the events since my arrival in Beichuan City, which had inexplicably linked me to the corpse disposal case. The subsequent encounters with individuals like Old Qin, Uncle Huang, and He Kuntai all seemingly had some awareness of me. I had a nagging feeling that only by unraveling the underground factory's secrets and unearthing the true culprit could the mysteries surrounding me be unveiled. "Is it possible to locate this ghostly figure?" I inquired. Zhou Yang promptly took out his phone, stating that he would immediately notify the computer expert from the police team. Meanwhile, Lin Yushuang had already inserted a USB drive into the computer and, after a flurry of keystrokes, announced, "I found it. It's in room 502 on the 5th floor of Dongha Community." I couldn't help but commend her for being such a versatile talent, and then urged Zhou Yang to hurry. However, Zhou Yang stood frozen in place, as motionless as a stone. When I inquired about his hesitation, he replied in a somber tone that it's my grandmother's house. Suddenly, it dawned on me. The last time I visited him with Uncle Huang, he had mentioned living in Dongha Community, and room 502 belonged to his teacher, whose wife was affectionately referred to as Grandmother Sunday Zhou Yang. Why are you still in a daze? If something has happened to Grandmother Sun, how will you explain it to your deceased teacher? I speculated that he was frightened by the manager's demeanor, fearing that Grandmother Sun might also be in peril. My words jolted Zhou Yang into action. He dashed out, leading us back to his home at the fastest pace possible. At Dongxing Community, room 502, Zhou Yang stood at the door and called out several times for grandmother's son, but there was no response from within. My heart sank. Zhou Yang had previously mentioned how this couple treated him like a son, and if something had truly happened, I feared he might fall apart. Stop calling and just open the door to check, Lin Yushuang urged us. Chapter 44. The old man's return. Zhou Yang repeatedly uttered affirmatives, his demeanor betraying a sense of bewilderment. The room was enveloped in silence, yet upon entering, I was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of a sumptuous meal. I flicked on the lights in the living room to reveal an opulent spread laid out on the dining table. Peculiarly, 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls were arranged. The dishes still emitted wisps of steam, indicating they had just been served. The house was devoid of occupants, but a computer connected to the CAF was present. Lin Yushuang called out to us from another room. Zhou Yang gestured toward that room, stating, "This is my teacher's study." A chill ran down my spine. Could it be that Zhou Yang's teacher had returned from the dead to observe my every move? Lin Yushuang delicately touched the keyboard with her fingers, then brought them to her nose, inhaling deeply. "I'll remember this scent," she declared. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the house. Zhou Yang hastened to the door, and, as I followed closely behind, I witnessed several elderly women addressing him. "Officer Zhou, you're finally back. Granny's son collapsed at home today, but fortunately, an old man checking the water meter came by. She has already been taken to the hospital. You must go and see her at once." Zhou Yang expressed his gratitude profusely, promising to leave immediately. Lin Yushuang placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, remarking that the occupants of the house had departed, and we should also hasten to the hospital to check on Granny Sunday. The next couple of hours were a whirlwind of activity as we rushed to the hospital, only to learn that Granny's son had suffered a heart attack and was not expected to survive much longer. Zhou Yang knelt beside her bed, gripping her hand tightly. Grandma's son, with a warm smile, gently caressed his head and said, "Everyone must face death someday. As a police officer, you should possess a deeper understanding of life and death. Focus on your duties and never forget the responsibilities that rest upon your shoulders." I was truly moved. Even in her condition, Grandma's son reminded Zhou Yang of the essential duties of a police officer. I believe that Zhou Yang's profound sense of justice undoubtedly stemmed from the teachings of Grandma's son's family. After conversing with Zhou Yang for a while, Grandma's son unexpectedly called me over. I was somewhat taken aback, as I had only met her once and had not exchanged a word with her. Why did she summon me? "Grandma." I approached her bedside and softly greeted her. She looked at me kindly and asked, "Young man, what is your name?" I replied, "My name is Shi Qiansheng, and I am a friend of Zhou Yang." Grandma's son glanced at Zhou Yang, then back at me, saying, "Thank you, Shi Qiansheng, for saving my Zhou Yang time and again." I insisted, "There is no need for thanks. Friends should help each other." However, Zhou Yang's expression suddenly changed, as if he had heard something unbelievable. In that moment, I realized from his gaze that he had never mentioned to Grandma's son that I had rescued him. With a long sigh, Grandma's son tightly grasped my hand and said, "Just now, your teacher returned. It was he who informed me and asked me to extend his heartfelt gratitude to you." A chill ran down my spine, and I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me. Surely, I had not misheard. Zhou Yang's teacher had truly returned. "Grandma, what else did your old man say to you?" Lin Yushuang approached with a sweet smile. Grandma's son gazed at her for a moment before inquiring, "Whose lovely girl is this? How beautifully she has grown." Lin Yushuang wrapped her arm around mine and declared, "I'm the girlfriend of Shi Qiansheng." I widened my eyes in disbelief. Such a jest was ill-advised. Grandma's son chuckled softly, remarking on my good fortune. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "When the old man returned this time, he didn't say much. He merely chatted idly with me, lamenting that 30 years ago he had sealed off a factory. However, recently, he has been repeatedly approached by individuals requesting that he reopen it." Cold sweat broke out on my brow. What on earth was happening? Was it possible that the key to the factory had been with him all along? Lin Yushuang inquired with urgency. Grandma's son sighed again, nodding as she replied. The old man predicted that someone would care about the factory, so he concealed the key in the mountain god temple on Qingliang Mountain. He also mentioned that Zhou Yang should retrieve it and safeguard it from everyone. A spark of joy lit up Lin Yushuang's face as she gently patted my back, as if urging me to accompany her to Qingliang Mountain. Suddenly, Grandma Sun beckoned me over. Leaning in, she whispered in my ear, "Young man, I must say, your girlfriend does not seem quite right to me. Heed my advice and consider finding a new girlfriend." I cast a glance at Lin Yushuang and nodded, expressing my gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma Sunday. I shall remember your words." "That's good. That's good," Grandma Sun replied with a gentle smile. Lin Yushuang and I exited the hospital room, leaving Grandma Sun in the company of Zhou Yang. Once outside, Lin Yushuang inquired about what Grandma Sun had said. I looked at her, bemused, and replied candidly. "Grandma Sun mentioned that you are not a good girl and urged me to break up with you." Instantly, Lin Yushuang protested, "You are lying. How could such a kind-hearted person as Grandma Sun speak ill of me? You must be fabricating tales." I anticipated her disbelief and shrugged, saying, "Believe it or not. It's up to you." Lin Yushuang glared at me fiercely, convinced that I was deliberately deceiving her. However, she suddenly broke into a smile, approached me, and whispered Shiqiansheng, "I shall share a name with you, but do not pester me with questions afterward." Noticing her peculiar demeanor, I sensed trouble and pleaded, "Forget it. Please do not mention it." Nevertheless, Lin Yushuang leaned closer and whispered, "Lin Yutong." At that moment, it felt as though a thunderbolt had struck me, or as if I'd been doused with icy water from head to toe, rendering me numb. What followed was an excruciating headache, as a woman's figure flickered in my mind, elusive yet haunting. I clasped my head with both hands, nearly collapsing to the ground. Lin Yushuang, clearly taken aback by my intense reaction, rushed to support me, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned her." I seized her hand fervently and inquired, "Who exactly is Lin Yutong?" Lin Yushuang ignored my question, instead examining my eyelids and several acupoints on my head. Finally, she murmured, "So, it turns out you are possessed." Upon uttering this, she gently struck my neck, and I instantly lost consciousness. During my slumber, the name Lin Yutong incessantly flashed through my mind. When I finally awoke, I found myself seated on a bus, with Zhou Yang beside me and Lin Yutong in the front seat. The first words that escaped my lips were, "Who is Lin Yutong?" Lin Yushuang smiled faintly and replied, "Our names are so similar. Can't you deduce it?" I shook my head, clarifying that I was not inquiring about that, but rather about the connection between Lin Yutong and myself. Lin Yushuang, however, shook her head and said, "How would I know?" I countered, "Isn't she your sister? How could you possibly be unaware?" She responded, "She is my sister, but she has been missing for 4 years. Chapter 45. Uncertainty. The car journeyed northward, the night sky adorned with twinkling stars resembling fireflies. I cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yushuang. When she spoke of her sister's disappearance 4 years ago, she wore a smile as if the absence of her sister did not affect her in the least. In fact, she seemed rather pleased. I inquired, "Why are you smiling when your sister is missing?" Lin Yushuang bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before responding. "She's been missing for 4 years. Why should I walk around with a long face? Besides, she may not even be dead." Upon hearing her words, I felt a surge of indignation. How could a sister react so callously? Beside us, Zhou Yang seemed equally incredulous and interjected. "It is said that the bond of siblings is unbreakable and blood ties cannot be severed. Are you not, and this Miss Lin Yutong, not sisters?" Lin Yushuang shot Zhou Yang a glare. "No, we are twins. She was born a minute before me, or else I would be the elder sister." I asked, "Since she has been missing for 4 years, how can you be certain that I knew your sister before?" "She contacted our family 4 years ago, so we naturally know about you," Lin Yushuang replied with a cheerful smile. "Where exactly is your family located? Have your parents earnestly searched for Lin Yutong? Do you have any news of her?" For reasons unbeknownst to me, I felt an intense need to uncover the whereabouts of Lin Yutong. Lin Yushuang sighed, her expression darkening as she impatiently retorted, "Oh, you are so bothersome. I've already said I don't know." I exchanged a glance with Zhou Yang, both of us taken aback by the sudden outburst from this girl. Feeling somewhat awkward, I offered an apology, saying, "I'm sorry, I was too abrupt." To my surprise, upon hearing my apology, Lin Yushuang's expression transformed into a radiant smile. She gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, turned to face me, leaned in slightly, and draped her arms around my neck. Instantly, a delicate fragrance enveloped me. Her gesture felt somewhat ambiguous, causing my cheeks to flush as I stammered. "What are you doing?" Lin Yushuang blinked a few times and asked, "Who do you think is more beautiful, my sister or me?" Caught off guard, I pondered how to respond. I only had a vague impression of Lin Yutong. While Lin Yushuang was undeniably beautiful, yet I found her demeanor somewhat peculiar. Just as I was at a loss for words, Zhou Yang cleared his throat and interjected, "He already has a girlfriend, and she is exceptionally beautiful. Officer Lin, please be mindful of your position." A jolt coursed through my mind. I had been preoccupied with thoughts of Lin Yutong and had momentarily forgotten about my legitimate girlfriend. If we were to compare beauty, it was clear that Xiao Shihong surpassed all. Lin Yushuang's expression stiffened, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, "You actually have a girlfriend?" I nodded in affirmation. Lin Yushuang's face darkened, and without a hint of politeness, she declared, "Your girlfriend must be inhuman." I was incensed by her blatant insult towards Xiao Shihong, and I felt compelled to respond. If I remained silent, it would undermine my masculinity. I retorted boldly, "You're the one who's not human." Lin Yushuang chuckled softly. "I am merely offering a kind reminder. Do not presume I jest. Reflect on the source of your persistent headache. What are you two bickering about? Shouldn't we unite our efforts to seek the key to the underground factory at Qingliang Mountain? How can we already be at odds before even arriving?" Zhou Yang interposed his hand between Lin Yushuang and me. With a cold snort, Lin Yushuang turned away, muttering a derogatory remark. I was utterly perplexed. Why had she unjustly labeled me in such a manner? Zhou Yang gently patted my shoulder and advised me to temper my anger and prioritize the greater good, discouraging me from stooping to the level of a petty dispute with a woman. Though Zhou Yang spoke softly, Lin Yushuang still caught his words. She turned sharply, her hair whipping through the air as she fixed us with a piercing gaze. "Call me a petty woman? Huh? I shall remember this. You shall both be begging for my forgiveness." I inwardly cursed Lin Yushuang for her keen hearing. How could she catch such a quiet comment? For a time, silence enveloped us three as the bus continued its journey eastward. Qingliang Mountain, a remote peak situated in the northern district of Beichuan City, lay a 2-hour drive from the urban center. Through the window, I discerned the mountain's silhouette, tall and sharp, encircled by a veil of white mist, resembling floating silken ribbons. Suddenly, the vehicle pulled over, and the door swung open to admit a middle-aged couple. The man carried a woven basket on his back, while the woman bore a burlap sack, reminiscent of returning farmers. "Darling, are you thirsty? Let me get you a bottle of water." The man gazed at his wife with a silly grin, his face radiating concern and affection. The woman shook her head, using her sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead, insisting she was not thirsty. They were a couple deeply in love, their bond enviable in its simplicity and unpretentiousness. Their love, though modest and unadorned, held far greater value than the ostentatious and alluring relationships driven by monetary interests that one often encounters in the city. I reclined on the soft sofa as the bus transitioned from the expansive highway to the winding concrete roads of the mountains. Glancing at my watch, I realized it was already past 8 o'clock, and I had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Suddenly, I was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise, my body involuntarily shivering from the chill. As I opened my eyes, I was taken aback to witness the young couple grappling with each other on the ground, their hands tightly clasped around each other's throats. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, they seemed perfectly fine. How had it escalated to this? "You wretched woman, I'll teach you a lesson," the man shouted, swinging his fist towards her with ferocity, drawing blood from her nose. The woman, undaunted, retaliated with a flurry of scratches to his face, leaving several crimson trails across his skin. Stop this madness. What deep-seated grievances could possibly warrant such violence between spouses? Must it come to a fight to the death? "Release her at once," I exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing my words, the couple turned their gazes toward me, and in that moment, I felt as though I was pierced by 2 pairs of soul-chilling eyes. The man seized his wife's hair, dragging her violently toward me. The young man implored, "Kind sir, please adjudicate this matter. This wretched woman has audaciously pilfered my money behind my back. Do you not think I should strike her?" The woman, with a quivering voice, retorted, Whenever he comes into money, he gambles it away. If I do not take his funds, he will soon squander our entire household fortune. This man was utterly outrageous, a gambler and a husband who indulged in such disgraceful behavior. Just as I was about to deliver a scathing reprimand, Zhou Yang suddenly grasped my arm, gesturing with a finger that swayed back and forth, signaling me to remain silent. A chill ran down my spine, leaving me perplexed. As I surveyed the scene, it became apparent that the other passengers in the vehicle were oblivious to the commotion, offering no intervention. Lin Yushuang sat detached, her ears adorned with headphones, seemingly in a world of her own, while the driver remained indifferent, continuing his course. "Kind sir, do speak. Should this woman be punished?" The man fixated his gaze upon me, his eyes wide with desperation. "You must save me. I fear he will beat me to death." The woman, her face streaked with tears, implored me with an anguished stare. A wave of unease washed over me, causing goosebumps to rise across my skin. Chapter 46. The mysterious vehicle. I suppressed the rising panic within me, for even in my ignorance, I sensed that something was amiss. I mimicked the demeanor of Zhou Yang and Lin Yushuang, deliberately choosing to disregard this couple. They persisted in their inquiries beside me for quite some time, and upon realizing my silence, the man yanked the woman back, leading them to entangle once more in a chaotic scuffle. I gently nudged Zhou Yang, inquiring about the unfolding events. His face had turned a pallid shade, clearly terrified, and he subtly gestured towards Lin Yushuang, advising, "You might want to ask her. But remember to apologize first." Surveying the expressionless crowd aboard the bus, an unsettling aura enveloped the atmosphere, and I couldn't shake the notion that we might have boarded a ghostly vehicle in the dead of night. Lin Yushuang leaned nonchalantly against her seat, her gaze fixed outside the window, exuding an astonishing calmness as if awaiting my apology. After a moment's reflection, I decided to set our prior grievances aside, adopting the philosophy that a gentleman ought not to quarrel with a lady. I approached with a conciliatory smile, stating, "Miss Lin, I must apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I hope you can forgive me. As for this vehicle, you see..." "Oomph," Lin Yushuang retorted, her demeanor radiating arrogance as she tossed her hair back, crossing her arms. "I had already predicted that you would rush to apologize to me." Internally, I cursed this cunning girl, suspecting she had orchestrated our embarkation on this eerie journey from the very beginning. Indeed, Officer Lin, your magnanimity is commendable," Zhou Yang chimed in, also offering his apologies. With a satisfied smile, Lin Yushuang proclaimed, "This lady is magnanimous and will not stoop to the level of you mundane individuals." Having spoken, she turned to the driver, shouting, "Hey, driver, someone is about to be killed. Are you going to do something about it?" The driver, appearing somewhat dazed, glanced back momentarily before resuming his driving. Lin Yushuang struck her fist against the glass window, causing the entire vehicle to shudder slightly. She raised her voice once more, "Driver, are you deaf or blind? I said someone is on the verge of being killed." Only then did the driver address the middle-aged couple, saying, "Please, stop hitting." His voice was hoarse and deep, reminiscent of a frail patient speaking weakly. To our astonishment, his words prompted the couple to cease their actions and obediently return to their seats. Lin Yushuang waved us over, signaling for us to follow her before she approached the driver and commanded, "Stop the car, we need to get out." The driver shook his head, replying, "We haven't reached our destination yet. I can't stop. My two friends are experiencing severe stomach issues. They can't hold it any longer. You must stop." Lin Yushuang insisted fiercely. I was at a loss for words. Could she not concoct a more plausible tale? Yet the driver remained resolute, stating, "Oh, we are almost there. It's pitch black outside. Please bear with it for a moment." Suddenly, Lin Yushuang let out a cold laugh, then swiftly reached over to press two buttons beside the steering wheel. With a swift motion, the car door swung open as she turned to push both Zhou Yang and me out of the vehicle, causing us to tumble to the ground with a thud. I was momentarily taken aback, for the vehicle was in motion, although it was nighttime. The speed must have been at least 40 or 50 kilometers per hour. With a thud, I tumbled down, greeted by the excruciating pain of my body colliding with the ground. Fortunately, I fell onto a patch of soft earth, rolling into a layer of mud, and, thankfully, I sustained no serious injuries. Zhou Yang fared slightly worse. When he was ejected from the vehicle, his hand inadvertently snagged on a tree branch, leaving a gash on his arm and a few bruises. However, we were both merely left with superficial wounds. As for Lin Yushuang, she remained firmly standing on the ground, completely unscathed. Two grown men. And yet this is all the prowess you possess. One cannot help but wonder how you managed to survive under the hands of old Master Qin. Lin Yushuang looked at us with disdain. I felt a surge of dissatisfaction. We had been unceremoniously thrust from the vehicle, and it was a miracle we escaped without losing a limb, yet she seemed to expect more. Look at that bus, Zhou Yang exclaimed, pointing. Following his gesture, I beheld the two beams of light from the bus suddenly veering off the concrete road, plunging over the edge of a cliff. Almost immediately, the sound of the bus crashing against the rocky precipice echoed, followed by a deafening explosion as a burst of flames illuminated the night sky. My heart raced, and beads of cold sweat formed on my forehead. It had been an extremely close call. Had it been just a few seconds later, I might have found myself descending into the depths of hell alongside that very vehicle. I swallowed hard, turning my head towards Miss Lin Yushuang, and expressed my gratitude. Thank you for saving my life, Miss Lin. Lin Yushuang brushed off the dirt from her clothes, took out her phone, seemingly engrossed in some task, and then nonchalantly replied, At least you remember to thank me. You possess a modicum of conscience. Did that car truly tumble down, or was it merely an illusion I witnessed? Zhou Yang inquired, still shaken. Don't look at me. How would I know? Lin Yushuang shrugged, indicating her uncertainty. I had been rendered unconscious by Lin Yushuang earlier that afternoon, leaving me entirely unaware of how I had gotten into the vehicle. However, despite our brief acquaintance, I had come to trust her capabilities. Lin Yushuang had often mentioned that she was not of our ilk. Perhaps, for us, there existed numerous supernatural phenomena that she could neither elucidate nor care to explain, preferring to simply declare ignorance. Such was her nature. I quickly interjected, Let's not dwell on the car any longer. We should focus on finding a place to rest. No need for that. Qingliang Mountain is not far from here. Let us gather our belongings and walk there directly, Lin Yushuang suggested, lifting her navigation map. Oh no, I left our backpacks in the car, Zhou Yang exclaimed in alarm. What? All of them? Lin Yushuang suddenly appeared anxious. I apologize. I was so startled by that couple earlier that my mind went blank before we left, and I completely forgot to grab the bags. I am truly sorry. Zhou Yang repeatedly expressed his apologies, and I felt a pang of sympathy, so I inquired of Lin Yushuang whether the bag held any significance. With a sigh, Lin Yushuang replied that if it was lost, then so be it. After that, she fell silent and continued to lead us along the mountain path. We traversed for over 2 hours. Suddenly, I noticed a glimmer of light ahead and jumped up to take a look. It appeared to be a village. Having navigated the dark mountain trail for 2 continuous hours, we were now both exhausted and parched. Even Lin Yushuang was panting heavily. At last, we spotted a place where we could rest and find accommodation, which naturally brought us joy, and we all mustered our strength to hastily enter the village. It was now past 10 o'clock, and the villagers tended to retire early, leaving the streets nearly deserted, save for a few barking local dogs. After wandering around, we finally came upon a large house with a sign outside that read, Accommodation, Car Wash, Restaurant. The characters were inscribed in a haphazard manner with a brush, rather unsightly. Yet finding a rural inn in such a village was indeed a stroke of good fortune amidst our misadventures. Zhou Yang immediately approached and knocked on the door, rapping 3 or 4 times before hearing a voice from within, announcing its presence. Chapter 47, The Vanished Couple of the Zhang Family. The door was opened by a middle-aged man, clad in a faded short shirt that had long lost its vibrant hue. He glanced at us and inquired, Are you here to stay? Zhou Yang nodded and replied, Indeed, fellow villager. We traveled quite a distance at night and are weary and parched. Upon seeing the sign indicating accommodations, we thought to seek refuge for the night. The man, his dark complexion creased with concern, asked, You hail from the city, don't you? Zhou Yang affirmed with a nod. The man pressed further. How did you arrive? Did you come by bus? Zhou Yang responded affirmatively. Yes, fellow villager. How did you know? To our astonishment, upon hearing this. The man reacted as if a mouse had spotted a cat. With a loud thud, he slammed the door shut, trembling as he exclaimed, "You three are like living deities. Please seek accommodations elsewhere and spare me. I have elderly and young ones to care for. I have not yet lived enough." Both Lin Yushuang and I were utterly bewildered by his words. Zhou Yang knocked again, stating, "Fellow villager, you seem to be mistaken. We merely seek lodging." Despite our entreaties, the man remained resolute, insisting we depart. At that moment, Lin Yushuang forcefully kicked the door and shouted fiercely, "If you do not open this door, I shall come in and devour you." To our surprise, upon hearing her words, the man swiftly opened the door, then fell to his knees, kowtowing as he pleaded, "Please, my lady, spare my life. Do not consume this old man." Zhou Yang and I were left in utter shock. Could it be that the village was haunted? Why would this man suspect we were cannibals? Lin Yushuang plopped down onto the chair in his home, stretching languidly before crossing her legs in her signature style. She declared, "If you don't wish to eat, that's fine. Just prepare us some fine wine and sumptuous meat and heat up some water for bathing. Make sure to ready 3 rooms, or I shall devour you whole." The old man, overwhelmed with fear, broke into a cold sweat and tremulously replied, "Your Highness, why do you still wish to bathe? Do not frighten him." Zhou Yang interjected, addressing Lin Yushuang, before enveloping the old man in a comforting embrace. "My dear fellow, we are but 3 mere mortals, not some celestial beings." He then procured 500 yuan notes from his bag, requesting the old man to prepare food and drink for them. The old man wiped his brow and cautiously asked, "Are you truly human?" I chuckled at his question. Could it be that he genuinely believed us to be monstrous fiends? I replied, "Good sir, what makes you think we are not human?" The old man studied us for a moment longer, then approached and touched my hand, checking its warmth. Satisfied after confirming with his gaze, he said, "Let me be honest with you. In our village, there are only 3 vans that travel to Beichuan City, and it is impossible for a bus to come here. Yet, you asked us right away if we arrive by bus. Why is that?" The villager turned and closed the door, propping it shut with a post before saying, "Not long ago, one night, a large bus stopped outside the village, and several individuals disembarked, seeking lodging in our village. Coincidentally, I was not at home that day. The Zhang couple next door took them in. However, the following day, both the couple and the bus mysteriously vanished. The village elders spoke of a ghost bus that had spirited away the Zhang couple, warning us not to accommodate anyone arriving by bus, especially at night. I was taken aback, immediately recalling the middle-aged couple on the bus. I inquired, were the Zhangs one carrying a basket and the other a sack? The old man trembled in shock, nearly collapsing to the ground. He stammered, Yes, they often went out to work in the fields like that." "How? How did you know?" Zhou Yang steadied the old man once more, saying, "Do not be alarmed. We are police officers here to investigate. We learned about the Zhang couple through intelligence we received." After revealing his police badge, the old man sighed in relief, placing a hand over his heart. "So, is the authorities who have come? That's wonderful. Please, have a seat. I shall prepare some food and drink for you." Once the villager departed, Zhou Yang remarked, "If the Zhang couple truly was taken by a ghost bus, then this village is indeed perilous." Lin Yushuang reassured me, saying, "Do not worry. I did not encounter anything untoward upon entering the village. The only issue lies with that particular bus. Even if some mischievous spirits dare to stir trouble, should I come across them, I will ensure they cannot even remain as ghosts." Lin Yushuang remained remarkably composed. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was far from straightforward. Why, of all places, did such inexplicable events unfold where we were headed? It seemed too coincidental. Lin Yutong approached me and softly advised, "Do not overthink it. Let us eat heartily and restore our spirits, for we must ascend the mountain tomorrow." The elderly man, surnamed Zhou, whom we affectionately referred to as Uncle Zhou, prepared us a sumptuous dinner, leaving me thoroughly satiated. Perhaps it was due to my indulgence that I found myself restless, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, the light in my room extinguished, and a shadow leapt onto my bed, startling me. Just as I was about to inquire who it was, a hand covered my mouth. "It's me, do not speak," came a gentle female voice. It was Lin Yushuang. What was she doing on my bed? I protested. We should maintain proper boundaries. Why have you come to my room instead of resting in yours? With a dismissive huff, Lin Yushuang replied, I have no interest in your personal affairs. I have come to you for a reason. What is it? I asked. Go knock on Zhou Yang's door and see if he's still in his room. If he is, place this item in his quarters. Lin Yushuang handed me a small pill, no larger than a marble. I was taken aback and questioned, what is this for? Why must it go in Zhou Yang's room? Lin Yushuang pinched me and said, why are there so many questions? Just go when I tell you to. Unable to resist her, I took the small pill she handed me, put on my shoes, and made my way to Zhou Yang's room. His room was not too far from mine. I reached it in just a few steps. I gently knocked on the door, only to find it ajar. I called out to Zhou Yang a couple of times, but received no response. Feeling a bit uneasy, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was empty, yet a mirror stood on the table. The moment I entered, I noticed the mirror flicker, reminiscent of a television suddenly losing power. I was taken aback and reached out to grasp the mirror for a closer inspection when suddenly, I felt a hand tap me on the back. Are you looking for me? Zhou Yang said from behind me. I jumped in surprise, having not heard his footsteps. Why do you walk so quietly? You nearly scare me to death. I exclaimed. Zhou Yang chuckled and replied. After years of working as a police officer, I've developed the habit of moving stealthily. I apologize for startling you, my friend. For some reason, his smile struck me as particularly awkward, almost as if it were a deliberately feigned expression. As Zhou Yang walked past me, I noticed he covered the mirror and asked, do you have something to discuss? Chapter 48. Deceit. It is said that one can easily discern when a person is lying, particularly through their demeanor and, most notably, their eyes. A liar often cannot meet the gaze of the one they deceive. Throughout the duration, from when Zhou Yang patted my shoulder to when he covered the mirror, he never once looked me in the face. I suspected he was lying to me, and Lin Yushuang must have sensed something was amiss, which is why she summoned me. When Zhou Yang inquired about my purpose for seeking him, I paused for a moment, allowing my mind to shift gears before responding with a cheerful tone. It's nothing significant, just that I can't sleep and thought I might chat with you for a bit. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, I discreetly tossed the small pill that Lin Yushuang had given me into his garbage bin. I then remarked, what do you think happened to the Zhang couple? How could they simply vanish? Zhou Yang had previously exhibited a certain trepidation regarding the Zhangs, seemingly reluctant to broach the subject. My intention was to provoke a reaction from him. To my astonishment, Zhou Yang remained remarkably composed, letting out a cold snort as he replied, a gambler like him? If he's dead, then so be it. There's nothing to lament. It is merely unfortunate for his wife to be tied to such a man. I was taken aback. This was not characteristic of Zhou Yang. Deep down, he possessed a kind heart. Last time, when old Huang spoke of restless spirits, Zhou Yang expressed concern for the souls trapped in limbo. How could he casually dismiss the death of the Zhang man in such a manner? Old Huang had claimed that I possessed a ghostly vision, able to perceive what others could not. I scrutinized Zhou Yang intently, but he remained unchanged. Yet, it is rather perplexing. Why do I consistently feel that the Zhou Yang before me is not the Zhou Yang I know, but rather an entirely different individual? I strive to compose myself and remark, indeed, how can one become so ensnared in gambling? Zhou Yang responds with a cold smirk, stating, the elders often proclaim that gambling, drugs, and vice are the most malevolent of forces. Anyone who succumbs to even one will inevitably face ruin and despair. Yet, these three vices are paradoxically the most alluring and capable of igniting the basest desires within humanity. It is no surprise that many are foolish enough to fall prey to their cravings, and the existence of such individuals is hardly astonishing. I am taken aback by Zhou Yang's sudden eloquence. It is utterly unexpected. Although this version of Zhou Yang differs slightly from the one I am familiar with, I do not sense any danger from him. In fact, he has imparted many profound insights. After conversing for nearly an hour in his abode, I finally take my leave. Upon returning to my quarters, I discover Lin Yushuang reclining on my bed with her eyes half closed, her alluring figure on full display. Her long, fair legs, ample bosom, and slender waist indeed possess a certain temptation. However, Recalling Zhou Yang's earlier words about those who become engulfed in the affairs of love, ultimately leading a life akin to that of the living dead. I swiftly suppress my burgeoning desires and gently nudge her. Wake up! Why are you still lying on my bed? I inquire. Lin Yushuang blinks, yawns, and replies. Why are you only coming back now? I've already fallen asleep. I sit beside her and say, there is indeed something amiss with Zhou Yang. You have also noticed. Lin Yushuang sat up from the bed, her legs bent and together, resting her head on her knees as she languidly spoke. I inquired, when did you discover this? Lin Yushuang beckoned me with her hand and replied, let me tell you, the very bus we took was arranged by Zhou Yang. As a police officer, he should understand the significance of securing one's belongings while away from home. Yet, he informed me that he left our backpacks on the bus, which is exceedingly unusual. If that is the case, did Zhou Yang intentionally misplace our backpacks? But what could be his motive? I asked, are the items within the backpacks of great importance? I recalled Lin Yushuang's intense reaction upon realizing the backpack was left behind. She nodded, saying, inside is my body pillow. Without it, I find myself prone to insomnia at night. I was taken aback that it was merely a body pillow. I stared at Lin Yushuang in disbelief, silently questioning her sanity. Lin Yushuang then took out her phone, gliding her fingers across the screen a couple of times before presenting it to me. The screen displayed an image resembling a map, marked by a red dot. Is this a heat sensor? I asked. I recall seeing such tracking devices in crime thrillers. The red dot signifies a person, and it moves as they do. Lin Yushuang nodded, something like that. It is a tracking device crafted with ancient secret techniques combined with modern technology. It has a rather charming name, Ghost Chaser. My mind is slightly dizzy. Has the realm of mysticism now embraced a technological supremacy? Could it be that the small orb conceals a spirit within? Lin Yushuang shook her head, asserting that modern science is not the specter that people often speak of. Rather, it is merely a manifestation of energy. One might comprehend that the orb encapsulates a conscious form of energy. I felt as though my perception had been profoundly altered and curiously inquired. How is it that this spirit pursues individuals? Lin Yushuang gazed at me with an air of despondency and replied, you pose too many questions, and I am at a loss. Once again, whenever she wished to evade an inquiry, she resorted to claiming ignorance. I chose not to press further. The world is vast, filled with wonders and enigmas, and I began to grasp the essence of that truth. Look, it has moved, Lin Yushuang suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the screen of her phone. I lifted my gaze to see a red dot swiftly traversing the display, ascending steadily according to the map. I shall pursue it, she declared, and in an instant, she darted away, as nimble as a hare. I hastened to follow, but alas, my speed paled in comparison to hers, resembling a tortoise in its sluggishness. By the time I exited Uncle Zhou's residence and stepped onto the narrow path outside, Lin Yushuang had already vanished from sight. The red dot on her phone continued its ascent, and without a second thought, I made my way towards the cool, verdant hills behind the village. The night breeze howled, filling my ears with a mournful wail, while the dark trees lining the path swayed ominously in the wind, resembling spectral figures with outstretched claws. As I walked along, a sudden brightness caught my eye, startling me and causing my heart to race. How had I returned to the village? Had I encountered a ghostly wall? Clutching my racing heart, I continued onward, where a flickering light from a nearby dwelling beckoned me. Inside, raucous laughter resonated, as if a grand celebration were underway. Hey, come in and have some fun. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a gaunt man who vigorously gestured for me to enter. What was happening? How had I found myself in such a place, as if lost in a dream? Come on in and join us for a game. The thin man continued to beckon. Through the narrow crack of the door, I glimpsed a group of individuals engaged in a game of poker, enveloped in swirling smoke, reminiscent of a small casino. My brow furrowed as a memory surfaced. The man from the Zhang couple, who had quarreled with his wife over gambling in their car. Could it be that he had vanished due to this very gambling house? Chapter 49. A gamble among spirits with a resolute heart, I thought. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one capture a tiger cub? Moreover, as Huang Bo remarked, I possess blood of extreme yang, a bane to spirits. Even if a horde of specters awaited me, I could always afford to shed a few drops of tongue blood. I chuckled. All right then, here I come. Wishing for prosperous business. I observed a gaunt man licking his lips, visibly exhilarated. Please, my brother, do come in. Wishing you great fortune. Upon entering the room, I noticed 4 or 5 tables encircled with players engaged in various games, some playing poker, others engrossed in mahjong, a vibrant array of activities. As I surveyed the scene, I found the faces strikingly familiar. Upon closer inspection, I realized these were the same individuals I had encountered on the bus. Scanning my surroundings, I indeed spotted a man from the Zhang family at a poker table. His expression was one of dejection, as if he had incurred significant losses, lamenting and cursing intermittently. My luck is truly abysmal, he moaned. I finally draw a golden flower, only to be met with a bomb. The dealer before him, the very driver who had ferried us, chuckled amiably. Apologies, my brother. It's merely luck, just luck. Come again. I refuse to believe this. The man from the Zhang family, now emboldened, insisted on recouping his losses. At that moment, the lean man who had brought me here approached and patted the shoulder of the Zhang family man, saying, Brother Zhang, you've lost all today. If you wish to continue playing, you'll need to mortgage your days with me. Defiantly, the Zhang family man replied, Mortgage? So be it. Grant me another year of days. The emaciated man suddenly beamed with delight, darting forward with a stack of cash in one hand and a document resembling a contract of servitude in the other. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that the contract stipulated a daily wage of 100 yuan for a year's labor on the bus, implying that the man from the Zhang family would receive a total of 500 yuan, albeit at the cost of an entire year of his toil. Additionally, there were clauses indicating that he could redeem his days of servitude with winnings, though at a steep rate of 50 yuan per day. Such a transaction was indeed repugnant. With a chuckle, the emaciated man approached me, brandishing a bundle of red banknotes, which I estimated to be worth around 10,000. He introduced himself, saying, Brother, you may call me Uncle Da. I'm a man who believes in virtue. How about a little wager? If you choose to play, consider this 10,000 as a complimentary experience fund. However, once you accept it, you cannot leave until you have played for 2 hours. Only after that duration can you decide whether to stay or leave without any hindrance from me. A trap lay before me. I consented, acknowledging Uncle Da's generosity. After all, one should not refuse such an offer of 10,000. Uncle Da laughed heartily, remarking, Indeed, my young friend, you are a man of decisiveness. Do you prefer mahjong or poker? The choice is yours. I gestured toward the table occupied by the Zhang family man and said, Let us play at his table. Without hesitation, Uncle Da promptly added another stool for me. Before departing, he leaned in and whispered, Brother, should you find yourself in financial straits, feel free to call on me. I sense a certain affinity between us, and I would be willing to lend you a little on a personal basis. The familiar scheme has returned. First, they entice me with a complimentary trial of funds, and once I have lost a substantial amount, they gallantly offer to lend me money. Indeed, Uncle Da exhibits remarkable integrity. I feign the demeanor of a novice, repeatedly expressing my gratitude to Uncle Da, proclaiming him a good man. I assure him that should such a moment arise, I would certainly seek his assistance, assuring him of my family's wealth and mentioning my affluent girlfriend, stating that I would undoubtedly repay any money borrowed. I speak no falsehood. My girlfriend, Chiu Shihong, possesses a private villa and several luxury sports cars, casually discarding iPhones as if they were mere refuse. At this table, we engage in the game of Jia Jin Hua, a game whose rules I am familiar with. Each player is dealt 3 cards, followed by a round of betting to determine the superior hand. Upon my arrival, the surrounding players chuckle, welcoming a newcomer, urging me to cut the deck. After the dealer shuffles the cards, I take my turn to cut, and he proceeds to deal. His dexterity is impressive. Within 30 seconds, each of us has received 3 cards. In Jia Jin Hua, betting begins with the player seated to the left of the dealer. This player glances at his hand, frowns, and discards his cards. The next 3 players follow suit, folding their hands as well. It is now my turn. I examine my cards and discover a pair of kings. This hand is quite formidable, compelling me to place a bet. The minimum wager at this table is 100. A considerable stake indeed. I extract a red bill from the stack of money Uncle Da provided and declare, "Let's play a hand." Beside me sits a man from Zhangjia, who vigorously rubs the cards on the table with his hands. He then conceals them tightly in his grasp, peering through a narrow crevice with one eye, muttering to himself, "Come on, good cards, come on." Suddenly, his expression shifts, as if to announce that he has drawn a splendid hand. He promptly discards a red note, declaring, "I'll match that," observing his peculiar manner of inspecting the cards. I cannot help but chuckle. It is no surprise he might lose. In the game of cards, it is often not the strength of the hand that prevails, but rather the resilience of one's psyche. Winning with a modest hand against a formidable one is not an insurmountable feat when it was the turn of the driver. He did not even glance at his cards, but simply stated, "I'll match that in the dark." By opting to play covertly, he implied that should the betting continue, I would need to wager 200. Without hesitation, I produced two notes, not out of a desire to gamble on the magnitude of the hand, but because I felt assured of victory. Since my arrival, I had discovered that every prop in this place seemed transparent to my eyes, allowing me to discern everything with clarity. I surmised that in a gathering of gamblers, the tricks of the trade could not elude my discerning gaze. Thus, when Uncle Da invited me to partake in a few rounds, I did so without a moment's doubt, for my vision had wholly dominated this domain. In truth, old Zhang had drawn a pair of tens, while the driver simply held a queen, raising the stakes for 2 more rounds. Old Zhang, unable to contain himself, sought to compare hands with me and, as expected, lost. The driver, seasoned as he was, quickly folded upon witnessing the unfolding scenario. In this instance, I effortlessly won 200 yuan. Gazing at the stack of red bills before me, an overwhelming sense of superiority surged within my heart. It is no wonder that gambling holds such a profound allure for many. In the subsequent rounds, though there were both victories and defeats, the majority of the winnings remained with me. I roughly calculated that within half an hour, I had amassed an additional 10,000 yuan. As for my companion, Brother Zhang, he appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, having seen his hard-earned money dwindle to less than half in the blink of an eye. Midway through, Brother Zhang requested a pause, expressing his desire to wash his face and dispel his misfortune. I mentioned that I too would like to freshen up, as my hands felt uncomfortably greasy. I followed Brother Zhang into the restroom. Once inside, I swiftly closed the door behind me. Brother Zhang was busy splashing water on his face when I abruptly turned on the faucet. He looked at me in astonishment and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" I replied, "Old Zhang, do you still remember me?" Chapter 50. The scheme. Brother Zhang stared at me for a moment and suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, so it's you. You nearly scared me to death in the car. Why on earth did you jump out? I hope you weren't hurt." He appeared quite normal, genuinely concerned for my safety. I had anticipated that upon recognizing me, he would transform into a hideous specter and grasp my throat, but to my surprise, this was the scene that unfolded. I was somewhat bewildered, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief contemplation, I replied, "Brother Zhang, do you have any idea what kind of people are outside? They are merely a bunch of good friends. What is the matter?" Brother Zhang seemed rather naive. It became apparent that he was unaware of his own fate, which might explain why the surroundings resembled reality so closely. It was likely that there were many others like him outside, who still believed themselves to be alive. It seemed I needed to enlighten him. I continued, "After I jumped from the vehicle, I saw your bus tumble off the cliff." Instantly, Brother Zhang trembled in fear, his face reflecting sheer terror as he gazed at me, saying, "Brother, you're not joking, are you? Please don't scare me." I then inquired, "Where's your wife?" Brother Zhang furrowed his brow, seemingly racking his brain, and replied, "Right, where's my wife?" I pressed further, "What is this place?" He responded, "This is my home." Wait, when did my home turn into a casino? My wife would never permit me to gamble at home. When did you come to know Uncle Da and those friends outside? They were guests at my home, and upon their arrival, they immediately began playing poker. Uncle Da remarked that they were one player short and requested my participation. Initially, I hesitated, observing their high stakes. However, Uncle Da, a man of great integrity, generously offered me 10,000, assuring me that any winnings would be mine, while losses would be his. Ultimately, I joined them in the game. I inquired further what happened next. During one round, I drew a bomb, 3/8, and my heart raced with exhilaration. Yet, everyone else had strong hands as well, and the money on the table piled up like a small mountain. I had wagered the 10,000 Uncle Da gave me, along with an additional 20,000 I had won, but no one was willing to reveal their cards. As I found myself devoid of funds, I realized that folding at that moment would lead to significant losses. Brother Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow, seemingly lost in the fervor of that moment. He mused, if I win this hand, I could easily secure a profit of at least 100,000. I even wagered the money meant for renovating my house. However, when the cards were finally revealed, the opponent held 3 jacks, leading to my ruin. As Brother Zhang recounted his tale, he unexpectedly sank to his knees, covering his face as he wept. I felt an overwhelming desire to reclaim my losses. Uncle Da, a truly kind-hearted individual, offered to lend me more money. I borrowed 10,000 from him, only to lose it all again. Subsequently, I borrowed another 20,000, which also vanished. The schemes were evident. Uncle Da had orchestrated a gradual trap, and I truly felt pity for him. At this point, Brother Zhang, overwhelmed by emotion, suddenly knelt and buried his face in his hands, sobbing on the ground. I inquired, what has happened to you? Lao Zhang lifted his tear-streaked face and lamented. I am losing more and more. I cannot repay my debts. It feels as though I have mortgaged my wife. In a moment of fury, I raised my hand to strike him, but alas, my blow passed through his head as if he were a mere apparition. At that instant, Lao Zhang noticed my hand, his eyes widening in terror as he stammered, what is happening? I scoffed and pointed to the ground, saying, do you see any shadow there? Lao Zhang glanced down and was instantly struck pale, collapsing onto the floor, rendered speechless. Suddenly, I heard a series of knocks at the door. Lao Zhang, and you, the new brother, are you still playing? We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Came a voice of the driver. I replied, we will be right there. Please wait for us. Turning to the prostrate Lao Zhang, I said, I can assist you, but you must feign nonchalance and come with me now. Lao Zhang continued to weep, and my irritation mounted. I felt an urge to spray him with my own blood. I added, I can help you recover your money. At once, Lao Zhang lifted his head, a flicker of hope crossing his face as he asked, really? I was astonished. While he seemed impervious to the admonitions directed at gambling addicts, the mere mention of winning piqued his interest. I affirmed my words and deceitfully claimed I would cheat at cards. Oh, benefactor, if only I can reclaim my hard-earned money. I vow never to gamble again in my life. Every gambler speaks thus, yet ultimately, he finds himself utterly defeated. Nevertheless, I resolved to continue deceiving until the end. I assured him there was no problem, provided he would cooperate with me. Brother Zhang affirmed that everything was under his control. I consented, and just as I turned to leave, I suddenly noticed Uncle Da silently standing behind me. His eyes were slightly reddened, fixed intently upon me, causing a chill to race down my spine. Brother, it seems you've meddled in affairs that do not concern you. Uncle Da's lips did not move, yet his voice echoed throughout the room. In an instant, the atmosphere grew frigid, and I thought to myself that Uncle Da might be a formidable ghost. I declared, since I have dared to come, I shall not fear you. You must understand the saying, the underworld has its paths, and the spirits traverse them. This phrase had been uttered by the short ghost in dealing with Lord Qin, and I recalled it vividly, hoping to intimidate Uncle Da. Indeed, he took a step back, visibly anxious, and asked, are you a ghost? I feigned calmness, replying, if not, you might as well surrender while you still can. However, to my surprise, my lofty words did not intimidate Uncle Da. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and retorted, what a ghost. In this territory, who does not know me, Uncle Da? Even ghosts must give me some respect. With that, he swayed, his fingers curling like claws, reaching toward my head. Long, slender nails, akin to 5 sharp blades, stirred the chilling wind that made the flesh on my face quiver. I was struck with terror. What had become of this world, where one could encounter a spirit without fear of the underworld? Or perhaps this Uncle Da possessed strength surpassing that of Old Man Qin. If that were the case, had I not unwittingly walked into the jaws of a tiger? As I watched Uncle Da's nails poised to pierce my throat, I could no longer afford to hesitate. I bit down on my tongue once more and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a sizzling sound, Uncle Da's hand recoiled as if electrified. Emitting wisps of blue smoke, his eyes wide with astonishment. Then, with a chuckle, he revealed, "So, you are the peculiar individual that old Ghosty spoke of. He instructed me not to harm you, claiming he wishes to deal with you personally. I must give him face, so consider yourself fortunate." With that, Uncle Da swiftly retreated against the wall, vanishing from sight. Soon after, I heard the roar of an engine outside, followed by the blare of a horn. A gray vortex materialized beside Brother Zhang, swiftly whisking him away with a whoosh. There's a shrine on the mountain where Uncle Da has parked his car several times. "Old Brother Qian, remember to come help me win back my hard-earned money," came Zhang's distant voice. I paused, astounded, even after being swept away. He still thought to rely on me to aid him in gambling. Chapter 51. The Lost Path. In an instant, Brother Zhang was drawn away, and the entire room transformed from a cacophony of chaos to an eerie silence. I stepped out of the restroom, only to find the space beyond utterly vacant, truly devoid of anything. The gambling table and myriad of playing cards and mahjong had vanished completely. A chilly breeze swept through, sending a shiver down my spine. Although I was indoors, an inexplicable cold enveloped me. I wondered if Lin Yushuang had caught up with Zhou Yang, but after such a prolonged absence, seeking them now seemed futile. After some contemplation, I decided to return and await their return. As I pushed open the door, a gust of cold air met me, prompting me to shield myself with my hand. The scene outside startled me. The area was overgrown with weeds, the ground muddy, and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind filled the air. It was aptly described as a desolate wilderness. I distinctly remembered that upon my arrival, this place was a quaint country town. How had it suddenly morphed into such a state? Surveying my surroundings, I noted that the house behind me had also vanished, leaving only barren land and a shroud of white mist. The previous scene had felt so tangible, yet, in the blink of an eye, it had dissipated as if it were but a dream. Enveloped by the mist, I found myself unable to discern direction, compelled to wander aimlessly. Regrettably, no matter the path I chose, I could not escape this envelopment of fog. There was something peculiar about this mist, as if it were shifting alongside me. As I walked, a sense of urgency began to rise within me. I felt as though I was on the verge of becoming lost in this surreal realm. At that moment, I was suddenly greeted by the sound of 2 barks, and a surge of joy filled my heart. Hearing the barking of a dog in such a desolate place indicated that there must be a dwelling nearby. Could it be that I was nearing the village? I parted the white mist and ran towards the source of the barking. Indeed, not far away, a large yellow dog sat on the ground, panting as if eagerly awaiting my arrival. Upon seeing me, the dog wagged its tail vigorously, circling around me as if I were its long-lost master. I was somewhat bewildered. In this wilderness, encountering such a friendly yellow dog was unexpected. I reached out to pat its head, and it responded by licking my hand before bounding ahead. I paused for a moment, wondering if it intended to lead me somewhere. The yellow dog dashed forward and then back, as if running in circles. But in a brief span of time, clarity emerged before me. The familiar courtyard of Uncle Shu, the welcoming lights, and the recognizable village came into view. At last, I had found my way out. Elated, I embraced the yellow dog, longing to plant a kiss upon its head. However, I was struck by the realization of its weight, rendering me unable to lift it. The yellow dog shook itself and began to dig fervently at the ground, as if unearthing something significant. After a while, it paused, circled the spot it had been digging, and then abruptly turned to sprint away, disappearing into the thick fog in an instant. Its speed suggested not a desire to lead me away, but rather the completion of some task before swiftly departing. I was utterly astonished, and then I glanced at the soil it had unearthed, only to shudder violently. This was not mere digging, but rather the act of writing. The absurdity of it struck me. Could a dog truly write? My mind went blank, and a chill crept down my spine. Upon closer inspection, I discerned several crooked characters etched into the ground. When the Buddha statue laughs and weeps, remember to run up the mountain. A Buddha statue laughing while shedding tears? If it is indeed laughing, why would it weep? Could it be that the laughter is so profound it brings forth tears? The thought seemed impossible. Statues are typically carved from stone, and only humans exhibit such emotions. A stone statue could not possibly laugh and cry simultaneously. My confusion deepened, yet the large yellow dog had just guided me through the fog, leaving me this message. Surely it meant me no harm. After silently committing the phrase to memory, I made my way to Uncle Zhou's home. The lights were aglow within, and as I pushed open the door, I found Lin Yushuang and Zhou Yang in my room, their eyes locked in a fierce stare as if they had just quarreled. Upon seeing my return, Zhou Yang's face lit up with relief as he approached and threw an arm around my shoulder, exclaiming, "Qin Sheng, you're back. You gave us quite a scare." Lin Yushuang's previously icy demeanor also softened, as if she had exhaled a sigh of relief, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Bewildered, I responded, "I'm fine. Why are you both looking at me as if I were on the verge of death?" Zhou Yang remarked, "Not long ago, I noticed the door to your house was ajar, so I ventured inside for a moment. To my surprise, you were absent, and Uncle Zhou's door was also open. I feared you had been taken by some malevolent force, prompting me to rush out in search of you. Eventually, I discovered 2 white candles lit in the southeastern corner of the yard, for which 2 red threads extended, resembling a path laid before me." Lin Yushuang interjected, "This phenomenon is known as the lost path, a form of esoteric technique employed to ensnare formidable spirits. If directed at a person, one who treads upon the lost path, devoid of guidance, may find themselves eternally ensnared, vanishing from this world." I stood there, dumbfounded. It was no wonder I had inexplicably arrived at Uncle De's haunted abode, ultimately becoming ensnared within a shroud of white mist from which I could not escape. I had unwittingly stepped onto this sinister lost path. A thought struck me. Could the peculiar disappearance of the Zhang couple be attributed to their entry onto this lost path? And might the architect of this treacherous route be Uncle De himself? I turned to Lin Yushuang and inquired, "Can ghosts create a lost path?" Her eyes flickered with curiosity as she fixed her gaze upon me and replied, "Did you witness anything while on a lost path? Generally speaking, those capable of manifesting such a route are highly skilled practitioners. Whether a ghost can create one, I am genuinely uncertain." I proceeded to recount the events that transpired in Uncle De's house, though I refrained from mentioning the cryptic message left by the large yellow dog and the land temple that Brother Zhang had ultimately revealed to me. Upon hearing this, both individuals expressed their astonishment, particularly regarding the large yellow dog, which elicited exclamations of wonder. Although at this moment Zhou Yang appeared to have reverted to a state of normalcy, I ultimately found it difficult to place my trust in him. As for Lin Yushuang, her origins remained shrouded in mystery. Despite her seemingly harmless demeanor, an unsettling peculiarity lingered about her. The elders often advise that one should always hold something back. Thus I resolved not to divulge all that I knew to them. Grandmother's son, from her sickbed, directed us towards the mountain god temple, while Brother Zhang mentioned that Uncle De had recently taken up residence at the earth god temple. I couldn't help but sense a contradiction between the two, as if they were at odds. An inkling suggested that the key to unlocking the underground factory lay not within the mountain god temple, but rather at the earth god temple. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yang suddenly remarked, "However, something feels off during our ride on that bus. We never laid eyes on the lean uncle that you mentioned." We exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared perplexity, before collectively turning our gaze towards Lin Yushuang. With a light chuckle, she responded, "Why are you looking at me? I'm not omniscient. I have no idea." After much deliberation, we found ourselves at an impasse, leading to a brief silence that rendered the atmosphere rather frosty and the air oppressively tense. I attempted to lighten the mood with a smile, saying, "Have you two had a quarrel?" Chapter 52. The Mountain God Temple. Zhou Yang, with an expression of innocence, lamented, "After you disappeared, Officer Lin insisted that I was the one who harmed you, and even claimed she would apprehend me as a murderer. I spent the entire night at home, soundly asleep. Is she not unjustly attributing murder to me? However, that contradicted my own observation from Lin Yushuang's tracking device, where I had distinctly seen Zhou Yang leave." Lin Yushuang blinked twice and replied, "All right, let us dismiss my earlier ramblings. It is getting late. Everyone should retire for the night, for I am quite weary." With that, she exited my room without further ado. Zhou Yang patted my shoulder earnestly, saying, "Brother, you must trust me. I could never harm you, for you are my benefactor." He then left, leaving me alone in my room. Lying on my bed, I sent a text to Lin Yushuang, inquiring about the true nature of Zhou Yang's actions. She responded, "I fell into a trap. Zhou Yang indeed did not leave. Someone took my ghost tracker away. This person seems very familiar with the mountain paths, leading me in circles as if to toy with me. I soon realized something was amiss, and upon my return, I found you had vanished, which led to my argument with Zhou Yang. Despite the circumstances, I felt a deep sense of gratitude towards her. At least she cared for my safety. I replied, "Thank you." Lin Yushuang countered, "You're the one I brought along. Naturally, I must ensure your safety. Enough of this. I need to sleep. Once I find the one who deceived me, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Through the screen, I seemed to hear Lin Yushuang's teeth grinding in frustration. I wished her good night, extinguished the light, and gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, both Zhou Yang and I arose early. Uncle Zhou had prepared a sumptuous breakfast for us. However, Lin Yushuang stubbornly lingered in bed, refusing to rise. Initially, we had planned to ascend the mountain at dawn, but her obstinacy delayed our departure until the afternoon. We inquired of Uncle Zhou whether he knew the whereabouts of the mountain god temple on Qingliang Mountain. Yet, Uncle Zhou advised us, saying you 3 officers should refrain from climbing the mountain in the next few days. I asked him why. He pointed to his legs and replied, "My legs suffer from rheumatic arthritis, a long-standing ailment. Though I have been managing it well in recent years, I have recently been experiencing both soreness and numbness, which heralds impending heavy rain. Thus, I counsel you 3 to avoid the mountain." Zhou Yang, however, shook his head and said, "It matters not. Our case is urgent, and a mere rain shall pose no significant issue." Uncle Zhou persisted, "Allow me to finish my thoughts. In recent years, Qingliang Mountain has been quite tumultuous, particularly during rainy days, when one can often hear the sounds of wailing from within the mountain. There was once a young man next door, a university student, who dismissed our concerns as superstitions and decided to investigate the source of those sounds. Unfortunately, he ascended the mountain on a day of torrential rain and returned, but alas, he had lost his wits. How could a healthy person become foolish? Did he encounter something sinister? Zhou Yang inquired. Uncle Zhou nodded, recalling that the child had mentioned seeing numerous individuals on the mountain, all clad in uniform work attire, engaged in some form of mechanical development. The notion of individuals in work uniforms conducting mechanical endeavors astounded both Zhou Yang and me. Could it be that the workers from years ago had all congregated in this Qingliang Mountain? Uncle Zhou sighed deeply, seemingly lamenting for the child, exclaiming that encountering such unwholesome entities could not be deemed fortuitous. After conversing idly for a while, he persistently cautioned us against ascending the mountain, revealing his genuine concern for our safety. I once again felt the genuine simplicity of the rural folk. In the afternoon, glancing at the time, I deemed it appropriate to gather some supplies with Zhou Yang and Lin Yushuang before heading directly to Qingliang Mountain. True to its name, Qingliang Mountain was lush with verdant foliage, and its waters were refreshing. Even in the sweltering heat, wandering through the forest did not induce any sense of fatigue. Rather, a delightful coolness enveloped us. I lifted my gaze to the sky, where the azure expanse was unmarred, basking under the brilliant sun. It hardly resembled a day poised for rain. Zhou Yang strode ahead with assured steps, suddenly pointing to a location halfway up the mountain, exclaiming, "Look, there is a temple." I squinted into the distance, and indeed spotted a temple precariously perched upon a cliff, supported by a solitary pillar, its precariousness evoking a sense of trepidation, as if it could tumble at any moment. Surrounding it were hills cloaked in verdure, yet one slope stood starkly barren, reminiscent of a past landslide. "Everyone, let us exert ourselves. Perhaps that is the mountain god temple, and the items our teacher instructed us to retrieve may well reside within." Zhou Yang fervently encouraged us. It seemed so close at hand, yet by the time we arrived, we had spent nearly an hour traversing the distance. The 3 of us sat panting on the stone platform before the temple, which had long since fallen into disrepair. The entrance was in a state of decay. The plaque had long since fallen, and what was referred to as an ancient temple resembled nothing more than a dilapidated shack. Zhou Yang turned over the plaque, brushed away the dust with a handful of withered grass, revealing 3 crimson characters. Mountain God Temple. We found it, Zhou Yang exclaimed. Lin Yushuang and I felt a surge of joy and followed him into the temple. Inside stood a statue of a deity wielding a long spear, ensnared in cobwebs, and notably bereft of a head, which leaned against a thick, round beam. No wonder this Qingliang mountain is so peculiar. Even a mountain god's head has been shattered. Zhou Yang sighed. I gazed at the statue, beginning to feel a sense of worry. Grandma Sun had only informed us that the key to opening the factory was within the mountain god temple, yet she had not divulged how to find it. I turned to Lin Yushuang, hoping to inquire if she had any ideas. To my surprise, she had already produced a compass and was wandering about the temple. She remarked, "The key is approximately 1 foot long, shaped like a fish. It could be made of stone or perhaps jade. Essentially, the material could vary." I was somewhat puzzled by the notion of a key that was 1 foot long and fish-shaped. How can you be so certain that the key looks like this? I inquired. Lin Yushuang rolled her eyes at me and replied, "The fish possesses a divine essence that remains ever watchful." The ancient spoke of a door key must resemble a fish, for it embodies the essence of vigilance against the night. This is because the fish is not merely an auspicious symbol, but also a guardian deity and a talisman against malevolent forces. Thus, in our line of work, when we seek to seal away sinister entities, we naturally resort to fish-shaped keys. I marveled quietly, astonished to learn such a profound reason. Zhou Yang and Lin Yushuang searched within the temple while I decided to venture outside. Piled high outside were heaps of disordered stones, scattered fragments of tiles strewn about. I circled the temple, but found no fish-shaped key. At that moment, a resounding thunderclap shattered the silence, and the mountain winds howled as dark clouds swiftly engulfed the sky. Torrential raindrops fell with ferocity upon my forehead. It began to rain, and not just a drizzle, but a torrential downpour. "Qiansheng, come inside. The rain is too heavy. Take refuge within," Zhou Yang called to me from the doorway. Chapter 53. The Buddha's statue smiles amidst tears. I responded with an acknowledgement and hurriedly dashed into the old temple, as the torrential rain had drenched me thoroughly. As I sprinted forward, I suddenly stumbled over a patch of weeds, nearly falling flat on my face due to an unseen obstruction. Cursing under my breath, I was startled to discover a round, bulbous head hidden among the foliage. To my surprise, it was a stone statue's head, adorned with a carving resembling the monk's hat from Journey to the West, though its expression conveyed a sense of anger. Was this the head of the mountain deity that had been decapitated in the temple? With this thought in mind, I cautiously cradled the stone head in my hands and took slow, deliberate steps toward the mountain deity's temple. I exclaimed to my companions, "Hey, look, I have found the head of the mountain deity." Zhou Yang and Lin Yushuang turned a glance at me. Lin Yushuang furrowed her brow and remarked, "With such a loud call, I thought you had found the keys." Zhou Yang replied mildly, "Perhaps you should place the mountain deity's head there for now. The rain is too heavy. Let's seek shelter first." Following his gesture, I noticed a damaged altar nearby, and after placing the stone head upon it, I made my way back to Zhou Yang and the others. The old temple had suffered a gaping hole in its roof, providing little refuge from the downpour. We huddled in a corner, yet still found ourselves splashed by the relentless rain. This dreadful weather. "Qiansheng, do take a look at my face. Is my makeup from this morning completely ruined?" Lin Yushuang spoke with a heart full of concern. I was left momentarily speechless, as this girl had an uncanny ability to utter perplexing remarks unexpectedly. I reassured her that everything was fine and there were no signs of a downpour. However, Zhou Yang gazed at the weather outside, his expression darkening as he remarked, as the saying goes, when the wind is still and the air is stifling, a thunderstorm is sure to follow. Yet, as we ascended the mountain, we were met with a refreshing breeze, leaving us feeling quite comfortable. How could such a torrential rainstorm arrive so unexpectedly? I countered with another proverb: the heavens can change their mood in an instant. Who can truly predict the whims of the weather? Zhou Yang shook his head in disagreement, stating, "In all my years, I have never witnessed such a fierce downpour. I believe it would be wise for us to descend the mountain. Perhaps Uncle Zhou's words hold some truth." I found it peculiar. At first, Zhou Yang had insisted on continuing our ascent, claiming that no amount of rain would deter us. Now, With the rain barely beginning, he urged us to turn back. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating our surroundings as bright as day. In that fleeting moment, my gaze fell upon the statue of the mountain deity on the altar. Its furious expression appeared grotesquely sinister, as if it were laughing eerily. A chill ran through me, and Lin Yushuang suddenly gasped behind me. This was not the mountain god. It seemed to resemble the malevolent deity worshipped by the Dark Nightmare Clan. We all stood in stunned silence. The Dark Nightmare Clan. I realized I'd scarcely heard of this people. Yo Yang Inquiret. Is the Dark Nightmare Clan also one of our country's ethnic minorities? Lin Yushuang shook her head, remarking that this ancient race had long since vanished. She recalled having read about them in an ancient tome, which recounted their nocturnal wanderings and their daytime retreats into the depths of underground caverns, where they worshipped a host of malevolent deities. I cast a glance at the counterfeit mountain god and inquired, what malevolent deity does this statue represent? Xiaocha. Lin Yushuang replied calmly. According to folklore, Xiaocha was a creature of the mountains, known to feast on human blood, particularly targeting children and exhibiting a fiercely brutal temperament. Swift as the wind in the night, he garnered the admiration of He Yin for this ability, leading to his deification. The presence of a malevolent deity's statue within a mountain god temple perplexed me. If this was indeed the domain of a wicked god, it was all the more unsettling. We should hasten our departure, Zhou Yang urged from the side. Lin Yushuang nodded in agreement, noting that she had failed to uncover anything significant here. It was possible that the mountain god temple spoken of by Grandma Sun was not this very one. In any case, it was prudent to leave this place. With both of them expressing the sentiment, I felt compelled to acquiesce. Very well, let us make haste. Zhou Yang took the lead, dashing out into the pouring rain. Lin Yushuang and I followed closely behind, stepping into the downpour that soaked us to the bone, leaving us feeling chilled to the core. After only a few steps, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, prompting me to shut my eyes tightly and turn my head aside to shield myself. When I opened my eyes once more, I was astonished to see a statue of a Buddha intricately carved into the mountainside behind the old temple. Wait a moment, I exclaimed, gesturing toward it with my hand. When we first arrived here, the mountain wall was veiled by a profusion of withered leaves and scattered twigs, rendering the Buddha statue unrecognizable to us. However, after the torrential rains, the statue became distinctly visible. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself as a Maitreya Buddha, with a benevolent smile and a rotund belly. Suddenly, a revelation struck me, the message left by the large yellow dog last night. When a Buddha smiles with tears, one must ascend a mountain. The rain cascaded down the face of the Maitreya, transforming into trickling streams that slid down his visage, epitomizing the notion of laughing amidst tears. I immediately declared, let us not descend the mountain. We must ascend instead. Zhou Yang promptly countered, are you out of your mind? If we head down now, we could reach home safely in about half an hour. But if we venture up the mountain in this rain, we will find it nearly impossible to progress. And should we encounter any peril, it could lead to our demise. Unsure of how to articulate my reasoning to Zhou Yang, I nonetheless remained steadfast in my desire to ascend. At this juncture, with our opinions at odds, I suggested, let us defer to Lin Yushuang. Majority should prevail in our decision to ascend or descend. In unison, we turned to Lin Yushuang. Her hair was completely disheveled, with several small twigs entangled in her locks, which tugged at my heartstrings. I inwardly lamented, for she had earlier expressed concern that the rain would ruin her makeup, and now she must be yearning to return and tidy herself. To my surprise, however, Lin Yushuang stated resolutely, let us ascend. Zhou Yang appeared utterly aghast, exclaiming, why would you choose to go up? Lin Yushuang, with her arm linked through mine, remarked, for no particular reason, I just feel that Qiansheng seems exceptionally manly at this moment. Her response left me speechless once more, and I replied, Zhou Yang, please trust me just this once. Zhou Yang wiped the rainwater from his forehead and said, all right then, let us ascend the mountain. The rain poured increasingly, and the mountain wind blew so fiercely that I could hardly keep my eyes open. As we trudged over the uneven terrain, it was indeed a formidable challenge. This is too difficult, We should heed my advice and descend, Zhou Yang shouted from behind, still urging us to turn back. I chose to ignore him, as I had felt something peculiar about him ever since he arrived in this village. Grasping Lin Yushuang's hand, I continued to climb for a short distance when suddenly a low rumbling echoed, followed by a violent tremor that nearly knocked me off my feet. I quickly scanned the surroundings and, to my astonishment, saw a massive torrent of mud and rock cascading down from the bare mountainside near the mountain god temple. The mudslide rushed towards us like a deluge, obliterating everything in its path. Towering trees and sturdy stones were instantly flattened. Furthermore, the path we had taken down the mountain was not spared from its wrath. My heart raced, nearly leaping from my throat. That was close. Had we descended earlier, we would have surely been buried alive beneath the earth. Chapter 54. The Yin-Yang game. As the torrential rain poured down, the three of us appeared to traverse a deluge. Upon witnessing the landslide cascading down the mountain like a ferocious beast ravaging the forest, we were all struck with alarm. Lin Yushuang turned to glare at Zhou Yang, exclaiming, "You have insisted we descend the mountain. Do you wish to bring us to harm?" Zhou Yang stepped back, shaking his head repeatedly. I had no inkling this would occur. I genuinely urged you to descend out of concern for your safety. Had I foreseen this, I would never have suggested it. After speaking, he turned to me, Qiansheng. You must trust me. How could I ever wish you ill? Observing Zhou Yang's strained attempts at justification, it seemed as if this calamity was merely a coincidence. My heart wavered, pondering whether to place my trust in him. We cannot allow him to accompany us any longer. His intentions are surely dubious, Lin Yushuang remarked coldly. To accuse me of ill intentions, does that mean your heart is pure? Zhou Yang retorted. Throughout this journey, you have persistently tempted Shi Qiansheng with your allure. Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes. Their argument escalated, and I felt a headache coming on. I quickly intervened. Enough, both of you. The rain is relentless. We should hasten up the mountain in search of shelter. After considerable effort, I managed to quell their bickering, and we resumed our ascent. To my astonishment, the higher we climbed, the better the path became. Previously, we had struggled through muddy terrain, grasping at nearby branches for support. But now we found ourselves walking upon a path paved with smooth slate stones. As I meandered along the rugged mountain path, Lin Yushuang suddenly leaned closer to me and whispered, "How did you know to head up the mountain just now?" I was taken aback. I had anticipated she would pose this question. I replied, "In truth, I was merely taking a gamble. Since Zhou Yang consistently urged us to descend, I sensed something amiss. When circumstances appear overly unusual, it is often wiser to act contrarily. Hence, I resolved to ascend." "Is that so?" Lin Yushuang's eyes glimmered with skepticism. I assured her, of course, while inwardly acknowledging that this girl was indeed not easily deceived. The large yellow dog not only guided me out of the labyrinth, but also inadvertently saved my life, marking it as a friend and benefactor. If Lin Yushuang were not a person of good character, revealing the dog's existence would surely lead it into an unjust predicament. It is worth noting that whenever Lin Yushuang mentioned the underground factory or Old Man Qin, she spoke with a casual demeanor, seemingly dismissive of their significance. This indicated that she was far from the simplistic facade she presented. I sensed that her true capabilities had only been hinted at thus far. With a faint smile, Lin Yushuang remarked, "You are undoubtedly concealing something from me. However, I am a reasonable person and shall not press you further, provided we can successfully acquire the factory key." Suddenly, Zhou Yang called out to us, "Come quickly, there are tire tracks here." I turned to see him crouched on the ground, pointing at a patch of earth. Curiosity piqued. I approached, only to be met with a startling revelation. The tire marks are remarkably broad, unmistakably belonging to a large bus, and upon gazing at them, I was suddenly reminded of a certain coach. The bus. The bus. Both Zhou Yang and Lin Yushuang exclaimed in unison, having arrived at the same conclusion. I recalled that before Brother Zhang was whisked away by Uncle De's bus, he had uttered a phrase about Uncle De lingering at the land temple atop the mountain. Could it be that this spectral vehicle is headed toward the Mountain S land temple? Now that the mountain god temple has been confirmed as a sanctuary for an evil deity, perhaps it is worth investigating. Even should I encounter the fearsome Uncle De, with Lin Yushuang by my side, I would not be daunted. I suggested we follow the tire tracks. Until now, Lin Yushuang had been the de facto leader of our group, issuing commands. Yet now Zhou Yang and she were at an impasse, locked in a fierce standoff. By some twist of fate, I found myself assuming the role of leader, and an unexpected sensation washed over me, akin to the fisherman reaping the benefits of a conflict between the clam and the snipe. I proposed we trace the tire marks, and neither of them opposed. They simply fell in line behind me. The journey was shrouded in an eerie silence, the atmosphere peculiar. The rain continued to pour, showing no signs of abating, compelling me to quicken my pace. As we progressed, the mountain path steepened dramatically. We trod upon the stone-paved route, which had become treacherously slick under the deluge. We had to grasp the surrounding rocks for stability, for a single misstep could lead to a perilous fall. What astonished me, however, was that the tire marks remained imprinted upon the rock face, giving me the impression that the vehicle had ascended the mountain's rocky terrain. Having traversed the steep rocky path, we arrived at a flat expanse nestled within the mountains. This area was spacious, dominated by a solitary colossal yellow fruit tree, beneath which stood a modest earth deity shrine. The shrine was rudimentary, constructed of 2 stone slabs for walls and 1 for the roof, housing a small statue of the earth god. His demeanor was serene, one hand grasping a staff and the other a gold ingot, his countenance radiating a gentle smile as he gazed ahead. Surely, this must be the true earth deity, rather than some malevolent spirit, I thought uneasily. Lin Yushuang nodded in affirmation, explaining that the earth deity governs the local mountains and should be venerated. After her words, she stepped forward to pay her respects, and I followed suit, bowing thrice before the venerable figure. The tire tracks of our bus vanished here, as the immense yellow fruit tree's branches and leaves intertwined, creating a canopy that shielded us from the rain, allowing us a moment to catch our breath. We settled beneath the tree, but Lin Yushuang's expression darkened as she murmured, "This Qingliang mountain is indeed peculiar. Above there's an earth deity shrine, and below, a Shaochai shrine. How intriguing." Meanwhile, Zhou Yang meandered around the yellow fruit tree, occasionally glancing at the sky and then at the tree. I inquired, "What are you observing?" Zhou Yang furrowed his brow and replied, "I feel as though we have arrived at the opposite side of the mountain. Do you remember the mountain god shrine we passed earlier? I recall it facing a different direction." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Yushuang, who stood beside me, suddenly froze, quickly rising to retrieve a compass, moving about the area with intent. To the north of the mountain lies the realm of shadows, guarded by the deity of the land, amidst which the light of the sun resides. To the south, the sun prevails, overseen by the malevolent spirit known as Shaocha, within which darkness also dwells. The mountain itself serves as the stage, with the interplay of yin and yang permeating its very essence. Such a grand design. One cannot help but wonder which illustrious predecessor orchestrated this intricate balance of forces. Lin Yushuang spoke as she walked, a contemplative smile illuminating her face. Approaching her, I inquired, "Have you uncovered something?" Lin Yushuang, stowing away her compass, cast a glance at Zhou Yang and remarked, "Thanks to his insight, I have finally grasped the nature of this place." Zhou Yang, utterly perplexed, responded, "Officer Lin, what do you mean? How have I reminded you?" Ignoring his bewilderment, Lin Yushuang turned to me and explained, "Someone has ingeniously transformed the topography of Qingliang Mountain into a cyclical pattern of yin and yang. This so-called yang-yang configuration can be likened to a dynamic prison." A dynamic prison? Chapter 55. Will-o'-the-wisp. My mind was somewhat hazy, and I could not quite grasp the meaning of this term. In simple terms, it refers to being trapped within a house that moves along with you, rendering you eternally confined within its walls. Suddenly, I had an epiphany. Was that not akin to my experience amidst the dense fog? I remarked, "Isn't this principle similar to the concept of being lost along a path?" Lin Yushuang chuckled softly, asserting that compared to the Yin-Yang Bureau, that was merely child's play. Given that this place is a prison, what lies within the mountains? Does it bear any relation to the fish-shaped key we seek? Zhou Yang approached us and inquired. Lin Yushuang clapped her hands, displaying a hint of impatience, and said, "You two are quite bothersome. 2 grown men incessantly asking, 'Is there a connection? What is this? What is that?' Don't you find it exhausting?" A flush crept across my face. Being reprimanded by a young girl was indeed a blow to my pride. Yet I found myself at a loss for words to counter her. After a prolonged silence, Lin Yushuang continued, "If you choose not to speak, then I shall take the initiative. Since we know nothing, let us venture into this Yinyang Bureau and ascertain the truth for ourselves." I replied, "If this Yinyang Bureau is truly formidable, it cannot possibly allow us to enter with ease." Lin Yushuang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that I had finally posed a question of significance. She remarked, "In the past, it would have been quite difficult to enter, but now that the Zyakimyo temple at the foot of the mountain has been destroyed, it signifies that the Yin cavity has been compromised, and the equilibrium of Yin and Yang has been disrupted. Therefore, we can breach the Yang cavity, which means we can access this land temple." When I inquired how we should proceed, Lin Yushuang did not respond. Instead, she reached out to the Huanghuashu tree, tracing her hand around the sturdy trunk before selecting several spots to strike vigorously. With each blow, I could feel the entire Huanghuashu tree tremble, filling me with astonishment at the strength of this girl. After she completed her actions, I heard a series of resounding thuds, akin to the muffled sound of pistons being drawn apart. Subsequently, Lin Yushuang sat cross-legged on the ground, murmuring incantations as she traced an intricate pattern at the base of the tree with her hand before slapping the earth. In an instant, I witnessed several 1-inch-long peachwood nails shoot forth from the trunk of the tree with a swish. The sound resembled that of a drawer being opened. Following the noise, I turned to see that the land temple had shifted slightly to the left, revealing a narrow crevice through which a single person could pass. At this moment, Lin Yushuang opened her eyes and stated calmly, "The Yin-Yang formation is activated. Let us hasten inside." She was the first to leap through the gap, with Zhou Yang and me closely following. Below lay a sloping stone slide, seemingly crafted by human hands. It was dim within, but fortunately, our 3 phones served as flashlights to illuminate our surroundings. As we descended the slide, we entered a natural cavern, chillingly cold. Just as we were about to venture further inside, Lin Yushuang suddenly called out, "Wait." I initially thought she had uncovered something ominous, and my nerves instantly tensed as I inquired, "What is it?" However, Lin Yushuang, in a delicate tone, replied, "It has already begun to rain, so there is no rush. Let us take a moment to rest and dry our clothes. It is quite uncomfortable being soaked." The reason for her insistence on waiting was surprisingly trivial. I was beginning to acclimate to her whimsical discourse and remarked, "But we have no fire." No sooner had I spoken than a flicker of flame erupted before us. Lin Yushuang produced a small packet of dark, crystalline substance from seemingly nowhere. As she tossed the tiny granules into the flame, it ignited into a fierce blaze. "What is this?" I began, but she interjected, "Do not inquire further about this. It is a special material provided by our organization. One tiny piece can burn for an hour, and it has a rather grand name, Eternal Flame. With apparitions pursuing us previously and now this eternal flame, I could hardly fathom what other peculiar item she might unveil. However, her mention of an organization piqued my curiosity. Could it be that Lin Yushuang was affiliated with a mysterious entity wielding immense power, enough to render the entire police force of Beichuan City impotent? She emptied the entire packet of Eternal Flame, and instantly a roaring fire blazed, enveloping the cave in warmth akin to a central heating system. "You two, keep your distance and avert your gazes. I shall be removing my clothes to dry them, and anyone who dares to steal a glance shall face dire consequences." Lin Yushuang spoke fiercely, prompting both Zhou Yang and me to withdraw and turn away. Behind us, the sound of garments being removed echoed, followed by the distinct noise of wringing out fabric. "Take off your tops as well, wring them dry, and toss them over here. I, out of kindness, shall assist you in drying them," she declared. I glanced at my own clothing, the hem still dripping with water. It was rare for this girl to consider us. Thus, I too removed my top, wrung it out, and tossed it behind me towards Lin Yushuang. Zhou Yang appeared somewhat reluctant, but Lin Yushuang coolly remarked, a grown man being so coy, "Are you afraid I shall scorch your clothes?" Sensing the brewing tension, I gently tapped Zhou Yang's hand, advising, "After all, she is a girl who has willingly offered to help us dry our clothes." Let us show some magnanimity. Only then did Zhou Yang comply and remove his shirt, throwing it to Lin Yushuang. Having spent nearly an hour in this place, our garments dried thoroughly under the fierce flames, and the moment I donned them again, a wave of comfort washed over me. This cave was quite extensive, and I was still contemplating the possibility of that fish-shaped key being within when Zhou Yang suddenly shouted, "Who is there?" Startled, I nearly lost my footing, swiftly turning to see Zhou Yang's gaze fixed intently ahead. In the depths of the cave, several wisps of green flame began to drift slowly. The green flames flickered erratically in the cavernous shadows. Exchanging glances, I whispered, "Is that will-o'-the-wisps?" "Let's go take a look," Zhou Yang suggested. I cast a glance back at Lin Yushuang, who had already tidied her appearance. She gestured towards Zhou Yang and said, "Follow his lead. Let us pursue and investigate." Thus, the three of us began to jog towards the green flame. As we ventured deeper, an acrid scent reminiscent of charred decay permeated the air. The green fires seemed to deliberately entice us. We continued our chase, yet it perpetually maintained a distance ahead of us. Suddenly, we encountered sharp bend, nearly a right angle, and the green, ghostly flame abruptly accelerated, vanishing from sight. "Hurry, pursue it," Zhou Yang shouted, urging us to quicken our pace. I hastened after him, but as I rounded the corner, I was taken aback to discover an oil lamp burning at the center of the ground. Its flickering yellow light appeared to be on the verge of extinguishing. Zhou Yang, moving with great speed, was unable to halt his momentum. Just as he was about to extinguish the lamp with his foot, I noticed him sway as if propelled by an unseen force. His body glided through the air for a brief moment before crashing violently against the adjacent rock face. Chapter 56. Sacrifice and Gain in an Instant. His shadow contorted into a chaotic mass, as if being mercilessly tugged by unseen hands. Zhou Yang let out a harrowing scream, collapsing to the ground and rolling incessantly, as though his body were ablaze. Desperately, he sought to extinguish the flames consuming him. "Zhou Yang, what is happening?" I cried out, instinctively moving to his aid. Yet, behind me, Lin Yushuang shouted in alarm, "Don't go over there. Come back." Regrettably, one of my legs had already taken a step forward. In that moment, I noticed my own shadow, illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, swell to an enormous size. A chilling gust of wind surged towards me, delivering a fierce and unyielding force that slammed into my shoulder, rendering me powerless to resist, and I was sent hurtling away. "You fool, that is the soul-extinguishing lamp." I heard Lin Yushuang's frantic voice behind me, though she remained rooted in place, too terrified to approach. A sense of dread washed over me. If she was too frightened to cross that threshold, it was likely I had stumbled upon a perilous sorcery, perhaps already teetering on the brink of the underworld. Not far away, Zhou Yang continued to wail, his shadow morphing like dough, expanding and contracting erratically. Unable to bear the sight, I rushed toward him, lifting him up, my thoughts resolute. If we were to meet our demise, at least we would face it together, companions on the road to the afterlife. "How come you are unscathed?" Lin Yushuang's voice came cautiously from behind, trembling with both fear and astonishment, as if she had witnessed something both wondrous and terrifying. I blurted out, "What is it?" She pointed at my shadow, and as I glanced down, I noticed that my shadow, much like Zhou Yang's, was being tugged by some unseen force. Strangely, I felt no pain whatsoever. "You must extinguish that oil lamp at once," Lin Yushuang declared. We remained in that tense standoff for a few seconds until she spoke again. Following her command, I kicked the oil lamp with considerable force, sending it flying several meters away, followed by the sound of a resounding crash as the flame was completely snuffed out. Simultaneously, Zhou Yang's body slackened, collapsing to the ground, and the agony that had marred his features vanished entirely. Yet, he had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. "This fellow has fainted again," I remarked as I approached Lin Yushuang. "How can I possibly be unscathed?" She took a step back, wariness gleaming in her eyes. "The extinguishing soul lamp is said to be ignited by the fires of hell. Any being with a soul that is cast in its light will have their essence utterly incinerated." Her words sent a chill down my spine, and I stood frozen, my mind reeling. If that were the case, did it not imply that I was devoid of a soul? A soulless being existing in this world would merely be a living corpse. Lin Yushuang scrutinized me for a moment longer, then shook her head. Do not be alarmed. A person lacking a soul signifies the absence of thought and consciousness. Yet, you appear no different from a normal individual. Your soul must still be intact. Perhaps there are other factors at play that shield you from the lamp's effects. Upon hearing her words, I felt a great relief wash over me. I chuckled softly, remarking, I possess quite a few enigmas. There must be other reasons at play. Regardless of the circumstances, I could not accept the notion of being a soulless being. Let us first ascertain his condition, Lin Yushuang indicated, pointing toward Zhou Yang. I gently touched his forehead. His body was feverishly warm, yet there was still breath between his nostrils. He should still be alive, correct? I inquired. Lin Yushuang's expression grew troubled as she replied, though he has survived. His soul has been scorched by the flames of the extinguished soul lamp, and it is likely to have suffered damage. A person's soul governs their consciousness upon awakening. He may become a fractured individual. Her words pierced my heart. Zhou Yang was one of the few friends I had, and his current state was exceedingly difficult for me to bear. The extinguished soul lamp has already manifested here, and there may be further unknown dangers ahead. You can take Zhou Yang and leave. This case was originally my sole responsibility, and I should not involve you, Lin Yushuang stated with a calm demeanor. And what about you? I asked. She let out a light laugh. I, of course, must delve deeper. Unlike you, I am compelled to secure the item. I chuckled in response. If the extinguished soul lamp cannot bring about my demise, I surely have no fear. I cannot allow a young lady to bear the brunt of the danger alone. Lin Yushuang raised an eyebrow and coldly remarked, Have you considered this carefully? Should peril akin to what we just encountered arise again, I may not prioritize your rescue, but rather ensure my own safety first. I suggested that this would suffice, and then we carefully leaned Zhou Yang against the stone. Lin Yushuang inscribed a rune beside him, ensuring that he would remain undisturbed by malevolent spirits, and we proceeded further into the depths. The green flame had completely vanished, leaving us reliant solely on the light emitted by our phones. Nearby, we stumbled upon numerous corpses, strewn haphazardly around us. Their garments had not yet decayed, yet their flesh was severely charred. These individuals must have perished under the influence of this soul-extinguishing lantern, Lin Yushuang deduced. No wonder I had just detected a foul odor. It emanated from them. We continued onward, but not long after. We found ourselves in a state of bewilderment as two divergent passages materialized before us. We halted at the entrance, and Lin Yushuang hesitated, unable to decide which passage to enter. I stood at the threshold for a moment, when suddenly I heard a rumbling sound of machinery from within, mingled with the faint murmur of conversation. Unfortunately, the words were indistinct, yet it felt as though there was a bustling activity inside, akin to a factory in operation. Listen, there seems to be some noise coming from within, I remarked, pointing to one of the openings. Lin Yushuang tilted her head to listen, but shook her head in response, claiming she heard nothing. How can that be? I distinctly heard sounds, I insisted. Lin Yushuang regarded me with a puzzled expression, asserting that she could perceive nothing at all. She then proposed, Since you can hear something from this passage, shall we venture inside to investigate? After a moment of contemplation, I suggested, Perhaps I should enter first to ascertain the safety within. If it proves secure, you may follow. If not, you should retreat to the adjacent cave. Lin Yushuang fell silent for a while, then nodded. She tied a red string around my wrist and lifted her own wrist to display a matching red string, saying, This string is a pair. If you encounter danger inside, tug on it, and I will come immediately. Do you understand? Although Lin Yushuang often appeared like a delicate young lady, in moments of crisis, she exhibited remarkable rationality, recognizing the importance of sacrifice and gain. If we both ventured in together and faced peril, it could result in our mutual downfall. It was wiser for me to scout ahead. If I were to perish, it would be a solitary loss. One must accept that sacrifice is sometimes necessary, especially given the transformation of Zhou Yang. Should I choose to retreat now, all previous efforts would be in vain. I nodded in understanding. Just as I was about to proceed, Lin Yushuang affixed a small white paper figure to my shoulder, saying, This may save your life in dire straits. If you find yourself in danger, remember to run back, understood? I smiled and assured her, no problem. I will venture forth like a daredevil. The cave was shrouded in darkness, with only the crisp sound of my footsteps echoing on the stone floor to accompany me. I tread cautiously, encountering no immediate danger. After a short distance, I noticed a flicker of light ahead. A sigh of relief escaped me. Could it be that I had chosen the correct path? I quickened my pace, but upon emerging, I found myself utterly dumbfounded. Outside the aperture, there was no mechanical factory as I had envisioned. Instead, I found Lin Yushuang standing there, her gaze fixed upon me with suspicion. "How did you emerge from this opening?" she inquired. A jolt coursed through me, as if I had been struck by an electric current. I had entered through the left tunnel, yet somehow I had traversed forward and exited through the right one. A faint smile crept across my face as I nervously replied, "I truly did not make any turns." Chapter 57. Misunderstanding. It is said that an experiment was conducted wherein individuals were blindfolded and instructed to walk in a straight line across a schoolyard, only to find themselves tracing a large circle. The essence of biological movement is circular in nature, and it is not surprising that such results emerge when one's consciousness is clouded. However, as I entered one opening and exited through another, I remained particularly cautious, fearing potential dangers, which kept my mind remarkably clear. I did not perceive myself to be in a state of confusion. Lin Yushuang approached me, inquiring whether I had encountered anything unclean. I replied, aside from the sounds I heard within the cave, I encountered nothing else, and the entire pathway was quite clean. "Cool. Let us venture together," Lin Yushuang suggested after a moment of contemplation. Thus, we both stepped into the left opening, traversing the path without encountering any peril. We soon emerged from the adjacent opening, and I could distinctly observe the shock etched upon Lin Yushuang's fair face. I whispered, "Could it be that we have encountered a ghostly wall?" Lin Yushuang shook her head, stating, "If there were truly a mischievous spirit at play, I would have already vanquished it." I still underestimated the power of this yin-yang realm, since no apparitions seemed to be at work. Could it be that hidden mechanisms within the cave were responsible? It is said that ancient royal tombs were deliberately adorned with ground markers that easily led one astray, creating the illusion of encountering a ghostly wall. I confided my thoughts to Lin Yushuang, who, after a moment of contemplation with her eyes closed, suggested, "Perhaps this is indeed possible. Let's enter from the two openings simultaneously." In that instant, I grasped her intention. If it were indeed a trap set within the cave, then these two entrances formed a U-shaped passageway, merely obscured by misleading markers. We initially believed we were progressing forward while we were actually navigating a turn. If my hypothesis held true, we would inevitably encounter one another at some point, indicating that neither entrance led anywhere. Without further delay, we exchanged a brief nod and stepped into the openings together. The passage was not lengthy, and I anticipated an imminent reunion with Lin Yushuang. However, as I emerged from the entrance she had taken, a wave of shock washed over me. At that very moment, Lin Yushuang stepped out from the entrance I had originally entered, and during this interval, we had not crossed paths at all. The situation was perplexing. While I would not have feared the presence of supernatural beings, I was now overwhelmed with dread, nearly breaking into a cold sweat. Lin Yushuang's brows furrowed, as if confronting an unsolvable enigma. "Let us return," she suddenly commanded. A sense of unease gripped me. Could it be that she was reconsidering her approach? She turned on her heel, and I had no choice but to follow. If she could not resolve this dilemma, my presence here would be futile. To my dismay, as we retraced our steps, we ultimately emerged once again from this very opening. It seems we are trapped in this place. If we cannot find an exit, it signifies that we shall soon perish from hunger. Lin Yushuang, in a fit of anger, stomped her feet and exclaimed fiercely, "Which detestable senior created such a perplexing yin-yang arrangement?" I leaned against a rocky wall and replied, "Do not despair. As the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Since this is the work of an esteemed predecessor, there must be a glimmer of hope." Lin Yushuang also sat down, ignoring my words, her hands occupied with a compass and a knife as she traced intricate patterns on the ground, seemingly engaged in a profound deduction. Unable to assist, I merely surveyed the surroundings of the cavern, which was neither too small nor too large. After what felt like half an hour, Lin Yushuang remained engrossed in her calculations, nearly covering the entire ground with her etchings. Unbeknownst to me, her designs encroached upon my vicinity. The markings comprised various hexagrams and characters such as Qian, Can, and Zhen. Yet I could not decipher a single one. Suddenly, she abruptly lifted her head, glaring at me with an expression of fierce malevolence. Her sudden, fierce gaze struck me like daggers. I was taken aback and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Lin Yushuang pointed to the ground beneath my feet and said, "Why do you not have a shadow?" What? I immediately looked down. In the faint light of my phone, her shadow stretched long, yet mine was conspicuously absent, devoid of even the faintest trace. What is happening? I feel an overwhelming chill enveloping my entire being. I leapt up and paced back and forth on the ground twice, yet still there was no shadow. "You are orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes, aren't you?" Lin Yushuang's words were sharp as a blade, her right hand poised in a sword-like gesture, seemingly ready to strike at me. I hastily responded, "Yushuang, what do you mean? Why do you suspect me? I have long pondered why the soul-extinguishing lamp inflicted no harm upon you. It has only just dawned on me that it is because you are not human. You perished 4 years ago. You are well aware that the soul-extinguishing lamp cannot harm you, which is why you intend to use it to bring about my demise and that of Zhou Yang. Unfortunately, while you succeeded in harming Zhou Yang, you could not reach me. Thus, you feigned concern, claiming you would accompany me inside, when in truth, your true aim was to lure me here to my doom. Am I correct? At this moment, my mind is in utter disarray. I could only implore, Yushuang, please calm down. Why would I wish to harm you? If I truly intended to do so, why would I have insisted on ascending the mountain to rescue you? This is your remarkable cunning. You deliberately directed suspicion toward Zhou Yang, leading me to believe that he wished to harm me. Furthermore, you must know that, given my prowess, a mudslide would not necessarily claim my life. Therefore, to ensure absolute certainty, you coaxed us up the mountain and down the cave, with the ultimate goal of ensuring our demise here. This misunderstanding is truly overwhelming. I cannot fathom why Lin Yushuang has misconstrued my intentions. I exclaimed, "Why would I wish to harm you? What advantage would that confer upon me? This is utterly illogical." Lin Yushuang took a step closer to me. "Do you recall what I said the first time we met?" I shook my head. She continued, "I mentioned that I sensed a peculiar aroma about you. Allow me to clarify that it is the scent of blood. If my suspicions are accurate, you are the true perpetrator behind the murders in Beichuan City." This was an unfathomable accusation. I felt utterly disoriented. "Now, I offer you a solitary opportunity to disclose your motive for the killings, or perhaps the concealed secrets of that underground factory. You have but one chance to speak." Lin Yushuang raised a small knife in her left hand, its edge incredibly sharp. I had just witnessed it severing stone as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. I took a step back, surrendering with my hands raised. "Yushuang, please don't act rashly. If you were to take my life, you would live with regret for the rest of your days." Her gaze turned icy. "So, you are implying that my sister's disappearance over the past 4 years is undoubtedly linked to you? Are you attempting to use this to threaten me? What kind of reasoning was this?" My intent was to warn her that she might mistakenly harm an innocent person and thereafter live with deep remorse. How did the conversation suddenly shift to her sister? Chapter 58. Illusion, your threats are futile. Even if my sister were to have a knife held to her throat at this very moment, it would not sway me. With that, Lin Yushuang's form flickered, appearing before me with the swiftness of the wind. In an instant, I felt a flash as a yellow talisman was affixed to my forehead, while her small blade lunged towards my chest. I cried out in shock, "You little rascal, are you serious?" Lin Yushuang was remarkably swift. I had no opportunity to retaliate and could only raise my arm to block her knife, simultaneously rolling backwards in a desperate attempt to evade her assault. I crashed heavily to the ground, and upon inspection, I noticed a gash had been made in my sleeve, narrowly missing my skin. Had her blade made contact, it would have certainly carved a wound an inch deep at the very least. I never anticipated that the corpse-restraining talisman would prove ineffective against you. Indeed, you are adept at concealing your true abilities. With a flick of her right hand, the small blade transitioned effortlessly into her left, and then she leapt into the air, akin to a nimble swallow, launching herself at me once more. I tore the talisman from my forehead and exclaimed, "Why won't you listen, you insufferable girl? You've mistaken the situation, yet you insist on pressing on." Not only had I been falsely accused by her, but moments ago, I had nearly met my demise at the edge of her knife. My ire was ignited, and I could hardly fathom the source of my newfound courage. I stepped back, glared fiercely, and with a swift motion, like an arrow released from its bow, I hurled a punch in her direction. Lin Yushuang's expression shifted dramatically as she executed a mid-air twist, akin to a carp flipping, and countered with a swift palm strike aimed at me. The wind howled as if summoned by her command, instantly enveloping me in a suffocating sensation, as though the very air around us had been obliterated by her single, powerful strike. I inwardly cursed my own recklessness. My meager skills were no match for her prowess, and I feared being sent flying was now inevitable. With a resounding impact, my fist collided with her palm, sending a jolt through my arm, as if my bones were on the verge of disintegrating. Yet, I managed to maintain my footing, secretly relieved that perhaps she had refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Instinctively, I lifted my gaze, only to witness Lin Yushuang being propelled backward, crashing to the ground with a thud, her face contorted in resentment as she glared at me. To my astonishment, I had sent Lin Yushuang flying. I examined my fist in disbelief, wondering if I had suddenly grown stronger or if she had merely been a novice all along. I never anticipated that her skills would surpass mine. She had claimed to be unassuming, yet here I was, deceived into this confrontation. What was her true intention in luring me here? Lin Yushuang clutched her chest with one hand while pointing an accusing finger at me with the other. I gave a resigned smile, apologizing for my ignorance of how things would unfold. As I approached her, intending to help her up, she barked, "Stay back. I would rather perish than submit." With that, she crossed her arms defiantly and began to awkwardly crawl away toward a corner, as if she feared what I might do next. I scratched my nose, assuring her, "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I have a girlfriend, and she is far more beautiful than you. Do you think I would believe you? If you take another step closer, I will show you how serious I am." Lin Yushuang hissed, her teeth clenched, as she pressed a small knife against her neck. I was taken aback. I hoped she wouldn't act recklessly. Hastily, I retreated 3 steps and raised my hands in a placating gesture. Calm down, calm down. I assure you, I won't approach any further. You have truly misunderstood me. If I were as formidable as you claim, why would I have gone through such great lengths? I could have simply eliminated you and concluded this matter." Lin Yushuang's eyes flickered momentarily, as if my words had resonated with her. With a hint of doubt, she inquired, "Really?" "Indeed, it could not be more truthful," I replied urgently. Then I distanced myself further, leaning against a rock wall. "Now, would you kindly lower the knife?" Lin Yushuang remained vigilant, her gaze unwavering, before gradually lowering the weapon. Seeing this, I exhaled in relief, and an enveloping silence descended upon us. I glanced down at my feet, my mind swirling with confusion over the absence of my shadow. Had it been consumed by that soul-extinguishing lamp? Yet that seemed implausible. Lin Yushuang had mentioned that the lamp incinerated souls, and if my soul were truly annihilated, I would certainly be dead. I smacked my forehead, striving to regain my composure. However, when I opened my eyes once more, I noticed that the 2 openings in the distance appeared to have shifted slightly farther away from me. "Lin Yushuang, have you noticed that those 2 openings seem to be moving away from us?" She cast a glance at them, her expression skeptical as she retorted, "You are deceiving me again. They have not changed position at all." I glanced back once more, and indeed the distance had increased. I distinctly recall resting here just a moment ago, where the 2 openings were merely a meter apart. Now, however, they seemed to be at least 3 meters apart. Such a significant disparity could not be attributed to mere optical illusion. Yet, Lin Yushuang insisted she did not perceive the distance changing. This reminded me of when I first arrived. I could hear the sounds of the factory at work, sounds she could not detect. Could it be that due to my unique circumstances, our perceptions of sight and sound were discordant? This led me to conclude that an unseen force was at play here, one that we had both overlooked affecting us differently due to our distinct physical states. Suddenly, I stood up, causing Lin Yushuang's expression to shift, and she exclaimed, "What are you planning? Don't come any closer." I took a deep breath, striving to maintain my composure, as I felt I had grasped a thread of insight. One more step could unravel the conundrum we faced. How should I proceed? This question echoed in my mind. Why had I not noticed the openings moving apart earlier, only to realize it now? There must be a reason. Abruptly, I recalled how I had just knocked Lin Yushuang down with a punch, indicating a surge in my physical prowess. When Huang Bo mentioned my ghostly vision, did it imply that my abilities had also intensified? Perhaps this was why my perception of the two openings had altered. Elated by this realization, I swiftly approached the entrance and turned back to Lin Yushuang, asking, "Yushuang, where do you see me now?" Lin Yushuang stared at me curiously and said, "How would I know where you are? Haven't you already entered the cave?" I burst into laughter, realizing the truth. I approached Lin Yushuang at an angle, and when I appeared before her, she was startled, exclaiming, "You actually emerged from the rock. You truly are not human." I shook my head and replied, "Let me be frank with you. I walked towards you without any rock walls obstructing my path. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Lin Yushuang's expression changed dramatically as she asked, "Are you saying that everything I saw was merely an illusion?" She touched the rock wall behind her and even gave it a gentle tap. Yet to me, it appeared as though she was striking at nothingness. I grasped her arm and pulled her toward me. She let out a startled cry, instinctively shielding her head with her other hand. When I drew her close, she looked at me in astonishment and said, "I actually passed through the stone. Is all of this truly an illusion?" I nodded, affirming that it was indeed real. Chapter 59. The green ghost fox eyes Lin Yushuang continued to grasp at the surrounding walls with fervor, only to find the lateral stone walls unscathed. It appeared that the space on either side consisted of genuine rock formations, while the front and back were likely mere illusions. The human senses are indeed remarkable. When one's hand delves into the darkness and encounters a soft object, without the knowledge that it is a sponge, one might easily mistake it for a snake or an earthworm. Should the hissing of a serpent reach one's ears, it would undoubtedly incite panic, leading one to believe they had grasped a venomous snake. Evidently, the enigmatic force present here is formidable enough to affect even the highly skilled Lin Yushuang. Eluding the scrutiny of my ghostly gaze, it subtly manipulates our perceptions. I noticed you cast no shadow. That too was an illusion, was it not? Lin Yushuang remarked solemnly. I replied, "Indeed, this force first conjures an illusion, making us believe we are ensnared, then obscures my shadow from your sight, sowing seeds of distrust that lead us to turn against one another. To kill without a trace is far more perilous than the extinguished soul lamp outside." Lin Yushuang expressed with trepidation. She was right. Should a large group encounter that lamp, it would likely claim only 1 or 2 lives, while the rest would hesitate to advance. Yet here, regardless of the number of individuals present, they would be influenced, ultimately leading to their mutual destruction. Lin Yushuang had previously stated that no specters or similar entities resided here, and I now find myself deeply intrigued by the true nature of the force that governs this realm. I remarked, "It is now evident that this is an illusion. Do you possess any formidable techniques to dispel it?" Lin Yushuang shook her head, saying, "It is futile. Since they can influence me from the outset, my skills are of no use. They might even create another illusion, misleading us into believing we have broken free." Her reasoning was sound. As I gazed at the nearby rock wall, a sudden idea struck me. I proposed, since these walls are mere facades, I might as well continue forward until I can no longer penetrate them. Perhaps I shall encounter something extraordinary. I was uncertain of the correctness of this approach, yet it seemed preferable to aimlessly wandering in circles. Lin Yushuang concurred with my plan. She then removed a fine, translucent thread from her waist, wrapping it around mine before securing the other into her own. This was the Qianren thread. Despite its delicate appearance, it could bear a weight of up to a ton. I marveled at it, about to inquire if it was also issued by her organization, when she preemptively nodded, her charming face breaking into a smile. Indeed, it is an essential tool for fieldwork provided by the department. Even if you were to fall into a pit of fire, I could pull you out. Witnessing her gentle smile, I realized we had finally dispelled any misunderstandings and stood united. My gaze fixed ahead. Although I was aware that the stone wall before me was illusory, I still hesitated to charge in recklessly. Ultimately, I tore off a strip of cloth, blindfolding myself before striding boldly into the unknown. I felt as though I were groping in darkness, initially brimming with confidence as I ventured forth. However, after traversing a distance, an instinctual fear surged within me. Were it not for the delicate thread entwined around me, assuring me of Lin Yushuang's protection from behind, I would undoubtedly have struggled to proceed. After advancing for several minutes, my hand encountered a stone wall as hard as iron. It seemed I had reached the end of my path. Removing the cloth that covered my head, I beheld a square stone door wall before me. To my astonishment, a pair of extraordinarily eerie eyes hung in the center of the wall, captivating emerald orbs with a vertical black pupil at their core. In an instant, I felt as though I were being penetrated by their gaze, my body trembling involuntarily. Do not meet its gaze. Those are the eyes of the green ghost fox. Lin Yushuang admonished from behind. I quickly shut my eyes, only regaining my senses after some time had passed. Lin Yushuang was seated cross-legged on the ground, her face ashen. I inquired, "Are you all right?" She managed a bitter smile, assuring me, "Do not worry, I am not gravely harmed." I simply did not expect that the pair of green ghost fox eyes lost by our department would be placed here. No wonder I found myself powerless against this place. I could scarcely fathom that all of this was the doing of those fox eyes. "These belong to your department?" I exclaimed in disbelief. Foxes are known for their enchanting abilities. This pair of eyes is said to originate from a century-old fox demon that practiced in the deep mountains. It relied on its ocular techniques to wreak havoc upon the populace, ultimately being captured and having its eyes extracted by our minister. I remarked, "Since this pertains to your department, how could it possibly be here? Surely, this enigmatic arrangement is not something your department has conjured." Lin Yushuang replied that she was unaware, as certain matters were confidential and could not be disclosed to outsiders. Additionally, the department was vast, and many issues were beyond her purview. After speaking, she drew a small knife across her finger, using her blood to sketch an intricate symbol upon the ground. Then, she joined her hands together, continuously forming seals in the air, intoning, eyes like lightning, illuminating the 8 poles swiftly as the law commands. In an instant, the knife transformed into a radiant white arc, leaving a trace in the air as it pierced the pair of fox eyes embedded in the wall. With a resounding thud, I heard a muffled sound, and upon raising my gaze, the fox eyes on the wall erupted with a droplet of blood. A wave of terror washed over me. Could this entity still be alive? "Fear not," she reassured. "Its body has long been shattered. And the reason these eyes remain intact is solely because our department head believes they provide a stimulating presence in his office, thus preserving their bloodied state since their extraction." I chuckled softly. Your department head is indeed an eccentric. Not only eccentric, but also remarkable. Perhaps one day I could introduce you to him. Lin Yushuang replied with a smile. As the pair of fox eyes were vanquished, the surrounding illusions dissipated, leaving only a lengthy corridor and a square stone door before us. "Hurry, push it open," Lin Yushuang urged, pointing towards the stone door. I chuckled lightly and questioned, "Why do you want me to push this stone door? It appears exceedingly heavy. Are you certain I can open it?" Lin Yushuang cast me a sidelong glance and replied, "You managed to injure me with a single punch. Pushing the stone door should be a trivial task for someone of your strength. Surely, as a robust young man, you wouldn't expect me, a delicate girl, to undertake such laborious work. Just moments ago, you nearly took my life with a single strike, and now you claim to be a delicate girl?" I scoffed, though I too was filled with curiosity regarding the sudden surge of my own strength. Thus, I approached the stone door, firmly establishing my stance, grounding my energy, and exerting my full strength. I mimicked the formidable martial artist from the films, channeling every ounce of my might against the door. Yet alas, it remained utterly unmoved. I shrugged and turned to Lin Yushuang, saying, "My apologies, but I find myself unable to assist. Perhaps I am indeed a peculiar individual, with strength that fluctuates unpredictably." A look of bewilderment sparkled in her eyes as she incredulously responded, "That cannot be. Your punch nearly caused me to cough up blood." Yes, you. If you don't believe me. I began, but before I could finish, I saw her dart in front of me, delivering a swift blow that sent me flying. I then heard her exclaim, "Oh, you've truly reverted to being a man devoid of any strength again. My apologies." Chapter 60. The malevolent spirit life often seems intricate, and the human heart is elusive. The affairs of the world frequently take unexpected turns. I still recall not long ago when Lin Yushuang pressured me with her cold blade. Yet now we find ourselves as close companions. Most astonishing of all was when we were deliberating on how to push open this stone door. It unexpectedly creaked open on its own. A long series of massive stones scraped against the ground, resonating like a train rumbling down an endless track. The door swung open, and Lin Yushuang and I exchanged a bewildered glance. Could this be the reward for overcoming the soul-extinguishing lamp and the green ghost fox eyes? I thought to myself wryly, "Are you all right? If you're not feeling up to it, you can turn back now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." Lin Yushuang remarked seriously as she peered inside, her demeanor suggesting she was not jesting. Without a moment's hesitation, I retorted, "What do you mean I can't do it? I dare say you would find it quite challenging to navigate without my presence." With that, I strode confidently to her side, adopting a nonchalant pose with my hands clasped behind my back, squinting into the shadows like a sage contemplating the mysteries within. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind rushed forth, accompanied by a faint but pungent odor of decay. Through the dim light, I discerned what appeared to be a large circular pit with a square altar at its center, surrounded by 4 imposing stone pillars. Above the cave walls, countless crimson coffins hung ominously, exuding an otherworldly aura. What sent chills down my spine was the circular opening beneath the coffins, from which emerged disheveled heads, their white eyes fixed intently downward. My earlier bravado was swiftly extinguished by this eerie tableau, prompting me to inquire, how could there be so many coffins? 100 coffins imprisoning spirits, stained with blood and malevolence. I never expected to encounter the blood spirit coffin of the heir to the coffin path here. It seemed I was indeed fortunate in a sense, for I believed I had discerned the architect of this elaborate scheme. Lin Yushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, her face alight with a mix of excitement and admiration. I posed the question, "What is a blood spirit coffin? The one who orchestrated this must surely belong to your department, correct?" The pair of green, fox-like eyes outside belonged to the mysterious organization Lin Yushuang had mentioned, and her profound knowledge of the blood spirit coffin suggested that this was likely a self-made predicament, with their own people dispatched to clean up the aftermath. Lin Yushuang nodded, revealing, "Our department once had a coffin path heir from the southwest, a formidable force with few rivals. He was one of our top 10 experts and was sent 30 years ago to Beichuan City to investigate a paranormal incident, only to mysteriously vanish. I could easily surmise that this coffin path heir was undoubtedly linked to the underground factory from 3 decades prior. The underground factory undoubtedly encountered some turmoil. This heir of the coffin pathway must have employed profound esoteric techniques to seal the premises, subsequently concealing the key within the ethereal Qingliang Mountain, where the Yin-Yang Formation lay. I confided my thoughts to Lin Yushuang, who affirmed my insights, revealing that her mission was to investigate the missing heir of the coffin pathway and uncover the truth behind the factory from 30 years ago. As we engaged in casual conversation, we unknowingly approached the vast circular pit before us, which was filled with a grim collection of bones, fractured remnants interwoven chaotically within, overwhelming me with a sense of dread. Initially, the sounds of machinery had led me to believe that numerous mechanical facilities resided within. It appears that was merely an illusion. The blood spirit coffin itself is a malevolent artifact, and this 100 coffins imprisoning the Yin serve to subdue evil with evil. Hence this place is fraught with peril. From this moment forth, should you encounter anything peculiar, refrain from touching or meddling with it. I assured her, given the gravity of life and death, I would exercise utmost caution. A few steps later, I abruptly felt a tap on my shoulder from behind. Instinctively, I turned to see a middle-aged man. He wore a gray worker's safety helmet and donned a blue uniform with a number emblazoned upon it. His hands were gloved in white, and his dark visage fixated on me. "Where do you hail from?" Unauthorized personnel are not permitted in this construction zone. You must leave at once. His voice was stern, and he waved his hands, urging me to depart. Upon closer inspection, I realized that he lacked a lower half. Only the upper portion of his body hovered eerily in the air. This is certainly not a human, but rather a specter. After enduring so much, I have grown less fearful of encountering ghosts. However, in this moment, with hundreds of blood-soaked coffins above me and a pit below teeming with ominous white bones, the sudden appearance of a ghost that taps my shoulder causes me to break into a cold sweat. Kid, do you have a death wish? Why haven't you left yet? If you don't go now, I will kick you. The old man is indeed a volatile character. After just a few exchanges, he is ready to resort to violence. But suddenly, his expression shifts dramatically, as if sensing something amiss. His gaze slowly drifts downward, and in an instant, his body trembles with sheer terror as he exclaims, "Where are my legs? Where have they gone?" He appears exceedingly anxious, tugging at his hair while repeatedly murmuring, "Why are my legs missing?" Abruptly, he looks up at me, his eyes filled with a profound resentment that pierces like fiery arrows. "It's you. You did this. Give me back my legs." The old man's body begins to emanate a faint, dark mist. Under its shroud, I watch as his eyes turn a ghostly white, soon glimmering with an eerie green light. His hands, too, transform in an instant, becoming withered and claw-like, resembling those of a bird. With a guttural cry, he lunges at me, his face contorted in a ghastly snarl. "Return my legs," he wails. "Qinsheng, get out of the way." At that moment, I hear Lin Yushuang's urgent shout from behind. Instinctively, I crouch and swiftly dodge to the right. Lin Yushuang leaped forward, her right hand forming a sword-like gesture, and in the blink of an eye, she had pointed a finger at the old demon's forehead. The old demon let out a harrowing scream, his body seemingly struck by lightning as he tumbled backward. However, he quickly rose from the ground, his eyes, once glimmering with green light, now gradually turning a shade of crimson. Standing on the ground, his forehead bore a gaping wound inflicted by Lin Yushuang, from which dark blood flowed in a steady stream. "It is you, you who have brought my ruin. I shall make you pay with your lives." The old man howled, his aura of malevolence intensifying as he charged forward once more. Panic surged within Lin Yushuang. He was on the verge of transforming into a vengeful spirit. She was taken aback by the magnitude of his resentment. Her hand began to rummage through her pocket, but after a fruitless search, she found nothing. "Curse Zhou Yang, you have lost all my belongings," she muttered in frustration before turning to me, urgently exclaiming, "Run. This vengeful spirit is formidable." At her words, I hastily took flight, replying, "You did not say so before. You claimed that as long as it was a ghost, you could send it into oblivion." Chapter 61. The blood spirit coffin. Lin Yushuang cast me a displeased glance and remarked, "Isn't it because you injured me? I am currently unable to perform any spells and can only rely on ghost-repelling tools to exorcise spirits. However, I have exhausted all my talismans, and this ghost harbors immense resentment, transforming into a vengeful spirit almost instantaneously. It is exceedingly difficult to deal with. What we do then? We cannot keep fleeing indefinitely, can we? I instructed you to run as a means to divert its attention, allowing me the opportunity to draw the ghost-repelling talisman." Lin Yushuang swiftly bent her body and concealed herself in a corner. So I was to be the bait, I thought. "You must hasten," I urged. This malevolent spirit moved with remarkable speed. Indeed, a creature with legs could not outrun one without. Suddenly, it dawned upon me that I need not flee. I possess extreme yang blood, a natural nemesis to spirits. As my teeth grazed my tongue, I reconsidered. I had recently bitten it, and it still ached. I resolved to bite my finger instead. I feigned a stumble, rolling onto the ground, eliciting a series of eerie chuckles from the old man behind me. "Hey, hey, hey! You cannot escape now. I shall feast upon your legs." The old man extended his claw-like hands, viciously reaching for my lower limbs. "How careless of you! Quickly evade him!" Lin Yushuang called out, rushing towards me. In a split second, I pivoted and bit my bleeding index finger, pressing it firmly against the old man's forehead. Instantly, he let out a piercing scream, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. I witnessed his head emitting a hissing sound, as if it were being scorched by intense flames. Before long, the old man was utterly reduced to ashes before my eyes. Lin Yushuang stared at me in astonishment, her voice trembling as she uttered, "A single drop of blood can turn a vengeful spirit to ashes. You possess extreme yang blood." I chuckled softly, feeling a slight sense of pride at her shocked expression, and replied, "I just remembered." I was about to embellish my words further when suddenly the air was filled with the ominous sound of machinery whirring and the enraged voices of many. "Old Zhang is dead. Someone has killed old Zhang." From the shadows emerged a pair of eerie green eyes. "An eye for an eye. He must be taken to the police station. Quickly, seize him." A burly man, resembling the deceased, crawled out from a pit of bones, his limbs missing. "Hey, big guy, where are your hands and feet?" Another head floated into view. In mere moments, I found myself encircled by spirits with missing limbs, each casting fearful glances at one another. They collectively erupted into mournful wails, their green eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. My mind felt as if it were about to explode. This was a host of minor spirits transformed into vengeful entities. They glared at Lin Yushuang and me with blood-red eyes filled with resentment. "It is you. You have brought this upon me. Return my head, my hands and feet, my nose." The chorus of spirits resounded, pressing forth like tumultuous waves, overwhelming us in their relentless advance. I glanced at my hands. Although my blood was formidable, it was insufficient to contend with so many vengeful spirits at once. Without uttering a word, Lin Yushuang seized me and dashed toward the door. In my lifetime, I had never encountered such a multitude of malevolent ghosts. Even in robust health, it would be impossible to confront them. Lin Yushuang unhesitatingly opted for retreat. Just as we were nearing the exit, darkness suddenly enveloped me, and a coffin plummeted from above, landing with a resounding crash right before me, completely obstructing our path to freedom. The blood spirit coffin, which had originally been oriented head down, had now shifted its position, revealing a disheveled skull devoid of flesh. Its pair of pale, haunting eyes fixated on me, sending chills down my spine. I inwardly cursed my misfortune. No wonder the door had opened on its own. I had mistakenly believed it was a reward, but it turned out to be a trap, allowing entry but denying exit. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of violent sounds erupted, and as I looked up, I saw the blood spirit coffins descending in unison from above. They began to crash down around the circular pit where we stood, encircling both us and the horde of vengeful spirits behind us. Rooted to the spot, I dared not move. My heart raced, nearly leaping from my chest at the barrage of sounds. Quickly capture them. Let them pay their blood debts. The malevolent spirits behind us seemed oblivious to the coffins, continuing their relentless advance toward us with claws bared and teeth bared. With a sharp crack, I heard a muffled sound. Just as I was about to take a closer look, Lin Yushuang suddenly shoved me aside, and we tumbled to the ground. She swiftly patted my shoulder twice. "What have you done to me?" I asked, feeling perplexed by her actions. "Do not be alarmed. I merely extinguished your 2 life lamps temporarily. This way, for a short period, neither malevolent spirits nor the entities within the coffin can perceive us," Lin Yushuang explained weakly, her complexion ashen, as if she were gravely ill. "However, this act is perilous, as it leaves the body exceedingly frail. If we do not reignite the life lamps within half an hour, we will truly perish." It was no wonder she appeared as if she were on the brink of death. I nodded in understanding, assuring her, "I will find an opportunity to lead you to safety." Suddenly, she gazed at me in confusion. "I extinguished your life lamp as well. Why do you seem unaffected?" At her remark, I realized my body felt unchanged. I shrugged helplessly and replied, "I do not know." A crackling sound echoed once more, and, as I looked up, I saw the coffin lid, which was propped upright, beginning to fissure. The cracks spread rapidly, and within a minute, the entire coffin burst open with a resounding crash. A series of synchronized sounds erupted, reminiscent of an army marching in formation, shouting commands. As the blood spirit coffin exploded, I clearly beheld the figure within. Yet, could this still be referred to as a person? Before us stood a figure clad in armor, the lower half of his body encased in rusted plates. A long sword firmly planted in the ground, his hands resting upon its hilt. The age of the armor was indeterminate, its surface marred by the passage of time, with some sections having decayed beyond recognition. His physique was even more grotesque, revealing bared bones where his legs once were, and the flesh on either side of his abdomen had rotted away, exposing his ribs. His face, a horrifying visage, displayed a ghastly jawbone, starkly exposed to the elements. Suddenly, the figure turned his head slightly, and as his lips parted ever so slightly, a wisp of eerie, azure mist escaped his mouth, reminiscent of rising steam. "Kill!" he bellowed, raising his sword high. In an instant, all the skeletal soldiers clad in armor around him mirrored his actions, their movements synchronized with an uncanny precision, a testament to their rigorous training. It was astonishing to discover that the blood spirit coffin contained these spectral warriors. How audacious he must be, not fearing the retribution of the underworld. Lin Yushuang whispered softly behind me. Indeed, these are spectral soldiers. No wonder they don such armor. However, since they serve the underworld, it is unlikely they would wield their swords against us mere mortals. True to her words, after their battle cry of kill, the spectral soldiers fixed their gaze upon the vengeful spirits of the laborers pursuing us and launched a relentless assault. The air was filled with their chilling howls, a cacophony of death resonating through the atmosphere. Chapter 62. The unyielding abyss fish. This group of formidable specters exhibited an extraordinary resilience, facing the spectral soldiers without a hint of fear. Their sharp claws resembled the most lethal of weapons, capable of rending the spectral soldiers asunder with a single swipe. After several fierce clashes, neither side appeared to gain the upper hand, resulting in significant casualties on both fronts. Amidst their desperate struggle, I cast my gaze around, hoping to seize the opportunity to carry Lin Yushuang to safety while they were preoccupied. Suddenly, my eyes were drawn to a small square altar at the bottom of the circular pit, where a tiny spring bubbled forth, and atop it floated a fish-shaped key. A surge of astonishment coursed through me, and I quickly called out to Lin Yushuang, pointing at the key. "Look, ISNT, that the key we've been searching for." A smile graced Lin Yushuang's lips, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Indeed, it is. I must obtain it." She attempted to rise, but her frail body could not support her weight. I urged her, "Do not move. You are too weak. Allow me to go." However, Lin Yushuang grasped my shoulder firmly, her expression darkening as she said, "I have not yet disclosed to you that this fish-shaped key is known as the unyielding abyss fish. It harbors immense energy, possessing inscrutable powers. You cannot touch it with your bare hands, for the moment a mortal's body makes contact, it would be crushed to dust." Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. If I cannot touch it, how then can I retrieve it? Lin Yushuang produced a brocade box, adorned with the intricate patterns of yin and yang on both sides. Use this to scoop the unyielding abyss fish from the water, and remember to close the box swiftly. I took the ornate box in my hands and rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Drawing a deep breath, I gazed upon the battlefield ahead, a cacophony of gunfire and chaos. I knew I must venture forth alone to reach the altar. With a fierce determination, I shouted and propelled myself forward with all my might, leaping into the fray. I endeavored to evade the throngs of vengeful spirits, opting instead to maneuver around the spectral soldiers, who, after all, were tasked with maintaining the balance between the realms of the living and the dead and should not pose a threat to me. However, to my astonishment, each time I passed by a spectral soldier, it would immediately pursue me. And even those engaged in combat with the vengeful spirits would abandon their weapons to chase after me. When the world is happening, I was filled with dread, swiftly changing my course to flee towards the vengeful spirits. I had hoped to lure them into conflict with the spectral soldiers, yet to my surprise, both factions ceased their skirmish and turned their attention toward me. The chilling war cries erupted behind me, sending a wave of terror coursing through my veins, and I was drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, retreat was no longer an option. I resolved to leap directly into the vast pit before me. As I landed upon a pile of bones, the sensation was indescribable. With each step, I felt as though I had committed unspeakable sins. Treading upon the remains of the deceased, a violation of the natural order, I crushed many bones beneath my feet, and the anguished wails of the vengeful spirits grew ever more piercing. What filled me with a deeper sense of despair was the sight of pale hands emerging from a heap of white bones, one of which seized my heel with an icy grip, nearly sending my soul into a flight of terror. Five-star town, colorful light, illuminate the dark, all gods and saints. Protect my true spirit. In that instant, I heard an incantation resonate behind me. Turning to look, I beheld Lin Yushuang standing within a blood-drawn magical formation, reciting the spell. Her hands wove intricate seals in the air, pointing skyward. Suddenly, an ethereal figure, exuding the grace of a celestial being, materialized in the void, holding a whisk that radiated an extraordinary brilliance. It was akin to a sun ascending, casting light in all directions, causing the vengeful spirits and sinister soldiers to scatter in disarray. The ghastly hand before me wilted like a withered sapling, retreating into nothingness. I understood this moment was a chance conjured by Lin Yushuang, and I must seize it. Gritting my teeth, I summoned all my strength and sprinted toward the altar. As the celestial figure vanished, the malevolent spirits and soldiers surged towards me once more. Fortunately, I had reached the four-sided altar. I dared not hesitate for an instant, swiftly retrieving the box and plunging it into the spring's icy waters. The water was excruciatingly cold, as if I'd been encased in ice the moment it touched me. Enduring the piercing chill, I fished out the enigmatic fish from the depths. As it broke the surface, a dazzling radiance erupted from my hand, unleashing a cerulean shockwave that rippled outward. The vengeful spirits and sinister soldiers rushing towards me were shattered by this wave, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Beneath the ethereal azure glow, I felt a sudden, piercing pain in two spots on my back, as if they were about to split open. My face turned ashen, and I couldn't help but let out a chilling scream. "Quick, cover the box!" Lin Yushuang shouted from a distance. Upon hearing her, I immediately closed it, and in that instant, the radiant light of its immense power vanished without a trace. A wave of debilitating weakness surged over me, rendering me utterly powerless. I collapsed to the ground with a thud, rolling off the altar. "Shi Qiansheng," I faintly heard someone calling my name. I struggled to open my eyes and saw Lin Yushuang stumbling toward me. "Let go. You cannot withstand its pressure," she exclaimed as she snatched the brocade box from my grasp. Then, with her own blood, she deftly traced intricate patterns on either side of the box. And in the blink of an eye, a bizarre design emerged. As she completed the last stroke of the pattern, a Taiji symbol rose above the box, radiating an enigmatic glow. After a considerable time, Lin Yushuang finally exhaled, a gentle smile gracing her features. "At last, we have it. I cannot thank you enough, Qiansheng. You are truly remarkable." She helped me to my feet, continuously expressing her gratitude. Once she had properly secured the box, the sense of weakness that had enveloped me began to dissipate. "What kind of treasure is that box?" I inquired with curiosity, intrigued by its ability to contain the energy of the elusive Mingyuan fish. "This is a Tai Chi box crafted from the Namu wood of Wutai Mountain, which has been closely associated with the three pure ones for centuries, naturally possessing immense suppressive power. The three pure ones are the three supreme deities of Taoism, having accompanied these powerful beings for hundreds of years, indeed showcasing remarkable potency." I remarked, "Given this, could this unblinking abyss fish not be an evil object?" Lin Yushuang, however, chuckled lightly, questioning why I would think so, stating that it is merely an object devoid of inherent good or bad, dependent solely on its wielder. It dawned on me that perhaps I had been foolish in my assumption. "Could you take a look at my back? Am I injured?" I inquired, recalling the intense pain I had just experienced, which would be etched in my memory forever. Lin Yushuang stepped behind me, examining closely, even lifting my shirt. Finally, she declared, "No, your back is perfectly fine, not a scratch in sight. I truly cannot fathom why you were lamenting earlier. Is that so?" I performed 2 chest-expanding exercises and found indeed that there was no pain whatsoever, which struck me as exceedingly strange. If there is none, then so be it. In any case, we have successfully obtained the key. We can consider our mission a commendable accomplishment. I exhaled with relief. No sooner had I spoken than a resounding engine roar echoed, and upon closer inspection, a white bus came rushing towards us from the outside. Chapter 63. Not Zhou Yang, the tale of the mantis catching the cicada, while the yellow bird waits in the shadows, imparts a vital lesson. One must not be so consumed by immediate benefits that one overlooks the lurking dangers that lie behind. Furthermore, it reminds us to remain vigilant and aware of potential threats as we embark on any endeavor. Regrettably, I have fallen prey to this very error. We arrived at the mountain god temple in Qingliang Mountain, following the trail left by the bus. However, we neglected to consider the ominous presence of a certain group behind us, or perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to them as a band of specters. The bus, like a phantom, lingered not far off. Its form was but an illusion, yet the moment it entered was strikingly real. "Ah, little brother, we meet again," came a voice as the headlights flickered twice. From the hood of the vehicle, a wisp of green smoke materialized, and as it dissipated, a gaunt old man emerged. "You truly are formidable. I have ventured into this cave several times without success, yet you have managed to breach it in one go. I ought to express my gratitude," Uncle De said leisurely, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of triumph. It was no wonder the bus tracks vanished upon reaching the mountain god temple. Uncle De had visited this place on multiple occasions. I remarked, "The bodies by the soul-extinguishing lamp must belong to your people. Am I correct?" Uncle De readily affirmed this, adding, "What a remarkable soul-extinguishing lamp! It is capable of annihilating several of my controlled individuals in an instant. I owe my progress to Old Yang's recommendation of you. It has enabled me to reach this point." "Who is Old Yang?" Just as I was engulfed in confusion, I noticed Zhou Yang standing behind Uncle De. His demeanor was peculiar, with a strange greenish light flickering in his eyes. One hand hung limply at his side, as if rendered powerless. "Zhou Yang, how did you end up with him?" I inquired, my voice laced with incredulity. Uncle De glanced back at Zhou Yang and replied nonchalantly, "He lost 150,000 to me, so naturally, he must serve my interests." Fury surged within me. Uncle De's vehicle was teeming with spirits. Could it be that he had taken advantage of Zhou Yang's unconscious state to bring about his demise, coercing him into gambling, ultimately stripping him of his freedom? Just then, a small head suddenly poked out from the car, and with a finger pressed to his lips, he whispered to me, "Brother, is this your friend? He joined our ranks 10 days ago and is less of a man than I am." Each wager he placed was a staggering 10,000. It's no wonder he lost 150,000. Old Zhang flashed a faint smile at me and continued, "You promised to help me win money, and now I am at your service. I am an undercover agent. Do you understand?" I found myself both amused and perplexed, unable to fathom the depth of Old Zhang's obsession. However, his words piqued my curiosity. Zhou Yang had boarded Uncle De's vehicle 10 days prior. Could it be that Zhou Yang had already perished and was merely an undercover agent sent by Uncle De to infiltrate my circle? He is not Zhou Yang. Just as I wrestled with this confusion, Lin Yushuang suddenly interjected. I was taken aback by her words. If he was not Zhou Yang, then why did he bear such an uncanny resemblance to him? If I am not mistaken, the individual before me must have employed a soul possession technique, expelling Zhou Yang's spirit from its corporeal form and taking residence within Zhou Yang's body. Moreover, it is evident that Zhou Yang willingly left his body. Otherwise, the soul possession technique could not have been executed. Such an impressive young lady. Indeed, my modest tricks cannot escape your keen insight. Suddenly, Zhou Yang applauded Lin Yushuang. Yet his voice had undergone a significant transformation, resonating with a deep and powerful timbre reminiscent of a man in his 50s or 60s. "Who are you?" I exclaimed in astonishment. Zhou Yang was a student of mine, and within the police force, I am known as Instructor Yang. Now, however, I am no longer among the living. You may refer to me as Old Ghost Yang. I was once again rendered speechless, realizing that this person was the esteemed Officer Yang, whom Zhou Yang held in high regard. He was also the husband of Grandma's son and a victim in a homicide case in Beichuan City. What a pity that Zhou Yang respected you so much. It turns out your death was, in fact, a conspiracy of your own making. What is the true purpose behind your collusion with Uncle De? I reprimanded sharply. What is there to cherish in life? I have apprehended countless criminals, all of whom claimed they would turn over a new leaf once caught. Where were their resolutions before? If I were to imprison the wrongdoers, even those guilty of heinous crimes would be treated like esteemed guests in prison. Why should I continue to serve as such a policeman? I would rather become a vengeful spirit, exacting retribution on those who commit crimes, Instructor Yang declared, suddenly imbued with fervor, his eyes shimmering with an extraordinary brilliance. Old Yang, stop wasting time with him. Swiftly obtain the items. Deshu stood atop the car hood, expressing his impatience. Instructor Yang nodded, assuring that the matter was in his hands. Subsequently, he leapt gracefully before us, extending a hand as he spoke. Hand over the box to us. You are intelligent individuals. Do not engage in futile resistance, for should you perish, you would not even become vengeful spirits. At this moment, Lin Yushuang was likely unable to partake in the battle, and I could only muster a mediocre level of skill. My blood could harm lesser spirits, yet my previous attempt to use my blood against Deshu had yielded little effect. Engaging in combat left us with scant hope of victory. Lin Yushuang tugged at my sleeve, discreetly passing the box to me. The box could not fall into their hands. I had to seize the opportunity and dash out. I inquired, and what about you? I was already at my wit's end. Fleeing alongside, you would only serve as a burden. My heart was in turmoil. Truth be told, I could not forsake my friend and abscond with the box. I gazed at the menacing Instructor Yang, clutching the Tai Chi box tightly, my thoughts a whirlwind of conflict. Turning to Deshu, I asked, if I were to hand over the box, would you uphold your word? Deshu's eyes widened slightly as he replied, I, Deshu, am a man of integrity. As long as you surrender the box, I shall not make things difficult for you. Moreover, as I mentioned before, He Laogui has declared he will personally take your life. Thus, I shall not kill you. Very well. With that, I tossed the box directly to Instructor Yang. Lin Yushuang seized my collar, exclaiming in anger, Shi Qiansheng, have you lost your mind? How could you give him something so vital? A bitter smile escaped my lips. It is only through survival that one finds opportunity. Uncle Da, with a satisfied grin, waved his hand, signaling the bus to clear a path. You may proceed. I'm a man of my word, he assured. Instructor Yang, equally elated, turned towards Uncle Da, floating with anticipation, having secured the items. Please do not forget my matter, he implored. Of course, your contributions have been substantial. I shall certainly recommend you to that individual, Uncle Da replied. With one hand, Instructor Yang handed the box to Uncle Da, who beamed with delight. However, the moment he grasped the box, his expression shifted abruptly. A sickening sound echoed, reminiscent of something piercing through flesh. How dare you? The furious voice of Uncle Da reverberated around us. On the bus's roof, I beheld Officer Yang's hand, sharp as a blade, plunging mercilessly into Uncle Da's chest. I neglected to mention that in my youth, I served as an undercover officer for a decade. I have dedicated my life to the police force, and even if I were to become a wandering spirit, my loyalty shall remain unwavering. Instructor Yang enunciated, each word resonating like a profound and soul-stirring echo. Chapter 64. Scheming with a swift kick, he struck Uncle Da, seizing the Taiji box and tossing it to me in one fluid motion. Grab the box and flee quickly. I genuinely feel happy for Zhou Yang to have friends like you. Instructor Yang proclaimed loudly. Were you deliberately handing it to him? Lin Yushuang exclaimed in astonishment. In truth, when Officer Yang had glared at me earlier, he had conveyed a silent message through his eyes, and I realized he was not the villain I had assumed him to be. I took the box, grasped Lin Yushuang's arm, and dashed toward the exit. With no bus obstructing our path, escaping was relatively effortless. Do you think you can evade my grasp so easily? I loathe deceit above all else. You shall all perish. Uncle Da's voice transformed, becoming hauntingly piercing, akin to a wretched howl. The roar of an engine echoed behind us. I glanced back to see the bus barreling toward us like a ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Uncle Da emanated swirling clouds of ink-like darkness, his gaunt figure suddenly towering, resembling a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Uncle Da's claws slashed through the air with lightning speed. I could only watch in horror as Officer Yang was sent flying like a kicked football, soaring above my head before crashing clumsily to the ground. Alarmed, I shouted, Officer Yang. I rushed over to help him up. Instructor Yang, bloodied yet resolute, replied, "It's fine. I can still hold on," but Zhou Yang's body has sustained considerable injury. Before we could catch our breath, a bus suddenly sped towards us like a ferocious beast, its dual beams of headlights blinding us. As we braced ourselves for an impending collision, the vehicle unexpectedly veered to my left. "What are you doing?" Uncle Da on the bus bellowed. I noticed two individuals in the driver's cabin engaged in a fierce struggle for the steering wheel. Upon closer inspection, one was the man, Brother Zhang, who had mistakenly believed I was a card shark. This gambling man had promised to help me win. "You cannot hit him. If you kill him, what shall I do?" Brother Zhang glared at the driver through gritted teeth. The driver, equally anxious, retorted, "You fool, do you dare defy the boss's orders? Beware of losing your very soul. Wife, come help me. Help me take it down. I was wrong. I should not have gambled. I promised to take you to that place. What is it called, Hawaii? To see the seabirds. Brother Zhang is my only hope. We must assist him." Suddenly, a woman lunged at the driver, clawing at him ferociously. "All right, dear husband, I am with you. It's not called that place. It's called Hawaii. I've heard the fish there is quite expensive. Let us catch a couple for braising." The bus swerved erratically before my eyes as Uncle Da continued to scream in fury, yet he did not immediately confront Brother Zhang. Uncle Da is a century-old ghost. Although I had wounded him with a surprise attack, it was not fatal. The bus itself served as his spectral vessel, and his hesitation to deal with the gambler assisting us was likely due to him using the vehicle to recuperate. Officer Yang leaned against the wall, clearing his throat. He removed a sharp knuckle duster from his finger and handed it to me, instructing me to use it against him. This weapon was bestowed upon me by a master from years past. With it, Uncle Da cannot harm you. I had just utilized it to inflict a severe injury upon him. We cannot allow him to complete his healing. Otherwise, our fate is sealed. The surface of this knuckle duster is inscribed with Buddhist scriptures and depicts the majestic visage of Avalokiteshvara. The moment I donned it, a refreshing wave coursed through my body. What a remarkable weapon for vanquishing evil spirits. "Qian Sheng, allow me to assist you," Lin Yushuang exclaimed in admiration, then seized my collar, stepping with a peculiar gait and launching me with considerable force. I soared towards the roof of the bus like a wild goose. Upon landing, I noticed Uncle Da emerging from the swirling black mist. "You insolent brat, I have been exceedingly tolerant towards you, yet you recklessly court death. As for that old ghost reputation, I see no reason to uphold it any longer." As Uncle Da's words faded, a thick cloud of black mist erupted from his mouth, enveloping me in a suffocating wave. The mist surged forth like a horde of insects, and I detected a foul odor, prompting me to roll to the left to evade it. A sizzling sound arose beneath me. Glancing down, I saw that half of my sleeve had disintegrated and was continuing to spread. I hastily tore off the entire sleeve, relieved that the black mist had not made contact with my skin. Otherwise, my arm could have been rendered useless. "You quick-witted lad. It's a pity that you lack even a trace of Taoist essence. You believe that wielding a mere spirit-destroying weapon can vanquish me? You are sorely underestimating Uncle Da." Upon finishing his words, Uncle Da lightly stomped his foot, and a radiant azure light swept beneath me. In an instant, I felt as though my feet were ensnared, as if they had been rendered immobile. Uncle Da, with a chilling smile, waved his right hand, revealing a pair of terrifyingly sinister claws. Panic surged within me, yet the more I struggled, the more firmly my feet became anchored, with even my hands rendered powerless. At this moment, the only parts of my body that remained free were my mouth and eyes. As I watched Uncle Da approach, I steeled my resolve and bit down on my tongue, spitting the blood toward him. To my astonishment, Uncle Da quickly recoiled, and I realized with dread that it was merely a feint to compel me to relinquish the lethal weapon of my tongue's blood. Ha! Indeed, such a naive child. The blood from the tongue is exceedingly precious, but alas, it cannot withstand your repeated bites. Uncle Da concluded this thought and lifted himself from the ground. I initially presumed he would circle behind me to pounce, but unexpectedly, he dashed toward Lin Yushuang and Instructor Yang. "Once I have dealt with this girl and the old ghost Yang, I shall return to settle the score with you." Lin Yushuang and Instructor Yang were already gravely injured, utterly at the mercy of their foe. How could they possibly contend with the vengeful spirit of Uncle Da? In the blink of an eye, he had reached the two of them, grasping their necks with both hands and lifting them slowly. I tell you, opposing me leads only to a dead end. My heart raced as I watched Uncle Da prepare to extinguish their lives. But suddenly, the corner of Instructor Yang's eye flashed coldly, and his right hand plunged once more into Uncle Da's chest. Indeed, whether human or specter, excessive confidence often heralds imminent failure. Do you truly believe I would allow a mere fledgling to confront you, an ancient entity steeped in centuries of experience? The imposing shadow of Uncle Da abruptly twisted, then, akin to an electric arc, it darted away, landing upon the ground not far off, exhaling feebly. How is it possible? Why can you still inflict harm upon me? Uncle Da's pupils dilated to an extraordinary size, gazing at Instructor Yang with palpable resentment. Instructor Yang raised his right hand, revealing a finger claw. This claw is part of a pair, but regrettably, I recently had one destroyed by the soul extinguishing lamp. Thus, I could only present this one. I intentionally directed the young lad, sure, to confront you, to lull you into a false sense of security. I understand you all too well. I anticipated your arrival to face us. In truth, I have long awaited your approach to deliver your demise. Uncle Da's form began to dissipate gradually, shaking his head as he uttered no. No. I refuse to fade into nothingness. I refuse to endure the torment of reincarnation. Chapter 65. Escape from the cave, old man. I despise you. You have obliterated my century of cultivation. I shall curse you for all eternity. Uncle Da has completely collapsed, vanishing entirely from our sight. With a release of tension beneath my feet, my body was no longer under control. The spirits within the vehicle exchanged glances and ultimately erupted in joyous exclamations. We are free. We are liberated. On the road to the netherworld, the multitude of spirits ascended. Lin Yushuang chanted softly, simultaneously holding a token that she pointed ahead. A whirlwind rose from the ground, and an ethereal gate materialized in the void. Order exists between yin and yang. Once deceased, you must obediently report to the underworld, or I shall eradicate you immediately. Lin Yushuang's voice rang out with authority, startling the spirits into momentary silence. Perhaps witnessing Uncle Da's demise instilled fear, as they scrambled towards the gate in haste. However, Brother Zhang steadfastly refused to move, standing before me and stating, Brother Qinshou, you have yet to assist me in winning against them. This fellow actually remembered that. As I pondered how to respond, a voice of reprimand cut through the air. Anyone who enters the gambling den will ultimately find themselves destitute. There's an old adage that goes, novices fear veterans. Veterans fear masters. Masters fear Qinshou, and Qinshou fears missteps. I have apprehended countless gamblers who descended into crime due to their vices. If you still harbor hopes of winning through gambling, you shall only suffer a more severe defeat. At that moment, Instructor Yang stood resolutely before Brother Zhang, delivering a moral lecture, his righteous aura forcing Zhang to retreat repeatedly. Finally, Dan trembled and said, Yes, I will remember this. I will surely keep the officer's words in mind before my next reincarnation. With that, he seized his wife and dashed towards the door. Wait for me. Let us simply reincarnate in Hawaii. We could fish every day, his wife suggested. All right, we shall heed my wife's counsel, Brother Zhang chuckled. Stop, Instructor Yang commanded sharply. Both Brother Zhang and his wife flinched, murmuring, Is there anything else you wish to instruct us, officer? You are forbidden from reincarnating in Hawaii. As citizens of the Huaxia, how can you cross borders in your next life? Yes, we understand, Brother Zhang nodded vigorously, as if his head were a chick pecking at grain. Only when Instructor Yang gestured for them to leave did they cautiously step through the gate to the underworld. Watching Instructor Yang's lecturing demeanor, I suddenly recalled the night I had visited Zhou Yang for a casual chat. He had shared profound insights with me for the entire evening. I exclaimed, Could it be that it wasn't Zhou Yang that night, but rather you, Instructor Yang? Instructor Yang nodded, surveying the surrounding rock walls, and sighed deeply. Who would have thought that the bizarre events from 30 years ago would resurface? This paper cannot conceal the fire. I wonder if it is a blessing or a curse. It seemed that Instructor Yang had considerable knowledge regarding the underground factory incident from 3 decades prior. Just as I was about to inquire further, the cave began to tremble violently. Soon after, I heard the sound of rushing water, and a wave of alarm surged through me. When we had entered the cave, it had been pouring rain outside. Could it be that a flash flood was imminent? Alas, we must flee. The wise sage once foretold that should the contents within this place be disturbed, a cataclysm of natural disasters would ensue, burying everything deep beneath the earth. Instructor Yang led the charge toward the exit, with Lin Yushuang and I closely trailing behind. Yet before we could reach the threshold, a massive clod of earth cascaded down, sealing our escape. A wave of dread washed over me. Were we truly trapped? Instructor Yang's expression darkened as he pondered for a moment. Then abruptly he turned his gaze toward Uncle Da's bus parked behind us. "Follow me. Get on the bus," he commanded. I was momentarily bewildered. Could this vehicle possibly lead us to safety? Lin Yushuang, however, exclaimed in dismay. "But if you do this, you—" "Enough chatter. Quickly. Board the bus before it's too late." Instructor Yang was already seated in the driver's seat. The engine roared to life with a thunderous growl. Yet, I noticed him gritting his teeth, steering the wheel as if he were maneuvering a colossal millstone. "Instructor Yang, you—" I began, but Lin Yushuang interrupted, her eyes gently closing as she urged, "Do not overthink. Just sit tight." The bus's headlights flickered twice, and with a deafening hum, it surged forth like a swift arrow, hurtling up the cavern's rocky walls. In that instant, I stood frozen in astonishment. The sensation was akin to riding a roller coaster, yet far more exhilarating and perilous. The vehicle accelerated rapidly, soon reaching the apex of the cave. Instructor Yang shouted, "I was present when this cave was constructed. This is its only vulnerable point. We must break through here. Hold on tight." Instructor Yang pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the bus surged forward like a drilling machine, crashing through a thick stone wall with a resounding thud. I could only see dust and debris swirling in the air, accompanied by heavy raindrops pelting my forehead. Suddenly, in my line of sight, Zhou Yang's body lunged toward me, and I faintly perceived an elderly man in a police uniform, adorned with a 5-pointed star cap, floating out from Zhou Yang's form. He possessed a square jaw, thick lips, and a robust stature, exuding an air of authority. "Zhou Yang's body is entrusted to you. His soul resides within the mirror of that inn, and the young girl knows what to do." Instructor Yang floated beside me and said. At that moment, time seemed to slow, as if he were imparting his final instructions. "Qiansheng, for reasons unknown, I have an inexplicable sense of deep connection between you and that eminent figure from 30 years ago. Alas, I can no longer accompany you to meet him. He truly was a remarkable person. If you ever have the chance to see him, please convey my sincerest apologies. I failed to protect this place." I suddenly noticed Instructor Yang descending rapidly alongside the bus, and I longed to reach out to him, but my hand could not extend far enough. "Zhou Yang is fortunate to have a friend like you. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask him. I have already conveyed everything to him." He continued, "I must descend and apologize properly to the workers from that era. Farewell, Instructor Yang," I shouted desperately, but he vanished completely as the bus plunged into the cavern. "Ah, Qiansheng, be cautious. Be sure to grasp those branches tightly." Lin Yushuang called out to me with a start, and I suddenly realized that we were continuing our descent. However, we were not falling into the cave we had just left. Below us lay a lush expanse of verdant tree branches. It appeared to be the enormous yellow fruit tree from the mountain deity's temple, and we had plummeted from above it. With 2 resounding thuds, we fell, and I clutched Zhou Yang with one hand while grasping at the surrounding branches with the other. The layers of branches cushioned our fall, and the massive yellow fruit tree, like a green hand, ultimately caught us securely. "Are you all right, Qiansheng?" I noticed Lin Yushuang firmly clinging to a branch above. I too managed to grasp a branch. However, it extended precariously over the edge of the cliff, leaving me hanging above the abyss, my heart racing in terror, nearly plunging into the depths below. I exhaled deeply, relieved, and said, "Fortunately, the heavens have been kind to me. I am unharmed." Lin Yushuang, upon seeing me, turned pale with fright and cautiously moved closer. extending a hand toward me. Don't speak. Try to maintain your balance. Pass Zhou Yang to me and slowly make your way over here. With a cheerful demeanor, I reassured her, it's fine. This branch is robust enough. It won't break. Just as I finished speaking, I heard the ominous sound of the branch snapping, and in an instant, my body plummeted like a falling stone toward the cliff's edge. Shi Qiansheng, Lin Yushuang cried out in alarm from above. I sighed inwardly, resigned to my fate, realizing that escape from death was indeed elusive. With my eyes closed, I braced myself for a fall that would surely leave me shattered. Suddenly, it felt as though someone had given me a gentle push. I rolled inward at an angle, and with a loud thud, a wave of pain surged through me as I landed on the solid floor. When I finally opened my eyes, I was greeted by the sight of a small statue of the Earth God, gazing at me with a seemingly cheerful smile. In that moment, I couldn't help but smile back, grateful that I had paid my respects to the Earth God before entering the cave. Chapter 66. Young Master as dawn gradually broke. The pale blue sky was adorned with a few lingering stars. The rain continued to fall, and the lush foliage whispered with the sound of raindrops dancing upon the leaves. The earth appeared hazy, shrouded in a silvery gray veil. Shi Qiansheng, are you all right? Lin Yushuang slowly descended from the towering yellow fruit tree, her face ashen, clearly startled by my earlier predicament. I was still chuckling, genuinely amused. Never before had I laughed so freely. I had just been a hair's breadth from death. Yet the world held its marvels, for I had not plummeted off the cliff to meet my demise, but had instead tumbled back to safety. I'm fine, Yushuang, I replied, just feeling a bit sore from the fall. Please, offer a few more bows to the Earth God on my behalf, and thank him for his life-saving grace. Seeing that I still had the presence of mind to jest, the tension in her face melted away into a smile. I'm relieved to hear that. You truly scare me back there. She glanced back at the Earth Temple and, with hands clasped together, offered a sincere bow. Then, turning back to me with a feigned grimace, she said, Qiansheng, the Earth God mentioned that he did not wish to save you, but rather acted out of consideration for the Tai Chi box you possess, which belongs to me. Therefore, if you wish to express your gratitude, it would be more fitting to thank me instead. With a chuckle, I responded, this girl is once again brimming with her playful spirit. I tossed the Tai Chi box back to her. Keep your box away from me. I simply wish to lie here and savor the joy of being alive. Having faced the brink of death several times, I truly began to appreciate the profound happiness that comes with the gift of life. Do not lie there any longer. We must hasten our return. If we delay for just a few more hours, Zhou Yang will be in grave trouble. Upon hearing this, I promptly rose from the ground. What could possibly happen to Zhou Yang? At this moment, he existed solely as a soul without a corporeal form. A soul devoid of a body is regarded as a specter, akin to a wandering spirit. The reason Instructor Yang had confined him within a mirror was merely to evade the ghostly officials patrolling the mortal realm. Although there was no imminent danger. Once dawn broke and the vital energy of the sun began to rise, Zhou Yang's spirit would be utterly unable to withstand such energy dissipating into nothingness. Without hesitation, I hoisted Zhou Yang onto my back and declared, what are we waiting for? Let us depart swiftly. After taking a few steps, I noticed that she had not followed. Turning around, I saw Lin Yushuang struggling to walk, her movements unsteady. Upon closer inspection, I observed her lips were chapped and cracked, her right hand was bleeding profusely, and her clothing was torn in several places, rendering her utterly disheveled. A wave of panic washed over me as I realized she had repeatedly exerted herself despite her severe injuries, likely exhausting her body beyond its limits. I called out to Lin Yushuang, can you still manage to walk? With a deep breath, she gritted her teeth and replied, I am fine. I can still walk. Do not waste time. Now that I was carrying Zhou Yang, I could not assist her further and could only hope that Lin Yushuang would endure. Peering down the mountainside, I beheld a treacherous expanse of mud and debris, the path steep and perilous, making progress nearly impossible. As the sky gradually brightened, a sense of urgency consumed me. In moments of anxiety, one is prone to making mistakes. I lost my footing and tumbled down with Zhou Yang, landing in a muddy mess. The fall left me half covered in muck. Be careful, Shi Qiansheng. Don't move, for heaven's sake. Lin Yushuang shouted at me. And it was then that I realized my legs were sinking into a mire, my body slowly descending further. "Oh no!" I exclaimed, recognizing the peril. This quagmire resembled a ravenous swamp. I tried to remain still, aware that any struggle would only pull me deeper. Lin Yushuang scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of vines to rescue me. "Don't you have the Qianren silk? Toss it to me," I urged. "I lost it long ago." "Be quiet. I will save you," she replied, continuing her frantic search. My body sank inch by inch, nearing my neck, and just as despair began to overwhelm me, I suddenly spotted a throng of figures at the foot of the mountain, wielding flashlights that flickered erratically. There must have been at least 100 of them, all clad in sharp suits, their imposing physiques reminiscent of gangsters on a manhunt. What do they possibly want? I pondered, filled with confusion. As they approached, I discerned that the group was led by a burly bald man, his face marred by a menacing scar, his eyes radiating a chilling malevolence, exuding an aura of a hardened thug. The moment the bald man caught sight of me, his eyes seemed to glimmer, and with fervor, he slapped his thigh and bellowed, "We found him! Come over here, everyone!" In an instant, a group of individuals clad in black surrounded me, diligently throwing dirt around me with all their might. "Be careful. If young master loses even a hair today, I shall send you all to meet the king of hell." The bald man barked orders while overseeing the excavation. With the concerted efforts of over 100 people, I was rescued in under 5 minutes. The burly man rushed over to provide me with an umbrella. Bending slightly, he slapped himself before addressing me with utmost reverence. "I am at fault. I nearly caused young master harm. Please forgive my transgressions." Confused, I inquired, "Who are you, and why do you call me young master?" The bald man promptly replied, "I am Chun Guangtou from the West District of Beichuan. You may call me Shunzi. We have come under Miss Chio's orders to rescue you. The sudden downpour delayed our journey, and I humbly request that you speak a few kind words for me before Miss Chio." The mention of Chio Shi-hong only deepened my bewilderment. Shunzi appeared to hold her in great esteem. Could it be that my girlfriend, Chio Shi-hong, was a figure in the underworld? Yet that seemed implausible. She was so gentle. How could she possibly be the cold-blooded leader one would find in films? Lin Yushuang nudged me and said, "Let us not dwell on that for now. Since they are here to rescue us, we should hurry down the mountain and not waste any more time." I quickly regained my composure and said, "Rest assured, Shunzi, your efforts are noted. Now, use your resources and expedite our descent." Shunzi forcefully patted his chest and proclaimed loudly, "Rest assured, young master, I will take care of everything." With a swift gesture, he summoned 5 or 6 of his subordinates, who promptly brought out 3 litters. They carefully placed us upon them, with 6 men lifting each litter, hastening down the mountain with remarkable speed. This group moved with agility, their strides exuding vigor, each appearing to have undergone rigorous physical training. Besides the 6 bearers for each litter, a circle of substitutes surrounded us, ready to assist at the slightest hint of an ankle twist, with 7 or 8 individuals rushing to support the litters. This treatment was truly comparable to that of ancient emperors. Shunzi continued to bellow beside me, "Keep your eyes sharp. It is a privilege for you to carry the young master. If you jostle him, I will have no hesitation in turning you into dog food." Lin Yushuang reclined comfortably on the litter, casting a radiant smile in my direction, and remarked, "I never would have guessed, you young man, that you were a formidable figure in the underworld." Chapter 67. The reason do not speak nonsense. "I am utterly bewildered," I remarked, rendered speechless. The mountain path, though ravaged by mudslides, was navigable, and with swift resolve, we returned to Uncle Zhou's countryside inn. "Quickly carry Zhou Yang to his room. Everyone else, step outside. Qian Sheng, prepare for me willow leaf water, red string, yellow paper, and vermilion," Lin Yushuang commanded as she set down the stretcher. Before I could utter a word, Shunzi promptly shouted, "Did you all hear that? You have 5 minutes to gather the items for the young master." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd of over 100 people in the courtyard dispersed in a frenzy, scurrying in all directions to procure the requested items. In that moment, I felt an inexplicable sense of imperial authority, as if I were a sovereign with subjects eager to fulfill my every need. Lin Yushuang, alongside Zhou Yang and the item she instructed, entered the room, even barring me from entry. asserting that the presence of the living would interfere with her rituals. I sat in the courtyard, where a vigilant figure clad in black stood watch every few paces, exuding an air of authority. Shunzi remained closely behind me, never daring to step ahead, which left me feeling somewhat awkward. I inquired, "Has Qiu Shihong arrived?" It was she who summoned them, yet I had not glimpsed her presence. Truth be told, after not seeing her for several days, I found myself somewhat concerned. After all, she was my girlfriend, despite our brief acquaintance. Shunzi sighed and said, "Miss Qiu has been preoccupied with her studies these past few days and truly cannot spare the time to visit you, young master. However, she expressed that you are ever on her mind." I was summoned to Qingliang Mountain by Lin Yushuang on short notice and did not have the opportunity to inform Qiu Shihong beforehand. I wonder how she became aware of my presence here. I smiled and remarked, "Indeed, Hong'er is quite busy with her studies. By the way, aside from school, where else does she frequent?" My intention was to glean insights about Qiu Shihong's usual haunts through Shunzi's words, yet he hesitated for a moment. Then, maintaining his smile, he replied, "My position is humble, and it is solely due to my duty to ensure the young master's safety that I have had the chance to meet Miss Qiu. I possess no authority to know anything further. You, young master, are the closest person to Miss Qiu. Why would you inquire about such matters?" I was taken aback. Shunzi commanded at least 100 subordinates, and even if he mingled within the underworld, he should wield considerable influence. Yet, from his words, it seemed he was merely a lowly minion in the presence of Qiu Shihong. Who then was she? I cleared my throat and chuckled. I was merely asking out of curiosity. The rain continued to fall softly, much gentler than the torrential downpour I had previously experienced. I gazed blankly at the delicate drizzle, still unaware of my past. I gathered my thoughts. Old Huang, Kuntai from Lord Qin's family, and later Lin Yushuang mentioned her sister, Lin Yutong, alongside instructor Yang's suggestion that I may have ties to a remarkable figure from 30 years ago. I suddenly feel that the individuals surrounding me are quite peculiar. Their seemingly fortuitous presence appears to be deliberately orchestrated. Furthermore, there is Qiu Shihong, such a perfect woman. How is it that she has devoted herself so completely to me? My thoughts are in disarray, and the more I ponder, the more my head aches. I realize that the mere mention of He Kuntai and Lin Yutong brings about an excruciating pain in my mind. I am aware that my past is undoubtedly intertwined with theirs. Lin Yushuang emerged from the room, her brow glistening with sweat, looking utterly exhausted. I inquired, "Are you all right? Why are you sweating so profusely?" She wiped her brow with her sleeve and replied, "I'm fine. Zhou Yang has awakened and wishes to speak with you." Upon hearing this, I immediately made my way inside, while Shunzi wisely refrained from following me. Zhou Yang lay upon the bed, his complexion pale and sallow. Upon noticing my arrival, he stirred his hand, yet was unable to extend it, appearing exceedingly frail. "You have just returned to your body, akin to a near-death individual. Do not move carelessly, or you may injure yourself," Lin Yushuang admonished. Zhou Yang's face bore a hint of a bittersweet smile as he uttered a single apology. He then began to elucidate the myriad of inexplicable events that had transpired along the way. This matter traces back to the home of Granny's son, where indeed, the ghost of Instructor Yang returned. It was he who informed Granny's son that the key to unlocking the underground factory lay hidden in Qingliang Mountain. Subsequently, Granny's son relayed this information to us, leading us into this predicament. The term entrapment arises from the fact that after the demise of Captain Yang, his spirit was not directly escorted by the ghostly emissaries, but was instead seized by Uncle De. Typically, upon death, individuals transform into spirits in a state of hazy consciousness, akin to the cognitive capacity of a 3-year-old infant. However, due to the guidance of a sage in his youth, Captain Yang acquired some Taoist esoteric skills, enabling him to maintain a semblance of awareness after his soul departed from his corporeal form. His extensive experience in law enforcement alerted him to the peculiarities surrounding Uncle De's arrival, prompting him to feign a loss to Uncle De, thereby aligning himself with the latter to discern his true intentions. Uncle De's objective was, from the outset, Qingliang Mountain, and he was cognizant of Captain Yang's involvement in its construction. He led Captain Yang and a group towards Qingliang Mountain, but they encountered the soul-extinguishing lantern, resulting in significant casualties. Faced with the impossibility of entry, Uncle Da had no choice but to retreat, while Captain Yang, lurking beside him, unexpectedly discovered that Uncle Da was merely a subordinate to another entity. The identity of a mastermind behind this was unknown to Captain Yang. Subsequently, upon hearing of incidents at the funeral home and the troubles involving Elder Qin, Uncle Da became aware of our group. Captain Yang was dispatched by Uncle Da to surveil us, remaining at Grandma Sun's residence, closely monitoring our movements. When we first visited the Zhou family and encountered Grandma Sun, Mr. Huang's instinctive retreat beneath the bed was due to his perception of a spectral presence like that of Captain Yang. At that moment, we were being pursued by Elder Qin, and Mr. Huang, already a frayed nerve, sensed an anomaly and instinctively sought refuge. In a bid to gain further trust from Uncle Da, Instructor Yang proposed luring our group to Qingliang Mountain. Unexpectedly, Lin Yushuang chose to accompany us. Lin Yushuang's origins are shrouded in mystery, yet she possesses remarkable skills, compelling Instructor Yang to remain cautious. The hospital served as a peculiar setting. After Lin Yushuang and I exited Grandma Sun's ward, leaving Zhou Yang alone in the room, Grandma Sun revealed the truth to Instructor Yang and urged Zhou Yang to accept his soul-binding techniques. Consequently, when night fell, the Zhou Yang I encountered was in fact Instructor Yang. As for how Lin Yushuang's backpack ended up in the car, it was merely a coincidence. Instructor Yang, having possessed Zhou Yang's body that evening, was unaware we had brought additional items. Later, the bewildering path in Uncle Zhou's yard was also orchestrated by Instructor Yang. However, his limited skills were insufficient to mislead me, as it was merely a ploy to direct us to meet Uncle Da. He initially believed Lin Yushuang would join me, and with her abilities, coupled with his covert assistance, he anticipated the annihilation of Uncle Da that night. However, he was taken aback to find that I arrived alone. Fortunately, I managed to escape unscathed, yet the subsequent plans were thrown into disarray. Instructor Yang never intended for us to venture into the cave beneath the mountain god temple. He was acutely aware of the grave dangers lurking within. Thus, at the first mountain god temple, he persistently urged us to descend, attempting to thwart our ascent. Yet, to his surprise, I was resolute in climbing higher, ultimately forcing Instructor Yang to follow us up the mountain. Chapter 68. The explanation of the autumn evenings read in an attempt to dissuade us from our pursuit, he brazenly suggested that Lin Yushuang enter the cave, adhering to the adage that one must stumble to truly comprehend the sting of pain. Thus, he believed that once we, these two youthful souls, grasped the perils of the cave, we would naturally retreat in trepidation. He even went so far as to willingly expose himself to the soul-extinguishing lamp, yet regrettably, this ploy of self-sacrifice failed to intimidate us. To his astonishment, I unexpectedly kicked over the soul-extinguishing lamp. At that very moment, Instructor Yang perceived a profound connection between me and the esteemed figure of yours. As for what transpired thereafter, it goes without saying that I was left utterly astounded. However, one particular aspect continued to confound me. After emerging from Uncle Da's haunted abode, I encountered a shroud of mist, accompanied by the large yellow dog that guided me out. And the enigmatic inscription that urged me to ascend the mountain left me utterly perplexed. Thus unfolded my sojourn on Qingliang Mountain. When I wished to inquire with Zhou Yang regarding Instructor Yang's affairs from 30 years prior, Zhou Yang appeared to be in a daze, his eyelids barely parting. Lin Yushuang remarked that he was in urgent need of medical attention. Having conversed with us for so long had drained him of considerable energy, and we could not allow him to continue. I nodded in agreement, suggesting that we should promptly embark back to Beichuan City. The rain outside had ceased, and dozens of vehicles set forth. Upon our arrival in Beichuan City, Zhou Yang was immediately rushed to the hospital, and Lin Yushuang, having sustained significant injuries, naturally accompanied him. I felt an overwhelming concern and intended to follow them, but was intercepted by Shun Zi. "Young master, Miss Chiu has been waiting for you at home. I will take care of your two friends. Rest assured, I shall watch over them closely from the shadows." I was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Shun Zi was indeed merely obeying Qiu Shihong's orders. His profound deference towards me was solely due to her influence. I replied, "Do not hinder me. I have fallen several times in the mountains and must visit the hospital for a thorough examination. Yet, Shunzi insisted on preventing my departure, stating, "Please be assured. Young master, Miss Chiyo has assured us that your health will remain intact. Even if there were any concerns upon your return home, she would provide you with the finest care." With that, I found myself almost being ushered into the vehicle, which sped away towards Chiyo Shihong's villa. As I sat in the car, I pondered Shunzi's words. What could he possibly mean by my health being secure? I shifted my legs and was surprised to find no lingering pain. I recalled the numerous bumps and bruises I had endured in the cave, moments that had brought me to tears, and I had often feared I might have sustained fractures. Yet now, I felt no discomfort whatsoever. Since it was Miss Chiyo who had spoken, I thought it prudent to inquire about certain matters with her. The vehicle raced onward, soon arriving at Chiyo Shihong's villa. After Shunzi helped me out of the car, he immediately turned and left, giving me the impression that he was eager to vacate the premises, as if it were a forbidden ground. His demeanor left me feeling uneasy as I tentatively pushed open the grand door. In the serene evening, Chiyo Shihong tended to her flowers in the garden, while a few colorful butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms. Wang Kai, with his long, elegant tail, playfully brushed against her feet, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled tranquility. "Qiansheng, you're back." Chiyo Shihong turned to glance at me, her face illuminated by an enchanting smile. Her smile possessed a certain magic that momentarily rendered me speechless. My cheeks flushed slightly as I replied, "Yes, I'm sorry to have worried you." With a gentle nudge, she playfully chided, "Really now, why did you venture so far for no reason? I had to pull quite a few strings just to find you." She grasped my hand and led me indoors. "I've prepared dinner for you. You must be hungry. I made your favorite braised fish and beef soup." Her demeanor radiated the essence of a perfect, devoted wife, yet I felt an unexpected aversion. In a typical marriage, if a husband were to leave home for 2 or 3 days without a word, the wife would surely confront him upon his return. However, Chiyo Shihong's reaction felt unusually out of place. I released her hand and said, "Are you hiding something from me? Have you been deceiving me all along?" A look of shock spread across Chiyo Shihong's delicate features. "Qiansheng, why would you ask me that?" I pressed on, "What is the matter with Shunzi? Why is he so terrified of you?" Chiyo Shihong smiled faintly and replied, "What is troubling you? Are you not aware of what my family does?" I silently pondered. Could it be that Chiyo Shihong truly hails from a lineage of bandits? My grandfather was once a founding general and later assumed a significant position within the Beichuan military district. Even the foremost leader of Beichuan City was one of my grandfather's protégés. In the realms of both military and politics in Beichuan, who would dare to disregard the Chiyo family's reputation? That Shunzi is merely a petty hoodlum. If I instructed him to seek you out, he would undoubtedly comply. Moreover, to forge a connection with my family would be a stroke of fortune for him. Suddenly, a chill coursed through me. Was our family truly exceptional to such an extent? So that is how it is, haha. By the way, it has been quite some time since I last saw grandfather. I merely uttered this casually. Yet I was taken aback when I noticed Chiyo Shihong's eyes welling with tears, 2 streams cascading down her cheeks. "Qiansheng, was that intentional? My grandfather passed away 2 years ago." With that, she turned in anger and fled to her room. I stood in stunned silence, quickly pursuing her. She lay on the bed, sobbing softly. Feeling somewhat at a loss, I clumsily said, "Hunger, please don't cry. I've been experiencing headaches lately, and my memory might be a bit foggy. There are some things I simply cannot recall." She suddenly sprang up from the bed, grasping my hand, and said, "How could this be? No wonder you've been acting strangely lately. Was it the shock from the last time you fell in the water?" I replied, "Perhaps that is the case." I noticed Chiyo Shihong was particularly concerned for me, which warmed my heart, prompting me to tentatively inquire further. Today, I initially intended to visit the hospital for a checkup. However, Shunzi insisted that I was in good health. When I inquired about his reasoning, he mentioned it was based on your words. What does this mean? Did he truly say that? Chiyo Shihong suddenly interjected with a chilling tone. In that instant, I perceived a fleeting narrowing of her eyes, a glimmer of lethal intent that sent shivers down my spine, igniting an inexplicable sense of dread within me. Yet, this feeling dissipated almost as quickly as it arose. Before me, Qiu Shihong gazed at me with slightly reddened eyes, her expression imbued with affection. I managed a stiff smile and remarked, "Indeed, that is why I found it rather peculiar. Why did you say such a thing?" With a soft laugh, Qiu Shihong replied, "I never said that. When I heard about the landslide at Qingliang Mountain, and knowing you had ventured into the mountains, I worried for your safety and reassured myself, you will be fine. I had no idea Shunzi would interpret it in such a way. I remained somewhat skeptical. Could it truly be so? Enough of your wild conjectures. Hurry and eat. The meal is nearly cold. By the way, I heard you have 2 friends accompanying you into the mountains this time. Let us invite them over one day. I would very much like to get to know them better." Her suggestion aligned perfectly with my thoughts, as Lin Yushuang had always claimed my girlfriend was less than human. Perhaps this would allow her a chance to reconsider. Throughout the meal, my mind was restless until I clarified the situation with Qiu Shihong. I would find no peace in either food or sleep. Chapter 69. The Yellow Pavilion symbol. The following day, I hastened to the city hospital early in the morning. My intentions were twofold. First, to ascertain the condition of Zhou Yang, and second, to invite Lin Yushuang to my residence. However, my primary motive was to have her witness whether Qiu Shihong was truly human or a specter. The hospital is perpetually one of the most congested places, and it took considerable effort to locate the wards of Zhou Yang and Lin Yushuang. To my relief, I noticed several burly bodyguards in black standing outside their room, and even Shunzi had arrived to personally oversee the area. Upon seeing me, he hurriedly approached, respectfully greeting me with, "Good day, young master." At first, I did not pay much attention, but then I noticed an unusual weariness etched on Shunzi's face, with fine lines appearing at the corners of his eyes. I recalled he had looked quite vigorous the day before. This transformation struck me as rather stark. I inquired about his appearance, and he offered a faint smile, explaining that there had been disturbances at several venues the previous night, keeping him occupied until dawn, and that he had not rested at all. But it was of no consequence. He then hastily pushed the door open, leaving me somewhat perplexed. To my surprise, Lin Yushuang was also present in Zhou Yang's room. As if she had anticipated my arrival, she greeted me promptly, saying, "At last, you've come. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Zhou Yang was receiving an intravenous drip, still in a state of unconsciousness. I asked her, "What did you wait for me for? Did Zhou Yang speak of something?" Lin Yushuang shook her head and replied, "I waited for you to inform you that I will be leaving Beichuan City for 3 days. Why are you leaving?" I pressed. The enigmatic configuration of yin and yang at Qingliang Mountain took me completely by surprise, given that it was the work of the heir to the coffin arts. I surmised that the mechanical factory beneath the funeral home would be fraught with peril, far beyond what I could manage alone. It was imperative that I seek the counsel of an adept. Since this matter pertained to official business, I felt it inappropriate to inquire further, and simply said, "When shall we depart? Perhaps we could enjoy a meal in my home before we leave." Lin Yushuang's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, and with a furrowed brow, she replied, "Are you inviting me to dine? Or do you have ulterior motives?" This girl was undeniably astute, and I cleared my throat, chuckling. "We are friends who share life and death. What could I possibly desire from you? It's merely that my girlfriend wishes to meet you. Nothing more. Is that so? Is it your girlfriend who wishes to meet me? Or do you want me to assess your girlfriend?" Lin Yushuang teased with a mischievous smile. Ah, the vanity of men. Though her insight pierced through my intentions, I stubbornly refrained from admitting it. I, a simple man, responded rather plainly, "Not at all. It's genuinely just a casual meal. My girlfriend is doing well." Lin Yushuang laughed lightly and said, "I'm afraid I have no time. In half an hour, my flight is scheduled to take off, and I must hurry." A wave of unease washed over me. Could it truly be so coincidental? Yet, she suddenly handed me a triangular yellow talisman. Upon receiving it, I was instantly enveloped by a profound sense of ancient weightiness, as though I were cradling a mysterious relic from times long past. This is a talisman known as the Huang Ting Fu. The individual who crafted this talisman possesses strength comparable to that of the heir of the coffin technique. If you wear it upon your chest, should your girlfriend truly be non-human, she would undoubtedly reveal herself before its power. A wave of joy washed over me, for if my memory serves me correctly, When Master Qin dealt with He Kun Tai, it was also this very Huang Ting Fu that was employed. There is no need to elaborate on He Kun Tai's prowess. Even the century-old malevolent spirit, Uncle Da, fears him, and he, in turn, is wary of the Huang Ting Fu, which undoubtedly attests to its formidable efficacy. However, an inexplicable sense of unease stirred within me. Even if Qiu Shihong were not human, she had never caused me harm. This talisman's tremendous power, might it inadvertently injure her? Lin Yushuang seemed to discern my turmoil and handed me a piece of black paper, which emitted an unpleasant odor. She remarked, "Our safe escape from Qingliang Mountain owes much to your girlfriend's assistance. If you wrap this talisman in the paper, she will be unharmed." I expressed my gratitude to Lin Yushuang and carefully enveloped the Huang Ting Fu in her presence. Look at you, lacking in ambition. The heart of a woman is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Do not let beauty cloud your judgment. I chuckled lightly. Are you not a beautiful woman yourself? Instantly, Lin Yushuang's expression shifted, and with a haughty snort, she retorted, I am not only beautiful, but possess a heart even more exquisite. It is merely that some people are blind. With that, she stormed out in a huff. I stood there, taken aback. It was but a jest, yet her reaction was remarkably intense. Lin Yushuang departed, and I instructed Shunzi to continue caring for Zhou Yang while I hurried back home. As I drew nearer to Qiu Shihong's villa, a sense of inner turmoil enveloped me, and countless images flashed through my mind. Would she transform into a grotesque specter the moment I arrived? Or upon seeing the Huangting talisman in my hand, would she immediately prostrate herself, pleading for mercy? I even entertained the fanciful notion that Qiu Shihong was akin to a fox spirit from the tales of Liao Zhai, who I had saved in a past life, now coming to repay her debt of gratitude in this incarnation. A self-deprecating smile crossed my lips. Indeed, my imagination ran wild. With a heart full of apprehension, I gently pushed open the door to the hall, my body tense, gripping the Huangting talisman tightly, my eyes scanning the room like radar. Welcome back. Why are you alone? Where's your friend? Qiu Shihong stood before me, her flowing hair cascading elegantly to one side, adorned in a yellow apron, holding a plate of sweet and sour carp that wafted a delightful aroma. The dining table was already laden with an array of dishes. I narrowed my eyes slightly, a chill coursing through me as I thought, if you have the power, why not transform into a ghost and come at me? Qin Sheng, what is wrong with your eyes? Why are you squinting like that? Qiu Shihong regarded me with suspicion. Oh, it's nothing. My friend couldn't team make it due to some matters. Perhaps next time, I replied, feeling a twinge of guilt. Why didn't you inform me earlier? I've been busy all morning because of you, she said, her lips slightly pouting in playful reproach. In that instant, I felt that even her anger was imbued with a charming allure. Calm down. She may not be alone. This is merely temptation. I strive to compose myself. Honger, look at this. I found a chair made of enamel wood and sat down, then extended my right hand, juggling the yellow talisman in my grasp as if it were a ping-pong ball. In my mind, I envisioned her collapsing before me, pleading for mercy. To my astonishment, she moved, indeed striding towards me, and my heart raced in response. Is this the gift you brought me, wrapped so mysteriously? Qiu Shihong smiled radiantly, effortlessly snatching the yellow talisman from my hand. I felt as if I had turned to stone. Something about this scene felt awry. I heard the sound of paper tearing, and my body tensed in alarm, my hair standing on end as I cried out, "You mustn't tear it." However, to my utter disbelief, Qiu Shihong had completely ripped away the outer black paper, scrutinizing the yellow talisman in her hands with fervor. Darling, is this the safety charm you sought for me? She seemed genuinely touched. I could only manage a dumbfounded smile, stammering, "Why, yes, it is." Qiu Shihong appeared utterly normal. Chapter 70. Qin Dong seeks my company. I was genuinely elated. Indeed, I was. The talisman was only of use to certain specters, rendering it utterly useless to an ordinary individual. Once I discerned that Qiu Shihong was not a figment of my imagination, I began to believe that fortune could indeed smile upon me from the heavens. And what a bounteous fortune it was, one that I had fortuitously stumbled upon, a paragon of beauty, my girlfriend. You, who are often a source of worry and have a penchant for wandering aimlessly. Should keep this talisman for yourself. Qiu Shihong delicately tucked the charm into my pocket, and at that moment, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped me. I chuckled, "You're truly wonderful. Let us dine together." That meal was a delightful affair, banishing all my worries to the recesses of my mind. In the afternoon, I received a call from my old classmate, Qin Dong, who mysteriously urged me to come over, insisting that I dress suitably. After finishing her lunch, Qiu Shihong departed, citing school-related matters. With ample time on my hands, and recalling that it had been several days since I last saw Qin Dong, I donned the formal attire that Qiu Shihong had gifted me for our meeting. The rendezvous Qin Dong had arranged was quite distant, and it took me 2 hours to arrive at the designated location. From afar, I spotted Qin Dong seated at a CF alongside several elegantly dressed young men and women, engaged in lively conversation. Yet, Qin Dong appeared somewhat out of place, making several attempts to engage in their banter, only to be met with indifference. What could he possibly be up to? I waved at him from outside, and upon noticing my arrival, Qin Dong exchanged pleasantries with a few men and women before hastily coming to meet me. I inquired, "Qin Dong, what have you summoned me for? Surely my attire is presentable enough." He scrutinized me for a moment and remarked, "Brother, you are quite considerate. By the way, where is that red sports car of yours?" A wave of astonishment washed over me. I couldn't even drive, let alone own a sports car. The vehicle he referred to must belong to Qiu Shihong, and had nothing to do with me. I decided to let it go. Qin Dong sighed deeply and discreetly pointed to a girl inside the CF. "Dashitsi, the happiness of my brother's future relies on you. Do you see that girl in white jeans? Her name is Shan Shan, and I have been pursuing her recently." I glanced over at the young woman named Shan Shan, who wore enticing denim shorts and a revealing V-neck top, exuding an alluring charm. I silently marveled at Qin Dong's taste in women and said, "For the sake of your lifelong happiness, tell me what you need me to do." Qin Dong sighed again, looking skyward, and confessed, "Originally, Shan Shan had agreed to be my girlfriend, but her cousin suddenly intervened, insisting that I accompany them for an evening gathering. He claims it's a test of my character. It seems he is both wealthy and influential, and I feel utterly intimidated in his presence, scarcely daring to raise my voice. That is why I called upon you, to help me maintain some semblance of dignity." I found myself at a loss for words. Realizing this was the reason behind his request, I remarked, "Yet, like you, I am merely an ordinary citizen. Are you certain I can hold my own in this gathering?" Qin Dong interjected, "Dashitsi, you have transformed significantly. The Qiu family is a prestigious lineage, and that alone suffices." His words resonated with me, and I replied that I would do my utmost. At that moment, Shan Shan and her companions had just exited the CAF and were approaching us. Leading the group was a gentleman adorned in a splendid suit, a pure white ensemble, his hair impeccably styled, undoubtedly Shan Shan's cousin. He greeted me with a smile and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Wu Jia, Shan Shan's cousin." I reciprocated with a polite handshake, introducing myself as Shi Qiansheng, a close friend of Qin Dong. "Ah, Patek Philippe, Mr. Shi must hail from an illustrious background. May I inquire as to which esteemed family you represent?" Wu Jia inquired, his expression adorned with an odd smile that struck me as peculiar. Momentarily taken aback, I pondered the meaning of Patek Philippe. Qin Dong coughed lightly, gesturing towards my suit and watch. Suddenly enlightened, I realized one referred to the suit brand and the other to the watch brand. I chuckled softly and clarified, "I am not a scion of any prominent family, merely having some connection to the Qiu family." Upon hearing my words, Wu Jia's expression faltered momentarily before he quickly relaxed, releasing my hand with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Ah, so you are a guest of the Qiu family. My apologies." With that, he seemed to exhale a sigh of relief and promptly summoned several men and women nearby to prepare the vehicle. I noticed a couple of individuals beside Shan Shan, both male and female, casting furtive glances in my direction. They were whispering among themselves, speculating. Even Anima and Patek Philippe are unknown to him. Could it be that his designer attire is merely a facade? One remarked on his alleged connections with the Qiu family, which struck me as absurd. The Qiu family is a prestigious lineage, and I have never heard of any prominent family named Sure having ties with them. Do not indulge in idle chatter. One more person matters not, for tonight promises a spectacle. Shan Shan giggled. I furrowed my brow, pondering the implications of her final remark. Qin Dong, like a lovesick fool, was gazing at Shan Shan with a foolish grin. I gently tapped him and inquired, Qin Dong, did you catch what Shan Shan and the others were discussing? He appeared momentarily taken aback before replying, Brother, you jest. They were whispering. How could I possibly hear them? A tremor of unease coursed through me. Had my auditory perception inexplicably sharpened? Come aboard, both of you. Tonight, I shall take you to a most delightful venue, one you shall remember for a lifetime, Wu Jie announced as he halted the vehicle before us. Qin Dong and I exchanged a glance before entering the car. Shan Shan occupied the front seat, while Qin Dong and I settled into the back. An unusual silence enveloped us during the journey, prompting me to engage in casual conversation. Shan Shan, when did you and Qin Dong become acquainted? As his longtime classmate, I only just learned of this. Your secrecy is commendable. Shan Shan turned back to me with a soft smile, yet chose to remain silent. Beside me, Qin Dong immediately remarked, Shan Shan and I share a connection that transcends the virtual realm. Do you understand? A romantic relationship online? I was taken aback. In this day and age, online romances are often fraught with numerous scams, and I found this group rather peculiar. Could it be that Qin Dong had fallen prey to a fraudster? He continued, as the saying goes, fate brings people together from thousands of miles away. I truly believe that Shan Shan and I are destined for one another. In this vast sea of humanity, why is it that when our eyes met, we instantly fell for each other? Is this not the essence of destiny? His excitement was palpable. This fellow seemed utterly enchanted by Shan Shan. It appeared that no matter what I said, it would be of little consequence. I decided to observe the unfolding situation quietly. The vehicle continued its journey southward, eventually halting in front of an opulent entertainment complex situated by the water's edge, surrounded by a bustling commercial center. The establishment rose only 2 stories high, almost as if it were nestled within the embrace of the surrounding businesses. Wu Jie exited the car and beckoned us to follow him inside. Curiously, upon entering the entertainment complex, we did not ascend, but rather descended via an elevator. The cool air within the elevator sent a shiver down my spine. Suddenly, Wu Jie turned to me with a grin and said, If Qin Dong wishes to become my cousin's boyfriend, he must prove his ability to protect her. Is this demand unreasonable? I replied, of course not. If a man cannot even safeguard his woman, what kind of man is he? Qin Dong immediately thumped his chest and declared, Cousin, rest assured, I am prepared to face any challenge. With a chime, the elevator doors slowly parted, and I was immediately greeted by a cacophony of shouts, reminiscent of a grand celebration. Vibrant lights flickered along the corridor, while a misty haze occasionally wafted beneath my feet. The atmosphere here is truly frigid. Chapter 71. The first victim, a resplendent crimson carpet unfurled along the lengthy corridor, leading directly to the elevator. Flanking the corridor, security personnel clad in black stood every meter, each exuding an air of resolute authority. Upon entering the inner chamber, I was struck by its grandeur. Rows of seating adorned both sides, where a multitude of strikingly handsome men and beautiful women cheered fervently, their eyes fixated on the overhead banner screen. The screen displayed a man traversing a dimly lit passage, occasionally confronted by ghostly figures of disheveled women in white, though these apparitions were mere lifelike dummies. Nevertheless, the man screamed in terror several times, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, his trousers soaked through in an instant. Simultaneously, a message flashed across the enormous screen. Challenger failed, advanced a total of 3 meters. Instantly, the audience erupted in a chorus of disdainful jeers. What a coward! Claiming to be a daring adventurer, what nonsense! One exclaimed, Damn it, he cost me 200,000. I'll make him pay for this. My curiosity piqued. What was unfolding here? Wu Jie guided us to a row of seats, his demeanor cheerful as he remarked, Young Master Sure, do you see that circular archway in the center? Following his, I noticed indeed a circular archway embedded in the wall not far away. adorned with a hastily scrawled inscription, "Perilous Space." He then handed me a flyer proclaiming, "All who successfully navigate the perilous space shall be rewarded with 1 million yuan." This place is akin to a haunted house within an amusement park, yet it surpasses the frightfulness and terror of those found outside, Wu Jie remarked. I chuckled softly, recognizing that if it were akin to the haunted houses beyond, the reward of 1 million yuan would surely be a prize attainable by all. At that moment, an eerie broadcast emanated from the surrounding walls. "The next challenge is about to commence. Please direct your attention to the large screen." At the center of the screen, a robust, muscular man materialized. The broadcast continued. "This contestant is a black belt in karate from the Hongmen Martial Arts School, who once tore apart a crocodile with his bare hands in the Amazon. He does not believe that anything in this world can instill fear in him, and should it exist, he would shatter it with a single punch." Subsequently, several beams of light illuminated a corner of the audience, where the muscular man appeared. Arms crossed, an expression stern. With a tone of disdain, he proclaimed, "This 1 million is as good as mine." Upon concluding his statement, he forcefully kicked a seat in the audience, sending splinters of wood flying. A piercing scream erupted from the crowd. The broadcast resumed. "The contestant is ready. Please take a moment to place your bets." At this juncture, Wu Jie handed me a device resembling a mobile phone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a betting apparatus for wagering on the contestants, equipped with a card slot for withdrawals and deposits. The screen displayed options for the contestants advancing 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, and so forth, with the odds progressively increasing, 1-to-1 for 1 meter, 2-to-1 for 2 meters, and a maximum of 10-to-1 for 10 meters. However, there exists an alternative option. Should a participant navigate through the haunted house, the reward is 100-fold. In that instant, I comprehended the underlying nature of this establishment, an unconventional underground casino. I surmised the intent behind Wu Jie inviting Qin Dong here quite accurately. Indeed, Wu Jie turned to Qin Dong and remarked, "Qin Dong, is my cousin Shan Shan not exquisite?" Qin Dong nodded fervently in agreement. "To be frank, many suitors have pursued my cousin, and she harbors a fondness for you as well. However, as her elder brother, I must ensure your worthiness. You have no objections, do you?" Qin Dong cast a glance at Shan Shan, seemingly entranced, and replied, "Indeed, indeed, you speak truthfully, cousin." Wu Jie continued nonchalantly, "It is rather simple. I have already registered you for this challenge. I did not expect you to conquer the haunted house, but if you can advance 5 meters, I shall consent to your courtship of my cousin." In the brief span of their conversation, a muscular man had been frightened out of the haunted house, having only managed to progress 3 meters. 5 meters? I observed Qin Dong swallow hard. "Oh, cousin, how could you expect Qin Dong to advance so far?" Shan Shan protested, playfully shaking Wu Jie's arm as she defended Qin Dong. Qin Dong's eyes glistened with emotion, and he resolutely declared, 5 meters it shall be. "Shan Shan, rest assured, for the sake of our union, I shall certainly traverse those 5 meters." As soon as the words left his mouth, a spotlight illuminated Qin Dong, and a peculiar broadcast echoed once more. "The next contestant is someone who has come to take on this challenge for the sake of love. He believes that love can conquer all fears." I immediately grasped Qin Dong's hand and said, "Qin Dong, do not act rashly. I have an unsettling feeling about this place." Qin Dong released my grip and replied, "Dashitsi, let me be honest with you. I initially thought my cousin called me here to inquire about my family background. You know how my family is, so I sought your assistance. But as you can see now, my cousin merely wants me to prove my courage for Shan Shan." He then leaned closer and whispered, "Ultimately, whether I can walk 5 meters is not what matters. What is essential is to test whether I possess the heart to sacrifice for Shan Shan. Do you understand?" Qin Dong, in his misguided cleverness, stated this. Yet it is evident to any rational person that one would not assess a person in such a chaotic environment. I could not deter him, and he was soon escorted into the haunted house by the staff. The atmosphere intensified once more, with many cheering and encouraging Qin Dong. His figure quickly appeared on the screen, but to my surprise, he had covered his eyes with a cloth as he proceeded, which looked rather comical. "You know, my father's name is Wu Guojiang," Wu Jie suddenly said to me. I cannot help but furrow my brow, thinking to myself, What does your father's name have to do with me? Nevertheless, I courteously replied, your father must be quite remarkable. Wu Jie let out a light chuckle. Suddenly his face contorted into an odd expression. Indeed, my father was truly remarkable. Alas, he has passed away. At that moment, a jolt of shock coursed through me. Why was he revealing such things? You must be aware of the recent 3 murders in Beichuan City, right? The first victim was, in fact, my father. I felt as though I had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Initially, I believed this was a scheme devised by Wu Jie and his accomplices, exploiting online romance to deceive Qin Dong. However, it now appeared that the real target was not Qin Dong, but rather me. The owner of the underground factory from years ago was Wu Jie's father, Wu Gujiang, and thus, Wu Jie must possess a wealth of information regarding that illicit establishment. I endeavored to suppress the tumult of emotions within me and, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, what exactly do you wish to convey? Wu Jie continued to smile coldly, unhurried. Do take a look at your friend. I turned to glance at the screen, where Qin Dong was encircled by several disheveled figures resembling ghosts. Though his eyes were covered, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Oh, I forgot to mention, there are indeed ghosts in this haunted house, Wu Jie remarked as if jesting. In an instant, I bolted from the audience seats, racing towards Qin Dong. Damn it, I had been ensnared. There was no time to concern myself with Wu Jie now. I had to assist Qin Dong in escaping as swiftly as possible. Chapter 72. The Indistinguishable Truth. I dashed into the haunted house, unimpeded, as a cacophony of enthusiastic cheers erupted behind me. Ladies and gentlemen, yet another intrepid challenger has ventured into our haunted abode. The much-anticipated duo has finally made their entrance. Seize your guessing devices and continue placing your bets. At last, I comprehend why Shan Shan and her companions remarked that an additional participant was inconsequential. After all, there would be a splendid spectacle to behold. Inside the haunted house, darkness enveloped me, rendering visibility exceedingly poor, contrary to the cramped appearance conveyed by the exterior screens. The interior was surprisingly spacious. A haunting electronic hum resonated in my ears, while the chill in the air seeped into my skin, prompting involuntary shivers. Qin Dong, where are you? I called out into the void ahead. I traversed at least 20 steps, a distance of no less than 10 meters. Yet I failed to glimpse Qin Dong's silhouette. This haunted house indeed harbored its peculiarities. I dared not let my guard down and endeavored to maintain my composure. Suddenly, a shrill, piercing sound erupted from behind me. Instinctively, I turned to see a doll-like apparition emerging ominously above my head. However, the courage I possessed now was far removed from my former self. Aware of the supernatural entities lurking within, I felt no fear. Instead, I delivered a swift punch to the doll's face, sending it flying. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be merely a lifelike replica. As I pressed onward, a familiar figure suddenly emerged before me. It was Qin Dong. He lay on the ground, clutching his ears tightly, appearing to be in great agony, his lips murmuring incessantly. Don't come near, don't come near. May the Bodhisattva bless me. May the Bodhisattva bless me. I rushed over, grasped his hand, and exclaimed loudly, Qin Dong, it's me. I've come to rescue you. Quickly follow me. I tugged at him with all my might to retreat, yet he stubbornly refused to budge. Continuing to shout, don't eat me, don't eat me. In desperation, I placed my hands firmly on his head and declared, do you see clearly? It's me. Slowly, he opened his tightly shut eyes, and upon realizing it was me, he let out a cry, launching himself towards me like a child. Brother, you've finally come to save me. There are indeed ghosts here. Now that I'm here, everything will be fine. Hurry, let us go, I comforted him, pulling him to leave. However, as I turned my head, I was startled to see yet another Qin Dong behind me. Our eyes locked, and a chill of fear ran down my spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form on my forehead. Dashitsi, let go. Look at the ghastly things you're holding on to. The Qin Dong across from me bellowed. I glanced back and was confronted by a woman, her face marred with blood, who was ominously smiling at me with her head bowed. In an instant, I jerked my hand away, attempting to free myself from her grasp, but at that very moment, the ghostly woman's hair ensnared me, tightening around my neck. I'm here to save you. Let go of me, brother. Qin Dong roared, lunging towards me. Regrettably, his attempt was utterly futile. The female specter's hair lashed out once more, ensnaring his neck in an instant. In the past, such a scene would have terrified me to the core. Yet now, having confronted the realm of the underworld and malevolent spirits, I found this minor apparition wholly unfrightening. I extended a finger, delicately gliding it over the strands of the ghost's hair, and in an instant, a crimson line welled forth from my fingertip, followed by the ghost's anguished wail as she fled, rolling and scrambling away without a trace. With a thud, Qin Dong collapsed to the ground, his face flushed, evidently having nearly suffocated from the earlier constriction. "Wake up, stop feigning death, and get up," I urged, tapping his cheek. He groaned. "That hurts. What has happened?" "Enough of your nonsense. This is all your fault. Come back with me at once." "What are you doing?" "I promised Shan Shan I would walk at least 5 meters. By the way, how did you get in here?" Qin Dong, stubborn as ever, still clung to thoughts of his beloved Shan Shan, and I felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a swift blow to him. "Did you not see what has transpired? If you continue on this path, I assure you, it won't be long before you become like her." Qin Dong stared at me, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling. "Dashitsi, you cannot be telling me that female ghost was real." I gestured towards his neck. "If you think this is a fabrication, would she have tightened her grip around your neck like that?" Qin Dong's countenance drained of color, his entire body quaking as he shook his head, murmuring, "This cannot be possible. Are there truly ghosts in this world?" I said, "Do not concern yourself with such matters. Come with me at once." The young man finally fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word, and followed closely behind me. As I led him further along, an unsettling sense of peculiarity enveloped me. With my ability to perceive spirits, I should have easily recognized any minor ghost. Yet, I failed to identify the female specter from earlier. Moreover, Qin Dong was a living person. Ordinarily, humans cannot see ghosts. So how could he discern that I was leading a female spirit? The dim light within the room cast shadows, and I cautiously glanced down, realizing with a jolt that Qin Dong cast no shadow whatsoever. A wave of alarm surged through me. I was certainly not holding on to Qin Dong. I suppressed my rising anxiety, feigning nonchalance as I remarked, "Qin Dong, do you recall our previous adventure in the haunted house? You were so frightened that you could barely move, and I had to drag you out." Qin Dong chuckled, responding, "You still remember that embarrassing incident of mine?" I laughed heartily, affirming, "Indeed." Yet beneath my cheerful facade, I pressed my bloodied fingertip against the forehead of this false Qin Dong. He staggered back in shock. A look of disbelief etched across his face. Then his mouth contorted into a dreadful scream, and his visage warped, transforming into a grotesque, blood-soaked female countenance. "You are certainly not Qin Dong. I merely spoke in jest, and yet you took me seriously." In an instant, the specter before me dissipated into a swirling azure mist, vanishing without a trace. I recalled the saying, "Ghosts cannot directly harm individuals. Rather, they manipulate the brainwaves of the living, inducing hallucinations that lead one to believe they are witnessing the specter of a vengeful spirit. In truth, it is often the case that individuals frighten themselves." I was taken aback to find myself ensnared the moment I entered. It was evident that this place was far from ordinary. I had to tread with heightened caution. In the distance, I spotted the fallen figure of Qin Dong. I let a drop of blood fall upon his forehead, yet nothing transpired. Upon closer inspection, I noticed his shadow was still present. I gently patted his cheek. He appeared to be in a deep slumber, impervious to any attempts to rouse him. Faced with no alternative, I shouldered him and made my way toward the exit. Ahead, I perceived a glimmer of light. According to my recollection, this should be the very spot where I had first entered. However, as I stepped across the threshold, I was rendered speechless. What kind of place is this? Shadows of countless figures surrounded me, each adorned with a mask, forming a lengthy queue that ambled leisurely towards a small hillock. This place felt eerily familiar. I seemed to have visited here before. Chapter 73. The mountain of good and evil from all directions. Countless individuals surged forth, akin to marionettes dutifully following a string. And soon I found myself among this vast assembly. We traversed a lengthy staircase, whereupon I beheld a Buddha statue atop a small peak. A sudden jolt coursed through my mind, akin to a needle's prick. It seemed I had once visited this place with another. The person before me removed their mask, placing it in the palm of the Buddha's right hand while standing to the left. Incredibly, a comparison was drawn between the two. Most astonishingly, the individual without the mask was not weighed down, but instead propelled upward by the pressure of the mask, tracing an arc through the air before plummeting into the river below. In an instant, several grotesque fish erupted from the depths, ravenously tearing the individual apart, leaving no trace of their existence. Witnessing this scene, I could not help but swallow hard. It was indeed a gruesome sight. Soon it was my turn. My heart raced wildly, and as I stood there in a daze, someone suddenly clamped a hand over my mouth, forcefully pulling me backward. Had I not been burdened by Qin Dong, I would have instinctively retaliated. This person dragged me a considerable distance, almost wrenching me down from the lofty summit until we finally halted in a dark crevice of the mountain. "Who are you?" I exclaimed as they released their grip. "Speak softly," a voice cautioned in my ear. "We are in the realm of souls. If you attract the attention of the infernal soldiers, you will be dragged directly into the 18 levels of hell." The voice seemed quite familiar to me. I sealed my lips, and soon after, the other party released his grip and ignited a dim kerosene lamp. Under the feeble glow, I discerned his features. To my astonishment, it was the diminutive specter. However, he appeared rather disheveled, with unkempt hair and tattered clothing, and several ghastly bloodstains marred his body. I gazed at him in disbelief. After all, this was the very individual who had effortlessly dispatched Master Qin and subsequently frightened off He Kuntai. How formidable he had been! Who could have inflicted such severe injuries upon him? Before I could inquire, he spoke first, his tone dripping with disdain. "I never expected it would be you waiting for me. How ironic." His condescending attitude irked me, and I replied coolly, "If I am not the one you awaited, then why have you dragged me here? You brat, I took a tremendous risk to pull you back from the brink of the abyss of torment. And this is how you address your benefactor? The abyss of torment?" Although I did not fully grasp what it entailed, the term sounded sufficiently chilling. Despite his grievous wounds, the specter had still brought me to this location. There must be something of significance he wished to convey. Furthermore, from his earlier words, it was evident that he was familiar with this place. Perhaps he could assist me in escaping. I had indeed acted rashly. With a conciliatory smile, I expressed my apologies. "Thank you, esteemed specter, for your selfless rescue. I beg your forgiveness for my earlier impudence." The diminutive figure cleared his throat twice, then nodded with satisfaction and remarked, "Very well, you display considerable insight. I shall be direct with you. Old Master Qin undoubtedly spoke falsehoods to you. During the journey to escort him to the netherworld, I encountered an ambush. My subordinates were annihilated, and I barely escaped with my life to arrive here. Upon hearing this, I was struck with immense astonishment. Having previously witnessed He Kuntai's disregard for the underworld authorities, it was shocking to learn that someone had audaciously dared to attack them. I took a moment to compose my thoughts. Qin had informed me that among the 3 murdered individuals in Beichuan City were the former officer, Instructor Yang, a young boy, and a manager. The young boy was the grandson of a factory owner. Not long ago, Wu Jie had revealed that the first victim was his father, Wu Guojiang. If the young boy were indeed his father's grandson, he would thus be his son. Yet, Wu Jie had not mentioned the boy at all. Now, with the diminutive figure asserting that Qin had deceived me, I tentatively accepted Wu Jie's account as credible. This implication suggests that the 3 murdered individuals were, in fact, Instructor Yang, Wu Guojiang, and the young boy. The identity of the boy must also be a fabrication, as the manager from that time was not among the deceased. I inquired of the diminutive figure, "What do you know regarding the case in Beichuan City?" He shook his head, replying, "Matters of mortal crimes are beyond my purview. My responsibility lies solely in apprehending the lingering souls and restless spirits among the living. Had I not encountered you today, I would not have divulged the truth about old Master Qin's deception. It appears that the diminutive figure is indeed a principled wraith. Since he is oblivious to the truth, I shall refrain from probing further." Glancing around, I realized that with Qin Dong in a state of unconsciousness, Our immediate priority must be to swiftly extricate ourselves from this place. You need not look any further. Without my assistance, you are utterly incapable of departing from here." The short figure coughed twice, as if his words held deeper meaning. I respectfully inquired, "Might you, esteemed wraith, illuminate the path for me? How may I escape this locale?" With a light chuckle, the diminutive figure replied, "You are indeed a clever individual. If you wish to leave this place, it would be prudent to first understand what this realm truly is." I cease my inquiries and listen intently. Upon death, souls descend into the underworld, where the king of hell and his judges assess a person's deeds throughout their life. However, not every soul is granted the privilege of an audience with the king or the judges. It stands to reason. If every soul were required to meet the king, he would surely be overwhelmed. This realm is known as the Mountain of Good and Evil, a place where one's worthiness to meet the king of hell is determined. Every soul you observe here represents a life that has ended, their true selves hidden beneath masks symbolizing purity and kindness. Yet, undeniably, every individual harbors a shadowy side. The masks they wear reflect the hypocrisy and deceit cultivated during their earthly existence. Thus, the weight of the masks signifies the repercussions of their malevolent deeds throughout their lifetime. The statue of the Buddha on the small peak, the scale of good and evil, is a manifestation of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's power. It serves to weigh the merits of a person's good actions against the sins they have committed during their life. Only when a person's benevolence surpasses their own malevolence are they deemed worthy to enter the netherworld and stand before the king of hell for judgment. Otherwise, they will plummet directly into the abyss, enduring the punishments they rightly deserve. I had never anticipated that after death, one would undergo such a process of selection. It is often said that wealth can sway even the spirits, and I recall a nefarious wealthy merchant once boasting that he would bribe the king of hell upon his demise, ensuring a rebirth into a family of affluence. Little did he know that wicked souls are denied even the opportunity to confront the king, instead being cast directly into the inferno, a notion utterly ludicrous. I remarked, "Given that this is a place of judgment, it resembles a court of law in the mortal realm. What, I wonder, is Wu Jie's true intention in luring me here?" The diminutive figure snickered. "The aim is simply to ensure you remain trapped in this cycle for eternity." His words filled me with perplexity, prompting my inquiry, why would my presence here condemn me to eternal damnation? Firstly, you have slain entities from the underworld, bearing the sin of divine murder. Secondly, you have previously ventured here and managed to escape, thus committing an act of treachery. With these two grave offenses, should you step upon the scales of virtue and vice, the underworld will immediately take notice, and what awaits you is a swift descent into the 18 layers of hell, forever ensnared in the grasp of Yama. Chapter 74. The agent of the underworld. A cold sweat broke out on my back. Who exactly was Wu Jie? I had never encountered him before. Why did he wish to condemn me to eternal suffering? Moreover, the information gleaned from the diminutive figure indicated that I had indeed visited this place before. If this was indeed the realm where souls arrived after death, did it not imply that I had perished once and somehow escaped for reasons unknown? I inquired, "Lord of the underworld, are you aware of my past?" The short man furrowed his brow and replied, "The first time I learned your name was due to an order from above to apprehend you, as you had slain a member of the underworld and subsequently fled. After our initial encounter, I found you to be exceedingly peculiar, prompting me to request an investigation into your background. However, there is no record of your name in the Book of Life and Death. The absence of my name startled me. What then was I, human or ghost?" The diminutive figure's words struck me with a sense of dread. "The lack of your name signifies that you have transcended the cycle of reincarnation, existing beyond the three realms." Suddenly, I recalled the tale of son Wukong from Journey to the West, who, after wreaking havoc in the underworld and tearing the Book of Life and Death, had also escaped the three realms, no longer confined by the five elements. A flicker of delight surged within me, akin to being informed that my actions would incur no legal repercussions. I remarked, "Does this imply that I am free from the jurisdiction of heaven and earth, unbound and unrestricted?" The diminutive figure let out a cold chuckle, stating, You may interpret it as such. However, the universe is governed by order and the laws of nature. Since you do not belong here, you are deemed an outlier, destined to be forsaken by the heavens and punished by the divine. Sooner or later, you shall be obliterated into nothingness. Recall that fateful night when you were struck by lightning at the city god temple. That was merely a warning. Upon hearing these words, a chill coursed down my spine. The notion of being scorned by the cosmos and condemned by the gods was too formidable to fathom. Let's strike a bargain. The short one suddenly shifted his tone. What sort of bargain? I inquired. A transaction that would benefit you immensely without any detriment, he replied. The one I await is unlikely to arrive, and I am nearing my limit. Time is no longer on my side. His eyes narrowed, and his expression fell into despair. Beneficial without harm? The prospect of such a deal did not bring me joy. Instead, I hesitated, pondering silently. Could there be some treachery afoot? Neither of us can afford to choose. You need not doubt my intentions. Without me, you and your companion are doomed to a dead end, eternally trapped in the cycle of rebirth. Without you, my demise would be rendered meaningless. I would merely be a derelict specter, met with a similar grim fate. His countenance was grave, devoid of deceit. Speak of your bargain, I urged. I shall aid your escape from this place, and I will grant you an identity. As long as you possess this identity, you shall be shielded from the disdain of the heavens and the wrath of the divine, until the day it is revoked. I was taken aback, so there was indeed a time limit. He calmly inquired, what would you like me to do? Temporarily assume my duties in the realm of the dead and deliver 3 messages to a certain individual. It is as simple as that. His demeanor was so tranquil that, to me, it was a statement that resonated with profound implications. In the eyes of the underworld, I was a notorious criminal guilty of 2 grave offenses. Yet this official of the netherworld was suggesting that I, a felon, should take on his role. Was this not akin to placing a murderer in the position of a law enforcer? I chuckled softly. Dear Sir of the Underworld, you cannot be serious. He reassured me. Do not overthink it. As long as you nod in agreement, I will find a way to assist you. Moreover, should I perish without someone to assume my responsibilities, chaos will ensue in the realm of Yin and Yang in Beichuan City. I suspect this is precisely what those who wish to see me dead desire. There may even be a connection to the homicide case you are investigating. I fell into silence for a moment, surveying my surroundings. Trapped in this place, with no apparent means of escape, and with Qin Dong's life hanging by a thread, it seemed I had no choice but to trust him this time. I replied, very well, but I will not capture any spirits, nor will I dare to meet your counterparts. Upon my acquiescence, his expression brightened with delight. Meetings between officials of the underworld were rare, occurring only once every decade. With my worries alleviated, he eagerly opened his mouth, revealing a long, serpentine tongue adorned with a shimmering token that radiated a subtle, ethereal glow. Extend your hand, he instructed. I complied. The diminutive figure struck the token sharply against my palm, then proceeded to inscribe intricate symbols upon it, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, the token vanished into my hand as if it had never existed. Well, the transfer of duties is complete. Remember, you are now the Yin master of this territory. Every wandering soul and restless spirit falls under your jurisdiction. You shall also be referred to as the Dao Ming Yin master. Instantly, a chill coursed through my body, and I found myself in a daze, witnessing a token fluttering about in my mind. Control them with your thoughts. These 2 tokens will respond as if they were your own limbs, the diminutive figure reminded me. I attempted to focus my thoughts, extending my hand. The token materialized in my grasp, but with another mental command, it vanished once more. I gazed at my palm repeatedly, as if caught in a dream. Had I truly become the Dao Ming Yin master? A whirlwind of emotions swirled within me. Joy, anxiety, longing, astonishment, each feeling intertwining. And I even sensed a weight settling upon my shoulders. The token I just bestowed upon you contains detailed records of your duties as Yin master, along with some essential spells for your study. He added, spells? A sense of fortune washed over me. The transfer is complete. Now it is time to convey the message I have for you. The diminutive figure cleared his throat. I leaned in attentively. In Beichuan City, There lies a malevolent spirit that has crawled up from the depths of the 18th level of hell. However, my abilities are limited, and I cannot ascertain its identity nor dare to act recklessly. The one who attempted to take my life bears no resemblance to the malevolent spirits of the mortal realm, but rather seems akin to a being from the netherworld. I fear there may be significant hidden dangers within. I beseech you, my lord, to exercise utmost caution. I have served as a warden of the underworld for 2 decades, though I have yet to reach the age of 50. I can assert with a clear conscience that I have acted honorably. I implore you to consider my years of toil and merit, and kindly assist me by traveling to the divine burial mountain, so that I may remain among the living. At this juncture, the diminutive figure was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his cheeks. I pondered silently. Is it truly so undesirable to be a warden of the underworld? Why this fervent desire to exist in the realm of the living? The individual he wished for me to convey messages to must surely be the Lord he mentioned. Yet, I found it peculiar. What exactly is this divine burial mountain, and why must this Lord journey there to aid him? Is not the cycle of reincarnation governed by Yama? I inquired, who is this Lord, and how shall I locate him? There is no need to seek him out deliberately. As long as you possess that token, he shall come to you, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next year, or even a decade hence. I nodded in understanding. The diminutive figure rose slowly and declared, time is of the essence. I shall see you off immediately. Chapter 75. The rooster. The diminutive figure sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, as the kerosene lamp before him began to glow increasingly brighter. With a gentle parting of his lips, he spoke, "This is my life lamp. When its light shines forth, I shall illuminate a path for you to the mortal realm. Throughout your journey, regardless of what you hear or see, do not look back and ensure your pace is swift. My life lamp cannot burn for long. Should you fail to reach the world of the living before its light extinguishes, you will be irrevocably lost in the abyss of darkness." I was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this kerosene lamp served as his life lamp, signifying that he was sacrificing his very essence to forge a path for our survival. In that moment, an overwhelming sense of emotion surged within me, akin to a boulder lodged in my throat. I found myself at a loss for words to adequately convey my gratitude. Finally, I fell to my knees before him with a resounding thud, bowing 3 times in reverence. I have received your heartfelt intention. I shall fulfill my promise. My efforts to save you will not have been in vain. Prepare to depart, the diminutive figure commanded, his fingers intertwining as he traced an intricate formation before his life lamp, uttering incantations. Let the myriad lights shine, the path to the earthly realm be opened, the yin and yang be in harmony, the spirits of the underworld take their place. Suddenly, the flame of the lamp surged forth like a meteor, streaking rapidly before me, twisting serpent-like through the void, ultimately tracing a graceful arc of fire. The arc of flames radiated brilliance, resembling the sun ascending in the sky. Now is the time. Step inside. A diminutive figure abruptly shoved me from behind, prompting me to exert force with my feet and step into the fiery circle. In that instant, the throng of people surrounding us erupted into chaos, abandoning the previously orderly formation, reminiscent of a swarm of disoriented ants. Moreover, I faintly perceived the sound of crashing waves, akin to water boiling in a pot, soon accompanied by a chorus of resentful female voices. Why'd he go out again? Why is it always him? Why can't we? The refrain echoed with indignation. This is unfair. This is unjust. Suddenly, 2 thunderous roars, reminiscent of dragons, resonated from above, nearly rupturing my eardrums, while a commanding voice, seemingly descending from the celestial realm, declared, "Who dares disrupt the order of the underworld? Show no mercy." The power of this voice nearly caused me to faint, and as I teetered on the brink of collapse, the diminutive figure's voice reached me. "Hold your ground. Maintain clarity of mind. Do not falter, for the Lord of the underworld has emerged to restore order. Flee." His words struck me like a bucket of cold water, jolting me awake. My heart raced with shock. This was the divine might of the Lord of the underworld, so fierce and commanding that merely uttering a phrase nearly rendered me senseless. Taking a deep breath, I ran with all my might, carrying Qin Dong on my back. The path ahead stretched long and uncertain, shrouded in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light visible in the distance. Soon, a series of hurried footsteps echoed behind me, as if someone were in pursuit. A voice called out, "Hey, buddy, you're headed the wrong way. That's a dead end. Come this way." I shook my head, ignoring the words, but after a few steps, I spotted several ethereal women by the roadside, beckoning me with fervor. They were clad in gossamer fabrics, their skin as pristine as fresh snow. I was utterly astounded as they flirtatiously shouted, "Handsome, don't go. Come and keep us company." This scene ignited a fervor within me, making my entire being feel ablaze. I felt as though I might burst, the vivid imagery overwhelming me. Even when I closed my eyes, the vision lingered, refusing to dissipate. The allure of their voices made my very bones feel weak. In desperation, I suddenly recalled Qiu Shihong, her unparalleled beauty flashing in my mind, her skin fairer than frost, her figure graceful and captivating. Indeed, she surpassed these temptresses by countless degrees. As I pondered this, the image of the women began to fade, filling me with joy. My girlfriend truly was my saving grace in such moments. However, my delight was short-lived, as a startling scene ahead nearly caused me to lose my composure. To my astonishment, there was Qiu Shihong not far away, waving at me and calling softly, Qiansheng, don't run away. Come over here." As she called my name, she too began to undress, and I felt myself on the brink of losing all restraint. What leaves me breathless is the dimming glow of the light ignited by the diminutive figure, signifying that his life force is nearing its end. Time slips away, and a long road stretches ahead. What should I do? Suddenly, amidst the void, I hear the resounding crowing of roosters. I ponder how roosters could possibly be here. In an instant, a massive, vibrant red rooster bursts forth from that faint glimmer of light. With a powerful flap of its wings, it conjures a whirlwind that sweeps away the presence of the autumn evening's crimson figure. Upon closer inspection, I notice a small tag hanging from the rooster's neck, inscribed with my name. The grand rooster strides toward me, bending its legs in a gesture that invites me to mount. I stand there astonished, bewildered by yet another enigmatic creature coming to my aid. From the initial gathering of crows to the large yellow dog of Qingliang Mountain, and now this magnificent red rooster, who is orchestrating this assistance from behind the scenes. Despite my profound confusion, I have no time to ponder the identity of my benefactor. Steadying myself against Qin Dong, I climb onto the rooster's back, and it takes off at a speed akin to that of a rocket. With a whoosh, I burst forth from the dark path. Blinding lights pierce my eyes like swords. The crisp air invigorates me, and the soft earth cushions my feet. Surrounding me are twinkling lights of myriad colors, and as I gaze upward, the stars twinkle brilliantly in the night sky. As I survey my surroundings, I realize that I am indeed still in the nighttime, and upon closer inspection, I find myself at the riverside park of Changchuan River. The sound of crowing roosters echoed through the air, prompting me to glance over. There lay Qin Dong, slumbering on the ground, clutching a large rooster tightly. Around the rooster's neck was a circle of red silk ribbon, inscribed with my birth details. The rooster blinked at me, immobile, its expression resembling that of a lost soul. Gently, I tugged at the silk ribbon around the rooster's neck, and suddenly it sprang to life as if startled by an unseen force, flapping its wings and squawking as it fled. "Who is calling me?" Qin Dong exclaimed, springing upright from the ground with a start, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. His hands alternated between touching his face and feeling his body. "Where are we? Shan? Wait, why is it you, Dashitsi? How are we up here?" He grasped my collar tightly, his gaze filled with confusion. Chapter 76. The perilous Wu Jie. This fellow has completely forgotten everything. I have borne him along this entire way. At this moment, a couple strolled past me, casting disdainful glances in our direction. I even overheard snippets of their conversation. "Hurry up. It's really unfortunate to encounter a pair of those types at this hour." Indeed, and to think the noise they make is utterly revolting. Qin Dong tightened his grip on my collar, a hint of grievance in his voice as he inquired, "What are they saying?" Did you do something to me? Enraged, I gave Qin Dong a kick, sending him stumbling aside. Get lost. I am a man with a girlfriend. Dashitsi, I am not joking. Aren't we supposed to be with Shan Shan? How do we end up here? I sighed and replied, still pining for your Shan Shan? I advise you to direct your thoughts towards the horizon and offer a few heartfelt thanks to a certain deity named Dao Ming. What do you mean? Who is Dao Ming? Brother, are you delirious? Qin Dong responded, perplexed. I found it tedious to explain, so I chose silence, closing my eyes to reflect. Qin Dong glared at me in indignation for a moment before declaring, all right, you win. I shall not disturb you. With that, he wandered off into the distance. I asked him where he was going, and he replied that he needed to relieve himself. I waved him off in disdain and turned my thoughts earnestly towards my next course of action. The sudden appearance of Wu Jie disrupted my entire train of thought. His father had been murdered, yet he chose not to pursue the perpetrator. What was his ulterior motive in plotting against me? What truth lay hidden beneath this facade? In the shadows, I faced formidable adversaries. Master Qin, Uncle Da, and Wu Jie, each a ruthless character in their own right. Had it not been for the covert assistance I received, I shudder to think how many times I might have met my demise. Furthermore, the short-statured Insi's request for me to assume his duties certainly seemed more complex than he had implied. After much contemplation, I concluded that it would be prudent to wait for Lin Yushuang to return with her esteemed companion, as it would bolster my confidence in confronting those lurking in the shadows. Lost in thought, my phone suddenly vibrated, drawing my attention. To my surprise, it was Qin Dong calling. I was taken aback. This fellow even called me to relieve himself. Upon answering, I quipped, what do you want? Did you fall into a latrine? After a brief pause, he replied, Dashitsi, your temper seems quite fierce today. Who has riled you? In the background, I could hear hushed whispers, as if in a classroom. A chill ran down my spine, and I felt a cold sweat form on my forehead. I inquired, Qin Dong, what is the purpose of your call? What purpose? Do you realize how many classes you've skipped? The homeroom teacher was furious just now. If you don't show up tomorrow, you'll be packing your bags. I made a concerted effort to remain composed and replied with a chuckle. Ah, I see. By the way, what have you been up to all day? In class, playing games, and sleeping. Doesn't this epitomize the quintessential life of a solitary individual? Why do you inquire about this? Oh, it's nothing. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. After I hung up the phone, my entire arm trembled, and I promptly dashed toward the nearby restroom. Damn it, I've been deceived again. The individual claiming to be Qin Dong was nothing but a ruse. The real Qin Dong had never sought me out. If that is indeed the case, then Wu Jie must have cornered me into the treacherous realm of the underworld, not with the intent to condemn me eternally, but for ulterior motives. I searched the restroom thoroughly, yet I found no trace of the imposter Qin Dong. This is bad. The fraud must have gone to relay information, and it's possible that Wu Jie and his cohorts are hastening toward my location to ambush me. A surge of alarm coursed through me, prompting an immediate flight. After some contemplation, returning to Qiu Shihong's residence would likely endanger her. Thus, I decided to head to the city god temple. After all, I am now an acting official of the underworld, a civil servant of sorts. It is unlikely that the city god would turn a blind eye to my plight. I hailed a taxi, instructing the driver, please take me to the city god temple, and do hurry. As I settled into the back seat, the vehicle sped away, yet its trajectory was not toward the temple. Irritated, I exclaimed, driver, you're heading in the wrong direction. I want to go to the city god temple. The driver, clad in a cap, paid me no heed, and it was then that I noticed the absence of interior lights and the chilling atmosphere within the cab. The car made a turn and came to a halt at a red light. As the door swung open, a handsome gentleman entered and took a seat beside me. Wu Jie, it is a pleasure to see you again. He greeted me with a subtle smile, exuding an air of sophistication. An unsettling sense of panic gripped me. This man was elusive, his capabilities unfathomable, and his intellect consistently outmatched my own. Undeniably a perilous individual, with no avenue for escape. I resolved to confront the situation head-on. Did you orchestrate the ambush on Dao Ming Yinsi? I asked, raising my voice to mask my inner trepidation. Suddenly, I recalled the incident involving the diminutive Yinsi. who had been brutally slain while all his subordinates perished. Yet he had managed to survive, hidden away in the mountains of good and evil. Perhaps his escape was not a matter of fortune, but rather a deliberate act by those who sought to facilitate a meeting between us, compelling him to divulge the subsequent events. Wu Jie rubbed his temples and replied softly, "Young Master Shi, there is no need for such anxiety. I harbor no ill will towards you. Moreover, I would not dare to raise a hand against a respected ENC." His courteous response was unexpected. Although he did not outright confess to having a hand in the ENC's demise, I could discern from his tone that he was inextricably linked to the matter. I scoffed lightly and retorted, "Heaven sees all, and you need not waste your breath with pleasantries. After traversing such a convoluted path to meet me in this manner, what is your true intention?" Indeed, young Master Shi is a person of remarkable generosity. In light of this, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. I wish to invite young Master Shi to join us in accomplishing a significant endeavor. Wu Jie spoke with sincere intent. "What grand undertaking?" I inquired, with a light chuckle. Wu Jie leaned closer, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper in my ear. "A matter of human endeavor, unseen by the heavens." His words sent a shiver down my spine, raising goosebumps across my skin. What scheme were these individuals concocting? I maintained my composure, silently analyzing the situation. It was evident that Wu Jie had come to recruit me, but why had he not done so during our initial meeting, choosing instead to approach me now? The only discernible difference was my recent visit to the mountain of good and evil, where I encountered the short-statured specter. However, I was not the only one who had ventured to the mountain of Shanshou. The impostor Qin Dong had accompanied me. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon me. At that time, Qin Dong had been in a state of unconsciousness, rendering him nearly invisible to the short specter during our conversation. Yet, upon reflection, I realized that Qin Dong was effectively functioning as a listening device at my side. The three statements imparted to me by the specter surely harbored deeper significance. Although the false Qin Dong had relayed the information he overheard to Wu Jie, I was convinced that Wu Jie had not gleaned the insights he truly sought. Chapter 77. The wise one. Thus, he began to court my favor, hoping I would align myself with him. Of course, this is merely my conjecture and cannot be guaranteed as the truth. Nevertheless, it is evident that Wu Jie's visit was not without ulterior motives. I chuckled softly and remarked, "If I were to join your ranks, there would surely be some cost involved, would there not?" Wu Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, admiringly exclaiming, "Young Master Shi is indeed an astute individual. Conversing with the astute is always a pleasure. In truth, we only ask you to perform a single task for us, to uncover the identity of the esteemed ruler mentioned by the spirit." I was suddenly filled with elation, for my suspicions were confirmed. The coveted information that Wu Jie had sought from the diminutive figure was indeed the identity of that ruler. It was no wonder that the diminutive man, in his final moments, entrusted me without revealing the ruler's identity, instead repeatedly emphasizing that the ruler would come to seek me out. I inquired, "What benefits would I gain from joining your cause?" This felt akin to a negotiation, where initially I lacked leverage, unaware of my own bargaining chips, allowing the other party to intimidate me with ease. However, the situation had now shifted. I possessed something irreplaceable, and the balance of power in this negotiation had shifted in my favor. Wu Jie extended a finger towards the sky outside the window and spoke slowly. "Do not forget the nature of your existence. Your identity as a spirit can only safeguard you temporarily. Once that esteemed ruler reclaims your identity, you will face annihilation. The benefit I offer you is eternal existence, free from the constraints of heaven and earth." I remained silent for a moment, contemplating the undeniable allure of such freedom, a life where I could indulge in chaos without fear of retribution. However, a lingering thought echoed in my mind. Is this existence truly worthwhile? I then inquired, "What would happen if I were to decline your invitation?" Wu Jie responded with a relaxed smile, as if he had anticipated my question. He spoke leisurely. "There is no need for you to hastily refuse me. Today, I merely wish to convey my goodwill. You do not yet fully comprehend who we are. There is ample time ahead, and we will have numerous opportunities to interact." With that, he concluded, "While you have arrived home, I I was taken aback by his words as the car came to a steady halt outside Qiu Shihong's villa. A cold sweat trickled down my cheek. The journey had lasted no more than 10 minutes, yet the speed at which we traveled was astonishing. Moreover, Wu Jie delivering me here was a clear indication that my every move was under his surveillance. Should I choose disobedience, he could readily use Qiu Shihong as leverage against me. The car soon departed, its faint headlights flickering in the night before vanishing completely. A chill wind swept by, sending shivers down my spine, while the streetlight cast a long shadow of my figure. Qiansheng, what are you doing standing at the door? Come inside. After an indeterminate time, I suddenly heard Qiu Shihong's voice calling me. Looking up, I saw her waving from the second-floor window, with Wang Kai lazily perched on the windowsill, seemingly harboring a grudge against me. I uttered a soft sound and gently pushed the door open, stepping inside. As I walked, I sensed my legs trembling beneath me. Honger, could you please pour me a glass of water? I settled onto the sofa, yet the pressure exerted by Wu Jie remained unrelenting, and my nerves were still tightly wound. Autumn Shihong swiftly ascended from downstairs, bringing me a glass filled with a crimson liquid. Have you encountered some trouble? Your complexion appears rather poor, she remarked. I shook my head and gulped down the entire contents of the glass. A refreshing chill cascaded down my throat, spreading throughout my body, and I felt an overwhelming sense of relief as all my tension dissipated. Furrowing my brow, I inquired, Hunger, what exactly is this drink you serve me each time? Autumn Shihong, cradling Wang Kai, sat beside me with a gentle smile. Ah, this is actually a type of red wine I brought back from abroad. Since it is summer, I have kept it chilled. A little before bedtime can aid in sleep. So is red wine, yet I could detect no hint of its flavor. Have you forgotten what I study? I added a little something to completely mask the taste of the wine, which is why you cannot discern it, she explained, collecting the glass and turning to descend the stairs. Wang Kai shook himself and followed her out. With a soft click, she closed the door behind me, extinguishing the light. My mind felt heavy and clouded, and I succumbed to slumber almost instantly. In a state of bewilderment, I seemed to have entered an ethereal realm, devoid of a sky above and land beneath, surrounded by a shroud of gray. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, and a radiant light burst forth from my forehead. In that instant, I beheld the token of the underworld bestowed upon me by the diminutive figure soaring from my brow. The token resembled a golden bird, spiraling gracefully in the air, while a cascade of characters, akin to eager little insects, scurried into my eyes. Instantly, a vast expanse of information unfolded within my mind. The underworld envoy, or Yin-Si, is akin to a ghostly messenger traversing the mortal realm, occupying a relatively minor official position. Within the hierarchy of the netherworld, the highest authority comprises 2 great emperors, followed by the 5 ghostly emperors, the 6 heavens of Luophone. The 10 halls of Yama, judges, Yin-Si, and Yin soldiers. To my astonishment, the king of hell, often referred to in our world, does not hold the highest rank. He merely oversees the underworld. Subsequently, several exclusive ghost-catching spells fell from the token, specifically 3. The ghost-repelling charm, the ghost-controlling charm, and the ghost-exterminating charm. The primary duty of the Yin-Si is to capture the lingering souls and malevolent spirits of the mortal realm, escorting them to the underworld for judgment. In the event of encountering particularly vicious specters, they may be obliterated using the ghost-exterminating charm without the necessity of transporting them to the underworld. As I grasped this knowledge, the token radiated another wave of brilliance, and I found myself enveloped in its glow, my body inexplicably compelled to practice these 3 spells. I lost track of time, and when I finally awoke from my slumber, it was already noon the following day. On an autumn evening, Hong left my lunch, her presence long vanished. Wang Kai lounged at the head of the bed, lazily basking in the sunlight, merely casting a disinterested glance at me as I busily dressed and descended the stairs. At that moment, Shunzi called to inform me that Zhou Yang had regained consciousness in the hospital, and Lin Yushuang had returned as well. A wave of elation surged within me, prompting an immediate rush to the hospital, eager to encounter the esteemed individual she had mentioned. Upon my arrival at the hospital, I discovered that Shunzi had already departed with his companions. I gently pushed open Zhou Yang's room door to find Lin Yushuang seated beside him. By the window stood an elderly man with a shock of silver hair, leaning on a cane, his gaze fixed intently outside. Lin Yushuang gestured for silence, and I was struck by the unusual stillness enveloping the room. Moments later, the old man abruptly turned to face me, his movements swift as lightning, and for an instant, I was seized by an uncanny illusion that rather than merely turning his head, another face was sprouting from the back of his skull. His penetrating gaze swept over me, exuding an aura of authority without anger. With a gentle stomp of his cane, a fierce gust of wind surged past me, and I witnessed a lock of hair near my ear abruptly severed, as if cleaved by a razor's edge. Almost immediately, a loud pop resonated from behind me, akin to the sound of something being crushed. Turning around, I was confronted by a splatter of blood on the wall, accompanied by the lifeless body of a small earthworm. No longer than my thumb, tumbling down, my eyes widened in shock, realizing that such a creature had been lurking so close to me. "You're being followed. Speak in another location." The elderly man spoke with vacant eyes. Chapter 78. The living blood spirit coffin. Lin Yushuang and I escorted Zhou Yang into the vehicle, and soon we arrived at a tranquil courtyard on the outskirts. This secluded retreat, nestled by the lakeside, appeared unremarkable from the outside. Who would have imagined that stepping inside would be akin to entering a picturesque Jiangnan water town, complete with pavilions, towers, and flowing streams at every turn? An elderly gentleman led us into the grand hall, where a butler-like figure promptly appeared, accompanied by several attendants who offered us tea and refreshments. The elder took his place in the central grand chair, exhibiting a commanding presence that contrasted with the usual slow demeanor of elders. With an authoritative tone, he instructed the attendants, "This is not your concern. Leave and guard the periphery. Not a single fly should enter this courtyard." The butler paused momentarily, bowed slightly, and with a swift gesture, the attendants hastily exited the hall, almost in a sprint. Once the others had departed, Lin Yushuang was the first to introduce us to the elder, saying, "This is Master Ling Tai, a renowned figure from Huangzuguan, and my mentor. He has come to Beichuan City primarily to assist us in investigating the underground factory." I immediately rose and respectfully greeted Master Ling Tai, stating, "Shi Qiansheng pays his respects to Master Ling Tai." Zhou Yang had regained consciousness, yet his mobility was compromised, necessitating a period of rest for complete recovery, so he remained seated, bowing towards Master Ling Tai. Master Ling Tai nodded in acknowledgement, but did not broach the topic of the factory immediately. Instead, he turned his gaze to me and spoke in a deep voice. "Yushuang has mentioned that you are quite peculiar, having lost your memory due to malevolent sorcery. You possess a pair of ghostly eyes and blood of extreme yang. Young man, come closer so I may examine you." The esteemed Ling Tai Zhen effortlessly eradicated the parasites afflicting me, undoubtedly possessing formidable powers. At this moment, he beckoned me closer, suggesting he might unravel the enigma surrounding my being. Heeding his call, I approached and expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed master." Ling Tai Zhen extended a weathered hand, gently probing my form and tracing the contours of my back, meticulously examining me from every angle. His expression shifted to one of profound astonishment, and after a prolonged silence, he proclaimed, "This is undoubtedly the handiwork of the old man Huang. You must have spent time in his company. He is utterly unhinged. He has transformed you into a living blood spirit coffin." "What?" Lin Yushuang and I exclaimed in unison. The notion that I had been fashioned into a coffin was unfathomable. "Surely," the master jested. Ling Tai Zhenren gestured for me to take a seat and continued to elucidate. "Do not fear, my young friend. Huang's techniques in coffin arts are inscrutable. I did not imply that you are a mere coffin. Rather, he has altered your body to possess the sealing abilities akin to that of a blood spirit coffin. Hence my description of you as a living embodiment of one." Although his words offered some solace, a chill still gripped me, rendering my complexion ashen. Regrettably, I could not discern the methods employed by the old man Huang. It was utterly extraordinary. Ling Tai Zhenren continued to express his admiration. The terrifying imagery of the blood spirit coffins imprisoning ghostly soldiers in Qingliang Mountain remained vividly etched in my mind. If I were indeed a blood spirit coffin, did it mean that I harbored within me the dreadful spirits of the damned? The mere thought sent a shiver down my spine. I softly inquired, Master, with your divine vision, do you not perceive if there are any unclean entities attached to me? The esteemed Master Ling Tai shook his head reassuringly. Fear not, young friend. Your body is free from malevolent spirits. Lin Yushuang regarded me with curiosity, a sly smile gracing her lips. No wonder ordinary spirits cannot harm you. It's clear now why I detect a hint of bloodshed upon you. You have been transformed by that esteemed master of the coffin arts. This girl still found amusement, while I was nearly paralyzed with fear. Since Shi Xiaoyu is associated with the old man Huang, he may be considered a kindred spirit. Thus, Yu Shuang must exercise decorum. Master Ling Tai admonished with a stern voice. Lin Yushuang promptly sealed her lips, restoring her earlier serious demeanor. Master Ling Tai continued, As for your memories, it does not appear that they have been deliberately tampered with, but rather, it seems you have endured a significant trauma. Regrettably, my abilities are insufficient to restore your recollections. A wave of despondency washed over me. Indeed, my memories remained elusive. However, I gleaned another truth. Apart from my connections with Lin Yushuang and He Kun Tai, I also had profound ties to this old man Huang. At that moment, Zhou Yang, who had been silent, interjected, May I inquire, Master, is the Huang you speak of known as Huang Rengue? Master Ling Tai paused, slightly taken aback. I do not know his true name, but I am aware that this old man, surnamed Huang, had indeed utilized the name Huang Rengue during his missions across various locales. Have you encountered this individual before? Zhou Yang shook his head and replied, I have never encountered this esteemed individual. However, my mentor, Instructor Yang, received this person's benevolence 30 years ago and recently recounted the events to me in detail. But what about the underground factory? Lin Yushuang pressed further. Zhou Yang nodded and proceeded to narrate the peculiar events of that year. Instructor Yang was a young officer at the time when an individual clad in work attire reported a case at the police station. This man, claiming to be surnamed Qin, is now known as Old Master Qin. He alleged that his wife had been murdered within the factory. Even more astonishingly, he asserted that the factory was haunted. Instructor Yang, being a passionate and spirited young man, was quick to accompany Old Master Qin to the factory upon hearing of the homicide. In the era of 30 years ago, the national system was not yet fully developed, and various towns were rife with factions. Unscrupulous employers often colluded with local thugs, withholding workers' hard-earned wages, leading to tragic outcomes that were not uncommon. Initially, it was presumed that the factory's incident was merely a result of such wrongdoing, and the notion of it being haunted was dismissed as mere superstition. However, upon Instructor Yang's arrival at the factory, he was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, subterranean. Even more bewildering was the fact that all the factory personnel denied any occurrence of a homicide and claimed no acquaintance with Old Master Qin. Enraged, Old Master Qin brandished a steel rod, threatening to retaliate. To prevent any escalation, Instructor Yang had no choice but to escort Old Master Qin away, assuring him that a thorough investigation would be conducted. Grandfather Qin's anger did not appear to be feigned. Instructor Yang suspected that perhaps the owner of the factory had distributed benefits to everyone in a bid to conceal the murder, prompting them to speak in such a manner. Regardless, it was imperative to conduct a personal investigation. That night, under the cover of darkness, Instructor Yang disguised himself and stealthily infiltrated the underground factory. Any crime scene would leave traces behind. Thus, Yang's first task was to ascertain whether a fatal incident had indeed occurred within the factory. Grandfather Qin informed him that his wife had been hanged with a rope in workshop number 3. Following the map drawn by Qin, Yang swiftly arrived at workshop number 3. However, he was perplexed to find that the main entrance was secured with an iron chain as thick as a wrist, and numerous yellow talismans were affixed to the door. The entire factory was eerily silent, allowing him to hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart. Chapter 79. The Events of That Year, Part 1. At that moment, Instructor Yang felt a chilling sensation wash over him. silently pondering whether this place was indeed haunted. However, being a former armed police officer, he naturally dismissed such superstitions and quickly regained his composure. He became increasingly convinced that workshop number 3 harbored secrets that must not be disclosed, for would not have been sealed so tightly otherwise. Instructor Yang possessed a unique lock-picking skill. No ordinary spring lock could thwart him. Eventually, he imparted this skill to Zhou Yang. After spending several minutes, Instructor Yang successfully unlocked the brass padlock, gently unfastening the chain that bound the door. Armed with only a flashlight, he ventured inside. Workshop number 3 was expansive, cluttered with large wooden boxes, and the floor was impeccably clean, nearly devoid of dust. As Instructor Yang illuminated the area with his flashlight, he indeed spotted a coiled rope hanging from a wooden beam, precisely where Grandpa Chin's wife had hanged herself. A wave of excitement surged through him. This rope could very well serve as irrefutable evidence of the factory owner's crime. With it, he could petition higher authorities to seal the factory. Once the police had full control of the premises, he had no doubt the owner would confess to his wrongdoings. Thus, the immediate priority was to swiftly retrieve the rope. Instructor Yang, agile and adept, had learned martial arts from an elderly monk in his youth, making it effortless for him to scale the high beam. He ascended with the grace of a nimble monkey, reaching the top in just a few swift movements. As he ascended the beam and carefully illuminated the area with his flashlight, he was suddenly confronted by the ghastly sight of a blood-soaked infant, grotesquely grinning at him from atop the beam. Even the battle-hardened Instructor Yang was momentarily paralyzed with terror, emitting a piercing scream as he plummeted to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, in that instant, he sensed a shadow materializing beside him. The figure loomed before him like a massive ice block, exuding an unbearable chill that sent shivers coursing through his spine. Reflexively, he directed his flashlight towards the apparition, revealing a woman with disheveled hair, skin as pale as death, and eyes like pools of blood, with a horrifying mark encircling her neck. She fixed her gaze upon Instructor Yang for a brief moment before abruptly turning and sprinting into the darkness, her voice echoing in frantic desperation. "Where are you, my son? Come to your mother." Amidst the shadows, Yang discerned a chilling, childlike voice calling out, "So fragrant flesh! I crave flesh." Overwhelmed by sheer panic, Instructor Yang found himself paralyzed, unable to flee from such a nightmarish scene. Just then, a fierce gust of wind surged in from outside, and a stout man with thick brows and deep-set eyes seized him, dragging him away. Under the sparse light of the moon, they dashed several kilometers before the man finally halted. Instructor Yang was once again taken aback. He weighed over 150 pounds. Yet this individual carried him as if he were a mere rag doll, seemingly without exertion. What was most peculiar was that this person bore a bright red coffin upon his back. Although not large, the coffin was made of iron and appeared to weigh at least 50 or 60 pounds. You certainly possess remarkable audacity. I would not dare to venture into such a place, yet you entered alone, truly a fearless newcomer. Yang recalled distinctly as the first words spoken to him by Huang Ringue. What could possibly be concealed within that place to harbor such women and infants? After they paused, Yang, still trembling from fear, spoke with a quavering voice. Under the moonlight, however, Huang Ringue furrowed his brow and said, "This is my first encounter with such bizarre phenomena. In any case, keep this matter confidential. Consider it as though nothing has transpired, especially concerning that worker named Qin. Do not engage with him." That day, Yang was indeed frightened. He recognized that this case had surpassed his capabilities. Thus, he heeded Huang Ringue's advice and returned home the following day as if nothing had happened. However, fate has a way of thwarting one's intentions, as Mr. Qin confronted him the next day, demanding to know why he had not pursued the case. Yang, mindful of Huang Ringue's warning, consistently ignored him. Infuriated by Yang's indifference, Mr. Qin began to accuse him of being inhumane and claimed that he had accepted bribes from the factory owner, failing to serve the people. On this occasion, Instructor Yang had tolerated it twice, yet Old Man Qin continued his incessant tirade, causing the neighbors to believe his words as truth. Even a vendor in the market would sneer at Instructor Yang with a disdainful remark. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Instructor Yang retorted to Old Man Qin. Do not question me. I cannot control your wife's death. Someone else has already taken over this matter. Upon hearing this, Old Man Qin abruptly wore a foolish grin and sauntered away, leaving Instructor Yang utterly perplexed. However, that very night, Instructor Yang was tormented by a nightmare, where a bloodied infant grinned at him in a haunting manner. The following morning, as he was washing up, he suddenly noticed a crimson handprint of an infant's size upon his shoulder, nearly causing him to faint from shock. Just then, a knock echoed through the door, sending Instructor Yang into a tremor of fear, too terrified to answer. It was only when a voice called out, "It's Officer Huang Ringue," opened the door, that he felt a glimmer of relief. Rushing to open the door, he found Huang Ringue looking haggard, still carrying a bright red coffin, albeit with a few faint cracks along its lid. Upon entering, Huang Ringue inquired, "Have you spoken with that man named Qin?" Instructor Yang was taken aback, feeling as though he had been caught in wrongdoing by a teacher. With a sense of shame, he nodded and said, "It is my fault. I momentarily lost control of myself. Ever since I spoke with him, I have been plagued by strange dreams, including one of a bloodied infant. Upon waking, I found a red handprint on my shoulder." "Show me," Huang Ringue immediately urged. Instructor Yang promptly tore off his shirt, and Huang Ringue's gaze narrowed in shock, as if he had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Tension gripped him as he asked, "Did you sleep with a woman last night?" Instructor Yang shook his head and replied, "I am not yet married." A sigh of relief escaped Huang Ringue, who remarked, "Thank goodness you are still single. Otherwise, you would have ended up like that person surnamed Qin." Instructor Yang, both astonished and fearful, implored, "Master Huang, what on earth is happening?" However, Huang Ringue instructed him to refrain from further inquiries and instead directed him to assist with an important task on Qingliang Mountain. Although Huang Ringue remained reticent, Instructor Yang dared not press for more details and obediently accompanied him to Qingliang Mountain. Once they arrived, Instructor Yang's sole duty was to ring the copper bell entrusted to him by Huang Ringue relentlessly at the stroke of midnight. Chapter 80. The Events of That Year, Part 2. At that moment, numerous armored skeletal soldiers surged forth from all directions, excavating the mountains and burrowing into the earth. Initially, Instructor Yang was so astonished that he scarcely dared to breathe, but gradually he acclimated and his fear diminished. These skeletal soldiers exhibited remarkable efficiency, laboring incessantly until the break of dawn, at which point they would vanish. Later, Huang Ringue informed him that these were the spectral soldiers he had summoned. When Yang encountered Huang Ringue again, it was a month later. He arrived with a fully laden truck, accompanied by several workers to assist in the endeavor. As night fell, Huang Ringue instructed everyone to commence the unloading of goods. Naturally, Instructor Yang joined in to lend a hand. When the tarpaulin of the truck was lifted, he discovered it was filled with vivid red coffins. Once all the coffins were carried to the cavern of Qingliang Mountain, Huang Ringue commanded that the contents be emptied into a large pit. Upon witnessing the macabre sight, Instructor Yang was overtaken by nausea, for the coffins contained the remains of the workers from the underground factory, most of whom were tragically dismembered. "Are they all dead?" Instructor Yang stared wide-eyed at Huang Ringue. Huang Ringue gazed upon the lifeless bodies with a heavy sigh, expressing his regret. "I could only save these few behind me. The others were beyond rescue." "How could they all perish? Who was responsible for this?" Instructor Yang had never encountered such a plethora of corpses in his life, and he collapsed to the ground, lost in a daze. "It was not without reason that you are involved." A man behind Huang Ringue suddenly glared fiercely at Instructor Yang, uttering words filled with resentment. "Do not speak nonsense. This matter has nothing to do with him," Huang Ringue immediately retorted. Instructor Yang's heart sank. He realized that his disregard for warnings and conversation with old Master Qin might be connected to the current situation. Turning to Huang Ringue, he felt his knees with a thud, pointing at himself and asking, "Is it because of me?" However, Huang Ringue promptly interrupted him, saying, "Do not let your thoughts wander. I've already stated that this matter does not concern you." Subsequently, Huang Ringue led Instructor Yang to a secluded spot and spoke privately. "We shall part ways tonight. The underground factory has been shut down by me. You will remain in Beichuan City to closely monitor that location. Should there be any signs of activity, contact me immediately. I will provide you with a number shortly. In that era, possessing a telephone number was indeed a rarity. The entire police station had only 2 telephones, yet Huang Renge possessed a personal number. Although Huang Renge never revealed his identity, in that moment, Instructor Yang understood that the origins of this man surpassed his wildest imagination. After parting ways with Huang Renge, Instructor Yang remained dutiful, yet the following decades passed without incident. The once secluded town transformed into bustling streets, and the former underground factory metamorphosed into a funeral home. It was not until 10 years ago that Instructor Yang noticed old Master Qin's presence at the funeral home, which astonished him greatly. He immediately contacted Huang Renge for the first time, but Huang Renge advised him to disregard it. For years ago, a group of individuals approached with substantial sums of money, seeking to extract information from Instructor Yang regarding events of that year. Naturally, Instructor Yang vehemently denied any knowledge, asserting that he was unaware of anything. The group, not wishing to impose further, departed shortly thereafter. However, from that moment on, Instructor Yang was unable to re-establish contact with Huang Renge. A month ago, while patrolling the number 3 bridge in Beichuan City, Instructor Yang was suddenly ambushed and killed, later discarded into the river. It was after this tragic fate that his spirit encountered Uncle Da and his companions. Zhou Yang recounted Instructor Yang's ordeal in its entirety, leaving us astonished and contemplative. Master Ling Tai lifted his teacup, taking a delicate sip, and then began to tap his fingers rhythmically on the table, lost in deep thought for a considerable time before speaking. So, it turns out that old Huang encountered such a formidable predicament back then. But why did he not seek our assistance? Why did he choose to vanish mysteriously without imparting any information to us? What indeed was old Huang up to? Lin Yushuang interjected, "Master, do you know what kind of infant Taoist Huang encountered back then?" "I'm not entirely certain what it was," he replied, "but it bears some resemblance to the rumored ghostly infant. However, according to what Mr. Qin mentioned, the underground factory was involved in mass packaging of such infants, which is rather hard to believe. Regardless, we shall soon find out for ourselves. By the way, I discover a map of the factory from that time at my teacher's residence. My mobility is limited, and thus I cannot accompany you. But this is the only way I can assist you." Zhou Yang extracted a weathered piece of yellowed parchment from his pocket. As I approached for a closer look, I realized that the factory beneath was quite substantial, boasting 3 floors. "Yushuang, you need not feel any guilt. This matter is not yours to shoulder. Your provision of this map is already a tremendous favor," Zhou Yang remarked. "Thank you for your understanding, esteemed one." Zhou Yang would like to offer tea in place of wine, wishing you 3 a triumphant start and a swift discovery of the true mastermind behind this affair. Zhou Yang lifted his teacup, and I followed suit. Suddenly, I noticed a small note nestled inside my cup, inscribed with the words, "Do not speak further." My gaze sharpened. Who was it that cautioned me? I had intended to inform Ling Tai Junren about Wu Jie after Zhou Yang finished speaking. Yet someone now urged me to remain silent. "Sure, Xiaoyu, this journey to the underground factory is fraught with uncertainty. Would you be willing to accompany us?" I nodded and replied, "Of course, I would be willing." "That is splendid to hear. If there are no other matters at hand, prepare well and meet me here tomorrow to enter the underground factory together." I assured him that I had no issues and would certainly arrive on time. Ling Tai Junren nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to return to his quarters, while Zhou Yang was escorted away by the butler. Lin Yushuang, however, followed me outside, claiming she wished to see me off. "Has anything untoward occurred in the past few days?" As we walked, she scrutinized me curiously. "No, everything has been quite fine," I replied. In my heart, I couldn't help but sigh. Why was this girl gazing at me in such a manner? Could she possibly have discerned my earlier hesitation? Is it truly so? Do you still recall the yellow talisman I gave you? Lin Yushuang stood before me, hands clasped behind her back, her large eyes fixed intently upon me. So, this was the matter at hand. I exhaled in relief and replied with a smile, "I have indeed utilized your yellow talisman, and my girlfriend is doing well. It was merely my own unfounded worries." "Impossible. Your girlfriend must not be human. You have undoubtedly been deceived by her. Lin Yushuang suddenly reacted with fervor. Suppressing my inner frustration, I patiently said, "Why are you so obstinate? I truly did use your yellow talisman. If you do not believe me, accompany me to my home right now." However, Lin Yushuang turned her head away and coldly huffed. "Not going. I am busy preparing for my factory entry." "Then go ahead and be busy. I shall see you tomorrow." Initially, I had wished to reminisce with her, yet now I found myself devoid of any inclination to continue the conversation. Yet, Lin Yushuang once again obstructed my path, stepping closer and asserting, "You are still concealing something from me. You cannot deceive me." Upon hearing her words, I immediately turned away, observing her retreating figure. There was an enigmatic quality about her that left me perplexed. Was she attempting to extract information from me? Or did she genuinely suspect that I was withholding the truth regarding Wu Jie? Chapter 81. Wu Jie also arrives regarding myself. Although I firmly believe I am not a ghost, I must admit that I am not an ordinary person. Mysteriously, I found myself in Beichuan City, and the heavens immediately bestowed upon me an incredible fortune. I am an esteemed student at Beichuan University, blessed with a stunning girlfriend whom all men envy, and under the protection of the powerful Chiu family. In simpler terms, I possess power, influence, and allure. However, I find myself reluctant to attend classes, unable to be with my girlfriend, and the Chiu family's protection seems of little consequence. What is this? A grand fortune that cannot be savored, leaving me in distress. Thus, I suddenly feel that the heavens are just. A windfall may not always signify good fortune. As I walked towards the residence of the revered Ling Tai, I pondered the events that had unfolded recently, possessing a peculiar intuition that within that underground factory, I might uncover clues about my true self. Beep beep. Two faint honks sounded behind me. I turned to see a silver Bentley come to a gentle halt. The window rolled down, revealing none other than Wu Jie. A wave of unease washed over me. Why was he seeking me again? Wu Jie greeted me with a friendly wave, appearing remarkably amiable, as if we were longtime acquaintances. "Good morning, young Master Shi. What a coincidence to run into you. Please get in. I'll give you a ride." He replied coldly, "I am sorry, but I am not familiar with you, and the place I am heading is not one that welcomes you." Wu Jie maintained his cheerful demeanor, responding, "How could young Master Shi say such a thing? Soon, we may become mere passers-by. It would be wise to set aside any grudges between us. Moreover, how can you be so certain that our destinations differ?" Upon hearing this, I was momentarily taken aback. What did Wu Jie mean? Was it possible that he was also involved in the expedition to the underground factory? With a stern expression, I entered his vehicle, eager to discern his true intentions. Seated in the passenger seat, I refrained from disclosing my destination. Yet Wu Jie drove directly towards the residence of Ling Tai Zhenren. "Have you forgotten? My father also met an untimely demise. I am more anxious than anyone else to uncover the murderer responsible for his death within that underground factory," Wu Jie stated calmly. I was taken aback, glancing at him inquisitively, and asked, "Are you suggesting that Ling Tai Zhenren has also invited you?" He shook his head, clarifying, "It is not he who invited me, but rather I who am voluntarily assisting him in this matter." His tone was sincere, leaving me perplexed. During our previous encounter, Wu Jie had exuded an air of enigma and malevolence. Yet today, he appeared exceedingly genuine and courteous. What schemes lay hidden within his heart? With a hint of menace in my voice, I cautiously probed, "Are you not concerned that I might reveal to Ling Tai Zhenren your covert machinations against the underworld and the monumental conspiracy you are orchestrating?" Wu Jie maintained a calm demeanor, his smile unwavering. "I've already stated that I lack the audacity to conspire against the Yinsi. Moreover, should you choose to report me, your own identity as a Yinsi would be compromised, with dire consequences. Young Master Shi, I have consistently aided you, and you must not be ungrateful." "Dire consequences? Why do you say that?" I inquired. "The Daoming Yinsi would go to great lengths to conceal his own demise, merely to appoint you as his proxy Yinsi. Do you not find this peculiar?" I was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the good and evil mountain already lies within the realm of the underworld. Why would he not confront Yan Wang directly to report the abduction, instead of allowing me to roam the mortal realm in his guise. Yesterday, the one who left me the note was you, wasn't it? I stated. Wu Jian nodded. Young master, sure. I am a friend you can trust. I would never harm you. A transcendent being like Ling Tai can traverse freely between the realms of the living and the dead. Should he discover your status as a Yinsi, he would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly, revealing this matter to all within the underworld. In such a scenario, all that Dao Ming has orchestrated would be in vain. I had to concede that Wu Jie presented a compelling argument. On the surface, I began to trust him, yet I understood that his elaborate schemes were ultimately aimed at drawing me into their fold, with the true intention of compelling me to assist them in locating the enigmatic Ling Jun mentioned by the diminutive Yinsi. The vehicle soon arrived at the entrance of Ling Tai's courtyard. From a distance, Lin Yushuang spotted me and, upon seeing me walking alongside Wu Jie, appeared thoroughly astonished. She swiftly pulled me aside and exclaimed, "Young man, how is it that you are walking with this person?" I retorted, "Do you know him?" Lin Yushuang nodded slightly, revealing that this individual possessed a brilliant mind, having garnered numerous international awards in electronic technology design. However, his ideas were exceedingly radical. On several occasions, he had proposed the use of technology to transform corpses into biochemical weapons, and even suggested converting ghosts into weapons. A chill instantly crept down my spine as I inquired, "Is he also affiliated with your department?" Lin Yushuang shook her head and replied, "No, I became acquainted with him when he came to our department to give a lecture. However, due to his extremely radical ideology, our minister rejected him. I never expected to encounter him here." At that moment, Wu Jie approached us, exuding the demeanor of a humble and courteous gentleman. He politely addressed Lin Yushuang, saying, "Miss Lin, it has been 3 years. You have become even more graceful." Lin Yushuang snorted disdainfully, sharply turning her head away, and declared, "I have no desire to converse with a madman." "Yushuang, how can you speak like that? Mister, Wu is a distinguished guest invited by our minister to assist us. You must not be rude." Quickly apologized to him. I was taken aback to find Ling Tai Junren standing behind us, accompanied by 7 or 8 attendants, rather than mere attendants. These individuals resembled elite soldiers from a special forces unit, fully armed, wearing gas masks, and equipped with short blades and communication devices. They bore bronze-colored machine guns slung over their shoulders, and their chests were adorned with long strings of ammunition. The sight of a white-haired elder leading a cadre of modern soldiers was truly astonishing. Lin Yushuang remained silent in her protest, still coldly turning her back on Wu Jie. Instead, Wu Jie chuckled softly and remarked, "You jest, esteemed master. Miss Lin possesses a candid and unpretentious nature, far superior to those conventional women who are often coy and affected. It is only in the presence of a distinguished figure like yourself that one can encounter such a unique temperament. What offense can there be?" Ling Tai Junren burst into hearty laughter, expressing his admiration for Mr. Wu's humility. "My wayward disciple's ignorance is a reflection of my inadequate guidance. I apologize for any amusement I may have caused you, Mr. Wu." The two exchanged a flurry of compliments before Ling Tai Junren turned his gaze towards me and said, "Ah, Youngstone has also arrived. Quickly, someone bring him a set of gear." At once, the steward presented me with a neatly folded, substantial military uniform, which appeared to weigh around 10 pounds. However, cradling it in my hands felt surprisingly light. This garment had undergone special treatment, ensuring that no malevolent forces could approach me while wearing it. Moreover, the underground factory has been sealed for 30 years, shrouded in miasma. Upon our entry, we will promptly secure the factory doors, preventing the release of any hazardous substances. Thus, this attire will also shield you from the corrosive effects of the noxious vapors, Lin Yushuang explained attentively. Chapter 82. Re-entering the funeral home, I was taken aback by the remarkable quality of the equipment from their department. Upon donning the attire, it fit me perfectly. Lin Yushuang handed me a submachine gun along with a lengthy array of magazines. She then pointed to a circular dial near the gun's bolt, explaining that this device was adjustable. When set to red, it would fire real bullets, while switching to blue would unleash spirit-piercing rounds, specifically designed to target malevolent entities. I was astounded by the ingenuity of such equipment, marveling at the fact that in this day and age, one could combat apparitions with bullets. Indeed, technology had transformed not only the world, but also traditional methods of exorcism. Curiously, I inquired why she had never worn such gear, pondering that had we possessed this equipment at Qingliang Mountain, confronting Uncle Da would have been far less arduous. "Brother, are you new here? Have you not considered who Miss Lin is? She is the chief disciple of the Spirit Platform Master. How could she possibly engage with us novices?" At that moment, a fully armed soldier patted me on the shoulder. He had a rather rotund figure, appearing like an oversized man from a distance, and was grinning obsequiously at Lin Yushuang. "Get away! You're repulsive," Lin Yushuang coldly retorted. The plump soldier hastily scurried off. I found it perplexing how such individuals were even accepted into our department. Lin Yushuang expressed her discontent. Throughout that morning, she diligently instructed me on marksmanship and the proper use of this extraordinary equipment. Ling Tai Junren and Wu Jie had been engaged in discussion within the confines of the room, the subject of their conversation remaining a mystery. As the sun reached its zenith, Ling Tai Junren emerged, issuing a command. "The time has come. Let us proceed to the funeral home." Upon arrival, Ling Tai Junren was the first to alight from the vehicle. It had been some time since his last visit, and the funeral home appeared desolate, strewn with a multitude of delicate twigs and withered yellow leaves, exuding an air of melancholy and desolation. The perimeter of the funeral home was cordoned off with emergency construction barriers, indicating that Lin Yushuang and her companions had adequately prepared for this occasion. As the group followed Ling Tai Junren into the funeral home, they traversed a lengthy corridor, once again encountering the formidable iron door that had nearly cost me my life. Lin Yushuang gently pulled open the iron door, revealing that the massive propeller had been dismantled, replaced by an elongated metal pipe. She was the first to leap down, and we followed closely behind. After sliding a short distance, we landed in a room the size of a basketball court, where a colossal stone door awaited us. It was adorned with the fierce visage of a dragon, its surface covered in talismans. The dragon's mouth was agape, within which lay a stone platform featuring a Taiji symbol. On this platform was a groove resembling a bending fish. This immediately reminded me of the fish-shaped key we had retrieved from Qingliang Mountain. I surmised that it was here, upon encountering the stone door, that Lin Yushuang had previously turned back to guide us to Qingliang Mountain. Old Huang had indeed spared no expense in employing the dragon head seal. Upon beholding the stone door, Ling Tai could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He then raised his hand to signal us to retreat, extracting a box containing the enigmatic fish known as Buming Yuan. With his right hand elegantly poised like a delicate flower, he gestured above the box before gently tapping it, causing the box to spring open with a resonant sound. Instantly, a deep azure light emanated from within. To our astonishment, the master had arrived, capable of invoking Taoist magic without the need for blood as an offering. This must indeed be what the Taoists refer to as the realm of the celestial human. Wu Jie could not help but applaud in admiration. Naturally, the master's profound skills were boundless. With his presence, those harboring ill intentions would be wise to reconsider their thoughts. Lin Yushuang spoke pointedly towards Wu Jie without reservation. "I have learned much," Wu Jie replied with a subtle smile. At that moment, Ling Tai reverently placed the Buming Yuan fish upon the Tai Chi stone platform, slightly crouching as his hands moved gracefully, akin to the practice of Tai Chi, revolving slowly. I could feel a heavy atmospheric pressure emanating from beneath his feet, compelling us to retreat several paces. "The universe is boundless. The heavens and earth lend their power. Commence," Ling Tai declared with authority. As the Tai Chi stone platform began to rotate slowly, emitting a soft grinding sound reminiscent of a millstone. Accompanying this was the rumbling sound of the stone door's internal mechanism. As I glanced upward, I noticed the dragon head atop the stone door gradually closing. Once the dragon's mouth sealed, it retreated inward, as if it were contracting, swiftly leaving a narrow opening barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. In an instant, a strong gust of ominous wind surged forth from the crevice, accompanied by a pungent odor of mildew. Just a whiff of it sent my stomach churning, prompting me to hastily don my mask, which alleviated my discomfort somewhat. The brilliance of the spirit I flickered, and with a flourish of my sleeve, 4 colorful spirit flags soared into the air. After spinning a few times, they settled into the corners of the room. The triangular banners stood firmly on the ground, rustling vigorously in the eerie wind, yet remaining upright, which filled me with astonishment. I had already laid out a protective array around us. Now, it was time for Mr. Wu to conduct his assessment. The spirit eye opened the crevice. I had initially thought Wu Jie would enter alone, but to my surprise, he sat down and opened his suitcase, revealing a few mechanical birds the size of fists, a computer, and a remote control. I inwardly marveled at the ingenuity of using machinery for the investigation. Wu Jie extended the antenna from the remote and pressed a few buttons. The mechanical birds flapped their wings twice before darting into the narrow opening. He then opened his laptop, and a graphical interface appeared on the screen, initiating the creation of a 3D dotted map. In no time, the layout of the entire underground factory was vividly displayed. I was genuinely impressed. The advancements in technology were astounding, rendering the map provided by Zhou Yang the previous day virtually useless. I have synchronized these maps to your receivers. Please check them. Wu Jie stated calmly. I promptly retrieved the device from my waist, its screen illuminating the entire map, clearly displaying our current location, alongside several red dots. As I moved slightly, one of the red dots shifted in tandem, indicating that these dots represented us. Now, please don your headsets, activate the voice function, and verify the clarity of our communication. Headsets? I tilted my head and searched for a while, eventually spotting a petite earbud nestled at the collar of my attire. Upon placing it in my ear, I could distinctly hear the conversations of my companions, devoid of any static. My mechanical avian has detected the internal power system. If all is in order, we may proceed. I will alert you to any imminent dangers, Wu Jie declared with unwavering confidence. Though his assurance implied he would not descend with us. Master Lingtai cleared his throat, dispensing with superfluous conversation, and commanded, "Follow me." With that, he bent and entered the crevice first. Upon entering, I observed that the dragon-shaped door had completely shifted inside. Once everyone had crossed the threshold, Lingtai pushed the door back into place, sealing the gap with a decisive click. "Mr. Wu, please guard the entrance. Under no circumstances should you open it without my command." Lingtai instructed. "Rest assured, Master. I shall oversee everything outside," Wu Jie affirmed earnestly. Having confirmed our arrangements, we began to delve deeper within. Chapter 83. Entering the factory with the aid of the flashlight's glow, I discerned that we were traversing a corridor of iron, its surface marred by rust and intermittently emitting a creaking metallic sound. The surrounding darkness rendered this noise particularly eerie. This first level appeared to be the staff dormitory. By passing through the washroom ahead, we would soon encounter the distribution room. The voice of Wu Jie reached my ears, prompting us to quicken our pace, and indeed, we soon beheld the distribution room. Upon entering, we encountered an antiquated diesel generator, accompanied by several barrels of oil. I located the lever, and with the collective effort of the group, the diesel engine roared to life. Instantly, the entire underground factory was illuminated, and as we surveyed the bright surroundings, the tension that had gripped us began to dissipate. However, abruptly, Ling Tai issued a sharp command. Everyone remained still and silent. Ling Tai had always been our pillar of strength, and his sudden exclamation startled me, causing my entire body to shudder. The headset was filled with the sound of several individuals breathing rapidly, suggesting they were even more anxious than I. We all held our breaths, paralyzed with fear. Ling Tai, resembling a meditative monk, closed his eyes tightly, his ears slightly quivering as if he were straining to catch the faintest sounds in the vicinity. I, perplexed, observed the diesel generator rumbling loudly. It seemed improbable that anything could be discerned amidst such noise. Yet, moments later, Ling Tai's eyes flew open, his expression dark and foreboding. As he instructed us to head to the adjacent washroom, the old man moved with remarkable speed, as if propelled by the wind, and in an instant he dashed out. We hastily rushed into the washroom, and upon entering, I was immediately struck by the sight of elongated mirrors adorning the walls. their surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Below them, a row of faucets stood, ensnared in cobwebs, while at the very bottom lay a cement sink, filled with a plethora of moldy grime. As I pondered the purpose of our visit to this place, led by Ling Taijianren, I suddenly noticed the row of faucets, each dripping steadily, the sound echoing in the emptiness of the washroom, drip, drop, drip, resonating through the air. The sink was dry, and had the faucets been dripping for any length of time, it would surely have formed a small stream by now. Clearly, the dripping had only commenced upon our entrance. The few individuals beside me had instinctively positioned themselves back to back, on high alert, indicating that they too had sensed the peculiar shift in the atmosphere. One particularly rotund fellow had unhesitatingly nestled himself behind me. I felt an urge to kick him. His cowardice was astonishing, and I found myself questioning how he had even entered this department. Lin Yushuang stood beside me, whispering, "Use your eyes, observe your surroundings closely." I nodded, my eyes wide open, yet after surveying the area, I found nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Ling Taijianren remained in the center of the room, as still as a statue, enveloped in an eerie silence. Who had closed the door upon our entry? Moments later, with his eyes closed, Ling Taijianren spoke slowly and powerfully, uttering a phrase that hung in the air. We all turned our gazes, realizing that the iron door had been firmly secured at some unknown moment. Each of us exchanged glances, insisting it was not our doing. "Mr. Wu, did you see who closed the door?" inquired Master Ling Tai. The feed I received indicated that the door was closed by Lin Yushuang. Wu Jie stated through the earpiece. "You must be mistaken. I entered with my master and have been standing here ever since." "It couldn't possibly be me," Lin Yushuang retorted angrily. Despite her vehement denial, a palpable fear caused those around her to instinctively retreat 3 feet away. One individual even raised their weapon, aiming it at her. "It's not her. There's another Lin Yushuang outside, and she is about to flee. Hurry, apprehend her," Wu Jie exclaimed excitedly through the earpiece. At that very moment, a burly man behind me dashed forward, urging me to step aside. Almost simultaneously, Master Ling Tai shouted, "Come back. You've been deceived." With a swift motion, he stepped forth like a gust of wind. I could only see a fleeting shadow before he intercepted the man, pulling him back with a flick of his sleeve. Throughout the entire exchange, Master Ling Tai kept his eyes closed, yet it was as if he could perceive everything around him with clarity. He then glared, reprimanding us. "What did I tell you upon our arrival? In the factory, you must heed my every command. Did I instruct you to act?" After Ling Taijianren concluded his words, he tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve and dipped it in water before throwing it towards the iron door. At the very moment the cloth made contact with the door, a series of electric sparks erupted, and the cloth emitted a sharp hissing sound, ultimately igniting into a small flame. This spectacle caused many onlookers to swallow nervously. The iron door had been electrified. The ability to instantly penetrate the wet cloth clearly indicated the presence of high-voltage electricity. From this moment forth, immediately remove your earpieces and do not trust a single word. The ability to silently control our earpieces under my very nose is a clear indication that the opposing force is formidable, Ling Tai stated emphatically. The burly man on the ground, terrified, yanked off his headphones and fervently bowed in gratitude to Ling Tai, exclaiming, "Thank you for your timely intervention, esteemed Jinren." Thus, it follows that the previous assertion from the earpiece regarding Lin Yushuang closing the door was undoubtedly a deliberate deception. Just then, a torrent of clear water suddenly gushed forth from the faucets, akin to a dam being released. Dozens of faucets simultaneously unleashed a deluge, and in the blink of an eye, the water overflowed the sink, cascading towards us across the floor. I rushed to the faucet, twisting the knob vigorously, but the water refused to cease. I shook my head at Lin Yushuang and the others, signaling that the water could not be turned off, and they turned their gazes back towards the iron door. The door was quite low, and given the rapid flow of water, it was estimated that within 10 minutes, the water would inundate the threshold. Moreover, although the cement walls are non-conductive, once the room becomes saturated with moisture, it is likely that we shall meet our demise from high voltage before the water even reaches the iron door. Perhaps we should use explosives to breach the iron door. suggested one individual. Ling Tai Junren nodded in agreement, and the burly man beside him immediately hurled a grenade at the door. With a resounding explosion, a wave of scorching air reverberated back. Once the smoke and dust settled, the iron door remained unyielding, while the wall adjacent to it had merely succumbed to superficial damage, revealing a steel plate beneath the surface. I noticed Ling Tai Junren's surprise. It seemed even he had not anticipated the room's formidable construction. We found ourselves utterly ensnared within a veritable fortress, with death inching ever closer, causing a sense of unease to tighten in my chest. Just as we were at a loss for what to do, a sudden click echoed, and the iron door inexplicably swung open. Standing at the entrance was Wu Jie. Jinren, my mechanical bird has been damaged by some unknown force, and I was unable to contact you. Unable to shake my concern, I rushed in to find you. Wu Jie panted. How wonderful. Mr. Wu, your timing is impeccable. You have saved us. Many exclaimed in jubilation. Yet, Ling Tai Junren remained furrowed in thought, showing no sign of relief from the ordeal. Ultimately, he remarked with a hint of resignation, your arrival was indeed timely. Chapter 84. The lantern of human heads Wu Jie stood at the entrance like a savior, which once again led me to question, could it be that Wu Jie is truly a virtuous man? Yet, the Wu Jie I had known before was enigmatic, cunning, and adept at schemes. How could he suddenly assume the guise of a benevolent figure today? Surely, the Wu Jie I had encountered at different times could not be the same person. Master Ling Tai, with hands clasped behind his back, gradually approached Wu Jie, bowing slightly as he spoke. The path ahead is fraught with peril. Mr. Wu, as you are not a member of our department, there is no need for you to accompany us into danger. Wu Jie glanced towards the end of the corridor and replied, my purpose in coming here is to assist everyone. However, my equipment has been damaged. If I remain above, I will be of no help at all. It would be better for me to descend and venture deeper into this factory with you. Perhaps I can contribute in some way. Master Ling Tai smiled gently. Say, Mr. Wu, your noble intentions are commendable. This old Taoist is truly impressed. Lin Yushuang muttered a low, derisive comment. She then approached with a stern expression and inquired, Wu, how did you disable the high-voltage electricity on this iron door? Wu Jie chuckled nonchalantly. Miss Lin, have you forgotten what my field of study is? Although I'm not an expert in electricity, a few high-voltage wires are hardly a challenge for me. With that, he waved his hand, and I noticed he was wearing a pair of white gloves. These gloves were non-conductive and, after my modifications, could swiftly diagnose circuit malfunctions. Wearing them allowed me to easily cut off the current. Rainfrost, why have you spoken so disrespectfully to Mr. Wu again? If you continue to behave in such an irreverent manner, you shall no longer accompany me, remarked the stern Ling Tai Junren, resembling a strict instructor. Lin Yushuang let out a soft "oh," then turned to Wu Jie to utter an apology before returning to stand beside me. It was evident that she held a profound reverence for Ling Tai Junren's words. The others cast glances at their companions, and if few remained, they pressed on. Ling Tai beckoned and, taking the lead, ventured deeper inside. Passing by the washroom and the electrical room, we found ourselves on the first level of the basement, which was entirely comprised of staff quarters, each entrance secured by heavy iron doors. The sight of such formidable doors instilled an unspoken sense of pressure within me, indicating that those who designed and constructed these quarters must have been acutely aware of the dreadfulness lurking beneath the factory, hence the robust fortification of the rooms. Seizing a moment when others were distracted, I leaned toward Lin Yushuang and whispered, Do you know anything about Wu Jie's parents? Lin Yushuang furrowed her delicate brows and replied, Why are you inquiring about his parents? I recall that both of them were scientists, but it seems they have been deceased for many years. A jolt ran through me, and I instinctively glanced at Wu Jie's back. It was astonishing that Lin Yushuang's enigmatic department was unaware that Wu Jie's father, Wu Guojiang, was the proprietor of this very factory years ago. This revelation was utterly unexpected, yet it also suggested that Wu Jie's family background had been manipulated. But why would he divulge such information to me alone? I inquired once more, Do you know if the name Wu Guojiang belongs to any of the 3 victims from Beichuan City? Lin Yushuang shook her head and replied, No. Where did you come across that name? Since it's a surname Wu, It wouldn't be related to Wu Jia, would it? Just as I was about to elaborate, Wu Jia unexpectedly approached me. The path ahead had come to an end. Master Ling Tai instructed us to turn back. No path left? This cannot be true. Lin Yushuang expressed her disbelief. Wu Jia sighed and said helplessly, "From the images I transmitted earlier, there is a staircase leading to the second level of the underground factory at the end of this corridor, but Master and I have thoroughly inspected it, and the staircase is nowhere to be found." The moment Wu Jia spoke, a palpable unease settled over those around us, and they began to tremble. What on earth is happening? I was genuinely perplexed. This group seemed exceedingly timid. How had Master Ling Tai brought such a contingent? Lin Yushuang seemed to perceive my confusion and explained, "These individuals are a fresh batch recruited by the department, accompanying Master Ling Tai for their internship. This is their inaugural experience with such a task." Internship? I was taken aback, utterly a loss for words. I exclaimed, "You must be joking. To send a group of utterly inexperienced interns to such a perilous place is nothing short of a death sentence. If they die, so be it." Lin Yushuang spoke with an air of calmness, ultimately adding, "I have gone through the same. Typically, our department recruits merely 100 newcomers each year, and it would be considered fortunate if 5 managed to remain by the end." I inquired, "What about the remaining 95? Lin Yushuang narrowed her eyes into slits and replied with a smile, "They all perished. Some met their demise during missions, others succumbed to fear and took their own lives, while a few withdrew out of cowardice." Perplexed, I asked if they withdrew, why did they still die? Lin Yushuang pressed her lips together and remarked, "Our department cannot be known to the outside world. Those who withdrew." She left her sentence hanging, merely mimicking a gesture of slitting her throat. A shiver coursed through me, and cold sweat broke out upon my skin. This department, which I had once admired and deemed formidable, now appeared to be ruthlessly cruel, treating individuals as mere commodities rather than human beings. There was also a saying within their ranks that each person was someone who had bargained for their life from the King of Hell. Wu Jia added half-jokingly from the side. No sooner had he spoken than a loud scream pierced the eerie silence of the basement. "What is that?" Instinctively, I turned towards the sound, only to see someone pointing upwards. Above us dangled a red lantern, containing an indistinct object within. I stared at the vague silhouette for a moment, suddenly recoiling in horror. If I was not mistaken, it appeared to be a human head encased within. The sudden turn of events sent a wave of panic through the ranks, as numerous individuals simultaneously raised their weapons, poised to transform the lantern into a mere sieve at a command from Ling Tai Junren. "What a ghost!" Someone stammered from the crowd, trembling with fear. Ling Tai Junren lifted his head slightly, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he said, "Let someone retrieve it." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their astonishment palpable. Even through the mask, I could envision their faces, pale with fright. It became evident to me that Ling Tai Junren was not only investigating this factory, but also training these novices, exhibiting a remarkable composure that revealed his utter lack of fear regarding this underground establishment. Silence enveloped the group as we exchanged glances, but at that moment, someone unexpectedly shoved me forward, causing me to stumble 2 steps ahead. Upon noticing my movement, Ling Tai Junren expressed his satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, it appears that Shi Xiaoyu possesses exceptional courage, far surpassing the individuals I brought along." I felt as though I were turning to stone, bewildered by the identity of my unseen assailant. Glancing back, I discovered that the culprit was none other than the rotund figure of a hefty man. Chapter 85. Turmoil in my heart. I cursed this fellow's ancestors for generations, while contemplating how to remove the lantern. Since I had already stepped forward into this predicament, I had no choice but to confront it head-on. After all, I was now a ghostly figure, and I could no longer afford to act with trepidation as I once did. The red lantern hung approximately 50 centimeters above my head, with my height. I could just reach it on tiptoe, making the act of removing it seemingly simple. However, the challenge lay in the iron chains that tightly bound the lantern to its hook. As I approached the lantern, the crowd instinctively retreated a distance from me. Though I had not felt particularly fearful, their collective withdrawal instilled a sense of foreboding, as if some ill fate were about to befall me. This sudden shift made my heart race uncontrollably. To alleviate my anxiety, I chose a position further back from which I could only see the back of the head. Don't be afraid. Qinsheng, both I and the master are here. Should anything unforeseen occur, we will act immediately, Lin Yushuang encouraged me. I expressed my gratitude with a simple thank you, then rose on my toes, pressing my hands against the sides of the lantern. In an instant, the head within the lantern turned to face me. The thin red silk of the lantern could scarcely conceal what lay within, and in that fleeting moment, a woman's face emerged before my eyes. The visage appeared vividly red, almost as if alive, especially her strikingly crimson lips, which were captivating. Yet, her eyes were filled with deep sorrow and resentment. Upon meeting her gaze, it felt as though she longed to devour me whole. I was startled and let out a scream, my hands retracting as if jolted by electricity. Had she moved? No. Take a closer look, Lin Yushuang insisted. Claiming there was no movement, I turned to Wu Jie and Ling Taijinren, both of whom shook their heads. A wave of unease washed over me. Could it be that I was merely imagining things? I tilted my head to observe once again, and indeed, there was no change. The lantern still displayed the silhouette of a woman's head from behind. Taking a deep breath, I recalled the exorcism incantation inscribed on the ghost command token. If an unexpected event were to occur, it would serve as a perfect opportunity to test the newly acquired spell. This time, however, the process went remarkably smoothly. With a gentle upward push, I removed the red lantern and brought it before Ling Taijinren, declaring, "Master, here is the lantern you requested." Ling Taijinren lifted the lantern's cover, revealing indeed a woman's severed head within. Yet, her skin was a dark, shriveled hue, akin to desiccated bean curd skin, leaving little more than a mere fade. Her eye sockets were deeply sunken, and her lips had completely rotted away, exposing a row of toothless gums, suggesting she had been dead for at least a decade or more. Ling Taijinren grasped the head with one hand, adjusting it slightly before abruptly tossing it to a newcomer beside him. Don't let Shi Xiaoyu do everything. Pry open this woman's mouth and see if her tongue is still intact. The individual received the head as though it were a ticking bomb, stammering, "Why yes, master." I watched as he extended a trembling finger, slowly inserting it into the mouth and stirring it about, only to report there's no tongue. Direct your mouth towards hers and exhale 3 breaths, commanded the esteemed Ling Tai. The individual hesitated, unable to bring himself to comply. One cannot truly blame him. The woman's visage was a grotesque sight, having decayed and withered to such an extent that even a mere glance could induce nausea. Were I in his position, I would resolutely refuse, for the thought of such proximity would haunt me for a lifetime. Nevertheless, I found myself perplexed as to why the master insisted on this peculiar act of mouth-to-mouth respiration. This practice, known as releasing yang energy, is rooted in the belief that individuals who die harbor immense resentment, and even in death, their remains can retain a significant amount of this malevolent energy. This so-called resentment energy, commonly referred to as corpse energy, intensifies in accordance with the degree of bitterness the deceased experienced in life. When ordinary people are afflicted by such energies, they often succumb to various ailments. Thus, directing yang energy into the deceased's mouth is typically intended to disperse this oppressive resentment. Lin Yushuang placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder and elucidated this concept. I was taken aback, astonished by such a notion. However, the act of exhaling yang energy into a corpse's mouth raises ethical concerns regarding the dignity of the deceased, not to mention the sheer repulsiveness of the task, which is why it remains largely unknown. Lin Yushuang mimicked a retching gesture as she spoke. I realized I was witnessing a form of instruction from Ling Tai to this group. Why the delay? Hurry up. The master's tone rose significantly, clearly irked by the procrastination. Very well, I shall handle this matter of releasing yang energy. To my astonishment, Wu Jie unexpectedly assumed the role of a benevolent figure. Upon hearing Wu Jie's words, the individual clutching the severed head regarded him with a gaze akin to that of someone beholding a savior. Wu Jie proceeded directly towards the person, extending a hand to take possession of the head. Abruptly, Ling Tai preempted him, snatching it away and declaring frigidly, "Mr. Wu, I did not solicit your assistance. Please refrain from interfering." "Reverend," Wu Jie retorted, "the woman's head bears the marks of deep-set eye sockets, a distorted nose, and the absence of tongue, indicative of a torturous demise and immense resentment. I fear that the 3 breaths of Yang Qi will not only fail to dissipate her grievance, but will instead recoil upon the blower, indirectly leading to his demise." Wu Jie's eyes narrowed with a frosty edge, his words laced with animosity, resembling more of a confrontation between adversaries than a reasoned discussion. Mr. Wu speaks sagaciously. "Perhaps I shall administer the Yang Qi myself," Ling Tai proclaimed, slowly bringing the woman's head closer to his mouth. "Reverend, your eminence is esteemed. Allow this junior to undertake such a potentially disreputable task," Wu Jie countered, lunging towards Ling Tai, his hand outstretched in an attempt to seize the head. Ling Tai scoffed derisively, his movements as nimble as a simian. With a twist of his foot, he evaded Wu Jie's grasp and retaliated with a swift elbow strike to Wu Jie's head, sending him staggering. Lin Yushuang pulled me aside, addressing the fallen Wu Jie. "The ruse is up. Before attempting to outwit my master, perhaps you should have inquired as to his identity." I gazed at the sudden transformation before me, rendered speechless by astonishment. Wu Jie, sprawled on the ground, rose with a deep breath, and to my astonishment, it appeared as though his facial skin had been torn asunder, hanging limply from his cheeks. This was inconceivable. The real man of Ling Tai had struck him with an elbow, not with a blade. How could his skin be ripped apart so effortlessly? My eyes fixated on him, and something seemed amiss. Despite the gruesome appearance, there was no blood flowing from the gash. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a human skin mask affixed to his face. Wu Jie touched his visage, yanked away the skin, revealing a parched, yellowed countenance. This was not Wu Jie at all, but rather the long-lost Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin appeared furious, his mouth agape as he bellowed, "Wretched Taoist, release my wife at once." Chapter 86. The second layer in an instant, Wu Jie transformed into the venerable Qin, a sight that astonished me greatly. Little did I expect that this severed female head belonged to his wife. However, the appearance of Qin in Wu Jie's guise further implicates him in the demise of the diminutive underworld figure. Qin tore off the white gloves he had worn, revealing hands that resembled gnarled talons, and lunged fiercely at the esteemed Ling Tai Junrun. It was no wonder he had always donned those gloves. They served to conceal his grotesque claws. With a swift motion, Qin brandished his sharp talons, aiming to rend the head of Ling Tai Junrun. I hastily raised my machine gun, preparing to fire at Qin, only to be restrained by Lin Yushuang. Such a minor adversary could easily be dealt with by me. How could he possibly stand a chance against my master? At her urging, I reluctantly lowered my weapon, eager to witness the prowess of this esteemed figure. Ling Tai Junrun stood resolute and unwavering, akin to a mountain, one hand grasping the woman's head while the other assumed a capturing stance. Just as Qin's claws were poised to pierce his forehead, in a flash, Ling Tai Junrun evaded the attack, and in the next moment, I beheld him seizing Qin's neck with a grip as firm as a vice, lifting him as one would a mere chick. "You wretched soul, refusing to enter the cycle of reincarnation after death, daring to cultivate dark arts and manifest as a corpse to wreak havoc upon TH." At that moment, I heard a sudden crack, reminiscent of the dull thud of a circuit breaker engaging from the distribution room, followed by an instantaneous blackout of all lights. Chaos erupted among the crowd. In the frenzy, someone indiscriminately fired a weapon, and a flurry of sparks erupted in the darkness, prompting us to cower and hastily seek refuge on the ground. Who was the scoundrel firing recklessly? What if they hit one of us? The rotund figure behind me began to wail. It wasn't me. I didn't shoot. The crowd was in disarray, each voice vying to be heard, creating an uproar that was unbearable. Silence. The voice of Ling Tai Junrun rang out like a tiger's roar, piercing the forest, reverberating in my ears with a buzzing sound. Instantly, all fell silent, no one daring to move or shout. "Yushuang, go turn on the lights." "Yes, master." A delicate fragrance wafted past me, and soon the sound of the circuit breaker echoed again, followed by a whoosh as the lights illuminated uniformly. I swiftly surveyed my surroundings and was struck with horror as I noticed a series of bullet holes appearing on the wall behind Ling Tai Junren. The gunfire had been directed at him. At that moment, Junren's hands were empty, one arm still bleeding profusely. "Master, are you all right?" Lin Yushuang exclaimed in alarm, immediately tearing off a few strips of cloth to bandage him. Ling Tai reassured us that he was fine, merely a superficial wound. He strode toward the figure still crouched on the ground in the corner, fury evident in his voice. "Why did you shoot at me?" The man lamented, "Master, I did not intend for this to happen. Moments ago, someone seized my foot and dragged me here, subsequently snatching my machine gun and firing at you. Such useless beings." The master Ling Tai uttered an expletive in anger, then retrieved a compass, pacing back and forth in the narrow corridor. A rustling sound emanated from the compass. I cast a sidelong glance, observing the needle spinning incessantly, uncertain of what insights Master Ling Tai could glean from it. Human head lantern, tongueless souls, chaos of yin and yang, ghosts obscuring the eyes. It became apparent that this was yet another trap laid by the old man Huang. "Very well. Let us see how I shall unravel your formation," Ling Tai muttered to himself, consulting the compass and performing calculations for quite some time. He then instructed everyone, "Follow closely in my footsteps. Not a single misstep is permitted, and we must not be careless." "Yes, master. Rest assured, we shall remember," the group replied, already like startled birds, wary of disobedience, nodding in unison. Master Ling Tai moved with deliberate slowness, occasionally advancing, retreating, quickening his pace, or slowing down, making it difficult for others to predict his movements. This is my master's Qian Kuan step, derived from the duality of yin and yang, where all things in the universe exist in a perpetual balance of alternating forces. My master, utilizing the compass, determines the optimal direction and timing of the yang energy. Thus, every step we take alongside him is intended to restore the equilibrium of yin and yang in this place. Lin Yushuang explained attentively beside me. Could it be that the realm we inhabit has already fallen into a state of imbalance between yin and yang? Otherwise, at first we witnessed the dripping of the water pipe, followed by the deceitful words of Wu Jie echoing in our earpieces, and now the staircase remains obscured from view. All of this is the work of that lantern adorned with a human head, which has disturbed the equilibrium of this place, leaving us disoriented and directionless, as if veiled by a spectral presence. With the lantern now absent, the master's skill in traversing the realms proves useful. Otherwise, we would be utterly ineffectual. Upon hearing this, a sudden realization dawned upon me. No wonder the spirit platform master instructed someone to retrieve that lantern from the outset. He had discerned the underlying issue long before us. Truly a sage, far superior to my occasionally perceptive yet often blind ghostly insight. Following the spirit platform master as we meandered about, it was but a short while before someone exclaimed in delight, "Look, there's the staircase ahead." The spirit platform master stowed away the compass, a faint smile gracing his features. "At last, we have broken through. Come, let us see what lies on the second floor." As we descended the lengthy staircase, I was astonished to find before us Qin Yi, clutching the severed head of a woman, alongside a diminutive figure clad in black. They stood side by side, seemingly awaiting our arrival. "You were the one who ambushed me earlier, weren't you?" The spirit platform master fixated his gaze upon the figure in black. The figure didn't know at that moment. Old Master Qin swiftly turned and fled, prompting Ling Tai to immediately issue a command. "Yushuang, quickly take your people and capture him. I will subdue this man in black and then come to find you." "Yes, master," Lin Yushuang replied, charging forward without hesitation. I too had numerous questions I wished to pose to old Master Qin. Thus I naturally followed suit. The second floor was vast, predominantly resembling an assembly workshop of a factory. Old Master Qin darted like a rabbit, nimbly navigating through the various rooms, ultimately leading us into a large warehouse. Lin Yushuang promptly instructed, "Two of you stay outside, do not enter." This warehouse was enclosed, with no exits other than the main door. Inside, an array of goods lay stacked, covered with numerous tarps, which were thickly coated in dust. "What do you intend to achieve by leading us here?" Lin Yushuang inquired coldly. Old Master Qin pointed a finger at me, indignantly exclaiming, Blood must be repaid with blood. With that, he forcefully lifted the tarp covering the warehouse, and a musty odor immediately assailed our senses as fine dust floated through the air. Chapter 87. The frantic mice. Oh no, could it be those wooden crates containing infants? A sense of dread washed over me. On that fateful day, someone had delivered such a crate to me, and the horrifying sight of the grotesque infant within still haunts my memories. However, what I did not anticipate was that beneath the covering cloth lay a multitude of pitch-black coffins, each adorned with numerous circular openings. At that moment, an eerie sound suddenly broke the silence. The noise was a rustling, reminiscent of countless insects scuttling about, which struck me as exceedingly strange. The men around me clearly heard it as well. One man turned his head, glancing around in a panic, stuttering, What is that sound? Instantly, the group behind me appeared to be in disarray. I traced the source of the sound, my gaze ultimately landing on the dark coffins. A wave of alarm surged through me. After all, Master Cheen was adept in the art of manipulating insects. Could it be that the contents of the coffins were premeditated insects meant to ensnare us? Yet that seemed improbable. They had been sealed for 30 years. If Master Cheen had the means to enter, he would have done so long ago, and certainly could not have prepared such an array of coffins in such a brief span of time. So many mice. I heard someone behind me exclaim in terror. The chilling realization struck me. From the circular openings of these coffins emerged a multitude of small mice. These are no ordinary rodents. Each mouse was vividly crimson, and every strand of fur seemed to resemble a barbed thorn. Beneath the shimmering glow of the lights, a pair of gleaming triangular eyes fixated upon us, and upon discerning our presence, it emitted a piercing shriek. This cry resounded like a desperate call for help, causing all the coffins to tremble in unison, as if a monstrous entity were about to emerge. The sheer terror sent chills down my spine, and Lin Yushuang instinctively recoiled. Not to mention the group of inexperienced recruits behind me. Grandpa Cheen laughed heartily, then cradled the head of the woman in his arms, suddenly overcome with tears. My dear, I have waited 30 years for this moment. At last, I can see you one last time. He fell to his knees, embracing her head, and began to wail inconsolably. It is my fault. I am the one who caused your demise. As he wept, he struck his own face in anguish. Once his tears subsided, he glared at me with a